Court purchased a pack of acetaminophen and a bottle of water from a pharmacy. The injuries from months prior, a bullet through the thigh and a knife wound to the abdomen, had gradually improved, the physical pain diminishing week by week. The body's capacity to heal was remarkable, far outstripping the mind's own recovery. He'd become reliant on a cocktail of pills and injections: Vicodin, OxyContin, Demerol, Dilaudid. A surgeon in Nice had kept him supplied after the operation to clean and close the gut wound, and Gentry had taken something daily ever since. He'd made a deliberate choice, however, leaving the medications behind when he boarded the freighter. Now, over a week into this self-imposed detox, the misery was profound. The acetaminophen was a poor substitute for heavy narcotics, but the simple act of swallowing the tablets offered a sliver of mental comfort. 3 hours after disembarking, he checked into a budget hotel run by a Chinese family, tucked in a narrow alley off Parnell Street, about half a mile north of the river. The room was dark, damp, and carried the persistent odors of mold and frying oil wafting up from the restaurant, 2 floors below. A relentless, near-horizontal rain drummed against the grimy window, doing nothing to wash away the oily film coating the inside of the glass. Lying on his back on the sagging mattress, Gentry stared at the ceiling, his thoughts adrift. After more than a week at sea, the stationary solidity of the room felt strange, the absence of the boat's constant sway unsettling. It took hours for sleep to come, the cold rain a steady percussion on the pane beside his head. In the mid-afternoon, he sat in the hotel's tiny ground-floor restaurant, ate a bowl of noodles with pork, and used a prepaid mobile phone to access the internet. He navigated to a bulletin board on a website advertising adventure tours in the Ural Mountains, entered a password to access an employee-only forum, and then used a secondary code to enter a specific thread with one other participant. Typing with his thumb while sipping lukewarm orange juice, Court sent his message. "I'm here." The phone's screen refreshed after a few seconds. A reply appeared in the forum. "In Bangkok, I trust?" This was the coded query to confirm the other party's identity. Gentry's own identity was verified by his response. "No, Singapore." Only the deliberate misspelling completed the check. "Nice journey, my friend," came the next reply. Court read it, biting into a fried wonton as greasy as the window in his room. He suppressed an eye roll. The journey had been anything but nice, and Gregor Ivanovich Sidorenko was certainly no friend. Court had no friends. It was equally unlikely that Sidorenko, Sid, to those in the West who knew of him, had any either. He was Russian mob, an overboss based in St. Petersburg, running an organization that dealt in illegal gambling, drugs, prostitution, contract killers, and out of sheer desperation on the American assassin's part, he now also ran Court Gentry, the Gray Man. Let's be honest, though. Comparing Sid to Sir Donald Fitzroy was like comparing a back-alley knife fight to a formal duel. Fitzroy had been Court's handler for years, ever since the CIA exiled Gentry from the U.S., with a burn notice and a shoot-on-sight order. Fitzroy had provided sanctuary, offered contracts against genuine threats, paid fairly, and had even once hired Court to protect his own family. But then Fitzroy had been backed into a corner and turned. His profuse apologies and even his offer of his own life as recompense couldn't rebuild the shattered trust. Gentry knew he could never rely on him again. He would never rely on anyone again. Sid was scum, but he was a predictable variable. Court harbored no illusions. He couldn't trust the forked-tongued Russian as far as he could throw him. But Sid provided access to some of the most lucrative contracts in the business. Crucially, Sid had agreed to Court's non-negotiable condition. He would only accept assignments he deemed righteous, or at least those that leaned, however slightly, toward the good side of morally ambiguous. That specific stipulation was what had ultimately led Court to this rainy backstreet in Ireland. This assignment in Dublin marked Court's inaugural mission for Sid. He'd reviewed the target's file, accepted the terms, engaged in some spirited online debate over the contract's less than generous compensation, and finally, with a measure of reluctance, agreed. Staying sharp was non-negotiable. The recent period of inactivity, compounded by old injuries and medication, was dulling his edge, a luxury he could not permit. As, per his standard pre-operation ritual, Court had committed the essential details of the dossier to memory. The subject, Dougal Slattery. 54 years old, Irish, physically imposing, carrying significant bulk. His early years were spent in the boxing ring, though he never managed to rise above the local circuit's middling ranks. He transitioned to work as a nightclub bouncer in Dublin, a role that naturally evolved into more forceful employment for a regional syndicate. His tasks involved intimidating lackadaisical sex workers and disciplining underwhelming drug dealers. He eventually graduated to murder, albeit of the straightforward intergang variety, until a trip to Amsterdam changed his trajectory. There, he executed his boss's rival in a violent confrontation, using his battered fists to disable bodyguards before finishing the job with gunfire. This propelled him into the second echelon of international contract work. With jobs logged in Ankara, Sardinia, Kolkata, and Tajikistan, the file indicated Slattery wasn't a mastermind but a capable instrument, with a resume featuring several notable, if morally repugnant, eliminations: a detective, a legitimate businessman, a journalist. Court could at least acknowledge the operational competence, if not the cause. Yet the record went conspicuously cold 6 years ago. Sid's intelligence on Slattery's recent life was threadbare, save for one peculiar detail. The man now spent his evenings as a drummer for a traditional Irish band in Dublin's tourist-heavy Temple Bar district. It was a bizarre, almost laughable footnote for someone on a termination list. Court found this to be one of his more ethically ambiguous assignments. True, Slattery was a killer, but so was he. Court's personal justification always hinged on vetting, ensuring a target's actions merited this ultimate extrajudicial step. By that metric, Slattery's current gig pounding a bodhran in a pub hardly seemed to qualify. According to Sid, the Irishman was now on the payroll of an Italian criminal network, likely awaiting orders to rough up a non-compliant shopkeeper or some other petty thuggery. Terminating Dougal Slattery wouldn't exactly cleanse the world's moral ledger. Court mused with a dark internal sarcasm, but it certainly wouldn't tip the scales further into chaos. Well, it wouldn't hurt anyone except, of course, the drummer himself. A blinking cursor on his screen snapped him back. Sid's last message was 3 minutes old. He drifted, forcing focus. He typed a reply. "I'm here, no problems. How long will you need?" The answer came quickly, unknown. "Will assess situation tonight. Act at first prudent opportunity." Court responded. "I understand. Don't take too long. I have more work after." There was always more work, a stream of offers, most of which Court would refuse without a second thought. He would be the sole arbiter of any work after. He didn't bother debating the point with Sidorenko, simply replying, "Okay, I look forward to good news." After Sid's sign-off, Court logged out, powered down the phone, and tucked it into his peacoat. He finished his late lunch, settled the bill, and stepped out into the Dublin afternoon. To kill time and blend in, he spent an hour meandering through the streets around Grafton Street, a casual observer studying the gait, the fashion, the rhythms of the city's inhabitants. Assimilation would be straightforward. Dublin was a global crossroads, teeming with faces and accents from across Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Getting lost here was easy, which was precisely the point. There was no single mannerism or posture to mimic, but Court found what he needed in a second-hand shop on Dawson Lane. Emerging with a paper bag, he ducked into a department store restroom and swapped his clothes for faded jeans, a pullover hoodie, and a black denim jacket. He laced up a pair of black sneakers and tugged his dark watch cap low. By dusk, he moved through the city's flow like any other local. He conducted a thorough security check, hopping on and off DART trains, doubling back through crowded stations, ensuring no one was tracking him. More individuals on this planet wished Court Gentry dead than would ever spare a thought for Dougal Slattery, a sobering fact that kept his priorities straight. Eliminating the Irishman was the mission. Surviving to see tomorrow was the non-negotiable rule. His personal security, his PERSEC, had to dominate his focus. Confident he was clean, he made his way to the Temple Bar district along the River Liffey. By 10, he was seated at the bar inside the Oliver St. John Gogarty. For a Wednesday, the tourist-heavy pub was jammed, voices of Americans, Europeans, and Asians filling the air, the staff and the band likely the only Irish in the place. It had been months since Court had endured a noisy, crowded bar. His recent life had been one of extreme quiet, a cramped attic room in a remote French village, brief trips to a corner market for supplies, and the occasional subdued visit to a doctor in Nice. The winter emptiness of the Riviera, with its shuttered nightclubs and deserted promenades, had suited him perfectly. This boisterous pub felt like a violation of his every instinct. Already the bartender had asked his name, and a pair of English tourists beside him had attempted conversation. He'd brushed them off, taken a slow drink of his stout, and let his eyes sweep the room. A fleeting wish for something to take the edge off surfaced, but he crushed it immediately, mentally shaking himself back to the task. The world divided into just two kinds of people, the sheep and the wolves. Court was a wolf, and he'd never felt it more acutely than here, adrift in a sea of oblivious sheep. None of them were mentally mapping exits, assessing the physical capabilities of other patrons, or noting the type of glass in the front window. No one else had clocked the sparse police presence outside or the dim lighting in the rear alley. They didn't choose their seat to avoid mirrors, and they certainly had no contingency plan for sudden violence, either to flee or, if necessary, to turn the entire room into a battlefield. Yet he wasn't the only predator present. According to the intelligence from Sid, the drummer with the band was a wolf too. The five-piece trad band seemed skilled, judging by the enthusiastic crowd. The large, white-haired man seated on a bench beside the stage worked a bodhran, a traditional Irish drum. He played with intense focus, head bowed as if listening for nuances in the melody. To Court, he looked more like a dedicated musician than a seasoned killer. Perhaps it had been a long time since his last professional assignment. As the tin whistle player piped into his microphone and the guitarist sang, the room of sheep cheered, utterly unaware of the two wolves in their midst. Court could only catch fragments of the song, a mournful tune about a lovely girl, a failed potato crop, and a husband lost to whiskey. He drained his stout and stepped out into the night. Around 11:30, Dougal Slattery bid farewell to his bandmates at the Oliver St. John Gogarty, pulling a wool cap over his thick white hair and slinging his drum in its leather case over a shoulder. The evening was crisp and clear, typical for his gigs, and like most nights he felt the pull for one more pint before the trek home. His flat sat a full mile away past Pierce Station, while dozens of pubs beckoned within a few blocks. Routine won out. He'd stop at his local for a nightcap. Slattery walked with a pronounced limp, favoring one bad knee over the other, his sturdy frame lumbering through the chill. The journey to the Padraic Pierce, named for the Irish leader executed by the British in 1916, took the big man nearly 30 minutes. The pub was a bastion of Catholic pride, its windows adorned with photos and relics of the rebellion. Dougal limped inside, deposited his coat and bodhran in a corner booth, and made for the bar where a pint of Guinness was already being drawn for him. Finding a shadowed doorway, Court Gentry lowered himself onto the stoop. He'd walked more today than in recent memory, and the ache in his thighs and calves was a sharp reminder. A faint phantom sting seemed to pulse where a bullet had torn into his right leg last December. He briefly wished for a Vicodin, but dismissed the thought. He needed a clear head. Tonight was purely reconnaissance. Follow the target home, then plan the next move. The pub across the street, the Padraic Pierce, looked tiny from the front. Clearly Slattery's regular spot, given how he'd passed every other bar to come here. Dublin, with more pubs per person than any city on earth, was living up to its reputation. Of course, Court mused with a dry, internal smirk. His evening would involve babysitting a tavern door, waiting for some old musician to finish his beers. Just another glamorous night in the espionage business. Stiff and cold, Gentry pushed himself up. He needed to move and, more pressingly, find a place to relieve himself. The most logical spot for a local guy to take a leak would be the narrow passage beside the Padraic, so he crossed the deserted street and slipped into the darkness. As he neared a wall by some trash bins and began to undo his belt, a noise farther down the alley stopped him. A back door swung open, casting a shaft of light 50 feet away, and two men stepped out. He heard the murmur of other voices from inside. The men walked to a rear wall, did their business, and returned inside a minute later, oblivious to the stranger in the shadows. It was clearly a back entrance to the pub, which meant the place was bigger than it appeared. After finishing up, Court moved to the door. On the other side, he heard the crack of a pool cue striking a ball and the low rumble of men's voices, though the words were unclear. Looking down the alley, he saw it connected to a side street. A cold knot tightened in his gut. Had Slattery already left this way? Could the old drummer have made him during the 30-minute walk from Temple Bar? The possibility felt like a sudden, sobering slap. Damn, Gentry understood his options were limited. Either call off the surveillance for the night and return tomorrow, or step inside the pub to confirm whether his target remained. The risk of exposure in a place this size seemed low. From the noise, it sounded packed, and the gray man was adept at disappearing into any environment, indoors or out. He returned to the front entrance, hunched his shoulders to appear slightly shorter, and pushed through the door of the Padraic Pierce. The moment he entered, Court realized his error was severe. The space was shockingly cramped. The lively pool area he'd heard from the rear was sealed behind a door marked "Members Only." The main room held only a modest bar, 3 tables, and a few wall booths. He moved to the bar, took a stool, and kept his gaze fixed forward on the bottles, not glancing around. He pulled out his wallet, feeling the weight of attention from the dozen or so patrons. He couldn't yet tell if Slattery was among them, but the atmosphere was unmistakably tense. A palpable hostility hung in the air. This wasn't a spot that welcomed outsiders. Finally, he lifted his eyes to the mirror behind the bar. Every man in the room, including Dougal Slattery and the 2 younger men seated with him, was watching him through the glass. "Tough crowd," Gentry noted. A handwritten sign taped to the mirror read, "No singing allowed. Tough joint." "Damn." The bartender studied him over a newspaper for a long moment, then set it down and raised a pair of reddish eyebrows. "Pint of Guinness," Court said, keeping his voice low. Slattery took a slow sip of his beer, half listening to the 2 lads in his booth grumble about a disputed call in last night's rugby match between Clontarf and Thomond. As a Wanderers supporter, Dougal couldn't care less about Clontarf's grievances, but he enjoyed their company. The creak of the door drew his attention. It was late for a new customer, but not unheard of. His head tilted as he tracked the stranger's path to the bar, and he immediately tuned out his companions. Inside Slattery's bulky frame, alarm bells rang as loudly as those in Christ Church Cathedral a mile west. A stranger in the Padraic Pierce was unusual enough, but this man had been in the crowd at the Oliver earlier. He was young, fit, and carried himself with a calm that felt just a little too practiced. He wasn't local. His clothes tried to blend in, but Slattery saw through the disguise. As the man settled on a bar stool, Dougal scanned for any telltale bulge of a weapon or the subtle adjustment someone makes when sitting with a sidearm. He saw nothing obvious, though the stranger's right side was turned away. He heard the order, "Pint of Guinness." Nothing unusual there. The accent even held a trace of Irish, though the voice was quiet. Police, Interpol. Dougal knew authorities in several countries would love to drag him off the island. But this man didn't carry himself like a cop. He seemed too at ease. He also knew how to order a Guinness properly, which said something. Amateurs often reached for the glass too soon, ignoring the necessary 2-part pour and the patient wait for the foam to settle. This stranger showed the right manners. Through the mirror, Slattery caught a brief, unreadable glance from the man. Just a flicker of contact. Then gone, the other patrons in the pub had all fixed their eyes on the newcomer as well. He gave them a slow, appraising look before turning back to the bartender. George was no more thrilled to have a stranger in his establishment than Slattery was, but he poured the pint, took the payment, and retreated behind his newspaper. Dougal leaned in toward the men at his table, his voice a low murmur. He affected a casual tone, but the words were delivered without a trace of humor. "All right, boys, how about we find a bit of excitement tonight before you all head home to your mothers?" The challenge had been issued, and Court was aware of it. He remained on his bar stool, gazing into his dark beer, his posture feigning ease while his mind raced through the procedures for handling a dozen men in a space not much bigger than the inside of a city bus. There would be knives in this crowd, Gentry had no doubt. Probably brass knuckles, too. Maybe even a sawn-off shotgun tucked away behind the counter. Court carried a pistol in a holster at his waist, but it wasn't ideal for a defensive stand. A Russian Makarov, with the suppressor in his coat pocket. It was a fine tool for a quiet kill, but the .43-80 round was too weak to reliably drop a man. The 8-round magazine felt laughably insufficient given the sheer bulk of muscle surrounding him, and the magazine release was awkward and slow. Sure, he could put a few bloody holes in some of these locals if it came to that, but if they rushed him with real intent, he'd be completely and utterly finished. He took a long pull of his Guinness. The glass had never seemed so deep. He wondered if he'd ever reach the bottom so he could make his exit back to the shadowed street. Behind him, he caught the faint whisper of Slattery speaking to his companions. Court didn't glance up into the mirror. Slattery had spotted him earlier at the Oliver St. John Gogarty. That was obvious. Now he'd be briefing his friends. With any luck, Slattery would decide to take this outside, arranging an ambush in the alley. He'd send his men out to hide in the darkness and leave with them. With bad luck, it would all happen right here, right now. Dougal would stand up and announce to the whole room that whoever threw the stranger through the front window would earn himself a lifetime supply of stout. Son of a bitch, Court thought. Recovering in the French countryside, he'd been itching to get back in the game. But this was a hell of a way to start. Court began to rise. His pint was still half full, but he figured if he had a chance to walk out of this pub under his own steam, it was now before Slattery could finalize his plans. But before Gentry could fully slide off his stool, the bartender lowered his newspaper. Not to your liking, eh? The red-headed, broad-chested man in his 60s must have sensed the thick tension brewing between Slattery and the stranger. Court didn't want to elaborate. He just shifted on his stool as if getting comfortable, raised his glass, nodded to the bartender, and took another swallow. It's perfect, he said. He hoped. He sounded convincingly Irish, but wasn't certain to his left. The two men who had been in the booth with his target stood and exited through the front door. Then two more from a table behind him rose. Court watched in the mirror as they approached. They sat on either side of him, their presence deliberately intimidating. The man on his left spoke first, his breath hot with whiskey and smoke. "Where are you from?" Court stared straight ahead. He abandoned the Irish accent. "Working on a Maersk container ship. Docked this afternoon. We leave at first light." "Where are you from?" the other man repeated, emphasizing the question. "I just told you. Were you born on the damn ship?" "Where you from means where's your home?" "Lads, let the man enjoy his drink in peace." It was Dougal Slattery. He had stood, walked over to the bar with a slight limp, and made eye contact through the mirror. "Always nice to see a fresh face in here. Travelers are always welcome. Don't worry about those lads, friend." Court found it curious how everyone seemed to be calling him friend today. A few minutes later, Gentry exited the Padraic Pearce. Slattery had departed first, shortly after intervening in the stranger's scuffle with the two locals, who had then quietly returned to their table. The bartender hadn't glanced up from his newspaper through the entire episode. Court headed east on Pierce Street, slipping through the shadows a good distance behind the limping man carrying the drum. The entire operation had shifted. His choice to enter the pub directly had accelerated everything. A simple, quiet reconnaissance was no longer possible. His target was alerted now, and an alerted target would either flee or fortify. It doesn't require a tactical genius to counter a single attacker. You either run or gather your people and arm them. It's the first lesson in survival, and Gentry was certain Dougal knew it well. To fulfill his contract, the gray man understood it had to be tonight. Slattery turned right through the open gates of a nondescript apartment block, not looking back as he started up a sloping parking garage toward a door. Court advanced through the darkness, closing in on his quarry, a quarry that would be waiting for him. But hopefully not this quickly. A burly young man in a black rugby shirt stepped into the street from behind a large dumpster 25 feet ahead. Gentry slowed, stopped, and faced him, hands loose at his sides. It was one of the youths from the pub with Slattery. The Irishman revealed a length of chain from behind his leg, beginning to swing it slowly. What you doing? Following my mate?" His accent was thick, but the meaning was clear enough. Court wasn't really listening. His focus was tuned to the softer sounds, listening for the footsteps he knew would be coming from behind any second. This rugby lad's partner was out there, and he'd make his move from the rear. Court was sure of it. A headlock, or more likely, a swing with a chain or pipe at his back. Normally, as a top-tier operative, Court faced more disciplined adversaries with superior training and gear. But working undercover in places like dockyards or grim bars in rough towns, he'd witnessed enough brawls by brutish thugs to know their usual playbook. It's almost a universal script for a beating, no matter the location. The man in the black shirt shouted something else, utterly garbled this time. And then there it was, the soft, quickening footsteps from behind. Court kept his eyes fixed forward on the first man, feigning complete ignorance of the impending ambush until the very last instant. The steps were upon him, and Court moved with explosive speed, engaging in his first close-quarters confrontation in months. In one fluid motion, he dropped low, spun, and sidestepped, just as a bald man in an orange rugby shirt blurred past, swinging a piece of bent rebar through the empty space where Court's back had been a fraction of a second before. The force of the swing and the man's own momentum carried him forward, even as his brain registered the miss. Court rose swiftly as the attacker passed, using his left hand to guide the man's trajectory, while his right fist shot out like a piston into the dark night. It connected perfectly just below the man's right ear, the impact cracking the jaw, snapping the head sideways, and knocking him unconscious even as his own stumbling momentum carried him onward. The steel bar clattered across the pavement, and the Irishman stumbled after it, pitching forward onto the asphalt before skidding to a halt beside his companion. He lay still, under the harsh blue glow of the streetlights, fresh blood shone on his cheek where the rough road had scraped it raw. His friend in the dark rugby jersey swung his chain in a wide, frantic arc, gaze flickering between the fallen man and the bearded figure advancing toward him, a look of pure rage tangled with stark fear. Court moved forward, his posture loose and easy, a man utterly at home in the chaos. The chain lashed out. In one fluid motion, the gray man stepped into its arc, snagged the links with his left hand, and pulled sharply, yanking the younger man off his feet and stumbling forward. A swift, precise strike from Court's right hand speared into the Irishman's throat, dropping him onto his back. He writhed on the ground, gasping and choking, his airway already swelling shut as he stared up at the bearded American now crouching over him. Court's voice was disturbingly calm, as if he were the one who had orchestrated this entire encounter in the shadows. "Slattery's apartment number. I won't ask again." 4 minutes later, the threaded barrel of a sound suppressor nudged open the unsecured door to Unit 66 at the Queen's Court condominiums. It was attached to a Russian made by Kal Makarov. Behind the pistol was the gray man. Every sense was heightened, sharpened by the unnerving fact that the door had been left ajar, an open invitation that made no sense if the occupant knew he had a visitor coming. Stepping into the brightly lit living room, Court didn't need to search for his target. Dougal Slattery was already there, seated at a plain wooden table in the center of the small space, facing the entrance. A bottle of Irish whiskey and 3 shot glasses sat before him. Court noted the man had changed. He now wore a blue and black rugby jersey, the collar open, the fabric stretched taut over a solid frame. Maybe it was his lucky shirt. Slattery looked up, held his gaze for a long moment, then deliberately turned one of the shot glasses upside down. He'd been expecting 2 guests, undoubtedly the 2 now recovering on the street. With a shaky hand, Slattery lifted a second glass. "Fancy a drink, lad?" His voice was low, betraying his nerves with a slight crack. Court's eyes swept the room, his weapon never wavering from the center of Slattery's forehead. "Hands on the table, keep them there," the Irishman complied. "Did you finish him off? Your rugby club?" "They'll live," Court said flatly. "Might take a while to enjoy a pint again, though." Slattery gave a slow nod, his shoulders lifting in a resigned shrug. Like warm butter, was it? They weren't much of an obstacle. They'd have put up more of a fight sober, I'd wager. "Sit down, for Christ's sake. This is fine whiskey." Court continued his visual sweep, his instincts screaming that this calm surrender was all wrong. "No," the big man shrugged again, a gesture that was becoming a habit. "Well, you'll not mind if I have one, then." He didn't wait for permission. He poured a generous measure of Old Bushmills, threw it back, set the glass down with a click, and refilled it. Court moved to the window, flicking the overhead light off as he passed, plunging the room into darkness save for the street lamp glow filtering through the blinds. He peered down at the empty road below. "There's no one comin'," Slattery said, his voice a rumble in the dark. "Just the 2 lads you already met. Even if they could stumble this way, they won't. You have my word on that." It was almost funny, this offer of a guarantee. Court checked the bedroom, the bathroom, the narrow kitchen. They were alone. The entire time, the Irishman just sat at his table, patiently working on his whiskey, refilling the glass as if waiting for a late bus. When Gentry stepped back in front of him, Slattery wrapped his hand around the bottle and tilted it in a silent offer. "Certain you won't have a drop?" Always found it steadied the hands back in my line of work." Court shook his head, his focus absolute, the Makarov rising to a firm aim. Dougal Slattery's words came out in a rushed, earnest stream. "Listen, friend, I understand you have to do this. No complaints from me. I was in the game once, so I know how it works. Just one small request. I have a son, not a kid anymore. He's around 30 now. He's in Galway. Do I look like I care? He has Down syndrome. A good young man, but he can't live on his own. No mother. She was a troubled woman in Belfast, overdosed more than 20 years back. I have him in a private care home. I'm all he's got. That means nothing to me. I'm just telling you, I send money, enough to keep him out of the state system. Court thumbed back the hammer on his Makarov. Dougal kept talking, the words tumbling out faster. Without that money, he goes into state care. It's a disaster. Trust me. My boy is my penance for the life I've led. You can take my life, friend, but don't make him suffer for it. It struck Court that he should have just fired the moment the man walked in. Everyone leaves someone. I can't make an exception. No, you can't help me. But you could help him. I'm asking for 24 hours. One single day, and I'll hit a bank or a currency exchange. There's an armored car that makes regular afternoon stops on Dawson Street. Plenty of opportunities for a quick job. If I just had time for one score, I could get enough money to the home to secure his future. If I'd known you were coming, I'd have done it already. But this is a bit of a shock. I've been out of the life for a long time. I thought I was clear. Look, I won't run. I'll wire every last cent to the home in Galway tomorrow afternoon, and then I'll come right back here and you can finish it. I swear on my mother's grave. You'll get your payment for my head, and I'll get my boy the funds he needs to be cared for after I'm gone. I'm sitting here showing you respect, proving I'm not a runner, I'm not a fighter. Not anymore. I'm handing myself to you, hoping you'll do the decent thing and give me one damn day to arrange a proper future for my son. The man was on the verge of tears. Desperate. Court had no doubt the story was true. Even so, he hardened his resolve. He raised the weapon to eye level. Sorry, man. That's not happening. Slattery's eyes began to glisten before he threw back another shot. He didn't refill the glass this time. I thought you had a soul. My mistake. So it's off to state care for my boy. He managed a faint, bitter smile. Not a total loss, though. There's a small consolation. I know someday Sid will send someone after you. Court lowered the pistol a fraction. Sid? You're Sid's new guy, right? I'm Sid's old guy, so you're looking at your own future, aren't you? He's sent you on this little errand to carve out your own spot in his organization. This is your audition to take my place, you know. When Court remained silent for several seconds, Slattery's watery eyes widened in realization. He didn't tell you, did he? What a piece of work he is. You thought he was passing along a contract from some third party who wanted me dead? No, buddy, this is all Sid's doing. Gentry lowered the pistol a little more. Why? Slattery poured another shot and drained it. 5 years ago, Sid came to see me. I'd been doing some freelance work for another Russian. Sid says he likes my style, wants me to work for him. I ask, what's the catch? Everyone knows Sidorenko gets the prime contracts. He tells me the only thing I have to do is eliminate the guy currently holding the job I wanted. Create the opening myself. See? Seems this fellow, an Israeli, had overstayed his welcome. Don't know why. Sid tells me once I handle his problem, I'll be the top dog in his kennel. So you killed him. Damn right I did. That's the business we're in, isn't it? And now I'm too old, too worn down to handle the big jobs anymore. I'm not bringing in the money I used to, so he's sending you to shut me off, so you can step right in. Court calculated the odds. If there was even a 1% chance that he might talk, contact the press or Interpol and expose everything, then Sid would consider it a smart move to eliminate him just to be safe. The realization hit Court hard. Sid had lied outright about the contract on this target. This wasn't about a sanctioned job, it was a personal cleanup, ordered purely for his handler's own security. He steadied himself, recalling some of the darker entries in Sid's file on Slattery. He mentioned you've carried out some ugly operations in the past. The Makarov lifted once more, this time with firmer intent. Slattery tilted his head, a look of genuine bewilderment crossing his face. Ugly operations? What in the hell is a pretty one? Court took a breath. You've killed people who weren't involved. Innocents, absolute rubbish. You're going to sit there and judge me based on whatever shite Sid has fed you? What a bloody joke you are. Go on then, finish it. Put a bullet in my head and pat yourself on the back. Ugly operations? Innocents? You might just be the most self-righteous bastard to ever call himself a hitter on this miserable rock. Dougal Slattery's nostrils flared as he glared past the suppressor at the end of the Makarov's barrel. The alcohol was plain in his eyes, but there wasn't a trace of fear. After a long, tense silence, Court lowered the pistol to his side. He pulled out the wooden chair and sat down slowly across from the Irishman. I suppose I'll take that drink now. Slattery never broke eye contact as he poured whiskey into 2 glasses. 10 minutes later, Court had put his weapon away. He'd made his decision and told the man he wouldn't be going through with the kill. The Irishman didn't smile or show relief, but he did extend a hand. They shook. They sat in mostly quiet companionship. The dim glow from the street lamps outside the small room their only light. Court kept his hands visible on the wooden table to avoid making Slattery nervous. After a while, Dougal remarked, "Sid isn't going to be pleased with you." We had an understanding. I told him I only carry out contracts I agree with. If he gives me bad intelligence, I have the right to walk away. To hell with him. Slattery raised his glass of Bushmills. "I'll drink to that." To hell with Sid. He'll just send someone else after you, you know? Aye, I suppose he will. Maybe I should just let you finish the job now and get it over with, Court replied flatly. I don't take requests. The burly Irishman let out a hearty laugh. Good one, mate. Maybe my 2 lads will be out of the hospital by the time the next shooter shows up. Hopefully Sidorenko sends someone they can actually handle. Court gave a short chuckle. I doubt that. Dougal Slattery poured another shot of old Bushmills for himself, and then, almost as an afterthought, slid Court's glass to his side of the table and began to fill it. Court raised a hand. No, I'm fine. Slattery kept pouring. It's the 3rd one, lad. The 3rd wee dram is what makes a man of you, I swear it. Court shrugged, shook his head, and reached for the drink, hoping the strong liquor might dull the ache for the pain medication his body desperately wanted. He started to say, "You might want to consider getting out of town until—" The table erupted upward, crashing into Court's face. The shot glass smashed against his mouth before he could grab it, and the table's edge connected solidly with his chin. Gentry's head snapped back, and he was thrown backwards off his chair. The big Irishman had flipped the table onto him. Slattery lunged over the upturned furniture, grabbing Court before his back hit the floor, and Dougal's powerful hands closed like vices around the American's throat. Court tried to shout but couldn't make a sound. He felt 2 thumbs digging deep, crushing his windpipe. Though stunned from the blow, instinct made him twist his head sharply to break the grip. He swung an arm up to knock the hands away, but the big man's thick arms barely moved. Stop. Gentry managed to gurgle out. He had fully intended to let Dougal Slattery live. Dougal Slattery either didn't buy that story, or he was convinced Sidorenko would just send this killer back another day. The Irishman seemed determined to settle things right here, right now, while he had the chance. Pinned on his back with the larger man on top of him, hands crushing his throat, Court saw only one path out. He twisted his body on the worn linoleum, digging his heels in to pivot himself and his attacker until his legs were braced against the apartment door. Still using his hands to fight the iron grip on his windpipe, he began walking his feet up the door's surface. An inch became a foot, then 3 feet, lifting his hips off the ground and forcing Dougal's crushing weight to roll forward onto Court's face and shoulders. With a final desperate surge of strength, Gentry pushed hard against the door with the balls of his feet, executing a clumsy headstand that transitioned into a backward roll. The motion spun him free from Slattery's chokehold. Court landed in a crouch on the overturned table and immediately sprang back, putting distance between himself and the enraged former boxer. In a heartbeat, both men were back on their feet. Court stared at his attacker. The Irishman's flushed face was slick with sweat, his eyes wide with a terrifying rage. He shouted something, Gaelic, maybe, the words a guttural curse lost on Gentry. Court wanted to explain it was all a mistake, that he just wanted to walk away, but reason had left the room. Slattery stepped in and threw a right jab that glanced off Court's left cheekbone. The impact stung, his vision in his right eye instantly blurring with tears. He'd badly misjudged the flabby man's raw power and shocking speed. A mistake that could very well cost him his life. Court retreated into a corner, creating just enough space to reach for his Makarov, only to find his holster empty. It must have come loose during the headstand, lost now under the table or the shattered chair. Slattery's eyes darted to the empty holster, and a wild, triumphant grin split his crimson face. "You're feckin' dead, laddie," the Irishman launched another jab. This time, Gentry leaned away, feeling only a brush against his chin. A powerful left hook followed, thrown with Dougal's entire body behind it. Court blocked it, but the sheer force transmitted through his forearm was enough to send him stumbling across the cramped living room. He ended up on his knees against the wall. Pushing up quickly, he ducked just beneath another whistling jab. Gentry retaliated with a sharp finger strike to Dougal's solar plexus, followed by a swift kick to the groin. Slattery barely flinched. "Jesus sufferin' Christ, ya. Fight like a right coward." Then Court remembered the weakness he'd observed. For half an hour in the dark, he'd watched the man limp, favoring that left knee. Court snapped a vicious kick to the inside of the same knee. It buckled outward with a sickening pop. Dougal howled in pain, staggering but refusing to fall. He kept coming, though the injury made his next move obvious. Court dropped low and to the right, letting a wild right fist pass over his head. Seizing the opening, the American closed the distance in a flash, leaping to get his right arm over the Irishman's shoulder. In one fluid, practiced motion, Gentry rolled his shoulder forward, his hand snaking behind Slattery's neck and across his face before hooking firmly under his chin. Court's hand shot out, seizing the thick collar of Dougal's rugby shirt. He wrenched the fabric back and across the man's throat, pulling it taut like a crude noose before transferring the grip to his other hand. "Fight like a man, you?" Dougal's insult dissolved into a choked wet rasp. Gentry twisted the collar tighter, using the man's own clothing to cut off his air. He locked his right arm around Slattery's neck in a grim parody of an embrace, wrapped his legs around the boxer's torso, and held on as his left hand kept relentless pressure on the shirt biting into the thick neck. Panicking as his airway vanished, Slattery staggered across the apartment on his injured knee. He smashed Court backward into a glass window, then slammed him into a wall with enough force to fracture the drywall and send cheap framed prints of old-time bare-knuckle fighters clattering to the floor. He spun and drove the American into the solid wooden door. Suddenly, over the noise of the struggle, a frantic pounding erupted from the hallway. A woman's voice, shrill with alarm, called out asking if Mr. Slattery was okay, if she should run for help. Dougal couldn't answer. His left hand fumbled weakly for the door latch as the oxygen fled his body. Just as a finger brushed the metal, Court reached back with his free hand, snapped the deadbolt locked, and pushed off hard from the door with his legs. Both men crashed down in the center of the ruined room. Though he still couldn't breathe, a final surge of fight remained in Slattery. He managed to leverage his legs and roll, pinning Court beneath him, but Court refused to release his hold. He rode the momentum of the struggle, rolling them once more until he was on top. For half a minute they thrashed among the wreckage of furniture, grunting and kicking. Gentry managed to trap one of Slattery's arms with his legs, but the other fist pounded down on Court's back and skull in a desperate rhythmic hammering. The big Irishman tried to headbutt him, but their heads were already pressed together. There was no space to generate any force. Then the frantic motion began to slow. Then it stopped altogether. Court maintained the pressure on the throat but leaned back slightly to look at Slattery's face. The man's eyes were bulging, his skin a frightening shade of crimson and slick with sweat that reeked of whiskey, sourness, and fear. Court hovered above him, watching his own blood from where the shot glass had split his lip, drip onto the Irishman's forehead, staining the sweat trails that ran into his eyes. Those protruding eyes blinked slowly, weakly. Court loosened the rugby jersey just a fraction. Dougal sucked in a ragged, gagging breath, followed by a thin wheeze. Court's face was close to his. Gentry's words came between gasps from the brutal exertion. "The boy, your son with Down syndrome, he's real." Slattery's tongue was thick, his throat nearly shut. He coughed, spraying bloody spittle. "I swear it." Court gave a slow nod, wiping sweat from his own brow. His breathing was still ragged, nearing hyperventilation. All right. Don't worry. I'll make sure he's taken care of. He'll be okay." The Irishman's bulging eyes shifted to meet his. They blinked, tears mixing with the blood streaking down his temples. A sob shook him, spraying mucus from his nose. He managed a nod, the words forced through his constricted throat. That's grand, lad. I take it back. You've got a soul. You're a decent man." "Yeah." Court brought his fingertips to the man's forehead. "That's me." He gently smoothed back the sopping gray hair. He nodded once more. "I'm a goddamned saint." In one fluid movement, Court Gentry snatched the Makarov from the floor beside him, pressed the suppressor hard against Dougal Slattery's thick neck, and sent a single bullet tearing upward. The round pierced the man's chin, shattered his tongue, tore through the roof of his mouth and his sinus cavity before burying itself in his brain. The .380 hollow point tumbled violently inside the 54-year-old Irishman's skull, finally lodging itself behind his left ear. Slattery's bulging eyes clouded over, frozen wide in a final vacant stare. Court pushed himself off the dead man's chest and collapsed onto his back on the floor beside the body. A deep, hollow exhaustion consumed him, leaving him empty of all feeling. His face throbbed from the punches. A dull, familiar ache echoed from his stomach and leg. Old wounds from a winter-long past. For a moment, the killer and his victim just lay there together in the wreckage of the small apartment, two figures silently contemplating the cracked ceiling above. The landing launch broke through the fog bank a half-mile from the Polish coast. Behind it already vanished into the mist. The Lithuanian freighter that had ferried Court to and from Ireland was now powering north toward home. Court stood alone at the bow of the small boat, squinting at the cranes and docks of the Gdansk shipyard coming into view. He kept the satellite phone pressed to his ear. "Paulus, I need to be crystal clear. Every penny, minus your fee, goes to that patient. I don't care how you manage it. Just make it happen. That is easily arranged. We can establish a discreet trust with automatic payments to the facility. As you requested, I looked into it. It is the finest institution in Ireland for such long-term care." "Good." Court paused, sensing hesitation on the line. "Sir, you understand I must inform Sir Donald. Go right ahead. And since you'll be speaking to him, deliver this message. That money isn't his. It isn't mine. It belongs to the kid. If he so much as looks at that account, I'll pay him a personal visit. Herr Lewis, I must ask you not to threaten Sir Donald. He is my employer. Professionally, I am obligated to relay your exact words. That's what I'm counting on. Tell him verbatim. He interferes with that account in any way, and I will show up at his doorstep. Herr Lewis, please." "You have the message, Paulus. I am certain he will respect your wishes. I will administer the account as agreed, with my standard commission applied. Danke." Bitte schön. "Sir Donald remains quite fond of you, Herr Lewis. I do not know the nature of your disagreement, but perhaps one day the two of you might reconcile. Goodbye, Paulus." A sigh of frustration, then a polite farewell. "Auf Wiedersehen, Herr Lewis." Gentry stowed the phone in his canvas bag and turned his focus to a new problem materializing on the docks. He'd spotted it from 300 yards out, a long, black car. At 200 yards, he could make out figures leaning against it, all dressed in dark gray. By 150 yards, he counted 4 of them, all large. At 50 yards, he had them pegged. Slavic features, cheap suits, and their vehicle was some sort of stretched limousine. Sid's welcoming committee, no doubt, sent to collect him like a package. The presumption ignited a cold fury in his chest. His plan had been simple: disembark in Gdansk, vanish into the Polish coastline for a few days of blessed anonymity, and only then contact Sid through the secure website when he was damn well ready. Sir Donald, for all his faults, had never forced these clumsy face-to-face handoffs, but these thugs, dispatched by his current and soon-to-be former handler, were clearly here on a babysitting detail to ensure he came along quietly to kneel before his so-called master. The whole charade was insulting. "Absolutely not," Court muttered aloud as the boat closed to 25 yards. The men pushed off the hood of the limo, tossing their cigarettes to the ground and stamping them out. Sunlight caught the cheap glint of thin gold chains around their necks. Russian muscle. Who else would it be? The 4 men positioned themselves at the very end of the dock, blocking the waterline to cut off any escape once the ferry touched the pilings, as if he'd even try. Court scanned the landing, his eyes searching for a single viable exit. Nothing. Fantastic. He stepped from the rocking launch onto the floating platform, facing the quartet of muscle. Not a word was spoken. The only dialogue was the silent, charged exchange of 5 professionals, each radiating a blend of duty and simmering resentment. His old handler from the CIA's Special Activities Division, a salty ex-SEAL named Zach Hightower, had a term for this kind of standoff. It was a vulgar but perfect description of that primal moment, where men measure each other's threat level and project their own lethal confidence through nothing but a cold, unblinking gaze. Deliberately, Court parted his peacoat to expose the grip of the Makarov 380 on his hip. One of the younger Russians, a man with a sneer permanently etched on his face, stepped forward and wrenched the pistol from its holster. He performed the motion with a theatrical, backward flourish, glaring at Gentry, as if he'd personally unearthed a hidden treasure. His pat-down was thorough, yielding a folding knife from Court's pocket, which the man promptly claimed for himself. He rummaged through the canvas duffel on Gentry's shoulder, snatching the satellite phone and tucking it away, but found nothing else of note. Apparently satisfied the gray man was clean, the Russian stepped back and gave a curt, impatient jerk of his head toward a waiting sedan. Court slid the bag from his shoulder and lobbed it underhand at the largest of the men. It thumped against the guy's broad chest and dropped to the wet planks at his feet. The man's intimidating stare didn't flicker for an instant. Court couldn't suppress it. A grin broke across his face. With a low chuckle, he bent down, retrieved the bag himself, and strode to the black limousine. He pulled open the rear door and climbed inside without a backward glance. Less than an hour later, he was in the air. A sleek Hawker 400 business jet had been waiting on the tarmac at Lech Walesa International Airport. There were no passport checks, no customs formalities that he could see. Nobody asked him a single question or demanded any identification. The jet powered through the damp gray overcast and broke into a crisp, clear Polish morning sky. His 4 escorts from the dock shared the 7-seat cabin with him. In halting English, they pointed out the location of the food and liquor, mentioning the flight would be roughly 2 hours. They didn't specify the destination, but they didn't have to. Court already knew he was being delivered to the boss, and the boss operated out of St. Petersburg. Leaning back, Gentry sipped from a bottle of water and eavesdropped on Sidorenko's men as they talked. His comprehension of Russian, once passable over a decade ago, was now severely corroded. By keeping his eyes closed and focusing intently on the mundane chatter around him for the bulk of the flight, he slowly began to scrape the rust off that part of his mind, tuning his ear back into the complex, guttural rhythms of the language. He was fairly certain Sid and his crew had no clue he understood a syllable, and he intended to leverage that blind spot in the very near future. The Hawker banked gently and began its descent, touching down just past noon. Peering out the window on the port side, Court caught sight of the Gulf of Finland, confirming his assumption about their destination. He recognized the airfield, too. Rzhevka, situated east of St. Petersburg, was less convenient than the main international hub, but far more discreet. He'd been here before. A decade or more in the past, Gentry had worked as a CIA singleton, a lone wolf, embedded undercover in foreign lands. While his mandate could technically send him anywhere on the globe, his operational history had kept him persistently, almost monotonously, within the borders of the former Soviet Union. From the sprawling territories of Russia and Ukraine to the distant reaches of Lithuania, Georgia, and Tajikistan, operatives from the CIA's Autonomous Asset Program were routinely dispatched into the volatile eastern Badlands. Their missions involved tracking, pursuing, and on occasion, eliminating those who traded in weapons or nuclear secrets. For a stretch of time, it felt as if the only commodities of value emerging from behind the fallen Iron Curtain were the lingering remnants of doomsday, relics abandoned by a collapsed empire. During that era, men like Court Gentry and his fellow AA operatives found their duties monotonously similar: deploy to the region, shadow a target, document his movements, infiltrate his residence with listening devices, compromise his associates, or fabricate evidence to frame him for a crime. Or, if necessary, execute him. But those operations belonged to the 90s, a simpler time, the so-called good old days before the world changed in September 2001. Court's only returned to St. Petersburg since that earlier period came in January 2003. By then he was part of Task Force Gulf Sierra, known informally as the Goon Squad, a paramilitary black ops team within the CIA's Special Activities Division. Their global mandate was to hunt terrorists and their networks. Arriving via agency jet at the same airport, the team split up. Some members occupied a rural safe house, while Court and Zach Hightower were quartered in a dilapidated apartment building just a few blocks from the luxurious hotels lining Nevsky Prospect. Their operation culminated in the third week, when the squad boarded Zodiac raiding craft and assaulted a freighter departing the port of St. Petersburg. Intelligence suggested the vessel carried nuclear materials bound for Saddam Hussein's Iraq. The reality, as Zach reported to Langley via satellite phone, was far less apocalyptic. Conventional weaponry that went bang, not boom. Their orders were baffling: abandon the arms, vacate the ship, and exit Russia immediately. The puzzle pieces fell into place later, albeit loosely, when that identical cache of weapons, complete with Russian packaging, was discovered in Basra, Iraq, and proudly displayed to the world's media. The shipment had been tracked by satellite all the way to Iraq, with coalition forces tipped off to its location. The ensuing diplomatic embarrassment for Russia did nudge their support for the U.S. mission, if only marginally. It was pure political theater, a game far removed from the goon squad's official mission. Court despised the manipulation, but as his boss Zach bluntly reminded him, he wasn't paid to like it, only to follow orders. Disembarking from Sidorenko's private jet, Court was escorted across 100 yards of icy tarmac to a waiting black limousine. His handlers directed him to the front passenger seat. One of the men, his smile flashing enough metal in his teeth and around his neck to theoretically tune into local radio stations, quipped, "You ride up front. The back is for VIPs. You're just a P." He laughed uproariously at his own joke, translating it for his comrades who joined in the amusement. Court merely shrugged and slid into the front seat, an absurd security breach placing him beside an aging driver while the so-called security detail lounged in the plush rear compartment. It was clear Sidorenko's hired muscle weren't winning any awards for intellect. As the car headed west toward St. Petersburg, Court mentally cataloged every turn and landmark, preparing for a potential solo return to the airport. He intended this to be an exceedingly brief visit. His plan was crisp. 30 seconds to inform Sid he resented being forcibly summoned, violating their standing agreement. Another 30 to express his anger over the deceptive nature of his recent assignment, and a final 10 seconds to announce his resignation. He would add that if Sidorenko's collection of gold-chained skinhead enforcers attempted to impede his departure, they'd quickly create new job openings within the organization. However, as events would unfold, nothing would proceed according to Gentry's carefully laid plan. After an hour on the road, the limousine delivered him to an enormous estate on the northern fringes of St. Petersburg. This suburb was entirely unfamiliar to him. He quietly conceded that he wouldn't even be able to locate it on a map. The neighborhood boasted broad, tree-shaded avenues, sprawling estates with manicured grounds and grand historic homes. As the limousine curved up a private drive, Gentry's attention locked onto the mansion ahead. From afar, it was an architectural masterpiece, truly stunning. But the closer they got, the clearer it became that Sid's crew of incompetent thugs had apparently taken on landscaping and housekeeping duties, roles they were even worse at than providing security. The grounds resembled a makeshift military outpost, dotted with tents, smoldering campfires, and clusters of young men who seemed to have nothing better to do. Mud-caked, neglected SUVs were haphazardly parked on the torn-up lawn flanking the driveway. The mansion's exterior paint was peeling, and the circular gravel drive was littered with empty bottles, cigarette ends, and assorted garbage. Stepping from the limo, Gentry was escorted through a kitchen that looked like a fraternity house, after the house mother had fled following a complete meltdown. The sink was piled high with dirty dishes, every counter was buried under takeout containers, and vodka bottles lined the floor like some pathetic attempt at decorative trim. Court was no clean freak, but he couldn't help imagining the insect population that would thrive here in the summer months. He felt a grudging thanks for the icy draft seeping through the thin window, which at least kept the bugs in check, and for the several plump cats he'd seen prowling both inside and outside, presumably handling any rodent issues. He was led up 2 flights on a wide, circular staircase. Men lounged on the steps, absorbed in handheld games, chatting on phones, reading papers, and smoking, each with a submachine gun across his lap or a pistol tucked in a shoulder holster. Some wore stereotypical mobster suits, but most were dressed in mismatched camouflage or army surplus gear, giving off a survivalist vibe rather than any uniform discipline. And every one of them was a skinhead. Their gazes tracked Gentry with open hostility. He figured his long hair and unkempt beard marked him as an outsider, maybe even leading them to peg him as part of whatever ethnic group they blamed for their own miserable lives. Screw them, Court thought. He was confident he could take down any 5 of these clowns without working up a sweat. The only hitch in that confident assessment was the sheer number. He'd already counted at least 10 times that many men on the property. Sidorenko's security philosophy was clearly to prioritize quantity over any semblance of quality. Passing through a set of massive, gilded double doors, Gentry entered an outer office. A well-dressed male secretary sat behind a desk, and he immediately struck Court as infinitely more competent than the dozens of layabouts infesting this royal dump. "May I take your coat, sir?" the man asked in English, rising and coming around the desk. "I won't be staying long," Gentry replied. The secretary recovered smoothly from the slight surprise. "As you wish. Please, right through those doors." he said with a polite gesture, then added in Russian to the four guards, "Stay close to him." Gentry understood. Another pair of gilded doors led into a vast dark hall. The only light came from a fireplace flickering to the right of an enormous desk at the far end of the wood-floored room. No other furniture broke the emptiness, and the space was as cold as a walk-in freezer despite the crackling fire. Each of Gentry's steps echoed through the cavernous room as he moved through the shadows toward the figure behind the desk. "A pleasure to meet you at last, Mr. Gray." Gentry recognized the voice immediately. It was Gregor Ivanovich Sidorenko. His voice was a sharp nasal whine that perfectly suited his pinched appearance. The man was slight, with narrow eyes and delicate features. His glasses looked as fragile as he did. He seemed younger than Gentry had expected, perhaps in his 40s, but not healthy. His face was gaunt, almost undernourished, and his sunken cheeks held a sallow pallor even in the low light. Sid extended a hand toward Court. Court left it hanging. He understood the entire performance since Gdansk, the handlers, the private jet, the armored cars. The show of weaponry was a carefully staged demonstration of Sid's supposed authority. Petty men with outsized power often wielded excessively, trying to compensate for their own perceived inadequacies. This was nothing new to Gentry, but he recognized the need to push back with equal force to establish his own dominance in the room. "We had a deal. No face-to-face meetings. You broke that deal. I'm not one of your puppets. Your crew of low-rent thugs with their cheap jewelry and squeaky guns doesn't impress me. I only came along to tell you two things: that I know your game and that I'm done." The young guards flanking Court didn't grasp the English words, but the foreigner's aggressive tone made them shift closer, their eyes darting to their boss for a signal. Sid stopped them with a raised palm, then fluttered his fingers dismissively, as if shooing insects back into the shadows. They obeyed, and Court heard their footsteps recede behind him. Sidorenko never looked away. He simply retreated behind the desk and settled into his chair, taking a slow sip of purple tea from a gilded glass. Court initially took this as a sign of intimidation, but the Russian's next words came out utterly calm, without a trace of unease. "Have you ever watched a man being boiled alive in a vat of acid? Should I assume that's rhetorical? A business associate of mine." Sid offered a placating gesture. "Not my doing. This was just after the state asset sell-offs, 1993, I believe. I was part of a team of accountants and lawyers working for a Moscow gangster. He was no oligarch, not even particularly clever, but he adored money above all else and muscled his way into several retail chains, frightening or murdering the other partners. He became convinced an employee was skimming from his legitimate businesses, so he summoned all of us to his dacha in Odessa. Waiting, there were some very serious men, Spetsnaz soldiers working side jobs as enforcers for this brute. All 9 of us were marched to a barn, stripped and chained to railroad ties. For 2 days we were beaten and doused with icy water. It was October. The oldest among us, a lawyer, died that first night. On the second night, our employer returned to the barn and announced that if one person confessed, he would spare the rest. No one spoke. The beatings went on for another 12 hours. Court's eyes scanned the room as Sidorenko continued. By the third day, another man was dead. Some regulatory affairs expert, his face a blur to me now. Our employer made the same offer again. Still, no one confessed. He was sure he would kill us all, but, luckily for the rest of us, the man harbored a profound distrust of Jews. Lying there in the filth and blood, he noticed one of us was circumcised, Natan Bulichova. He decided Natan was the deceitful Jew and had a large wooden trough hauled in from outside. It was filled with a potent solvent used for stripping lead paint. Natan was dragged to the ground beside it. For nearly an hour. Those Spetsnaz thugs used shovels to splash the acid onto Natan as he twisted in the straw. His skin turned crimson, then began to blister and slough away, leaving him covered in agonizing, festering wounds. The rest of us had no choice but to stand there and witness it. Eventually, the men with the shovels grew weary, so they snatched up hay hooks and drove them straight through Natan's limbs. They tossed him into the acid vat. All of us who knew him, his friends and co-workers, prayed silently for a quick death, a mercy for him and a release for us. The sound he made is etched into my memory forever. A raw, piercing shriek that only stopped when what was left of his face slipped beneath the surface and did not come back up. It was pure horror. Court could tell Sid relished recounting the tale. Unsure how to respond, Court simply said, "I'm guessing stealing from that guy was a bad career move." Sid gave a casual shrug, picking up his teacup. "Actually, Nathan was completely innocent. I was the one who took the money, used it as seed capital to start my own venture. Our boss let the rest of us walk away. He, however, was gunned down in '94, took a bullet in the back during a suit fitting in Moscow." Court let out a tired breath. "Is there a moral to this story? If there is, I'm missing it, or are you just trying to scare me because it's not working?" "The point," Sid said, his tone shifting from conversational to something colder and more deliberate, "is that I need you to understand exactly who you're dealing with. I can be a valuable friend. I wish to be your friend. But if you walk into my house and address me with the disrespect you've shown today, if you fail to accord me the proper respect, then I can become your most formidable enemy. Do not mistake my generally agreeable nature for weakness. I have built myself into the man I am." He did not start here. To prosper in Russia, you require two qualities in equal measure: intellect and a capacity for ruthlessness. "That mobster I mentioned?" He was all brutality. "Eliminating a rival like that gets results, but then to stroll out alone for a tailoring appointment and get shot. Clearly, he lacked the foresight to comprehend where his violence would lead. Others, the accountants and financiers who turned to crime, they possessed the intellect for success. But in this pit of vicious competition, institutional rot, and the relentless, bloody pursuit of wealth, those cerebral criminals were wiped off the board even faster than the brutish thugs. I came to understand that the survivor would be the man who combined both the mind for strategy and the stomach for what needed to be done. Someone with the acuity for business and the fortitude for violence could not just survive but dominate in the new Russia. Grandy had the mind, that was never in question. But the stomach? That was something I had to cultivate. "So, do you make a habit of dissolving your employees in acid?" Court asked, his voice now edged with a dry, sarcastic bite. The horror story had curdled into a sales pitch, and he found the whole performance absurd. "No, my employees are treated quite well by me. They are National Socialists, in case you hadn't noticed. They amuse themselves by roughing up immigrants. Given your complexion and hair, they assume you're from the Caucasus region, so you're not their favorite person. I don't threaten them. I give these young men considerable freedom here in my home, and I compensate them exceptionally well." "With gold chains?" Sid laughed, a genuine sound of amusement. "Ha. No, not with gold chains. With euros. It used to be dollars, but, well, the world turns. You can come here, filled with your anger, and you can declare you no longer wish to work with me, but, Mr. Gray, I assure you, for what you require, I am simply the best there is." On the wall to Court's left, in a massive, ornate gilt frame, hung an imposing painting. Through the room's hazy light, the stern, square-jawed visage and penetrating gaze of Joseph Stalin looked directly at Court. "Charming decor," Court remarked as he lowered himself into a stiff, high-backed wooden chair facing the desk. Sidorenko glanced at the portrait as if seeing it for the first time. "Yes, I appreciate the aura of authority it projects." "You don't strike me as part of the old guard," Court said. "What do you mean by that?" "A communist. I figured all you billionaire mobsters were capitalist pigs, just like the rest of the so-called civilized world." Sidorenko threw his head back and laughed, an open-mouthed chuckle that gurgled in his throat. "Absolutely, I'm a pig, but not one with an ideology." His eyes remained fixed on the portrait as he spoke. He was a monster, no doubt, but Uncle Joe did utter perhaps the most profound statement ever made. He declared, "Death solves all problems." Court completed the thought. "No man, no problem." Sidorenko's smile was one of genuine admiration. "Naturally, you'd be familiar with that. It's practically your own personal motto, isn't it?" "It is not." Sid gave a casual shrug. "An operational philosophy, then?" He didn't wait for a reply. Stalin, the Romanovs, the Great Patriotic War, the modern Russian nationalist skinhead movement. I possess, you understand, a certain fascination for truly horrific things. I admire the raw power of cruelty. A man capable of delivering death and despair to others wields more influence than the wealthy, the celebrated, or the virtuous. Is that your operational philosophy? Not exactly. More of a hobby, really. The bulk of my enterprises are relatively mundane. Escort services, financial obfuscation, purloined automobiles, credit card fraud, narcotics, profitable certainly, but profit isn't my true driving force. You see, nothing is more gratifying to me than being an active participant in the very industry where you practice your craft. I refer to the industry of death. I'm Russian. Our history is written in shadow and ruin. There are countless victims and only a handful of merchants of suffering. I elected to be among the latter, appalling but preferable to the alternative, wouldn't you agree? Court remained silent. He was used to operating for, with, around, and against complete lunatics. This Russian oddity was just another day on the job for him. Sid pressed on, "You are my instrument. You are my implement. If I decide to be..." Sidorenko's smile returned. "Precisely, if you decide. Which is the very reason I invited you here today. I assumed you brought me here to try and frighten me. Are you frightened? Not even slightly." Sid's smile widened. "Well, that's fortunate, as I have another purpose. I have a job." He took another deliberate sip of his dark tea and leaned forward over his desk, his posture shifting to one of business. If you could eliminate any person on Earth at this very moment, who would it be? Greg Sidorenko. Sid laughed. Court did not. The mirth drained from Sid's face, cooling into a thin, knowing smirk. "The planet's premier assassin wishes me dead. I ought to be terrified. But I'm not. Because once I reveal your new target, you will be grateful, and you and I will become the closest of allies." Court stood and pivoted sharply. Instantly, the four men by the door behind him pushed away from the wall and closed in. Court addressed Sid. "I'm leaving. If these men attempt to stop me, they will be injured. I suspect you might even enjoy the spectacle, but you'll need to recruit a fresh batch of thugs afterward." "President Bakri Aboud," Sid shouted the name. It reverberated through the lengthy hall, and the gray man froze in place. He did not turn around immediately. Court stated, "I don't object to a challenge, but I require feasibility. He is an impossible mark." He began walking again. "Under normal circumstances, absolutely. But I possess an entry point. I have his itinerary, I have a path to him, and I have an exit strategy." Court let out a scornful chuckle. "Then handle it yourself. I didn't claim it would be simple. But you can accomplish it. Just hear my proposal. You may still decline, of course, if it doesn't suit you, but I am confident you will find it agreeable." Court turned and took several steps back toward the desk. "The president of Sudan is acutely aware he is a wanted man. The International Criminal Court in The Hague has issued a warrant for his arrest for the genocide in Darfur, a man who is hunted, yet encircled by personal guards, who commands a national police force, an intelligence service, an army, an air force, a navy, who rules an entire damned country. A single individual cannot reach him." Sid took another slow sip of his tea. "In 9 days, a Russian transport aircraft will depart Belarus carrying military hardware for President Aboud's forces. The plane's destination is Khartoum, the capital. It is a clandestine flight. No manifest, no customs, no complications." 4 days later, on April 10th, Aboud celebrates his birthday in his hometown of Suakin. This ancient port city lacks any significant military presence or major government facilities. He travels there with his personal security detail, roughly 24 men, and while his farm is heavily guarded, his routine includes visiting the local mosque 3 times daily. At dawn, the president himself ascends the minaret to perform the call to prayer. The area around Suakin is dotted with crumbling towers and ruins dating back to the Roman era. A skilled individual with a sniper rifle would find no shortage of ideal positions, wouldn't you agree? "I wouldn't know," Court replied, his voice feigning irritation, though he was fully engaged. "Mr. Gray, I can deposit $2 million into your account tomorrow. E can have you on a transport plane to Sudan in 9 days with arrangements to exit the airport discreetly. I have a driver who can take you to Suakin, assuming mission success. 1 week later, I can facilitate your equally quiet return to the airport for a flight back to Russia on a Russian jet. Upon your arrival home, another 2 million will be waiting. 4 million total, plus your own cut, no doubt. Your client must be extremely motivated to see President Aboud gone, indeed." "Who is it?" Court leaned back in the stiff chair. Sidorenko tilted his head, appearing only mildly surprised. "I was under the impression you typically didn't concern yourself with the payer's identity. Only the merit of the target. My trust isn't what it used to be, not after the last job." Now Sid showed genuine surprise. Slattery, he was exactly as I described, but the financier wasn't, Court stated flatly. The Russian considered this, his small eyes seeming to turn inward in thought, the firelight making his pupils flicker. Gentry expected an argument, a performance of confusion, a denial. Instead, Sidorenko simply raised his hands in a gesture of sheepish surrender, shrugged, and admitted, "Yes, that's true. I deceived you. My apologies. To answer your question, it is the Russian government itself that wants Aboud dead. They are funding this contract through intermediaries, of course." "You're lying again. Russia and China are practically the only nations with decent relations with Aboud." "Why would Russia?" "Because Russia's relationship with Sudan isn't as strong as China's. 3 years ago, China secured expanded mineral rights in the Darfur Desert, a large sector designated Tract 12A. Moscow didn't care at the time. It was just barren scrubland on the Chadian border. But China found something, Court interjected, not just something. The most powerful something of all.
Oil. Correct.
A massive reserve. The Chinese are swarming over Tract 12A right now, bringing in equipment and personnel. Drilling will commence shortly. Aboud permitted this. However, if Aboud were removed, influential members of the Sudanese Parliamentary Council, individuals within his own party, have assured Moscow that new leadership would eject the Chinese and grant Tract 12A to Russia under a mutually beneficial arrangement. If Sudan already has a deal with China, how can a new president simply disregard it? Sidorenko looked momentarily disappointed, as if the question were dangerously naive. "This is Africa," he said simply. Court gave a slow nod. "And what would this new leader do about the genocide in Darfur?" "That," Sidorenko replied, "is impossible to predict. You must understand that. It stands to reason that removing President Aboud could lead to a better situation. He's built a cult of personality. His followers obey without question. And there is no clear heir with the same influence. Beyond that, Darfur's significance has shifted. It's no longer just about crushing a desperate population. Whoever follows him might halt the genocide to redirect the UN's attention and its funding elsewhere." Sid allowed himself a smile. "And that's when my people will arrive." Gentry stayed silent, his gaze drifting toward the fireplace where flames danced beneath a stern portrait of Joseph Stalin. Sid pressed on. "Your action would eliminate a dangerous and powerful man. More than that, it could very well stop a genocide that has dragged on for 10 years. That's your story," Court murmured, still watching the fire. He knew Sid didn't actually care about ending atrocities or removing evil from the world. This was just a sales pitch designed to motivate a hired gun Sid probably saw as overly principled. The Russian behind the desk offered a thin smile. "I would prefer your trust, but ours is a new partnership. That will come in time, I'm sure. For now, you are welcome to verify everything yourself. My men will take you to a comfortable hotel. You can spend the evening reviewing the materials I've prepared, learning the key figures, the alliances, studying the terrain. Return here tomorrow morning with your decision. I am confident it will be the correct one, after which we can immediately begin tailoring the operation to your methods." Court gave a slow nod. He asked, "Your men, should I assume they've been instructed not to leave my side?" Gregor Sidorenko's smile remained, but his eyes turned serious. "You may assume exactly that. St. Petersburg can be unfriendly to outsiders. They will ensure your safety." Then, with a raised eyebrow and a sly grin on his gaunt face, he added, "Your evening will be busy, but I can arrange some company. You've been under strain. There's no harm in a little distraction before your next job begins." "You mean a prostitute, a companion?" Court's shoulders sank. "Just another complication. Sid, don't send anyone to my room." "As you wish, Mr. Gray. He only thought it might lift your spirits." He said something in Russian to the guards and shared a laugh with them when he finished. Gentry didn't understand a word. With a dismissive wave, Sid concluded, "Until tomorrow, then." Gentry ate alone in an empty Russian restaurant. He took a table in the rear while his minders sat near the entrance, quietly turning away any potential customers. The waitstaff sat smoking in gloomy silence, offering no protest. After the meal, he was driven to the Nevsky Palace Hotel on Nevsky Prospect. The limousine entered through a loading dock, and 5 of Sid's men escorted the American through a service entrance. A staff elevator whisked the group to the 12th floor, and they proceeded down a long, brightly lit corridor to a corner suite. Court was shown into a junior suite, outrageously opulent even for that category, and clearly altered by Sidorenko's team. A spacious sitting area opened to a narrow balcony. Notably, there was no telephone. A hallway led from the living room to a large bedroom, also without a phone, connected to a modern bathroom. On the vanity, Court found an excessive stock of toiletries, enough for an entire sports team to primp for a night out. A young man with a shaved head closed the door on his way out, informing Court that minders would be posted outside his door and in the adjoining room overnight. They would wake him at 7 for breakfast before driving him back to Sid for his answer. In the bedroom, a single change of clothes lay on the bed. A silk tracksuit, a riot of black fabric with thick purple trim and a gold V-shape stitched beneath the velour collar. It was the kind of aggressively loud outfit that would turn heads for all the wrong reasons anywhere but certain post-Soviet cities. Returning to the sitting area, he noticed a substantial pile of documents, books and pamphlets, all opened and marked for his review. Sid had clearly arranged this research so he could verify every claim the Russian gangster had made regarding Sudan, the competing foreign interests, and the contested oil tract in the Darfur Desert. Court had no intention of doing his assigned reading. He moved instead to the balcony, observing the congested traffic on the wet street below, his eyes scanning the surrounding buildings and squinting against the glare of the streetlights. A plan formed with cold efficiency. Back in the bathroom, he pocketed a can of shaving cream and a washcloth before returning to the balcony. With practiced ease, he swung a leg over the railing, found purchase on the ornate drainpipe running alongside the wall, and shimmied down to the balcony directly below. After a couple of swings for momentum, he launched himself forward, landing softly on the 11th floor terrace. The room beyond was clearly occupied. Lights blazed, and clothing was scattered about, but it was momentarily empty, the guests likely out for a late meal. The balcony door was locked. Working quickly, he shook the can and sprayed a thick, dinner plate-sized layer of white foam onto the glass, concentrating it near the handle. Wrapping his right hand in the cloth, he drove his fist through the center of the foam. The punch landed with a muffled crack, the shaving cream absorbing the sound and preventing the glass from shattering noisily across the tile floor. Letting the cloth fall inside, he reached through the hole, unlatched the door, and slipped into the room. A quick search of the strewn luggage and garments yielded nothing in his size, a frustrating but utterly predictable setback. Nothing in his life ever came easily. A flawless operation was practically a myth. Exiting via the main door, he took the hallway to a stairwell, descended 4 flights, navigated another corridor, and then slipped unnoticed into the hotel lobby. From there, he found a staff entrance leading to a bustling laundry room. Blending into the background, he emerged half an hour later in fresh, nondescript clothing, heading for a small guest house he remembered a quarter-mile from the Grand Hotel. The place was a dive, no question, but it held a certain nostalgic familiarity. He'd stayed here back in 2003 with Zach Hightower, his old goon squad team leader, while they waited to intercept a cargo ship loaded with Saddam Hussein's illicit weapons. Time had been kind to neither the neighborhood nor the building. It was still a quiet, secluded dump at the end of a narrow cul-de-sac, offering a clear line of sight on anyone approaching. An elderly woman at the desk took his euros for one night. When she asked for a passport, he merely offered a shrug and fanned out 2 additional 20-euro notes. She shrugged in return, accepting the cash without another word. He requested the second-floor room facing the street, and she led him up a creaking staircase, past a communal bathroom, and down a shoulder-width hallway that groaned with every step. She unlocked the door, handed him the key, and shuffled away without a backward glance. Compared to the gilded cage at the Nevsky Palace, surrounded by watchful, shaven-headed guards, this cramped and creaky room felt like pure, unadulterated freedom. All he wanted was to collapse, to stretch out on the mattress and weigh his choices, whether to bolt or to work with Sidorenko to reach Sudan. Part of him even hoped he might still get back to his suite in time to sift through the documents there, hoping they'd clarify his next move. Court pushed into the dark room and hit the light switch. Nothing. Typical dump. He let out a frustrated breath and edged forward, guided by the faint streetlight glow seeping past the cheap vinyl curtains. He skirted the narrow twin bed, yanked the curtains open, and turned to take in the space. 5 men stood motionless against the walls, each position just steps away from the gray man. His survival instinct ignited in a flash, and Court attacked without hesitation. He dropped low and lunged at the figure on his far right, driving into him as heavy arms hammered down on the back of Court's skull. They slammed together into the wall. Gentry whipped his left leg up for a groin kick at whoever was closing in from behind. His boot connected with an inner thigh, stinging, but not disabling. As he drove a palm-heel uppercut into the face of the man grappling him, a body hurtled from the right, smashing him sideways. Court's strike landed just as he was spun off his feet, crashing onto the bed on his back. Instantly, two more men seized his legs, pinning them down. With his one free arm, he threw a vicious punch into the solar plexus of an oncoming attacker, only to feel the rigid plate of a Kevlar vest beneath the dark clothing. No damage done. Even amid the chaos, a cold clarity settled over him. These men weren't just competent. They were exceptional. Fast, powerful, impeccably trained. Worse, they worked as a unit. No shouts, no panic, just ruthless efficiency. He managed to drive a sharp elbow into the temple of a smaller operative, sending him cracking against the wooden headboard before he tumbled to the floor. But the others closed the gap instantly, their combined weight locking his limbs to the mattress as he thrashed for freedom to his left. One of the shadows retrieved something from the gloom and stepped forward with calm precision. Court caught the glint of thin metal and a stubby plastic barrel. Even in the poor light, he recognized the outline of a syringe. The needle advanced, its unknown chemical payload seconds from entering his bloodstream unless he could stop it. In that moment, it clicked. These were CIA Special Activities Division paramilitaries, a full field team. They had a termination order on him. He'd evaded them for years, but his luck had finally run out. Bound to happen, really. What a joke, all that running just to get cornered in a flophouse. With a feint, Court relaxed his left arm for a split second, giving the man holding it a brief respite from the struggle. The trick worked. Gentry yanked the arm down and free, then fired a fierce jab into the needleman's face. The man's head snapped back. He dropped the syringe, clutching his nose as he folded backward. But the operative pinning Court's left leg snatched the instrument from the floor, jammed the needle deep into Gentry's thigh, and depressed the plunger before Court could kick free. "Son of a bitch," Court roared, unsure what was flooding his veins but certain the fight was over. He went still. No point struggling now. He was finished. A sixth man entered the room, slow, deliberate, with a cocky sway in his step. Court tried to focus on him. But a cold, heavy numbness was already spreading through his core, dragging him under. The substance they'd administered was undeniably potent. His experience with toxins and disabling agents told him this was a heavy, fast-acting sedative. His muscles went slack, a sensation of his body dissolving into the mattress washing over him. The newcomer leaned in as the others stepped away. 2 of the initial 5 were incapacitated on the floor, while the remaining 3 attended to their injured comrades with detached efficiency. The man in the dark room simply studied Court with an analytical gaze. Gentry fought to focus, battling the chemical fog thickening in his veins. For a fleeting second, the face seemed recognizable. But a surge of vertigo scrambled the image into nonsense. The man above him spoke. "Hello, Court." Even through the haze, the voice struck a chord of familiarity. The man grabbed Court's face, squeezing his cheeks until his mouth slackened. Open spit dribbled over his tongue and down his stubbled chin. 20 seconds to lights out, the man announced to the others in the room. He turned his attention back to Gentry, a smirk playing on his lips. "Predictable. I knew you'd slip out of that hotel and make your way here. Seriously, haven't you learned any new tricks in 8 years? It's your bad luck I happen to recall this miserable place." He glanced back at his team. Sierra 6 was never the fortunate one. The old joke was that if it were raining beautiful women, Court Gentry would be the only guy getting smacked in the face with something decidedly less pleasant. Sierra 6, as the blackness rushed up to claim him, Court's drugged mouth managed to form a single, slurred whisper before consciousness fled entirely. "Zach, you do remember me, Gentry, don't you?" For a moment, Gentry hadn't even remembered his own name. His eyes were open when awareness returned, leaving him unsure how long he'd been adrift in that gray space between sleep and waking. He was alive, that much he knew with certainty, though little else was clear. A deep chill registered next, followed by the sight of his own bare chest and underwear. He was seated on a hard chair, 4 walls boxing him in, his wrists cured tightly behind his back. 4 men stood over him, their hostile presence a tangible weight in the small room, but their features swam in and out of focus. the drugs still circulating in his system. During his training at the CIA's covert autonomous asset development program in Harvey Point, North Carolina, he'd been subjected to a brutal regimen injected with force to ingest or made to inhale roughly 24 different psychoactive compounds. The goal was to test and sharpen his physical coordination and mental acuity under chemical influence. He once successfully scaled a 3-story rope net and picked a complex lock while utterly numbed by midazolam, though the memory of the feat itself was erased 20 minutes later. He'd learned a great deal about narcotics and anesthetics back then, but all that knowledge did him little good now except to confirm he was profoundly, utterly compromised. A sudden bitter realization hit him. He'd gone nearly 3 weeks without the heavy painkillers, seemingly breaking the addiction that had plagued him for months in the French countryside. Now he wondered if this forced intoxication would unravel all that hard-won progress. Then again, he thought with grim irony, if one of these men simply did his job and put a bullet in his brain, the issue would be permanently resolved. Death has a way of tidying up loose ends. 3 of the 4 figures filed out through a narrow door, leaving only the one who had spoken. "Give it a minute," the standing man said, his tone almost conversational. "We stopped the IV drip a little while ago. You'll clear up fast. Just signal when my voice stops sounding like it's underwater, all right?" Court recognized the voice before he could place the face. He wrestled against the drug's grip, shaking his head to dispel the mental fog, blinking rapidly until his vision began to solidify. Then he knew, his brow furrowed, his head tilted slightly. "Didn't I already kill you once? That's a negative, Court. Why would you kill me? We had a minor disagreement years back, nothing worth holding a grudge over. Hightower." "Zach Hightower," Court said, the name sounding foreign even to the man it belonged to. The words felt thick and clumsy in his mouth. The man standing over him leaned closer. "You hurt?" Court managed a slurred, "Nah, negative. Let's fix that." "Pay attention, brother. I've waited 4 long years for this. Would be a shame if you zoned out now." He snapped his fingers sharply in front of Gentry's glazed eyes. "Still with me? Good. This is for Paul Lynch." Hightower's fist connected with Court's jaw, sending him toppling from the chair. White light exploded behind Court's eyelids as he hit the floor. "Damn," Court groaned. "Damn." Zach echoed, shaking his hand. Court looked up, tasting copper, and spat a ribbon of blood onto the deck. Zach yanked him back up by his hair. The drugs made everything slow, but the sharp pain was a brutal, clarifying anchor. "And this one, Court, is for Dino Reedus." Another blow landed, and Gentry found himself on the floor again, his left eye immediately puffing shut. He heard Hightower curse, nursing his hand. "Reedus tried to kill me," Court spat out. "You all did." "Shut your mouth, Gentry. We're not finished." Gentry pushed himself up to his knees, the world tilting, and hauled himself back into the chair unaided. His vision swam with tears from his swollen eye. "Lynch, Morgan, Reedus, you came for me. What was I supposed to do? Stand there and let it happen?" "Would have simplified things," Hightower grunted. "Keith Morgan's widow would certainly think so." This time, a backhanded slap caught Court's temple. Less force. But Zach still winced and flexed his hand. Court swayed but stayed seated, spitting another mouthful of blood. "Too bad your list of dead buddies is longer than your list of functioning fists." "They were your friends, too," Zach roared. Before you turned on them, he drew his fist back again. "Just do it." Court yelled, a sudden fierce clarity cutting through the fog. "I know the sanction. Shoot on sight. You keep playing around with your fists and we'll be here till sunrise." "Pull your weapon and do your damn job." Zach's fist hovered, then slowly unclenched. His jaw worked silently. He gave a single, grim nod, reached behind his back, and drew a short, nickel-plated revolver from his waistband. In one fluid motion, he swung it up and pressed the cool muzzle against Court Gentry's forehead. Court flinched, his face twitching, but then his gaze lifted, meeting Zach's past the short barrel. His voice dropped to a whisper. "You could at least tell me why." "What does it matter now?" Zach didn't answer. He just held the gun there, the silence stretching for half a minute. Finally he spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "Just so we're clear, whatever comes next, 6, for the rest of your miserable life. Everything from this second on is a gift from me." A hard, unforgiving look in his eyes, he lowered the gun and tucked it away. Court blinked away a sting of sweat. Zack stood back, hands on his hips, breathing heavily from the exertion and the adrenaline. "So," he panted, "did you miss me, Court?" Court blinked again, answering cautiously. Like a migraine, a wry, humorless smile touched Zack's lips, easily arranged. Without another word, Hightower turned and left, closing the door behind him. The sudden solitude let Court's racing heart slow a fraction. He took in the room. Thick, white industrial paint, sparse metal furniture bolted down. The persistent low hum vibrating through the walls told him he was on a boat, likely near the engine room. He couldn't feel any sway, but his sense of balance was completely shot, so that meant nothing. The door opened again, and Hightower returned, this time carrying a bag of crushed ice and a small, sharp utility knife. Zack moved behind the chair and, in one fluid motion, sliced through the flex cuffs securing Court's wrists. He fetched another chair from the hallway, its legs scraping loudly against the floor, and positioned himself opposite Gentry, tossing the ice pack into his lap. Court pressed it against his swollen eye and split lip, the cold a blunt relief against the throbbing. Studying the man with his good eye, Gentry noted the years that had passed since their shared time in the CIA's Gulf Sierra unit, an off-the-books team some insiders darkly called the Goon Squad. Back then, Hightower had been Sierra 1, the commander. Gentry, Sierra 6, was the rookie, yet consistently the first one through any door. Now, in his mid-40s, Zack retained the bright blue eyes of a child, set in a lean, sharply angled face. His hair was cropped high and tight, silver threads woven into the sun-bleached blonde. He stood 6'1", a solid 200 pounds of pure muscle, and carried himself with the unshakable confidence of a man who led with his chest. Court knew the biography. Texas through and through. Navy after college baseball, a storied decade with SEAL Team 6, then a shift to the CIA's Special Activities Division as a paramilitary officer. Zack was sharp, rugged, and utterly self-assured, charming with women, respected by men. "In other words, your textbook SEAL, how's life treating you?" Hightower asked, glancing at his own injured hand, the knuckles swollen and discolored. For a fleeting second, Court considered launching himself from the chair, aiming for the throat. But the drugs still clouding his system told him his reflexes would be a half-step slow. Zack didn't appear concerned about an attack. He probably had a better idea what chemicals were swimming in Court's veins than Court did himself. "Some days are smoother than others," Court replied. "Rumor mill says you've been keeping busy, 3 to 5 jobs a year since you went solo all over the globe. Word is you're stacking paper. Langley's convinced you took out both Abubakar brothers, one in Syria, the other in Madrid a few weeks later. French intel claims someone matching your description lit up half of Francophone Europe last December. Even the Ukrainians are running around blaming you for that mess in Kiev. Please tell me you didn't. You know better than to trust gossip. How'd you track me down?" Zack gave a casual shrug. Echelon intercepted chatter from Sidorenko's crew. "They've got a code name for you, but some genius used Seri J. Muj China on an open line." "Gray man," Court translated, letting out a weary sigh. "Inspired, absolute masterminds, these guys," Zack said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "They mentioned you'd be paying the boss a visit today. NSA alerted Langley. Langley kicked it to me." Court gave a slow nod. "It's shoot on sight, Zack. You dozed me just to drag me here for a beating first?" "Nah, the SOS is temporarily shelved, at least while we have this little chat." "The beating? That was purely personal. You call that a beating? Who said I was finished?" Court's brow furrowed. "Back in Virginia, I shot you, point blank, .44 caliber. I watched you fall backward out a window, 2 stories down." Zack's grin was wide and mirthless, like a hyena's. "Don't remind me, the vest caught the round, but I had a real graceful landing on an AC unit. Shattered my pelvis in 2 places. Tossed in a broken collarbone and a couple ribs for good measure." He winced at the memory, then his expression shifted as a detail surfaced. "Never pegged you for a Derringer guy. Never had a reason to bring it up. Good thing, too." Zack shrugged again. "Depends on your perspective. Honestly, I would have liked a heads up. So why were you there? What did I do?" Zack's shrug this time suggested the answer was painfully obvious. "Orders from the top. A termination. You know how it is." "No, I really don't. What exactly did I do, Zack?" Court's tone was pleading. Hightower just shrugged. "Beats me. I'm just following instructions." "I got the termination order with your name on it, and I carried it out that day, same as any other assignment. That's a lie. They gave you a reason. Come on, when have I ever questioned an order? I'm not like you, always overthinking everything. I do my job with a smile. Court was sure his old team leader was holding back. No one at the agency would tell an SAD team leader to eliminate one of their own without some kind of explanation, but he let it drop. The guys with you tonight? The ones who jumped me, they're your new crew? Basically, not Golf Sierra anymore, but Whiskey Sierra. So I'm still Sierra 1. The paperwork is different from the old team. Rules of engagement are tighter now, but it's the same concept. My new team has a couple of former SEALs, a Delta guy, 2 special forces who transferred over years ago. Solid team, but not in your league. You'll always be my best operator, he grinned. You really messed up, Todd. Broken nose, dislocated jaw. My apologies, Court said, though he wasn't sorry at all. Things happen. Zach shrugged, clearly feeling the same. So why am I here? Zach Hightower reached for the ice pack, took it from Gentry's face, and wrapped it around his own bruised hand. Abowed President Bakri Ali Abode. What about him? You're planning to take him out on a job for Sid? Court saw no reason to pretend. If the CIA knew this much, they likely had more details about Sid's operation than he did. I haven't agreed to anything. You will. We want you to. Why would I care what you want? Just hear me out. It's either that or the termination order, so why not listen? Court took the ice pack back, adjusted it lower, leaving his black eye exposed but numbing the throbbing in his lip. From behind it, he muttered, I'm listening. Hightower leaned in. Here's the situation. We want you to take Sidorenko's job, use the Russians to get into Sudan. They have a good plan to insert you, better than anything we could set up without using agency resources, which we're not authorized to do. And then? Then you act like you're going to eliminate Aboud, but at the last moment we want you to grab him instead. Kidnap him? Yes. And then? Then you hand him off to me and my guys. We'll be on site, hidden but close. You pass him to us and exfiltrate by water with my team. Why does the U.S. want Aboud? Washington wants to resolve the Darfur situation as much as anyone, and Aboud is the main person responsible. He is, but the president and his advisors want Aboud delivered to the International Criminal Court. They want to hand him over on a silver platter. There's been an ICC arrest warrant out for him for 3 years. I know, but eliminating him would be faster and cleaner, with no blowback for the CIA. You could have just let me do the hit for the Russians. Zach laughed. I know, Court, your solution to every problem is a couple of bullets to the skull, but it's a new era in D.C., man. The president and his team at the White House are all about cozying up to Europe, strengthening international institutions and all that. They want the credit. Court couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're joking. The White House actually wants to keep Aboud alive so they can hand him over to the Europeans. Zach shrugged. There's more to it than that. Tit for tat, quid pro quo, and a bunch of other phrases above my pay grade, but basically, yeah. Court shook his head. Not like the old days, huh? Yeah, right? 5 years back, we'd have simply eliminated whoever needed eliminating, and damn the International Criminal Court. I hear you. This feels like a mountain of effort just to package some guy up for the UN or whoever, but Langley has managed to sell the White House and the president himself on a clean approach to grab Aboud and deliver him to the ICC with zero blowback if things go sideways. And that approach is me, Court stated. Exactly. Every competent intelligence service knows the agency wants the gray man dead. That makes you the perfect instrument of plausible deniability. If this arrangement turns sour, it won't carry the CIA's signature. This came from the agency? 100%. Special Activities Division has been kept on too short a leash lately. Drones operated by the CIA and the military are circling at 30,000 feet, dropping hellfires on targets across the map, while paramilitary teams like Whiskey Sierra are practically gathering dust. The White House has clamped down on everything we do. Even our training has suffered. We're not eliminating terrorists. We're not conducting operations in allied nations. We're barely allowed to take a step without permission. SAD needs this mission to proceed, to show the president that our Special Operations Group remains effective in this softer, more cautious era. You're our stand-in. You'll shoulder the risk. You'll secure Aboud, pass him to us. We'll transfer him to justice, and they'll deliver him to a grateful international criminal court. If the president and his risk-averse advisors see how we can make his European allies happy by handing them Abood wrapped neatly, they'll give Sad more room to operate. There isn't a drone in the sky that can perform a snatch and grab. At least, not yet. What about Sidorenko? If we succeed, Sidorenko will assume you were taken out by us while we grabbed Abood in the same action. You don't want to keep working for that caviar-obsessed psychopath, believe me. Even by Russian mafia standards, Greg Sidorenko and his neo-Nazi enforcers are completely unhinged. Court tilted his head. If your team is going to be nearby for the handoff, how do you guarantee no traces lead back to the CIA? Zach gestured dismissively. Minor details. We'll stay discreet, mostly remain in international waters, and move in only for the operation. You'll handle the difficult part. We'll provide support. The CIA's station in Sudan has an informant in Suakin who knows Abood's itinerary for his visit. This asset is involved in emergency contingency planning. He knows the protocols for the president's protective detail and their tactical responses. How does that help me? Zach grinned. The security team has a specific drill for an attack during the president's morning walk to the mosque. If a threat emerges while they're in the square facing the mosque, they rush Abood into the nearby bank and secure him inside the vault until reinforcements arrive. And I suppose you have a method to make them believe a threat is real? The Sudan station does. They have roughly 100 Sudanese Liberation Army rebels who will strike Suakin at 6:35 a.m. on Sunday, April 10th, exactly when Abood and his group reach the square. The president and a portion of his close protection team will enter the bank, which will naturally be empty. Except it won't be empty. Zach nodded enthusiastically. You've got it. You'll already be inside, prepared to neutralize the guards and extract Abood, then get him out of the city while the SLA creates a diversion, blowing things up and keeping the locals and the rest of Abood's team occupied. After that, you link up with me for the transfer. Hightower's excitement about the operation was palpable. His hands and body hadn't stopped moving since he started laying it out. Court sat quietly for a few seconds, then asked, "Is this the part where I start applauding?" "This is a solid plan. 6. We're calling it Operation Nocturne Sapphire," Zach announced. A dry, sarcastic laugh escaped Court. "A thrill just shot right up my leg," he said, his tone flat and unimpressed by his former commander's enthusiasm. "But here's the real prize," Zach continued, leaning in. "The deal I'm cleared to put on the table." Gentry studied the man's face for a long, silent moment. "The agencies wanted me dead for years. What could you possibly offer that would even make me look twice? For starters, we call off the hunt. Not just CIA assets, but we pull Interpol's leash, too. Interpol doesn't keep me up at night. I know they don't. You were never the type to spook easy. But I know what does haunt the gray man. Enlighten me, Zach? What scares me? We do. Doesn't the idea of being free of us sound good? Free of that shoot-on-sight order? People have this glamorous idea of you, Court. They think you're some globe-trotting secret agent, sipping cocktails in Monaco with models. But I know the reality. It's a life on the move, bouncing between forgotten towns where nobody knows your name and nobody would care if you vanished. Always watching your back for someone like me, eating cold beans from a can in some bug-infested motel stairwell while, a block over, people in tuxedos are having steak at a fancy hotel. The words cut deep, striking a nerve cord hadn't wanted exposed. He refused to give Zach the win. "I happen to like beans." "No, you don't. You hate every second of it, except for the work itself. The mission is who you are. The rest is just the miserable circumstance you're stuck in." I know the score. Sierra 6. Being the gray man is a lonely hell. "So let me guess," Court said, his voice dripping with a newfound bitter sarcasm. "You're my fairy godmother here to whisk me away from this dreadful pumpkin." "Damn right I am. I can keep you in the game, but the hounds get called off. At least our hounds do." "In the game working for who?" "The CIA." Obviously, Zach reached out, gripping Court's chin and turning his head gently. "Weren't you listening? Did I rattle your brains too hard back there?" He took the melting ice pack and pressed it back into Gentry's hand. Court pulled away. "So I do this one job in Sudan, and then what? A full-time position? We just pretend the last 4 years never happened? Go back to the good old days?" "Negative. I'm talking contract work. It keeps Langley's fingerprints off the messy stuff, and the pay is a hell of a lot better than a GS salary. Zach smiled, a genuine, almost nostalgic expression. We want you back. He then shrugged, clarifying. Well, not with a desk and a parking spot. That's not in the cards for a man like you. The agency will never admit the gray man is on the payroll. But sometimes in certain situations, I hear the old-timers say, sure wish Sierra 6 was still around, instead of out in the middle of nowhere taking contracts from scumbags. Believe it or not, we miss you. You were always the best. We want you alive, Court. Doing the necessary work under a deniable flag. How do I know you won't just put a bullet in me the second the Sudan operation is over? Because we need you, this isn't an offer to go grow corn in Nebraska under witness protection. We want you to stay out here in the cold, doing what you do, and we'll maintain the public fiction that we're still hunting you. This life is in your blood, and despite your indiscretion in '06, the agency can still use a man with your skills. Washington won't let the Special Activities Division get its hands dirty anymore. But if we handle this right, you get your hands dirty and we get to support you from the shadows. It's perfect, like finding a diamond in a trash heap. You get me? Court shook his head slowly. Not even a little. Come on, drop the cynical act. I know you. You're a patriot at heart, kid. You bleed the colors. The White House has a problem. I have a solution, and you have a unique set of skills. We help each other. His grin widened. Everybody comes out ahead. For the next several minutes, the conversation narrowed to the operational details in Sudan. Zach had a prepared, convincing answer for every one of Gentry's skeptical questions. With the operational details finally exhausted, Court reclaimed the ice pack from Hightower and pressed it firmly against the swollen flesh of his face. Zach watched it for a lingering moment, but made no move to take it back. From behind the cold compress, Court's voice was muffled but firm. I need to hear these terms from someone with more authority than you. Hightower didn't even blink. Such as, I'd accept Matthew Hanley. Our old supervisor is probably running the Special Activities Division by now, if not something even higher. Matt's not in SAD last. I heard he was pushing paper somewhere in South America, Paraguay, I think. Court couldn't hide his confusion. He was the golden boy of Black Ops. What went wrong? You went wrong, you idiot? Having one of his top operators lose his mind and gun down his own team didn't exactly pave his way to the top. So that gets pinned on me too. History belongs to the winners. You might have crawled away, more or less, but the agency is still here to write the official story of what you did and why. Court was silent for a long moment, the ice numbing more than just his skin. Finally, he simply repeated, I need to hear this from someone above you. Hightower gave a slow nod. Fine, sit tight. I'll be back. Court's clothes were returned. He dressed slowly, the fabric rough against his bruised body, and then he waited, the silence in the room broken only by the distant hum of a ship's engine. Over an hour crawled by before two of Zach's men reappeared. Court had spent the time working the ice into his aching face, already dreading the questions about the obvious bruising from his Russian counterparts or captors depending on the day. The two men, one a large black operative and the other an older, weathered white guy, led him out. They moved down a narrow, low-ceilinged hallway past hissing steam and water pipes, up a tight flight of stairs, and into a room on the upper deck. Their hostility was a physical thing, communicated through contemptuous glares and deliberate shoulder checks to steer him through the doorway. Gentry understood. Decking one of their teammates with a punch to the face wasn't a recipe for friendship with these hardened types, but he didn't care. He wasn't here to make pals, even if they were supposedly going to work together. They were professionals just like him, and the mission would come first. Mutual affection wasn't a job requirement. Once seated in the new room, Court's eyes went to a blue monitor on a desk before him. Zach entered a moment later, sliding a satellite phone into a pouch on his hip. All right, you're about to have a chat. He's briefed on this operation and knows exactly who you are, but for the record, you are not a non-official cover operative. Not a CIA employee, not a former CIA employee, and not an American citizen. You are a foreign national asset and will be treated accordingly. Your code name will be your old goon squad handle, Sierra 6. Court gave a single nod. And the code name for President Aboud? Will be Oryx? What's an Oryx? I had to look it up, too. It's some kind of African antelope. Court just shrugged. This dance of code words had been the background music of his life for years. In the goon squad he was Sierra 6, though he'd cycled through countless aliases, and before Hightower, back in the Autonomous Asset Program, they'd called him Violator. The names were supposedly spit out by a random computer algorithm, but Violator had always felt like a brutally honest assessment, not random chance. The agency had yanked him from a South Florida prison where he was serving life for killing 3 Colombian drug traffickers and offered him a deal he couldn't refuse. He never for a second believed a machine had chosen that name. The screen flickered to life. The man on it wore a crisp gray suit and a Brooks Brothers tie in a perfect Windsor knot. He was over 60, with thin glasses perched low on his nose, his face bearing the stern, unyielding countenance of a lifelong soldier. After a heartbeat, Gentry placed him. Court was surprised. More than surprised, he was genuinely shocked. "Sierra 6, do you recognize me?" The voice was clipped, curt. There was no smile, no emotion at all. Gentry responded without hesitation. "Yes, sir." He shifted his gaze toward Zack. Hightower offered a smug smile, his eyebrows lifting with clear satisfaction over his ability to arrange a direct video conference with such a high-ranking official. On the screen was Denny Carmichael, the current director of the U.S. National Clandestine Service and former head of the Special Activities Division, a legend within the agency. Carmichael was a seasoned Far East expert who had once served as the station chief in Hong Kong. In essence, he was the operational mastermind of the CIA. Court understood the mission was significant, yet it was unusual for such covert actions to bear the unmistakable imprint of the highest echelons of American intelligence. "I assume Sierra 1 has briefed you on our proposal concerning the extraordinary rendition of Oryx. I am here to personally confirm the specifics of Operation Nocturne Sapphire." "Yes, sir," Court replied, the words feeling inadequate. He had never interacted with anyone of this stature before, and a strange sense of awe washed over him. A surreal feeling, especially considering Carmichael had almost certainly authorized the shoot-on-sight order that had haunted Court since 2006. Carmichael outlined the same general plan Zack had described. Though his language was draped in careful euphemisms, Court would apprehend Abood with necessary force, not snatch him, as Hightower had bluntly stated. He would neutralize all immediate threats from Abood's personal security team, a far cry from Zack's suggestion to put a hollow point round through each bodyguard's skull. This contrast in terminology was a classic divide between the field operatives and the policymakers in this shadowy world. Court was more accustomed to the gritty vernacular of men like Zack, but he knew the bloody outcome would remain unchanged, regardless of how politely or harshly it was phrased. The operation would proceed, and people would die. As Carmichael spoke, Hightower leaned casually against the ship's bulkhead, occasionally mimicking a talking hand gesture to mock the director's formal verbosity. Otherwise, Sierra 1 remained respectfully quiet, after detailing the mission parameters. Carmichael addressed the part of the arrangement that mattered most to the gray man. "Succeed in this, Sierra 6, and the agency's active operation to eliminate you will be terminated. All internal sanctions and directives against you will be revoked. Existing Interpol warrants will be withdrawn. Communications from CIA liaisons to foreign intelligence services regarding your status will cease. Our requests to the NSA for echelon surveillance and data mining focused on you will be allowed to lapse. Other lingering issues will be resolved. The FBI, Joint Special Operations Command, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, even the Commerce Department, you will cease to be a person of interest to any U.S. federal entity." Court hadn't realized JSOC was involved in hunting him. JSOC meant Delta Force, the unit, and that meant facing some of the toughest soldiers on the planet. The Commerce Department, however, didn't exactly strike the same chord of terror. "I understand," Gentry stated. "Good. Do we have an agreement? Will you tell me what this is really about?" Carmichael appeared slightly irritated, likely uncomfortable negotiating with a fugitive, but he nodded. "President Abood is wanted by the international criminal." "Pardon me, sir. I meant, can you tell me about the shoot-on-sight order? Why you came after me in the first place?" A lengthy silence followed. Denny Carmichael glanced off-screen, perhaps seeking counsel from someone in the room with him. When he finally spoke, his tone was heavy. "Son, if you genuinely don't know what you did, it's probably best for everyone if I don't enlighten you." "I don't follow. Let's focus on the present," We are prepared to forget the past. Do we have a deal concerning President Aboud? Court looked at Zack. Zack looked back, his expression unreadable. Finally, Gentry gave his reply. Yes, sir. I'll hold up my end. I'm counting on you and Sierra 1 to do the same. Carmichael gave a nod, his expression remaining stern. Good. This is our last communication. 6, Sierra 1 will lead Operation Nocturne Sapphire on the ground. The objective is the rendition of President Bakri Ali Aboud from Sudan to the International Criminal Court in the Netherlands. Assuming Africa goes smoothly, future arrangements will be handled through your assigned SAD SOG case officer. Understood. With a final abrupt nod from the screen, the feed cut out. Zack broke the silence immediately. Man, I thought he'd never stop talking. Court rose to his feet, checking the time. So, are we set? 6? Zack pressed. Court felt a wave of weary acceptance. He was committed now, though the path ahead was fraught. You need to get me back to the hotel. Can't have Sid's crew noticing I'm gone. A grin spread across Zack's face. Copy that? A couple of my guys will run you back and make sure you're settled. Don't take it personally if they're not exactly friendly at first. They're a bit salty about this whole situation. Got some wild idea in their heads that you were the one who turned on your own team and then skipped town to cash in as a contractor. I wonder where they heard a story like that, Zack. Sierra 1 held up his hands in mock surrender. I might have played a small part in their current opinion. Also, you did put Todd on the bench for this mission. He then clapped Court on the back a bit too hard. But hey, it's good to have you back in the mix. One more thing, let's talk gear. What about it? I'll have all the mission-specific hardware for Nocturne Sapphire staged in Sudan. I'll meet you there to hand it off the night before we move. For your personal kit, tell me what you need, and I'll see what I can scrounge up by next week. A reliable sat phone for North Africa. A Hughes Thurea would work. Plenty of extra batteries. That should cover it. Hightower stared at him. Planning to beat someone to death with a satellite phone? I was talking about weapons 6. I'll get my guns from Sid. His arsenal is better than the agency's issue. Ouch. But hey, you're saving the government some money, so I guess I can't complain. 12. Court slipped back into his suite at the Nevsky Palace just before 5 in the morning. After another hour of planning with Hightower, he'd been escorted from the yacht's hold onto a small dinghy manned by 2 of Zack's operatives. The journey across the icy, dark waters of the Bay of Finland was made in total silence, landing close to 4 a.m. A car was waiting at the dock to whisk him back to the hotel and up to a rented room directly above his own, another of Hightower's meticulous preparations. From this room, the 2 sad men lowered a rope from the balcony and handed Court a small notepad with team contact details. The operator named Spencer, who had been introduced along with his Croatian accented partner Milo, finally spoke up. Look, man, he said, the city lights glinting off the water behind him. You hear things? Gossip? Rumors? Usually I ignore it, but were you the one in Kiev? A simple yes or no. Gentry took the pad, shoved it into his pocket, and broke his hour-long silence with 2 words. Get lost. He ignored the rope, swung himself over the railing, and dropped smoothly onto his balcony below. Spencer leaned over the edge and called down. Right back at you, 6. See you in 2 weeks, sweating in the damn desert. Inside, Court stood under a hot shower, the steam clouding the mirror. He examined the bruises on his face, a map of recent conflicts, then glanced at the clock on the bathroom counter. The day was already beginning, and with it, the slow, heavy weight of the deal he had just made. 5 a.m. in just 2 hours. He'd need to come up with a convincing story about how he ended up with a black eye and a swollen lip while supposedly reviewing documents alone in a junior suite. Naked Court started to leave the bathroom but hesitated. On a sudden impulse, he turned back and opened the medicine cabinet. His pulse quickened even as his shoulders sank. Sid's crew had stocked it with over a dozen prescription medications. Decongestants, antibiotics, pills for temporary erectile dysfunction, none of which mattered in the slightest right now. But his eyes locked onto the painkillers almost instantly. Dilaudid, 4-milligram tablets. His heart raced at the thought of the calm one pill would bring, yet his shoulders slumped in defeat. He wasn't in any real pain. He wanted the strong opioid but didn't need it, and he knew his 3 weeks of self-imposed detox were about to vanish in a handful of seconds. Court dry-swallowed 2 tablets, Then, in a surge of frustration and self-disgust, he poured the rest down the drain of the running sink. After pulling on the hideous purple tracksuit Sid's men had left, he lay back on the bed. His mind would soon grow foggy. He had to think before the medication fully took hold. He considered President Aboud. If Operation Nocturne Sapphire succeeded, the murderous dictator would survive. That idea ate at Gentry. It was perhaps too simplistic, but Sid's quote from Stalin held a blunt truth that resonated with Court, even if he'd never admit sharing any common ground with Uncle Joe. Death solves all problems. No man, no problem. That wasn't exactly Court's philosophy. Political assassination rarely solved deeper issues, but it certainly achieved short-term objectives. And without a doubt, eliminating a dangerous actor ended that actor's harmful deeds. Killing Aboud would quite simply end Aboud. Beyond that, Court Gentry didn't much care. The dilaudid hit him abruptly. A silent wave of contentment washed through his mind, like a cool egg cracked over his forehead and oozing down around his skull. For a long moment, he just lay there, gazing up at the bed's canopy and admiring the quilted patterns in the fabric. Damn! He thought, both grateful for the chemical relief from his burdened thoughts and furious at himself for giving in to the temptation. Fighting off the next wave of drowsiness, he forced himself back to his current dilemma. No, he didn't relish the idea of kidnapping the planet's most despised man. Sid's operation would have been more personally satisfying than Hightower's, yet Hightower's offer came with a far more appealing reward. Having the CIA's shoot-on-sight order revoked wouldn't fix everything, but it would mean more to him than $4 million in some account. The money was useless if he wasn't alive to spend it, and with the agency on his heels for the past 4 years, he hadn't been able to pause in his global sprint from pursuit. Yes, he'd give anything to get back into the CIA's good graces. Whatever he'd done to earn the SOS sanction. Maybe he could make up for it by delivering Aboud to Zach and his Whiskey Sierra team wrapped in a bow. A knock sounded at the door. Court glanced at the bedside clock, 7 a.m. crap. He had no idea if he'd slept at all or if the drugs and anxiety had swallowed the last 2 hours whole. He heard the sitting room door open. Moments later, 3 men stepped into his bedroom. They were cut from the same cloth as the thugs who dropped him off. Suits wrinkled, as if they'd slept in them in the hallway, or maybe never went to bed at all, perhaps staying up all night celebrating. Court rose slowly, rubbing his eyes, and felt the medication in his veins dulling his movements and throwing his balance off. The men eyed his black, gold, and purple tracksuit with clear approval before their gaze shifted upward. Even through his beard, Court was certain they could make out his swollen, discolored lip, and the black eye was impossible to hide. "What happened to you?" the first man asked in Russian. Court understood and almost answered instinctively, but he caught himself just before the words escaped. Damn it. The dilaudid haze was thick in his mind, dulling his edge. He offered an exaggerated shrug, waiting for the man to recognize the language barrier. When the question came again in English, Court replied flatly, took a tumble out of bed. Silk sheets are a hazard. 13. Court was brought before Gregor Sidorenko again after breakfast. The Russian was in his courtyard, undeterred by the bitter gray morning and a persistent, icy drizzle. He sat at a small metal table under a red canopy, wearing gold pajama bottoms and fluffy slippers, his legs crossed. 2 young guards with machine pistols stood among the winter-bare shrubs. Court noted their poor positioning. At that range, if they opened fire with their little automatic weapons, they'd likely hit their boss as easily as their target. The amateurish security made him cringe internally. It was like hearing a discordant, grating noise. Gentry approached with his minders, having maintained a stony silence since leaving the hotel. He gave Sidorenko a curt nod. "Let's get started. What happened to your face?" "Nothing. Are we doing this or not?" Sidorenko hesitated, then clapped his hands with a thumbs up that seemed awkward in translation. "Excellent. My government will be pleased, understand something," Court stated. "This is my operation. You follow my instructions precisely or I walk." Sidorenko sat up straighter, nodding quickly. "I leave here alone. I need time to prepare without your crew watching me. In a few days, I'll send you a location. Your men can collect me there." Court produced a handwritten list and slid it across the table. "They bring this equipment. We'll go to a remote site of your choosing so I can test the rifle and check the gear. After that, I'm operational. I'll follow your plan for insertion into Sudan. Once I land in Khartoum, I'll link up with your agent. We proceed to the coast together. I will be completely off the grid until the job is done. I'll notify you via my own satellite phone, and then we discuss extraction." Sidorenko was practically vibrating with excitement. "Brilliant. It will be exactly as you say." For the next week, Gentry immersed himself in preparation. He test-fired and zeroed weapons, pushing his body through rigorous runs and climbs in the forests east of St. Petersburg. His rucksack weighted with stones to rebuild his stamina. He made daily trips to a tanning salon in the affluent suburb of Pushkin, darkening his skin for the mission ahead. His days were filled with studying maps, books, and dossiers on every faction in Sudan, from the smallest rebel group to the formidable structure and tactics of the dreaded National Security Service. He absorbed details on history, infrastructure, roads, ports, and the disposition of military installations, leaving no detail unexamined. In a moment of dark irony, he even found himself chuckling at a travel brochure for Khartoum left in his hotel room, its sunny beaches, a stark contrast to the grim task awaiting him. He focused intently on the Red Sea coastline of the country, as this would be his theater of operations, first as a hitman for the Russian syndicate, then as a covert asset for the CIA. "This is going to be a real mess," he thought with dry humor. After the rest of Whiskey Sierra departed to board the CIA-modified yacht Hannah, already positioned in Eritrea, and bound for Port Sudan. Just north of Suakin, Court reconvened with Zach Hightower. The two men spent a full day buried in codes, maps, gear, and contingency planning, leaving no stone unturned. Hightower detailed how the Sudanese Liberation Army, an anti-Abowed rebel group, would stage a diversionary attack the morning of the president's abduction. This was designed to draw off the bulk of his security and funnel Aboud directly into the bank. An asset within CIA's Sudan station, a former member of the president's personal detail, had confirmed the protocol. During any threat while walking to the Suakin Mosque, the president would be rushed into that bank to hold up in its secure interior until helicopter reinforcements arrived from Port Sudan. The location was considered a low-risk target. The SLA had no presence there, and Aboud had visited repeatedly without trouble. Court's role was to be inside, ready to grab the president and extract him from the city, while Whiskey Sierra remained on the town's periphery, avoiding direct engagement unless absolutely necessary. The team would then rendezvous with an inflatable Zodiac, transfer to the Hannah, and set sail north. Hightower would secure Aboud in a mini-submarine attached to the yacht's hull. From there, Sierra 1 and Oryx would meet a CIA fishing trawler in international waters. This layer of misdirection ensured that if Sudanese patrols boarded the Hannah, they'd find no trace of the kidnapping. The yacht would proceed up the Red Sea coast to Alexandria, by which time Aboud would be locked away in the ICC detention center in The Hague. It was a daring, almost reckless scheme. Court couldn't pinpoint any single flaw in the logic, yet he knew 1,000 variables could unravel it all. Human error, faulty intelligence, or just plain bad luck. More than anything, the operation reeked of a department scrambling to prove its worth to an administration that had all but banned paramilitary covert actions. A few nights later, alone in his hotel, Court dialed a number provided by Sidorenko's crew. Speaking to the secretary, he claimed a minor training injury required a bottle of mild painkillers to manage his recovery. He arranged a meet in a shadowy corridor of Vitebsk metro station, where one of Sid's young enforcers handed over a paper bag without a word. Still on the platform, waiting for his train back to the hotel on Zagorodny Avenue, Court swallowed 2 Darvocet pills. He had half convinced himself the discomfort was real. The old stomach wound from months prior did pull uncomfortably during core exercises, the scar tissue tightening in protest. But in truth, it was a minor ache he'd have ignored entirely if not for his growing reliance on the pills. Court was well aware of the irony. For all the dangerous men hunting him, it might just be that kindly old physician in Nice, the one who'd supplied his morphine, who would be his final undoing. The Russian transport plane, an Ilyushin Il-76, loomed in the frigid pre-dawn darkness at over 150 feet from nose to tail. With a wingspan just as vast, it was a colossal beast. Court stood on the tarmac, the pale moonlight washing over the aircraft's dormant shape. Beside him, bundled in an absurd cocoon of wool, leather, and fur, was Gregor Sidorenko. His handler had insisted on flying with him from St. Petersburg to Grodno in the Hawker, landing only half an hour before. There was no operational justification for Sid being here. It violated every protocol Court had internalized over 16 years. Yet here the Russian was, quivering with an excitement that felt utterly alien. Sir Donald Fitzroy, Court's former controller, would have considered such hands-on involvement beneath him a distraction, not a privilege. Sid, however, was a devoted fan, an enthusiast of the gritty details, which Court found both perplexing and vaguely ridiculous. Sid's voice, thick with his accent, cut the silence. "All is ready. We depart at 10. "I know. The flight to Khartoum will take 7 hours and 15 minutes. Court offered a silent nod. "They tell me your pilot is excellent." Court said nothing. The cold was a sharp, clean presence, a stark contrast to the messy human drama unfolding. "We will take off to the south," Sid continued, undeterred. "Poland is behind us, so the route will likely follow the border until—" "Sid," Court interrupted, his voice flat. "I really don't care about the flight path." The Russian fell quiet for a moment, then gestured toward the slumbering plane. "I do not understand your calm. The planning, the danger, the sheer physical risk of what comes next, and you stand there looking bored, as if waiting for a commuter train." Court kept his eyes fixed on the Ilyushin. If Sid only knew the half of it. The official mission, a long-range sniper shot, followed by a quiet exfiltration, was a straightforward vacation compared to the reality. Instead of a clean kill, he was orchestrating a lightning-fast kidnapping and a treacherous handoff in hostile territory. He felt a sharp, bitter longing for the simplicity of just putting a bullet in Bakri Aboud's head and walking away. "How can you possibly be so relaxed?" Sid pressed. The gray man finally turned, meeting his handler's gaze for the first time that morning. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched his lips. "This is what I do." Gregor Sidorenko's narrow face broke into a wide, gleaming smile that seemed to catch the weak light. "Fantastic." The aircraft itself was a study in utilitarian bulk. NATO called it the Candid. Its high, heavy wings drooped slightly at rest, giving it the appearance of a sleeping giant. Court had the irrational urge to stride over and jolt it awake. Soon enough, the Russian crew would do just that, and this functional beast would carry him and its cargo of war to Sudan. Though not a formal military flight, the plane and its personnel belonged to Rosoboron Export, the state's military export arm, blurring the lines between commerce and conflict perfectly for his needs. Rosoboron Export cargo planes crisscrossed the world, from Sudan to Venezuela, Libya to India, delivering Russian-made weapons to dozens of nations and pouring gasoline on conflicts everywhere. With casual interest, Gentry asked Sid, "What's in the boxes? Aside from you, heavy cord machine guns, ammo, and all the gear that goes with them. And the UN lets this through? What about the sanctions?" Sid let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "The sanctions are a joke. Russia can sell military hardware to Sudan, provided it's not used in Darfur. If Russia is shipping machine guns to Sudan, you can bet they're headed straight to Darfur. That's where the fighting is." "Precisely," Sid replied with a smile, completely missing Court's sarcasm about the whole charade. "Moscow accepts President Aboud's assurance. The UN seems to find that sufficient." "Unbelievable," Court muttered, more to himself. Sidorenko gave him a hearty slap on the back. "Yes. Very convenient, no?" The Russian then turned and walked back toward the terminal's warmth. Court stretched out on his back across 4 of the Ilyushin's hard red seats. Beside him, in the cramped floor space between his makeshift bed along the fuselage wall and the massive cargo crates strapped in the center of the aircraft, sat a single multicam backpack. Gentry was an expert at traveling light. Inside the 50-pound ruck was a disassembled Blazer R93 sniper rifle in .300 Winchester Magnum with 20 rounds. He also carried binoculars, 2 fragmentation grenades, 2 smoke grenades, and a minimal supply of dried rations, water, and electrolyte packets. A comprehensive trauma kit was packed for major injuries, but for minor cuts and bruises he had brought nothing. On his belt and tucked into his cargo pants were a Glock 9mm pistol, a combat knife, a multi-tool, and a flashlight. He was draped in a long white thobe, the traditional Sudanese robe. The flight crew had left him undisturbed. Their superiors at Rosoboron Export had instructed them to transport a passenger to Khartoum, and that was the extent of their knowledge. Before takeoff, Gentry had informed the crew chief in Russian that he was not to be bothered except for an emergency. So when one of the 5 cabin crew members appeared over him, shouting to be heard over the whine of the engines, he knew it was time to be either annoyed or concerned. The man motioned for him to come to the cockpit. Gentry followed him up the narrow aisle alongside the gray wooden crates, which were suspended from rollers on ceiling rails running the length of the aircraft. The windowless cabin was lined with quilted padding, netting, and secured equipment. It reminded the American of another cargo plane he'd been in 4 months earlier over northern Iraq. That flight hadn't ended well for Gentry. A dull ache still pulsed in his thigh where a bullet had ripped through the muscle, but it had ended far worse for the 5 other men who'd been with him in the hold. The Ilyushin's cockpit was surprisingly spacious. 4 men occupied the upper crew area, while the navigator sat below in the nose, surrounded by a vast array of dials, buttons, and monitors. The pilot, a gaunt, red-headed Russian in his 40s named Gennady, who wore aviator glasses that seemed too large for his face, waved him forward. A young, heavy-set flight engineer handed the American a radio headset so he and the pilot could talk without shouting. "What's going on?" Court asked in Russian. "Sudanese air traffic control contacted us. There's a problem. Tell me. We have been diverted. We are no longer going to Khartoum. Where are we going, al-Fashir? Why?" "I don't know, but I suspect the Sudanese army needs those guns in a hurry over there." Court snatched a laminated map from the flight engineer's table. The man looked up at him but offered no objection. Gentry unfolded the map, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. "Where exactly is al-Fashir?" he demanded. The Russian pilot glanced back, his expression grim. "Darfur," he stated flatly, tapping a gloved finger on the far western edge of the country, miles away from Court's intended destination. Court stared at the map, then looked up. "Damn it. This is a problem for you, yes?" Gennady asked. "My job isn't in Darfur." The pilot shrugged. "There is nothing I can do. I must divert. I do not have clearance for Khartoum." "Unbelievable," Gentry muttered, tossing his headset onto the console. He snatched the map and stormed out of the cockpit. 5 minutes later, he was on his satellite phone with Sidorenko, having spent the wait time studying the sprawling desert on the chart. "This is completely unacceptable. How am I supposed to get from al-Fashir airport across 100 miles of bandit territory, plus another 300 miles of Sudanese wasteland? The Nile River is now sitting between me and my objective. I understand, Gray. It is a complication. Allow me a moment to think." "I don't have a moment for you to think. I need this flight back on course." "That is impossible. My influence lies with Moscow, not Khartoum. You will land where Sudanese authorities direct. If you can't fix this, the entire operation is finished, understand?" In truth, Court's primary concern was Zach's mission. Nocturne Sapphire, not Sidorenko's contract, but he kept that to himself. "I will do what I can." Sid ended the call. Court paced the narrow aisle between the fuselage wall and the crates of weapons. This was a classic stuff happens scenario. No one was directly at fault, but Court knew from bitter experience that operations could fail spectacularly without anyone to blame. To his mild surprise, Sidorenko called back much sooner than expected. "Mr. Gray, we have a solution. You will remain with the aircraft after it offloads in al-Fashir. Return to the airbase in Belarus. Another flight to Khartoum departs in 3 days. It will be carrying helicopter repair parts, goods unlikely to be diverted. Everything will be fine." Sid sounded pleased with the new plan. 3 days? That's 1 day before Aboud moves to Suakin. That's not enough time to get there and set up. It would have been sufficient, Court thought, if Sidorenko's operation was his actual target, but it wasn't enough time for the necessary reconnaissance to ensure success for Zach's mission, a detail he couldn't share. Sidorenko's voice crackled with stress over the line. "I cannot help it. This was unforeseeable. The Russian government did not foresee it. Just stay with the crew and return. We try again in 3 days." Court hung up and resumed his pacing beside the stacked crates. "You've got to be kidding me." He then dialed Zach Hightower, who answered immediately, sounding startled. "You're calling a full day early 6. "I'm about to become a full day late," Court replied, explaining the situation. When he finished, he asked, "What do you know about that airport?" "Any way I can get out of there and over to Suakin." "You might as well be stranded on Mars," Hightower said. "The area around al-Fashir is an active conflict zone. The only foreigners there are Red Cross, NGO relief workers, and African Union troops with the UN mission. You might find some local with enough nerve to drive you east, braving the Janjaweed militia and Sudanese army patrols in the Badlands, but I wouldn't bet your life on it. A sudden dry laugh escaped Court. The sheer absurdity of the situation, stuck in a war-torn desert over a bureaucratic hiccup, struck him. From serious operational panic, his mood shifted to a grim, sardonic acceptance. The mission wasn't just delayed, it was dangling by a thread in the most inconvenient corner of the globe. Stick with Sid's revised operational orders. We'll pull back from Sudan with the aircrew and reinsert in 72 hours. Given the circumstances, it's our best available option. Once you're back on the ground, we'll have to accelerate the timeline. I'll update Carmichael on the situation. Copy that, 6 out. Hold on, Zach interjected, his voice dropping, a word of caution. I don't know your logistics window at Al-Fashir, but do not, I repeat, do not step 1 foot outside that airport perimeter. If the local authorities grab you, they'll take you straight to the ghost house. Sounds delightful, Court replied, the whine of the Ilyushin's engines shifting as the aircraft banked southward and began a gradual descent. Delightful isn't the word for it. That's what locals call the regime's secret prisons. The one in Al-Fashir has a particularly nasty reputation. You go in, you don't come out, and the dying part takes a long, miserable time. It's the stuff of nightmares. Message received, I'll skip the sightseeing, 6 out. 15. A flicker of metal in the distant, hazy sky immediately lifted Ellen Walsh's sinking mood. An aircraft, large and slow-moving, was turning onto its final approach 1,000 meters above the brown, arid highlands of North Darfur. A plane landing here at Al-Fashir Airport meant one thing: a possible escape from this god-forsaken place. Ellen had been stranded since her arrival on a UN transport ferrying aid personnel. A clerical error, a missing stamp on her UNAMID travel authorization, had barred her entry to the UN camp for displaced persons in Zamzam. The bureaucratic oversight trapped her. She couldn't leave the airport unless she boarded a departing flight. For 3 endless days, she'd waited for a plane back to her office. UN aircraft came but sat idle on the scorching tarmac, grounded for lack of fuel. Planes from Chinese state oil companies landed and departed, but they were returning to Beijing, not Khartoum, and their crews made it clear she wasn't welcome. Sudanese military flights came and went, offering no rides to stranded foreign women. But this new plane, this indistinct shape materializing in the northern heat shimmer and aligning with the runway, felt different. It wasn't military, wasn't painted UN white, and lacked the familiar profile of the Chinese freighters. Ellen knew her aircraft and could usually identify a cargo plane instantly, but this one was now banking, its silhouette blurred against the low afternoon sun. Frankly, she didn't care. Whatever it was, whoever flew it, and wherever it was going next, she was resolved to be on it when it left. Ellen was neither vain nor particularly fashion-conscious, but even before the lumbering plane's wheels touched the far end of the runway, she was already hurrying back through the terminal toward the restroom. She passed 2 local Darfuri women in vibrant orange wraps shepherding 3 small children. Their elaborate headscarves, she noted, seemed remarkably effective at keeping out the ever-present dust. Catching her reflection in the mirror, she almost flinched. Her auburn hair was dulled to a grayish cast. The fine lines on her 35-year-old face were etched more deeply by a grimy mixture of dust, sweat, and salt. With practiced haste, she untied the worn white t-shirt from her backpack, soaked it under the tap's rusty flow, and scrubbed her face. She'd performed this same ritual so many times over the past 72 hours that the shirt was now permanently stained, a grim ledger of her confinement. A sudden sharp memory flashed, a conversation with a weary aid worker yesterday about a rumor, a whispered tale of a foreign journalist who'd vanished after asking too many questions at the market. The story ended at a place everyone avoided naming. She pushed the thought away, focusing on the sound of the arriving aircraft outside. This was her chance. She turned from the sink, bending forward over the grimy bathroom floor to shake the dust from her hair with her fingers. Standing up, she blew a stray strand from her face and fixed her hairband. The reflection in the mirror wasn't exactly reassuring, but it was better. She secured the damp shirt to her pack, slung it over her shoulder, and stepped back out into the heat of the airfield. The deep roar of engines reached her long before the plane came into view. It was taxiing to a spot across the ramp, a good distance from the UN aircraft. Through the dusty haze, Ellen couldn't make out any airline logos or national insignia on the four-engine craft, but its bulky shape marked it as a cargo carrier. For a moment, she was caught in a swirl of activity as she started toward it. Customs agents and ground crew passed by, along with soldiers packed into the beds of a pickup and a couple of worn-out flatbed trucks. She considered waiting for the commotion around the new arrival to settle, but pushed on instead. There was no telling how long this plane would stay. Days were unlikely. Everyone who landed here seemed to leave Al-Fashir the moment they could. If they were unloading, maybe hours. If just refueling, maybe minutes. She wasn't about to let this chance slip away. As Ellen walked down the ramp, the aircraft wavered in the heat shimmer rising from the cracked tarmac, the late afternoon lights softening but offering no relief from the warmth. Vapor trails bled from the idling engines, making the air around the fuselage tremble. Then, abruptly, the engines wound down. The jet whine faded, replaced by distant soldier chatter and the relentless buzz of insects in the scrub lining the taxiway. A crowd of local military and airport staff stood between her and the plane, moving with clear purpose across the baking pavement, and they held her attention for most of her approach. She paused more than once, debating whether to hang back until they finished their business or to weave right through the mix of uniforms, suits, and flowing white robes to reach the crew. Honestly, neither option looked great, but waiting around for a plane that might just vanish back into the sky seemed far worse than braving a little awkwardness. So she resolved to head straight for the lowered rear ramp and see what happened. That decision made, she looked past the men about 50 yards ahead and fixed her eyes on the aircraft another 20 meters beyond. Her steady stride faltered. After a few more steps, she slowed almost to a stop. Then she halted completely on the scorching pavement, her gaze locked on the plane. She slid her backpack off, dropped it at her feet, and unzipped it hastily. A couple of sweat-damp tops tumbled out as she pulled free a small black binder. Kneeling on the pack to shield her knees from the blistering ground, she flipped through the pages, glancing up at the cargo plane 3 times, licking her parched fingertips to help turn the sheets. She looked down at the open page, then back up at the aircraft. Yes. A low, sharp word escaped her lips, just audible beneath the drone of locusts and crickets. Oh my God. It was an Ilyushin Il-76, and by the way it sat heavily on its 10-wheel landing gear, it was clearly loaded down. The Ilyushin-76 was a workhorse Russian transport plane used by aid groups, cargo carriers, and militaries all over the region. But unless Ellen was mistaken, this was the MF model, an extended version with a stretched fuselage. She tore her gaze from the aircraft, bending to gather her things from the hot pavement. Turning back toward the terminal felt like moving through syrup. A thrill began to build inside her as she walked, deliberately casual, through the oppressive afternoon heat, following her own footsteps back. That thrill was immediately checked by a cold, practical thought. She couldn't call for help from inside. There were no public phones, and the administrative line had been down for 3 days straight. The airport staff were lying, of course, but the result was identical. Her office was out of reach. This tempered excitement sharpened her mind, forcing it to work faster. The opportunity unfolding before her was monumental, impossible to overstate. She resolved to clamp down on her swirling emotions and concentrate solely on the task. In all her years as a special investigator for the International Criminal Court, Ellen Walsh had never felt such fierce resolve or such profound isolation. This white woman was going to be a problem. Court had changed into a spare flight suit to blend with the crew. Descending the rear ramp, he was instantly hit by a wall of heat and the scent of parched earth. He shielded his eyes against the low sun, quickly scanning his surroundings. To his left, an old white UN plane sat decaying in the sand, its tail sheared off and soot staining its windows, evidence of some past inferno. To his right, a line of UN helicopters shimmered in the heat haze from his own aircraft's engines, their rotor blades drooping as if wilting. Behind them, several smaller planes were parked wing to wing, likely UN transports. A few hundred yards ahead sat a small, modern-looking terminal. Beside it, a fence line traced a road with more derelict aircraft scattered like junk in the sand. Insects were a constant presence, flies, mosquitoes, and the unseen buzz of locusts in the nearby brush. And then he saw her in the middle distance. A lone white woman on a sun-baked tarmac in western Sudan wasn't exactly easy to miss. From 50 yards, he watched her notice his plane crouch by her bag, pull out a reference book and flip through it. He saw her pause on a page, then stand slowly, hands settling on her hips. Then she began a deliberate, unmistakable retreat toward the terminal. Gentry had a strong suspicion she knew the aircraft behind her wasn't supposed to be there. Yep, this white woman was definitely going to be a problem. Court lingered at the edge of the conversation, listening as the pilot, Gennady, conversed in English with the Sudanese military officials at the ramp's base. The trucks coming to unload, the weapons were delayed. It would be another hour. Fuel for the Ilyushin was ready and would be brought over, and an official would direct the men to the restrooms and a cafeteria. They had been parked in isolation at the far end of the taxiway, a deliberate move to keep the handful of civilians and foreign aid workers near the terminal from getting close enough to the unmarked cargo plane to see anything they shouldn't. Despite the invitation from the Sudanese to relax in the terminal, Gennady and his crew were given a more cautious directive by Gentry. From a security standpoint, having the Russian men mingle with civilians offered no advantage. The pilot, however, was in command, not the stowaway. He informed his men they would be departing in 3 hours, requiring their return to the aircraft in 2, but until then they were free to do as they wished. Roughly 20 minutes later, Court and the Ilyushin's crew escaped the stifling late-day heat, entering a side stairwell that led into the terminal concourse. Court had nearly remained behind, but he felt it necessary to monitor the Russians and ensure they stayed out of trouble. He carried no gear. His weapon was stowed in his pack back on the plane. Unaware of the local security protocols, he wanted to avoid any risk of a pat-down by whatever regional authority was in place. Only his wallet, stuffed with euros, rubles, and Sudanese pounds, disrupted the smooth line of his olive-drab flight suit. The stairs ascended one level to a concourse that felt more like a deserted American strip mall corridor than an airport. A handful of locals drifted about, while ghost soldiers lounged on the floor or ambled with their assault rifles slung carelessly over their shoulders. The flight crew, their unofficial foreign passenger among them, located the restrooms and then settled into the tiny restaurant. An enthusiastic waiter, announcing himself as Egyptian, as if the Russians would find that noteworthy, handed out menus. None of the Russians spoke Arabic. Court, having spent considerable time in Arabic-speaking regions, could have easily ordered, but he kept silent. Drawing attention by acting as translator was the last thing he wanted. Gennady ordered for the table, a familiar routine from his many prior visits to Al-Fashir. This, Gentry mused, was hardly surprising. The blatant flouting of international sanctions by an African autocrat was standard practice, as was the Russians' cheerful profiteering from it, matched only by the United Nations' perpetual and utterly predictable cycle of shock and feigned outrage each time it came to light. As they waited for the food, Court's eyes continued to sweep the dimly lit space. Still adjusting from the harsh glare of the tarmac, he glanced back down the hallway and felt a sudden inward groan. Perfect. Just what I needed. A white woman was approaching their table. "Excuse me, do any of you gentlemen speak English?" Ellen offered a broad smile, directing her question to the pilot as she knelt beside him at the head of the table. His posture and demeanor marked him as the one in charge amidst the group of men in sweat-dampened jumpsuits. There were 5 in total, all in identical, unmarked green uniforms. They didn't carry themselves with military precision in their grooming or physique, but Ellen knew better than to make snap judgments. They could be Rosoboron export contractors or ex-military. Ultimately, it didn't matter. "Yes, I speak a little bit," the red-headed pilot replied with a smile, then let his gaze travel over her in a slow, deliberate appraisal meant for his crew's amusement. Ellen was acutely aware she wasn't at her most presentable, instantly labeling the man a boor. Yet, she also recognized his distraction could be turned to her benefit. Some of the other men leaned in with interest. "Great," she said, her friendly smile designed to put them at ease, though they already seemed quite relaxed. Ellen Walsh, United Nations. It was a complete fabrication delivered without the slightest flicker of hesitation. "I was so relieved to see you guys. I've been stranded at Al-Fashir for 3 days now, trying to find a ride out of here, Khartoum, Port Sudan, anywhere to escape this terminal. I'd be happy to pay cash for the trouble, and I'm sure my office could settle things with your company." The leering pilot didn't catch every word, his head tilting in confusion. She realized she was talking too fast, her words racing alongside her pounding heart. "Perhaps we can come to an agreement. Join us for dinner first, and we can discuss it." "Delighted," Ellen replied, forcing a smile. She knew this man had no intention of letting her on his plane. He was leading her on for his own reasons. A flight out on that mysterious Ilyushin was a lost cause, but she decided to play along, hoping to extract information or just get a closer look at the aircraft and its cargo. If he wanted to play games, she could play too. She leaned in closer. "Što vi delete?" a voice demanded from the far end of the table. Ellen turned, realizing she'd miscounted the Russians. There were 6 men, not 5. This 6th man, more athletic and darker-skinned than the others, with a longer beard and unruly hair, was questioning the pilot. When the pilot didn't answer, he repeated, "Što vi delete?" "What do you mean? What am I doing?" Gennady snapped back in Russian. "I'm inviting this lovely woman to dine with us. You must not allow her on the aircraft," Court stated flatly, straining his Russian. Gennady glared at him. "You do not tell me who can or cannot be on my plane. I don't know who you are, but I know who I am. I'm the pilot. I'm in charge." Court looked away, his gaze drifting over the concourse, already seeing the beginnings of a disaster. The Canadian woman introduced herself as Ellen, shaking each man's hand with a practiced smile. When she reached Court, he avoided eye contact, gave a limp handshake, and grunted, "Victor." "So, where are you guys from?" "We are Russian," Gennady announced. "Russian? Wow. Neat." Court studied her face intently now, like an art student examining brushstrokes on a canvas. "What brings you gentlemen to Darfur? Play it cool, Gennady," Court thought to himself. Instead, the pilot asked warily, "What is your job with UN?" answering a question with a question which was not playing it cool at all. The woman smiled, asking him to repeat himself, though Court sensed she understood perfectly. Trained to read the limbic system for signs of deception. Court noted how she quickly glanced to the right when asked about her work, a telltale sign she was about to lie. Her delay in answering only confirmed she was fabricating a story. Finally, she replied, "Oh, I'm just an administrative officer for relief supplies. Logistics and such, nothing very interesting." She shrugged, her right arm crossing to rub her left arm. Bullshit, Court thought. Gennady, however, seemed reassured by her casual demeanor. "Yes, well, we bring oil equipment into Darfur," the pilot said as steaming cups of tea arrived. Court was far from satisfied. He wished Gennady had just told her it was none of her business. At least he hadn't claimed to be hauling crates of belt-fed machine guns and ammunition. The woman appeared puzzled, and Gentry's internal alarm inched higher. "I understand," she replied, though her posture suggested otherwise. A fleeting look on her face betrayed not confusion, but a spark of keen interest. "I would have assumed the Chinese preferred their own equipment for such work. The Chinese? Why mention them? We Russians are the true masters of oil. Siberia is full of it," Gennady declared with what he probably imagined was a charming grin. Court's recent research into Sudan's oil landscape had given him a clear picture, one this Ellen Walsh undoubtedly shared. Chinese corporations held exclusive control over all oil exploration in the Darfur region. It was painfully obvious Gennady was unaware of this fact. "Oh," she said, feigning surprise, but Court detected the subtle signs that she knew the Russian pilot was lying about his cargo. She let the matter drop, stirring a spoonful of dull gray sugar into her tea the moment the waiter set it down. Was that a slight tremor in her hand? "What brings you to Al-Fashir?" Gennady inquired. She paused, crossing an arm over her body to rub her opposite elbow, a gesture that simultaneously shielded and soothed, classic tells of anxiety and deceit to a trained observer like the gray man. "I came to assess the Zamzam displacement camp. Sadly, my team didn't have all my paperwork finalized, so I'm stuck at the airport. I'm truly desperate for a way out of here." Her eyes met the pilot's and he held her gaze. He raised his eyebrows suggestively but made no offer of a seat on his plane. Gennady remained silent. "Is this your first time in Darfur?" "No," the pilot answered with a swagger. "I have been here many times." The woman nodded, her smile fixed. "It's a terrible place. 450,000 people killed in the last 8 years, with no end in sight. Millions more are crammed into camps, either here or across the border in Chad." "Yes," said Gennady. "War is very bad." Court fought the urge to lean over and slap the blatant insincerity right off his face. After a moment, Ellen remarked, "That plane of yours is impressive. An Ilyushin, right? It resembles some in our own fleet." She quickly added, I coordinate a lot of cargo shipments, though I've never actually been inside a cargo plane. It is an Ilyushin, a superior Russian aircraft, Gennady stated, and Walsh nodded along, seemingly hanging on his every word. Here's a bit of pilot trivia for you, Ellen said with an enthusiastic smile. Did you know Amelia Earhart once landed right here at Al-Fashir during her attempt to fly around the world? Gennady tilted his head. Who? Amelia Earhart? The famous female aviator? She vanished while trying to circumnavigate the globe in 1937. Gennady simply stared. Surely you've heard of... I have not heard of this woman, but I am not surprised she disappeared. Women do not make competent pilots, he stated, as if reciting a fundamental law of aviation. He followed his comment with a dismissive wave and a loud slurp of tea. Court saw the woman's mask of admiration slip, revealing a flash of pure disgust, but it was back in place almost instantly. Well, I've always heard excellent things about Russian aircraft. Our UN planes are functional, but rather dull. Do you think I might get a closer look at your beautiful plane? Don't worry, I won't attempt to fly it. I'd likely just vanish. Her smile was broad and friendly, a complete fabrication, as Court well recognized. Gennady simply smiled back at her for a long while without responding. He gave a slight shrug, one that implied anything was possible. Some of the other Russians began asking her questions in broken English. Was she married? No. Where was she from? Vancouver. How long had she been in Sudan? A month. Court detected no deception in any of her answers. He noticed her gaze meeting his, likely sensing his own careful observation, which made Gentry turn away once more. Everyone else seemed convinced, but the man with the darker demeanor wasn't buying it. He was wary, seeing right through the act. Ellen attempted a broad, friendly smile toward the quiet figure at the table's end, but he averted his eyes, disinterested. While the others had been openly staring, he hadn't ogled her at all. Apart from that one earlier remark to Gennady. He'd stayed out of the talk, yet she could feel him listening intently. Either he grasped every word she said or was fighting to piece it together. But her focus was shifting from the silent observer to the massive aircraft waiting on the taxiway. She needed a closer inspection to snap a few photos, to gather any scrap of information about this flight deep into North Darfur. She worried the Sudanese army might already be unloading its cargo. Will your crew handle the unloading, or does the oil company send people? She asked. The locals will manage it, Gennady replied, quickly adding, it'll be another hour minimum. My men can go assist, but I can stay here and enjoy more tea with you. They exchanged smiles, while the quiet man glanced at his pilot and muttered something in Russian, words Ellen couldn't decipher. I don't trust her. Too many questions, Court stated in Russian, unconcerned she might detect his suspicion from his tone. Gennady looked from the woman to Gentry, answering in the same language. I don't need to trust her. I'm not marrying her. I'm going to sleep with her. A bath and some makeup, she'd clean up fine. Court let out a tired breath. We depart in 2 hours. Not now, though, there's time enough. I mean on my next run to Khartoum. I'm just setting the stage. Next visit, I'll enjoy the meal. Ellen's eyes darted between them, clearly not understanding. Court sighed again, considering name-dropping Sidorenko to scare Gennady into line, but he held back. Let's just get our food and return to the plane. Good idea. You and the others go ahead. Leave Miss Canada and me to talk. Gennady laughed loudly, joined by the crew. Court simply looked away, anger simmering but held in check. Why do I get the feeling you're talking about me? Ellen Walsh asked with a playful smile. Court stood without a word and started toward the aircraft, skipping the meal for the dry rations in his pack was 17. Gentry stopped in the restroom again. He splashed water on his face slowly, trying to steady his nerves. He decided he'd take a hydrocodone from his backpack later. It would take the edge off for the flight back to Belarus, and it couldn't hurt. He wasn't due for another mission for days, but first he had to deal with this Canadian woman. Personally, he admired anyone willing to expose what the Russians were doing here, to call a newspaper or an international body, to blow the lid off these sanctions violations. Just not right now. Court needed this shady arrangement to hold, at least until his own operation was finished. A Westerner causing trouble for these arms flights, potentially wrecking his method of getting into Sudan, was something he couldn't allow. He had just shut off the water and dried his hands on his coveralls when the navigator walked in behind him. The Russian nodded at the American. Gennady is taking the woman to see the plane. Court could tell the navigator wasn't thrilled, but he just shrugged amiably. Vlady and I have a bet. I say he'll try something in the cockpit. Vlady says she'll slap his face. You want in, friend? Unlike the navigator, Gentry had no intention of brushing off the pilot's reckless breach of security. He pushed past the burly man and emerged into the terminal. The woman and Gennady were already moving toward the side exit stairwell. She with her backpack slung over a shoulder, he still balancing his plate of food. Unbelievable, Court muttered under his breath. For a fleeting second, he considered grabbing Gennady by that unruly red hair, yanking him into a secluded corner, and threatening to call the St. Petersburg syndicate that had orchestrated this entire operation. A single call to Sid would ensure Gennady's family was bundled into a van within minutes. Mentioning Sidorenko's name would make the mechanic comply instantly. Then Court's eyes landed on the cluster of airport security personnel lounging behind their elevated counter, looking profoundly bored. This was the smarter play. He could convince the Sudanese that this do-gooder from the UN was interfering with a sensitive Russian arms shipment. It would create complications for the woman, certainly, but only until the plane was airborne. If her meddling could just be stalled until takeoff, he could put this disastrous day behind him. His operational security would hold. The UN worker would learn nothing to jeopardize this flight or the next one in 72 hours, and the Russian crew would remain blissfully ignorant about Gentry's true employers. English? Court asked a disinterested young security officer. The man shook his head, as did his colleague. Francais? Another dual headshake. Okay, Court said in English, then reluctantly shifted to Arabic. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum as salam. Both men replied in a tone that was polite, yet carried bureaucratic weight. Court continued in Arabic. I need to speak with your supervisor. What seems to be the issue? I am with the Russian aircraft. There is a minor security concern. The policeman nodded, murmured something rapid and indistinct into his handheld radio, a stream of Sudanese Arabic too quick for Court to follow, then looked back up. Wait one moment, please. In less than 60 seconds, two slender, bearded men in identical black suits and ties appeared. One looked to be in his late 20s, the other about a decade older. Their attire was a uniform of sorts. Gentry immediately noted the telltale bulges of handguns beneath their jackets. These weren't regular airport security. They were almost certainly from the National Security Service, Sudan's secret police. Great, Court thought with a sinking feeling. Not these guys. He hadn't wanted to unleash this level of scrutiny on the woman. Both NSS officers spoke English, and Court drew the older one aside. The man was slight and lean, wearing thick glasses with frames that seemed too large for his narrow face. There was nothing outwardly intimidating about him, but his very presence commanded deference. Everyone here, security guards, airport staff, local police, even the military personnel, knew to steer clear of the NSS. The woman, Court began. The foreign woman. Who is she? The officer gave a dismissive wave. She is Canadian. Our orders are to keep her on airport grounds, but not to detain her. She is a UNAMID relief worker. All her documents are valid, except she lacks the specific permit for entry to Zamzam camp. I believe she intends to cause problems for our operation. She is insignificant. Just another Kawaga stranded here, waiting for a return flight to Khartoum. Kawaga? A foreigner. A white person. My apologies. She is asking pointed questions about the aircraft and its cargo. That caught the NSS man's attention. A flicker of understanding passed over his features as he connected the dots. An unscheduled Rosa boron export flight in Darfur and a Westerner piecing that very fact together. Court felt a pang of guilt. Handing her over to the NSS was a severe escalation. These men were professional obstructionists, masters of bureaucratic delay. His aim had been to mildly inconvenience her with standard airport security, not deliver her to the secret police. But the gears were now in motion. If they acted on his tip, she would undoubtedly be tied up in questioning for hours, maybe longer. A thought that sat uneasily with him as he watched the two officers exchange a knowing glance. Court considered the situation, a grim amusement touching his thoughts. If the authorities grew sufficiently concerned about her curiosity regarding the Russians, she might even find herself deported. Her days of distributing aid supplies could be over. Yet, his own objective was critical, and he had no qualms about leveraging these NSS thugs to swat this persistent nuisance away. The security agent gazed through the grimy window at the darkening runway, the Il-76 now a distant silhouette several hundred yards to the left. Our instructions were to prevent any NGO aircraft from approaching during your ground operation, the man stated, his tone edged with personal apprehension. No one mentioned individuals already on site. His visible anxiety didn't trouble Court. In fact, it could prove a useful incentive. Just hold her in your office until we depart, Court suggested calmly. She hasn't seen the cargo, knows nothing. She's completely unaware we're with Rosso Baron Export. He deliberately omitted her earlier, determined approach to the Ilyushin, pleading to board, revealing that might saddle her with complications he preferred to avoid. A little strategic concern from this official was all that was needed to resolve the issue quietly. Gentry felt a growing certainty that the plan would hold. The man gave a slow, appreciative nod. "All right, yes, we will speak with her," shortly after. The two NSS officers led a visibly tense but compliant Ellen Walsh into a cramped office off the main terminal. Trailing behind them were the Russian pilot and Court Gentry. Court would have preferred to board the aircraft immediately and leave, but Gennady had insisted on attending the woman's interview, and Gentry wasn't about to let him go alone. The Russian was clearly irritated that the Sudanese had interrupted his flirtation with the attractive aid worker. He likely believed that playing the hero against these local enforcers would win her over for his next visit, but Court could sense the man's fury was directed at him. They exchanged venomous glares from opposite sides of Walsh. Gennady had undoubtedly pieced together that the American had alerted security. He probably thinks this is just petty jealousy, a pathetic attempt to sabotage his chances, Court mused internally. What an utterly ridiculous mess this day has become. He stood there, locked in a silent battle of wills with the pilot, hoping fervently that things wouldn't deteriorate further. The older NSS agent, the one with the awkward spectacles, spent several minutes examining Walsh's belongings. Court initially thought it was procedural theater, but when the man extracted the black notebook Gentry had seen her consulting on the tarmac, a thread of concern tightened within him. He hoped its contents wouldn't escalate her troubles. The agent flipped through the pages and paused at a detailed, hand-drawn sketch of the Ilyushin, accompanied by notes. He fixed his gaze on Ellen. "Explain your interest in this cargo flight. Why are you asking questions about this aircraft?" "I have an interest in aviation," she replied, her voice steady. "Is that illegal here?" The man stared at her for a prolonged moment. In a place where few women were permitted roles beyond the home, a defiant foreign woman presented a profound anomaly, and he seemed uncertain how to proceed. A strange calm settled over Ellen. In the past hour, she had pushed further than she'd expected. While she lacked photographic evidence of sanctions violations, the very aggression and secrecy of the NSS now confirmed her suspicions. She was on the right path. She had navigated this far on instinct and nerve, and a quiet pride steadied her. The confrontation, rather than frightening her, had crystallized her resolve. Disguised as a UN staffer, she had completely won over the pilot, convincing him to let her aboard. She was just 25 yards from the aircraft's rear loading ramp when a jeep full of soldiers arrived and collected them. The Russian had insisted on accompanying her, playing the gallant protector, though his transparent motive was clearly something less chivalrous. Back at the terminal, she spotted the two NSS officers from her previous interrogation, standing with the swarthy, suspicious crewman, Victor. He'd obviously reported her to keep her off that flight. The nerve. She knew exactly what he was trying to conceal, and she wasn't about to let him succeed. Gennady interjected. "Listen, she handles shipments for the United Nations. The UN operates Il-76s in its fleet. It's only natural she'd be curious about their dimensions, range, and cargo capacity. Requesting a tour of my aircraft is hardly a crime." He leaned over, plucking the sketched diagram from the open notebook and holding it up for emphasis. The secret policeman considered the pilot's words briefly before conceding. "Perhaps you have a point." His gaze shifted back to Walsh. "Once more, who did you say employed you in Khartoum?" Ellen let out an exasperated sigh, rolling her eyes and rubbing her left arm. "As I've repeated, and as my identification states, I am with UNAMID in the Transportation and Logistics Division. My purpose here was to interview camp personnel regarding their logistical requirements." "Your director's name?" The officer interrupted, picking up a booklet he had brought into the room. "Charles Stevens," Walsh replied with a brief, tight smile. "A fellow Canadian." The man consulted the book for several long seconds. gave a sour nod, and set it down. Just as Court began to feel the tension ease, he noticed Gennady, seated across from the woman, staring intently at the page with the LA-76 sketch. Confusion clouded the pilot's face, a sure sign of impending trouble in Court's view. Gennady's voice was soft but pointed. "Ellen, this drawing depicts an MF model variant." She shrugged, a move that struck Court as too quick and casual, utterly rehearsed. "Is that right?" "Yes, the United Nations does not operate the IL-76MF. The Russian was now looking directly at her, but her eyes remained fixed forward on the NSS officers. "They don't. No, they do not." Damn it, Court thought. Gennady's suspicion was now palpable. Frankly, Court was getting suspicious himself. Why would a genuine UN aid worker possess a hand-drawn schematic of a specific Russian cargo plane? He desperately hoped she could talk her way out of this because he was powerless to intervene. "Who are you?" Gennady demanded, his voice rising. He reached out, gripping her shoulders and turning her to face him. "Who do you really work for?" E-18, spun around by the Russian pilot. She knew the game was up. She couldn't bluff him like she had the NSS. It was time to switch tactics, to stop reacting and start commanding. A mantra from her childhood, borrowed from her father, echoed in her mind, "Go big or go home." It had always pushed her beyond comfort, rejecting mediocrity and demanding total commitment. She had moved to The Hague and joined the International Criminal Court precisely to confront atrocities like this. The very illicit arms transfers between Russia and Sudan she now had evidence of. This was no moment for timid compliance or retreat. She would leverage the full authority of her position, the institutional power of the ICC, and the mandate of the international community. Her goal was clear: extract herself from these thugs, return to her office, and expose the truth she had uncovered. The thought of the bustling cafes along the canals in The Hague flashed through her mind, a sharp contrast to this stifling room, hardening her resolve to see this through. Back in Khartoum, Ellen Walsh had faced down Sudanese officials far more senior than these two men in cheap black suits, and she refused to be intimidated now. The Russian pilot was nothing but an arrogant bully who needed to learn that a woman standing before him wasn't there to obey. Go big or go home? Ellen wasn't going anywhere until the shadowy truth everyone suspected was dragged into the light. It was time to go very, very big. "Say something, lady," Court Gentry thought, watching her just stand there, staring down the tall Russian. He wanted this over with, this woman locked in some airport holding cell so his pointless flight could finally get off the ground. "Say anything," he silently urged. When she finally broke the silence, he instantly wished she hadn't. "All right, gentlemen, my name is Ellen Walsh. I don't work for UNAMID. I'm an inspector with the International Criminal Court here in Sudan to investigate sanctions violations regarding illegal weapons shipments from overseas." "Oh hell, woman, you just signed your own death warrant," Court thought, stunned by her recklessness. The NSS officer's eyes bulged, and Gennady jerked his gaze from Walsh to Gentry, looking like he'd been hit with a sledgehammer. Walsh pressed on, her voice steady. "We've tracked this flight for months. He was dispatched to witness it personally. My entire agency in Khartoum and in the Netherlands knows exactly where I am. If I am not permitted to contact my team immediately, there will be severe—" "You lie," Gennady roared. "This stop in Al-Fashir was a last-minute diversion. No one sent you here to spy on us." The secret policemen snapped out of their shock and surged around the table toward Ellen. "ICC," Gennady began yelling to the crew outside the room. Court couldn't stop him. The two NSS men seized her, spun her around, and wrenched her arms behind her back. These guys only had two settings, dormant and violent, and she had just ignited them. No doubt they were terrified for their own careers, even their lives, having let this woman roam the airport while the Russian arms flight sat on the tarmac. "You meddling foreign witch!" Gennady screamed, turning back to her. The big Russian backhanded her across the face with a brutal slap. Court tensed, every instinct screaming to shatter Gennady's jaw and shove the officers away. But he forced himself to remain still. He was living under two separate covers, and neither of his fabricated identities would lift a finger to help her. He couldn't show the Sudanese he was more than a Russian crewman, and he couldn't show the Russians he was anything but their cold, detached passenger. So he just watched, frozen, as they clamped handcuffs on her wrists and she lashed out a kick at Gennady, who stood shouting Russian curses in her face. Within moments, 4 armed Sudanese soldiers burst into the room, alerted by the commotion. Gentry's Russian companions scrambled back out the door, while a few others peered in with looks of morbid curiosity. The older secret policeman gripped her chin, forcing her to look at him. "We have a special place for unwanted guests." I promise you, minutes after you arrive at the ghost house, you will deeply regret spying on the Republic of Sudan." "Spying? I'm not a spy. I have every right as an international." "Don't say another word," Lady Court shouted, his American accent now fully exposed, all pretense of cover abandoned. This idiot was digging her own grave with every word. "Stop talking and follow orders. You're clueless. Leave now and handle your business, but don't act like you know a single. You speak English." She stared at Gentry, her anger dissolving into bewilderment. Court attempted to reason with her in quick, hushed phrases to keep the others from comprehending. He switched to French, praying that as a Canadian she would understand it, and equally praying the Sudanese men would not. "You are not with the ICC. If you claim to be, they will execute you. Say you are lying. Tell them you are nobody, just UN, nothing more." One of the NSS officers glanced up at him, startled, but was too occupied wrestling the resilient woman toward a chair to intervene. Ellen started sobbing, yelling simultaneously, "I don't speak French, you jerk. Do you speak English or not? Help me." Once she was forced into the chair, her slender hands still cuffed behind her. Several soldiers exited, and one NSS man left to make a phone call. The Russians had all drifted back to the concourse, sensing the spectacle was finished. Court stayed in the room with the woman, pacing anxiously. He moved in front of her and bent close. Her lip was bleeding from Gennadi's slap, and her russet blouse was torn at the shoulder from the soldier's rough handling. He spoke to her in a low, rapid murmur so the NSS wouldn't catch every word. "Pay attention. Don't resist them, but stand your ground. Insist on speaking to a UNAMID representative. Say nothing else. You are not with the ICC. You saw nothing. You know nothing." Gentry looked down at the floor, avoiding her gaze. "You'll be all right." He turned and moved slowly toward the door. "You'll be fine." "Who are you?" she called after him. He hesitated but didn't look back. Nobody. Gentry and the rest of the Aleutian's crew moved together across the shadowy tarmac toward the massive aircraft. Court was furious and anxious, and he felt utterly terrible about the Canadian woman. His shoulders drooped as he trailed at the back of the group, his head bowed. He tried to convince himself that her outburst had sealed her fate, that it was her mistake, not his, and there was nothing he could do. He'd told her she'd be fine, but based on everything he observed and deduced about the situation, he was sure they would kill her. It would be far too simple to make her vanish right here, and far too risky to let her go and expose what she knew. Court also realized that if he could reach this conclusion, it made absolutely no sense for the NSS or the Ghost to arrive at any other. Miss Ellen Walsh was as good as dead. "Your fault, Gentry." He muttered it aloud softly as he walked through the night with the flight crew. They were still a couple hundred yards from the plane. Court began to lag. He looked up and saw the others were now several paces ahead. He slowed further. Then his slumped shoulders lifted and tightened. He raised his head from his brooding and said, "Gennady, don't leave me." The pilot turned, continuing to walk backward. "What? Leave you where?" "Just wait." "I have to. We are leaving now. 15 minutes for pre-flight, then we are airborne. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not waiting. Come on." Court stood rigid in the darkness. Insects chirped, buzzed, and clicked in the scrub brush around him. He looked back over his shoulder toward the dark terminal. A black sedan pulled up to the employee access door. "Damn it," he shouted into the night. "Let's go," Gennady barked, more irritated this time. Court looked ahead at the aircraft still 200 yards away. He thought about his 50 pounds of gear. He wished he had even a fraction of it with him now. Gennady asked, "What is wrong with?" Court cut him off. He pointed a threatening finger in his face. "Don't leave me. I'll be right back. Don't leave until I return." He understood that dropping Gregor Sidorenko's name would make the pilot obey without question, but he wasn't ready to compromise operational security to that extent just yet. He simply shouted a desperate please and didn't wait for a reply. Spinning on his heel, he sprinted back toward the terminal, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. 19. The gray man had dashed 100 yards through the balmy night, driven by the singular, reckless goal of locating the woman and finding some way, anyway, to assist her. He wasn't foolish enough to think he could take on an entire airport of secret police and soldiers. So this impulsive rush was more a leap of faith than a calculated move. Still, years in the field had taught him to trust his knack for improvising under pressure. Up ahead. The harsh beam from the terminal's employee door cut through the darkness. 2 NSS agents emerged into the light, followed by 2 armed GOS Army sergeants who roughly escorted Ellen Walsh into the back seat of a waiting sedan. The soldiers piled in on either side of her, the agents took the front, and the car sped off in the opposite direction. Just as Gentry reached the terminal's side entrance, he knew they were heading for the airport exit, taking her away. He also knew their destination, the NSS detention facility in Al-Fashir, the ghost house. "Damn it!" he yelled again, skidding to a stop. 2 airport guards watched him from the doorway with mild curiosity, but didn't venture out. Gentry scanned the area for a vehicle, found none, and turned back toward the aircraft. Once he moved beyond the terminal's dim glow and out of the guard's line of sight, he broke into a run again. This time, he veered around the side of the building, darting between a row of shipping containers that once served as mobile offices for some NGO long since departed, a forgotten outpost now baking in the desert silence. Past these, his feet transitioned from the warm tarmac to a patch of thatch-covered sand and hard-packed earth. A small hill rose ahead, marking the edge of the airport property another 50 yards off, bordered by a tall metal fence. Court had noted earlier that it ran parallel to a fairly busy road, back when there was still enough daylight to see that far. Now, no headlights pierced the desolate darkness, and thankfully no guards patrolled this lonely stretch. He raced past the wreckage of a massive, high-winged twin-prop plane that had clearly crashed and been towed here, left to be slowly buried by the shifting sands over time, a silent monument to misfortune. Court slid to a halt at the fence's base. It loomed 10 feet high, crowned with vicious coils of razor wire. He quickly untied his boots, but kept them on his feet, then scaled the fence with practiced agility. At the top, clinging with one hand just below the razor wire, he painstakingly pulled off one boot, then the other. Jamming his hands into the boots was a clumsy struggle. The skin between his toes burned as they pinched against the chain links, bearing the brunt of his weight. He pressed the boot-covered palms against the razor wire, flattening the dangerous barbs against the fence's top with the thick rubber soles. Then, holding the boots firmly in place, he walked his feet up until his body was coiled like a swimmer poised on the starting block. In one fluid motion, he shifted his weight to his arms, kicked his legs up into a wobbly handstand atop the fence, and let his momentum carry him forward. He completed the flip, went airborne, the boots flying from his hands as he cleared the razor wire and landed in a rolling, dusty heap on the other side. He wasn't seriously injured, just a couple of minor scrapes on his arm and back. Finding his first boot in the darkness was easy, but it took him a moment to realize the other was still tangled in the razor wire, forcing him to climb back up and yank it free. After another half-minute spent retying his laces, he moved down the small slope toward the road. Court hadn't studied a map of Al-Fashir. He wasn't even sure he'd heard of the place before that afternoon. But he'd paid close attention from the cockpit as the Il-76 made its approach, noting the terrain and the layout around the airport. He knew the NSS vehicle would head north on this road for about a mile before reaching an east-west highway. They'd turn right there, buying him several more minutes before they reached the town proper. If he could just get a vehicle, he could get ahead and intercept them before they made it to the ghost house. A light on the road ahead sparked a flicker of hope. Soon he made out the single headlight of what he assumed was a motorcycle approaching. Perfect. A bike was ideal. He could weave through traffic, set his own pace, and hunt down Ellen Walsh and her captors. He melted back into the shadows to wait. He had no idea where the ghost house was, of course, but he figured virtually anyone in this town would know the location of the secret police's clandestine prison. He didn't expect a guided tour to the front door, but flashing a roll of Sudanese pounds at a local on a street corner should get him the directions he needed. Court moved to the roadside. His plan was harsh, arguably cruel, but he had no doubts about its effectiveness. He'd wait for the bike to get within a few yards, then step out and knock the rider over. As he braced himself, however, he noticed the vehicle was moving slower than it should on such an open stretch. Maybe it was just a scooter, still useful for narrow streets and thick traffic, even if it wouldn't win any races. But then, after what felt like forever, the vehicle emerged from the gloom behind its solitary light, and Gentry swore loudly. It was a tiny motorized rickshaw, A scooter with a covered bench seat for 3 behind the driver, powered by a pathetic 2-stroke engine and rolling on a wide tricycle rear axle. Gentry was furious. This was arguably the slowest motorized vehicle on the planet, maybe just a step above a donkey cart. Still, it beat jogging. He stepped into the dark road, but instead of trying to topple it, he simply flagged it down. The rickshaw pulled over. A black man in a turban sat behind the handlebars. "Taxi?" he asked, showing no surprise at the sight of a bearded white man in a military-style jumpsuit. Apparently, Court wasn't the first foreigner to wander cluelessly through Al-Fashir's darkened outskirts. He climbed in hurriedly. The driver twisted the throttle, and the machine lurched forward with a whine that sounded like a lawnmower struggling through soggy turf. Court told the driver to take him to Al-Fashir's souk, or marketplace. He figured every town had one, and this backwater was no exception. As the driver didn't ask for clarification. Instead, as the driver, a Darfuri tribesman in his 40s, set off for town, he turned and offered to sell his fare a drink from a small cooler in the back seat. Court looked inside and saw several bottles of lukewarm water, their safety seals already broken. Gentry acknowledged his own thirst, yet the thought of guzzling water from old plastic bottles filled with local tap made his stomach turn. On the floorboards, tucked inside a rough burlap sack, was a small repair kit for the rickshaw. He sifted through it, finding nothing useful except for a single red road flare and a small rust-coated screwdriver. He slipped both items into his pocket as the faint glimmer of a plan started to take shape. They drove east for only a few minutes before merging into the chaotic city traffic. A surprising number of vehicles were donkey-drawn carts, which made the sputtering 2-stroke engine beneath his seat feel slightly less pathetic by comparison. Mixed in were numerous NGO vehicles, UN, UNICEF, Red Cross, along with some military trucks and soldiers on motorcycles. Local cars and trucks were the rarest sight, a distinct minority on their own crowded streets. He urged the driver to go faster. Repeatedly, though even at this crawl he figured he was still ahead of the NSS sedan, which had taken a long detour to reach the highway. One wrong turn or traffic snarl, however, and that lead would vanish. They stopped at the marketplace. "The souk, 20 pounds, the driver announced. Court didn't move. "Take me to the ghost house." The driver's head whipped around, his face a mask of disbelief. No one in their right mind asked to go to the secret police interrogation center. Court was already holding up a thick fold of cash from his wallet. But the money wasn't enough. "I don't know this place." "Souk is here. You want tea? Soda? Very nice here." "I don't want a damn soda," Court snapped. "I want the NSS headquarters. Just get me close. Show me where it is. I'll walk the rest." He pulled another clump of crumpled bills from his wallet, letting the light from a nearby storefront, illuminated by a roaring, smoking gas generator, catch the driver's wide, uncertain eyes. The man stared at the money, then at the crazy American, and gave a slow nod. "I take you 2 blocks from there, to the soccer stadium." "The stadium is 2 blocks from the ghost house?" "Yes," the driver said, the tension clear in his voice. Court believed him. "Good. More money if you hurry." The driver faced forward, leaned into the handlebars, and somehow coaxed a little more power from the struggling machine. Just then, a deep rumble echoed from the sky above. Gentry knew the sound without looking, the heavy drone of a large cargo plane. He glanced up and saw the dark silhouette of an Ilyushin Il-76 climbing into the star-filled night. "Typical," he muttered under his breath, though he couldn't really fault them for leaving. For a moment, a crushing sense of isolation washed over him, but he shoved it aside. There was no time for self-pity. He needed a strategy, and fast. Almost immediately, they were swallowed by evening gridlock, stuck motionless in the street. His driver's feeble honking was drowned out by a symphony of louder car horns. A donkey cart nudged forward a few feet to their right, and through the gap, Court spotted an unpaved walkway running alongside the road. There, under the harsh glow of a bare bulb dangling from a second-floor window, a man sat on an overturned metal bucket. Next to him stood a container the size of a beer keg, with a rubber hose coiled from its top down the side. A hand-painted wooden sign in front, written in both Arabic and English, read simply, "Gas." The man was eating rice with his fingers, undisturbed by the chaos. In a flash, Gentry lunged forward, reached past the driver, and yanked the keys from the ignition. "I'll be back in a moment," Court assured him. But the man kept shouting anyway as Gentry sprinted across the crowded street toward the fuel vendor. Fumbling with his wallet, Court tore out a stack of Sudanese pounds and thrust them at the elderly man, who accepted the money with a quick nod before giving the frantic Westerner a puzzled once-over. For a second, Court didn't understand. Then, over the blaring horns of cars and motorbikes and the angry shouts from carts stuck behind the idle rickshaw, he yelled, "Gas again," and pointed at the keg. Only then did he notice the vendor's confused stare. What exactly was he supposed to put the fuel in? Court had no container and no vehicle of his own. Snatching another bill. He gestured toward the metal bucket the man had been using as a seat, flipped it over himself. It could hold a couple of gallons. The vendor looked at him as if he'd lost his mind, but he started sucking on the hose anyway, siphoning gasoline into the tin pail. The whole awkward exchange took about 90 seconds, and by the time Gentry hurried back to the tiny taxi scooter, he felt like the most despised person in all of Alpha Shear. A symphony of honks followed him. He handed the keys back to the driver, who was still cursing him out while restarting the sputtering engine. Court wedged the bucket between his feet, then grabbed a thick handful of cash from his wallet and waved it beside the furious Darfuri tribesman. The man fell silent and reached for it, but Gentry pulled it back, patting him on the shoulder instead as if to say, "Patience." As the rickshaw lurched forward, Court popped open the cooler of bottled water beside him. Even in the dim glow from passing buildings and oncoming headlights, he could see dark sediment swirling inside. Drinking it would have guaranteed a nasty bout of dysentery, but that wasn't his plan. He cracked the first bottle and doused himself thoroughly, soaking his face, arms, and clothes. He opened a second and did it again, drenching himself completely. The driver glanced back, bewildered, but Court motioned sharply for him to watch the road. 2 more bottles followed, saturating his hair and dripping down his neck. Soon the driver pulled over near a weathered soccer stadium, pointing toward a busy intersection just ahead and to the left. He turned fully in his seat, hand outstretched for payment. Court dug into his wallet and produced a wad of bills, not the local currency the man expected, but euros. The driver's eyes widened. 400 euros was enough to buy a brand new rickshaw outright. He swallowed hard, and after a few seconds, he understood that was precisely what the foreigner intended. Once the money changed hands, the soaked white man with the gasoline bucket stepped out, unzipped his jumpsuit, stripped down to his dripping shorts and t-shirt, and handed the suit over. The driver grasped the unspoken demand. No, the instruction to swap clothes. Reluctant but swift, he climbed out and undressed right there on the roadside as passers-by stopped to gawk. The man pulled on the long tunic and brown trousers, tucking the screwdriver and flare into a pocket before tightening a leather belt around his waist. He reached up, took the turban from the Darfuri man's head, and wrapped the white cloth around his own face and head, creating a makeshift mask. Without a word, he removed the gas cap from the covered scooter and tossed it into the road. Climbing behind the handlebars, he wedged the bucket firmly between his knees, opened a water bottle to dampen his new clothes, and then jammed the throttle forward. The rusty red machine lurched ahead, merging back into the chaotic traffic, left standing shirtless under a street lamp near the soccer stadium. The Darfuri driver scratched his head in bewilderment as a crowd gathered around him, buzzing with curiosity. Court desperately hoped he wasn't too late. If Ellen Walsh was taken past the front gates of the ghost house, any rescue attempt would be suicidal and pointless for her survival. He had to act before the NSS car reached the entrance. Approaching the final intersection, he saw another clog of dilapidated cars, beasts of burden dragging overloaded carts and NGO vehicles. He jerked the handlebars left, bumped over a low curb, and drove straight through pedestrians returning from work or heading out for the evening. Men in white turbans scattered as if their lives depended on it, though the rickshaw was hardly powerful enough to cause more than some bruises. He tried to visualize the scene ahead, having no clear idea what awaited him around the corner. But he'd seen plenty of secret police headquarters in former colonial outposts, more than anyone should have to. There would be a squat, fortified building behind a wall, a guarded gate with a movable barrier, and likely a sandbagged machine gun nest or even an armored vehicle parked out front. This damn Canadian investigator better appreciate this, he grumbled to himself. Then it hit him. If not for his own actions, she wouldn't be in this mess he was now trying to fix. He took the left turn too sharply. the little two-stroke vehicle tilting dangerously with its left rear wheel lifting off the ground for a heart-stopping moment before crashing back onto the dusty pavement. The cab bottomed out with a grating shriek of metal. Gasoline sloshed onto his pant leg, but by lifting his opposite knee to counterbalance the tilt, he managed to save most of the fuel in the bucket. And then he saw it, right ahead on the right. The wall was lower than expected, the building taller and more ornate than he had pictured. An access gate with a guardhouse stood on the near side of the road with a tin shack bunker on the far side. There was the NSS car, about to turn right at the intersection just beyond the ghost house entrance. Damn it, Court thought. I'm not going to make it, but he slammed the rickshaw's throttle open, leaning forward as if his will alone could propel it faster. He prayed for anything to delay the sedan's approach. As if on cue, a donkey cart piled high with plastic watering cans wandered into the intersection, forcing the NSS car to slow and honk angrily. It was now just 25 yards to the ghost house drive. This was his chance he would reach the sedan in time, though his odds of success after that remained laughably slim. Gripping the bucket's rickety handle with one hand and holding the throttle steady with the other, he barreled straight toward the stationary vehicle. Just as the donkey cart finally shifted aside and the sedan began to inch forward, Gentry released the handlebar, twisted from his seat, and vaulted from the rickshaw. He stumbled forward, sloshing a good portion of gasoline from his bucket, but managed to stay upright, sprinting directly into the cacophony of blaring horns and screeching tires. The abandoned rickshaw careened into the passenger side door of the NSS vehicle at roughly 20 miles per hour, the impact crunching metal, denting the car, and shoving it into the wooden cart ahead. A chorus of horns erupted, a symphony of frustration aimed at Gentry, the collision, and the inevitable gridlock it created. Startled animals added their distressed cries to the din. The NSS car now sat stalled in the intersection's heart, its headlights cutting through steam billowing from its crumpled grille, while the rickshaw lay capsized in the street, fuel trickling from its ruptured tank. Court reached the passenger door just as the disoriented NSS commander shoved it open. Grabbing the bespectacled man by his necktie, Gentry hauled him from the wreckage, then released his grip only to upend the remaining gasoline over the man's head. Soldiers spilled from the back seat. The driver clumsily exited his side, and 3 uniformed guards from the nearby ghost house compound advanced, rifles rising to their shoulders, all screaming commands. Court stood his ground in the chaos, yanking the commander into a tight headlock. With his free hand, he pulled the road flare from his pocket, tore off the cap, and struck the igniter. It erupted in a violent shower of sparks and flame. Holding the sizzling torch away from his body, he tightened his grip on the drenched man. Weapons were leveled from every direction. Court leaned close, his voice a low, calm contrast to the surrounding bedlam. "Go for your gun, and I light you up." The commander froze, his hands splayed wide, well clear of the holster beneath his suit jacket. Court jabbed the sparking flare perilously close to the man's face before snapping it back. "If they shoot me, I drop this. You burn." Understood? The message was received. The commander's arms shot into the air as he began shrieking orders in panicked Sudanese Arabic. "Lower your weapons. Put them down. Do not shoot." Nobody complied, but mercifully, nobody fired. Gentry kept shuffling, dragging his hostage left and right, making himself a difficult weaving target for any overeager sniper on a rooftop or jumpy sentry. All the while, he carefully maintained the flare's dangerous proximity to the gasoline-soaked secret policeman, close enough to threaten, but not so close to ignite him prematurely. Amid this frantic dance, he risked a glance into the back of the sedan. Ellen Walsh hadn't moved. She simply stared, her eyes wide and shell-shocked under the dome light. "You okay?" he barked, shifting to the other side of the car to further disrupt any potential aim. "Hey, are you okay?" She gave a vacant nod, and he feared she was slipping into shock. "Snap out of it. Get into the driver's seat. Now move." He ducked low, nearly dragging the commander to the asphalt, as the relentless honking and animal cries pressed in from the gridlocked intersection. The flare buzzed and spat in his hand, a timer he could feel burning down. He knew he had less than a minute before its flame died. In 60 seconds he'd either be gone from this scene or forced to set it all ablaze. Getting out clean was his only acceptable option. Ellen finally pushed herself out of the back seat, her expression more dazed than frightened. He unleashed a torrent of harsh, explicit language at her, not out of cruelty, but to shatter her shock and force her mind to lock on to the immediate peril. He needed her to understand that the threat was utterly real and that her own choices in the next few moments were the only things standing between her and a violent end. "That's it," he said, his voice dropping to a steadier tone as she slid behind the steering wheel. "You're getting it. Try to start the engine." The NSS officer from the airport was easing backward, shifting to Court's left flank. Gentry's instinct screamed that the man was calculating a shot, wanting distance from the impending explosion. His superior was certainly a dead man, but this ambitious underling probably saw a chance to fast-track his career by creating the necessary opening. From behind this officer, a squad of African Union peacekeepers poured out of an armored vehicle. They fanned out rifles held high in a show of force, their movements tense and confused. They clearly had no idea what was unfolding, but they were determined not to be targeted, ready to answer any threat with overwhelming fire. Just perfect. Court now counted at least 25 weapons trained on him, most wielded by men who likely wouldn't lose sleep over his hostage burning to death. Time was up. The sedan's engine coughed to life. Court hauled his NSS captive a few yards along the north-south road, signaling Ellen to drive parallel. She reversed, the bumper scraping the wrecked rickshaw aside before she shifted into drive. Releasing his grip on the secret policeman's neck but keeping the flare menacingly close, Court reached across the man's body and yanked the pistol from his hip holster. In one fluid move, he racked the slide single-handedly by catching the rear sight on his belt and driving the weapon forward. He now aimed this gun at the other NSS man, who appeared to have reconsidered his rash plan to shoot. In this powder keg of an intersection, a single gunshot would be the match to set off a storm of automatic fire from every direction. Maybe the officer realized the peacekeepers at his back would simply erase everything in front of them if he pulled the trigger. As Ellen crept the car forward, Court walked backwards alongside the open rear door, leaving the NSS commander stranded near the shattered vehicles. He held the pistol in his right hand, the dying flare in his left, then hurled the flare in a high arc over the policeman toward the rickshaw. In the heartbeat before the sputtering flame reached the scooter's leaking fuel tank, Court dropped into a low crouch. 2 shots rang out, one for each NSS operative center mass. Then he pivoted and threw himself into the sedan's back seat. "Go! Now! Go!" he roared. The intersection erupted. A loud whoosh accompanied the fireball that engulfed the rickshaw and licked at the dusty street. Ellen slammed her foot down, and the sedan surged north. Not a single shot chased them as they sped 40 meters down the road, veered left into a side street, and vanished into the darkness, a tower of flame climbing into the night sky in their wake. Where are we headed? The man from the Russian transport plane, whose accent clearly wasn't Russian, sat in the back seat as Ellen navigated the tight, crowded lanes. They moved past endless stretches of gray, corrugated metal shacks and low, earth-toned walls that blurred together under the fading light. She pushed the sedan through intersection after intersection, occasionally hitting 40 kilometers an hour, but more often easing to a near stop, using the bumper to gently part a sea of evening traffic or to encourage stray livestock off the road. "Seriously? Where am I supposed to go?" she called out. Louder this time. He seemed distracted. His reply finally came, quieter than before. "Just keep moving, you're doing fine," and she realized with a flicker of surprise that she was. She'd never been in shock before, and part of her wondered if this odd, spreading calm was it. "You didn't kill anyone back there, did you?" Ellen asked, her voice unsteady as she fought to contain the turmoil rising inside her. "No, just warning shots. Had to buy us time to get clear." She believed him. Nothing in his demeanor suggested he'd taken a life. "Where are we going?" "No specific place. Just keep heading this direction." "Who are you?" "Not now," was all he offered. "You're not Russian," she observed, catching his eye in the mirror. "Figured that out, detective," he replied, his sarcasm hovering in a gray area between teasing and malice. "American?" His accent gave him away, but he only repeated, "Not now." For the next half hour, they drove north in near silence. The American mumbled something about swapping vehicles, but then told her to keep driving, as if stopping in this town for even a few minutes was an unacceptable risk. He stayed in the back. At first, she assumed he was watching for pursuers, but a few glances in the rear view showed him just sitting there in the gloom, staring out the side window, looking utterly lost. The decisive man from the intersection, all flares and shouted orders and headlocks, seemed to have vanished, replaced by someone drained. The responsibility, she worried, was shifting to her. "I need to find a phone," she said. "Call for help?" "Negative," he stated, his voice suddenly firm again. "Just drive. We'll be in the desert soon." "It's not desert," she corrected, looking up. "It's the Sahel." "The what?" "Scrubland, between the savannah and the true desert. Hot and empty, but different. The real desert is another 100 miles north." "Fine. Whatever the geography lesson is, do we really have to go out there?" "Yes, there won't be any phones." "I know," he agreed. "We just need to get off the grid tonight." The security services will be turning over every stone, monitoring calls, putting helicopters up, flooding Alpha Shear with informants. We find a quiet spot, lay low until morning, then make for one of the UN-run displacement camps. "I don't have the papers to get into a UN camp," she argued. "You didn't have the authority to take on a plane full of Russian arms dealers either, but you gave it a shot." She shook her head, a wave of exhaustion hitting her. What was I even thinking? "Beats me, lady," the man said. "I have to know," he pressed. "Did you have any real strategy? Or was it just about waving the threat of an international court at them before politely requesting a phone to report them yourself?" Ellen gave a slow shake of her head, acknowledging the absurdity. "That was essentially the plan. I'm a lawyer by trade, but I've only been with the International Criminal Court for a short time. I forged those UN papers myself. I was just so tired of being stuck behind a desk, feeling useless. I needed to see Darfur with my own eyes. No one back at the office has any idea where I am or what I'm doing." He let out a low chuckle. "You've got nerve, I'll give you that much." His voice faded, and she sensed the conversation was over. They drove north for another 10 minutes in silence. Every attempt she made to draw the quiet man into talk was either skillfully sidestepped or met with complete disregard. Once they were on the open highway, leaving the city behind, he urged her to pick up speed. Soon after, he instructed her to pull off the road and guide the car down a shallow, sloping ditch. When she nervously asked about the possibility of wild animals, he admitted he didn't know, but assured her she'd be safe. It wasn't that she trusted him. She still couldn't pin down whose side he was really on, but her options had run out. For now, she would follow his lead. The gentle draw descended into a deeper gully that snaked toward a parched, rocky creek bed. In a couple of months, when the rains came, hiding here would be a death sentence. A single heavy downpour would send a torrent of runoff rushing through this very spot, but for now it seemed secure. Brittle thatched brush rose several feet on both sides of the dusty trench, some of the tops tangled together to form a tight, low canopy overhead. It was only about 6 feet high, but Court, told her to nose the car into the thicket and kill the engine. The hot metal ticked and pinged in the sudden quiet. "Check the glove compartment. Any water?" he asked. She popped it open, finding nothing but a crumpled plastic bag of lemon candies. Court climbed out, rustled through the bushes, and checked the trunk, coming up empty-handed as well. "We'll manage tonight. We'll find water in the morning." "What now?" She turned to look back at him, but he had already vanished into the shadows. She heard him shift, lifting his legs onto the cramped back seat. "Try to get some sleep. What should I call you?" "I'm the only other person here. If you're talking, I'll figure it's meant for me." "Touché," she replied, though she had little patience for smart remarks. She twisted in the front seat, her back against the passenger door. The outer panel was dented from the rickshaw collision, but the frame inside was solid, so she could face the man lying prone in the back. "I'm Ellen, in case you'd forgotten." "Yep." A long silence stretched between them. "You're really not going to talk to me?" "We both need rest. We're not driving out of here tomorrow, too risky. We'll go up to the road on foot and try to wave down a friendly vehicle." "How do we know if it's friendly before we flag it down?" She heard more than saw him shrug in the dark. "No idea, honestly," he said, and again his tone made it clear he was done talking. "Are you really a Rosoboron export crewman?" No answer. "Some kind of mercenary?" Silence. "A spy?" "Go to sleep, Ellen." She released a frustrated sigh. "Just give me a name. Make one up if you have to, but give me something to call you." After several seconds, he replied, "Call me Six." "Good grief," she muttered. "Does that mean there are 5 more just like you out there?" "Go to sleep, Ellen," he repeated. And this time she decided to let it be. A minute later she knew sleep was impossible. After everything that had happened in the last hour, who could possibly sleep? And to top it off, the car smelled awful. 6. Can we crack a window? Negative. Negative? Why not just say no? No. She shifted in her seat, leaning toward the shadowy figure. No, we can't open the windows. We can't open the windows. Why? It's stifling. I'll never sleep like this. 6 listed off calmly. Scorpions, camel spiders, pythons, venomous. All right, windows stay up. 6 fell silent. Why did you come back for me? Not sure. Yes, you are. You can talk to me. Her voice softened, pleading. Please, just talk to me. I'm terrified. My heart won't slow down and sleep is impossible right now. I just need a few minutes of conversation. No secrets, just help me settle my nerves. The man didn't respond. In the gloom, she could barely make out his silhouette, utterly still. She couldn't tell if his eyes were open or closed, or what expression he wore. She was half convinced he'd turned to stone, so his eventual reply made her jump. I came back because your being here is my fault. Your fault? How? I had a job to do here. An important one. A good one, frankly. The kind you'd probably support. He paused, each word seeming chosen with deliberate care. She nudged, and you got in the middle of it. I tried to remove you the simplest way I knew. It didn't go as planned. Or it worked a little too well. Yeah, guess so. Didn't know you were with the ICC. Thought you were just a persistent nuisance. A flicker of gratitude warmed her. She felt she'd chipped a tiny piece off his hardened exterior. That's not a bad way to describe my job, actually. She saw the silhouette shift, a slight movement in his beard, and pictured a faint, reluctant smile. Anyway, I just wanted you sidelined until we were airborne. Then the NSS got involved. They were going to kill you. You really think so? I know so. How can you be sure? I know men like that. They'd be panicking about their own skins. They'd see how badly they'd screwed up letting you get that close, and they'd fix it the only way they know how. The stranger's calm assertion that she'd narrowly escaped death made the weight of the last few hours crash down on her all at once. Ellen buried her face in her hands, her fingers trembling and numb. Her whole body went limp with exhaustion and ache. She looked back into the darkness. I just... Ellen Walsh faltered, then suddenly twisted in the front seat, fumbling desperately for the door handle. She found it, yanked the door open, and shoved against the damaged frame, heaving her upper body out into the dense, dark brush. She was violently sick, retching into the night. After several seconds, the nausea ebbed, leaving her coughing and spitting into the plants of the dry creek bed. A second wave hit, and she surrendered to it, vomiting until she was dry heaving, her body convulsing with nothing left to give. She spat to clear her mouth and began to cry openly, her head still hanging out of the car. Behind her, the stranger hadn't moved. I'm so sorry, she managed, humiliation washing over her. Don't worry about it, came a surprisingly gentle voice from the shadows. She wiped her mouth on her sleeve. 6 added, happens to me more often than I'd like to admit. It took her a full minute to pull herself back into the vehicle, close the door, and slump into a reclining position on the seat. Her tears and sobs gradually began to quiet. She wiped her face again, aware of the silent man's presence in the shadows, unsure if his eyes were open or closed. Once her breathing steadied, she managed a question. Do you believe we'll make it through this? Absolutely. You'll be safe and sound within 24 hours. His confidence was a tangible comfort. Still, she pressed further. And you? A shrug shifted the darkness. I play it by ear. She let the statement hang, sensing a boundary she shouldn't cross. Dabbing her eyes, she ventured another query. Are you married? Yes. Slowly, she lowered her hand and peered toward the silhouette. No, you're not. That was a lie. What makes you say that? A feeling. You don't have a wife. He gave a faint nod, visible in the gloom. Correct. Good guess. She straightened up, a playful glint entering her voice. Children. No comment. His tone had lightened slightly, a hint of humor there, but the worriness remained. I'm going to guess no. He stayed silent. Parents. My father. The answer came fast, too fast to be anything but truth. Where's home for you? Detroit, Michigan. Really? That's my family's origin before we moved to Canada. Which school did you attend? A long pause betrayed him. All right, I'm not from Michigan. Ellen laughed. A sudden loud sound in the cramped vehicle. "Got you, neither am I." She saw his shoulders lift in a resigned shrug, a smile touching his features. "You're not bad at this." With a final sniff and a broader grin, she replied, "You have no idea, 22. An April morning on the Sahel dawns hot and bright, the heat intensifying by the minute, the air filled with the relentless chorus of birds and insects in the dry season. In the stifling sedan, hidden under dense brush, Gentry brushed a centipede from his nose, trying unsuccessfully to fall back asleep. He rubbed his eyes, clearing away the crusted sweat from his lashes and brow. Cracking the window, he welcomed a rush of fresh air, drawing a deep breath. He'd snatched a few hours of fractured sleep, but a lifetime of operating on minimal rest had trained his body to make the most of it. In the dim light beneath the brush canopy, he began to map his day. Without his satellite phone, contacting Sierra 1 was impossible. Not that he relished the prospect of that conversation. The Darfur landing had been a messy complication, largely unavoidable. But everything since touching down in Al-Fashir, the cascade of threats to the mission? Court knew the blame rested squarely on his shoulders. A series of his own missteps had landed him here and had pushed the CIA's crucial Operation Nocturne Sapphire to the brink. So what now, Gentry? His gaze shifted to the woman. It had been a long time since he'd been this close to anyone female, aside from a few elderly nurses in France and a vet tech whose makeshift stitches had saved his life, and others last December. This was different. She slept peacefully a few feet away, her earlier restlessness gone. He'd listened to her toss through the night, had heard her cry out in fear a few times, waking him. Each time he'd remained still, utterly unequipped to offer comfort. She was attractive around his age, with short, reddish-brown hair fanned across her face. He respected her presence here in a war zone, even if he generally held little regard for attorneys or international agencies. To a man like Court, a solitary operator who served as his own judge, jury, and executioner, the International Criminal Court appeared utterly meaningless in the field. It struck him as a grand conference room packed with overqualified academics and professional complainers who lacked any real power to enforce their lofty promises. Yet, despite this cynical view, he couldn't deny a certain respect for the woman beside him. The way she had squared her shoulders and announced herself as an ICC investigator was, in his opinion, profoundly naive, but it also took a kind of reckless courage. She was tough, even if her mouth ran faster than her common sense. He had lied to her about eliminating the 2 NSS operatives, convinced it was for her own protection. Her line of questioning had made it clear she wasn't ready to process that brutal reality, and he needed her focused and functional behind the wheel. Their elimination had been a necessity. Despite the turban masking his face and the change of clothes, they could have easily identified him as the English and French-speaking crewman from the Ilyushin who had shouted at the woman. It was a fortunate break that Ellen Walsh hadn't witnessed the act, and he saw no benefit in burdening her with the truth. She began to stir, licking her lips and rubbing her nose in her sleep. For a fleeting moment, he felt a powerful urge to reach over and brush the hair from her face. The sensation was disturbingly familiar, echoing the compulsive pull he used to feel toward the bottle of painkillers back in his apartment in Nice. He knew he shouldn't give in, but the desire was startlingly strong. Unlike those dark days in France or the shadowed times that followed, he resisted the impulse with Ellen. A sudden, sharp irritation cut through him as he remembered the previous night's conversation. It had dragged on for a solid hour. She had expertly steered the dialogue, and while 90% of it revolved around her life, her family, her friends, her experiences with the ICC in The Hague, the sliver of time where he spoke, the mere fraction where he was actually being truthful, had been far too revealing. He was certain he'd divulged no operational secrets, but he had, inexplicably, admitted to his parents' divorce in his youth and the death of his brother a few years prior. The woman was a frighteningly good investigator, he realized. She created an illusion of casual chat while absorbing every syllable, sifting through them, discarding the lies, and constructing from the remnants a startlingly accurate portrait of the person across from her, and whatever they were trying to conceal. He was left with a nauseating, inescapable conviction that this woman, sleeping just 3 feet away in the sweltering car, had somehow glimpsed the core of him. She seemed to perceive his history, his past, and the demons he'd even buried from his own awareness. It was a feeling of total exposure, a vulnerability that sickened him. And yet, paradoxically, it also forged a strange connection, a closeness he never allowed himself to feel. Court studied her for a long time, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest. Then, abruptly, he turned away and sat bolt upright in the back seat. "Get your shit together, Court, right now," he roared internally. "You are buried in hostile territory. Focus." In an instant, his affinity flipped to animosity. She was a threat now, a liability that could get him killed. He could throw that switch in his mind just like that. It guaranteed a life of solitude without a doubt, but it was also the very thing that kept him breathing. Court emerged from the car without any concern for the noise he made. If Ellen's sleep was disturbed, that was her own issue to manage. He pushed through the brush concealing the sedan, rose from the dry ditch, and tore off the loose local tunic he'd taken from a rickshaw driver the previous day. Underneath, his worn brown undershirt was damp with sweat. He drew the pistol taken from the NSS commander, a bull Cherokee, and inspected it in the growing dawn light. The irony wasn't lost on him. An Arabic-speaking secret policeman carrying an Israeli-made firearm, one that had very nearly ended Court's life. It wouldn't have been his first choice, but it had certainly proved effective against the two NSS operatives hours earlier. He climbed from the gully and scanned the road a quarter-mile ahead, a pale ribbon cutting through dry, wind-swept scrubland. No traffic moved along its length. To the west, it ran straight and flat, but to the east, back toward Al-Fashir, it twisted down a gentle slope and vanished from view. The landscape wasn't utterly barren. This wasn't the rolling dunes of the Sahara, but it was harsh and unwelcoming. Scattered acacia and baobab trees broke the monotony, along with patches of tough grass and shrubs clinging to a hardpan crust that looked as forgiving as concrete. He heard Ellen exit the car behind him. After a moment, she found her footing and joined him on the ridge, standing nearer than he preferred. She followed his gaze eastward. "I don't suppose you see a Waffle House out there that I'm missing," she said. Court shook his head. "Did you sleep?" "A little. I had some intense dreams. But I feel all right. Thanks for talking with me last night." He remained silent. "I got the feeling you don't do that often, that you were just trying to help me settle down." Still, he said nothing. "Well, I appreciate it." Court kept his eyes on the vast stretch ahead, silently willing her to step back. He was searching the hazy distance for any sign of movement. "Rough morning?" she asked after a pause. He realized he was being rude, channeling his irritation about last night's uncharacteristic openness into curt behavior now. It felt childish. He softened his tone and turned slightly toward her, though he avoided her eyes. "I'm fine, just thinking about the day ahead." "Where are we exactly? Do we even know?" "Roughly 25 kilometers from the outskirts of Al-Fashir. That's all I've got." "Where are we headed?" Court looked past her shoulder and saw it then, a hazy, dust-churned smudge on the western horizon. It rose from the desert track, the closest thing to a road out here in Darfur. From the size of the cloud, he guessed it was a convoy of large trucks. As the shapes grew clearer, he made out the white paint. These weren't Sudanese government vehicles or private haulers. They belonged to some kind of international aid group. He pointed toward the rising dust. "We're going where they're going." Together, they moved quickly down toward the road. Ellen began running her fingers through her tangled hair, trying to smooth it. Court watched, baffled. "It never hurts to make a decent first impression," she said with a faint smile, now brushing dust from her clothes. "I'd ask if you had a mirror, but I imagine my chances of finding one are about as good as finding that Waffle House." Court could only marvel at the peculiar rituals of preparedness some people clung to even here. "Listen," Ellen began, and he could tell from her tone that she was uneasy. "Mind stepping back, maybe behind one of those small trees while I try to flag them down? I don't want to spook our only shot." Court had no objection. He was a disheveled-looking white guy out here, a large handgun awkwardly shoved in his waistband. He figured the convoy would include a detachment of UNAMID soldiers, African Union forces on loan to the UN, and he was certain they'd stop for a fair-skinned woman stranded roadside. His own presence would likely read as a threat. Given what he knew about UNAMID's general reluctance to engage in local conflicts, he didn't want to risk frightening them off. "Yeah, that's smart. Just don't blow it. Throw yourself in front of the trucks if you must, but make sure they stop. And don't mention being with the ICC or tangled up with the secret police." These aid groups aren't looking for that kind of headache. Tell them. How about I say I'm a journalist and you're my photographer? We got lost looking for our hotel in Al-Fashir, then were robbed, driven out here, and dumped. Court was about to shoot down her idea with one of his own. But he paused, considered it, and realized her cover story was actually solid. Masking his admiration, he replied, "That could work. Let's roll with it." Gentry moved off the road, down a shallow gully, and into some scrub brush. Ellen Walsh walked about 50 meters up the road to create more separation. 10 minutes later, 61-year-old Mario Bianchi followed the Canadian woman along the sandy track, back down the line of idling trucks toward her colleague, an American photographer or so she had just informed him. Fat flies, nearly the size of quarters, kamikazed into his face. He pulled off his safari hat, swatting futilely before surrendering to the onslaught. It was shaping up to be a scorcher. Already at 9 in the morning, the temperature was pushing 100 degrees Fahrenheit. He'd hoped to reach Dira by noon, but they were running behind schedule even before this bizarre roadside encounter. Mario thought he'd seen it all on the haul from Al-Fashir to Dira. He'd made this roughly 80-mile trip well over 100 times in the past 8 years, first working for, and now running, the Rome-based relief organization Speranza Internazionale. Bianchi ferried personnel and supplies from across Europe to the SI-operated camps just outside Dira, becoming numb to the heat, the stench, the insects, the wildlife, and the ever-present dangers of the route. He'd faced drunken rebels, highway bandits, Sudanese military patrols, African Union peacekeepers, and, of course, the feared Janjaweed militias. But in all his travels along this pathetic stretch of road, he had never encountered English-speaking Westerners on foot. What utter madness. Mario Bianchi enjoyed a spotless reputation in the humanitarian world, cultivated over a 40-year career spanning the African continent. The Italian was known as the fixer, the man who could navigate not just literal minefields, but also the delicate minefields of local diplomacy. It was almost a running joke in certain circles. Wherever Bianchi went, convoys moved, camps were built, clinics were stocked, and staff were paid, all with remarkably little interference from local warlords or militias. The marauding ADFL rebels under Laurent Kabila had given him a wide berth. The RUF fanatics in Sierra Leone hadn't hampered his civilian evacuations. Even the notorious West Side Boys, the teenage Liberian gang known for slaughtering people for sport, had largely allowed him to operate in their territory. He'd collected awards and accolades across the developed world, a walking testament to bureaucratic cunning and sheer stubborn luck. Year after year, Mario Bianchi found himself in a tuxedo, crossing a spotlighted stage to the refined yet enthusiastic applause of a black-tie audience. His achievements had accumulated long before Darfur, but the horrors of that region drew him in like a beacon in the dark. In Darfur, his reputation had grown to almost legendary status. While the United Nations refused to move convoys without heavy escorts, and while other private aid groups retreated to Khartoum, too traumatized by the relentless violence to operate in the field, Speranza Internazionale's trucks kept rolling. Their camps, clinics, supply depots, and water points remained functional. Yes, there were occasional attacks by the Janjaweed or local rebel factions, but these incidents were minor compared to the devastation faced by any other group brave enough to set up operations in the land of the fur. Many believed Bianchi's triumphs were due to his formidable charisma, that he had spent decades persuading Africa's most brutal actors to allow his organization to exist. That assumption was completely wrong. Behind the polished facade of a benevolent idealist, Bianchi was profoundly cynical. A lifetime in Africa could harden anyone, but his particular brand of disillusionment took the form of a cold, ruthless pragmatism that most would argue had no business in the humanitarian world. The real secret to Mario Bianchi's success was a simple, universal transaction. He paid bribes, enormous bribes, to everyone. In Liberia, the West Side Boys left his operations untouched because he handed them tens of thousands of dollars for the privilege. One can only imagine the reaction if the earnest American and European donors knew that a significant slice of their tax-deductible contributions was instantly transformed into cash that teenage militiamen used to purchase marijuana, ammunition, and bootleg films. The pipeline of private aid would be clamped shut in a heartbeat. And if those same contributors discovered that after Congolese militias extorted payments from Speranza Internazionale for access, They immediately demanded the same from every other NGO in their territory, and that the groups with principals who refused were systematically hunted down and massacred, leaving SI virtually alone in eastern Congo. Well, they might feel their good intentions had been twisted into funding a slaughterhouse. Here in Darfur, the pattern continued. Hollywood celebrities filmed heartwarming appeals at SI camps. Donations flooded in, and a substantial portion of that money went directly to the Janjaweed riders who terrorized northern Darfur. They raped, killed, and burned, doing it all from the finest Chadian camels, armed with premium Egyptian Kalashnikovs, coordinating via top-tier Japanese satellite phones, all financed by Western generosity. Bianchi's justification was straightforward. He was on the ground getting the work done. He did what was necessary. And who were you to critique him from the comfort of your living room while he was here, swatting flies in the blistering heat on a dirt track in the middle of nowhere? Now, that same cynicism shaped his view of the current predicament. 2 American journalists alone out here in the Sahel. If he were being truly honest, he wished he'd told his drivers to keep going, to leave that white woman stranded on the roadside. From the perspective of his operation, freelance reporters wandering Darfur without government minders were nothing but serious liabilities. He had to collaborate with Sudan's leadership, a collection of utter scoundrels, not antagonize them. Even the simple act of picking this woman up and taking her to Dira posed a risk to his organization. If the government of Sudan ever found out, he had no doubt, Khartoum would retaliate, potentially crippling the aid flow to his camps. He could have paid his way out of the situation, but the financial slump back home had tightened donations, and there was a limit to how much he could spread around in bribes these days. Bianchi spotted the white man up ahead. "Where's his gear? You told me he was a photographer." "He is. Like I said, bandits took our vehicle last night. Everything was inside. We've been stranded out here for hours, hoping for the right people to come by." "You're 15 miles outside Al-Fashir," he informed her. "Hey, don't blame me. I wasn't behind the wheel." Mario believed the woman. Road bandits operated all along the route between Al-Fashir and Dira during the rainy season. When travel was slow and breakdowns frequent, Speranza Internazionale tried to move with an armed UNAMID escort whenever possible, since you couldn't bribe every farmer or herder with a rifle. This time of year, however, they could usually speed past most small groups looking for trouble. The exception was the Janjaweed, whom he paid generously to leave his convoys untouched. The Italian was now just a few paces from the American, the only other white man who was chatting in French with some of SI's African drivers and loaders who'd stepped away from their trucks for a smoke. The man carried no equipment, not even a backpack. He wore a sweat-soaked brown tee and a pair of loose local trousers. When he turned, his shirt lifted, revealing the butt of a pistol tucked at his right hip. Mario's jaw went slack. He couldn't believe the audacity. An American cowboy armed and expecting to just hop on one of their trucks for a safe ride out? He'd bring nothing but peril with that weapon so casually hidden in his waistband. Without a word, Mario strode up behind him and reached for the gun. It was, as events would immediately show, a spectacularly poor decision. 23. Placing a hand on the personal firearm of a man with Gentry's skills and temperament wasn't quite as foolish as shoving your arm into a rusted bear trap, but it was a near thing. The instant court felt the pressure long before Mario's fingers could close around the grip, and well before any attempt to pull the weapon free, the American operative spun toward the threat. He used the torque of his turn to whip his right arm back with shocking force, knocking the reaching arm up and away. His rotation continued seamlessly. His left hand shot across, swept in front of the man's face, while his left leg hooked behind the man's legs. He then slammed his left palm hard under the intruder's chin. The combination sent the Italian flying backward over the extended leg, landing flat on his back in a cloud of dust stirred by the violent motion. Gentry drew his pistol in a phantom blur, aimed it at the man on the ground, and instantly scanned the perimeter for other threats. Ellen stood frozen 10 feet away, her face pale with shock. 5 minutes later, nothing was forgiven or forgotten, but the 60-year-old Italian had been helped to his feet, dusted off, and his hat was returned. He needed a moment to collect himself, so he sat on the running board of a truck, sipping a cold orange soda and smoking a cigarette. Ellen Walsh sat beside him, offering a stream of apologies that sounded more like a seasoned diplomat than the lawyer she was or the journalist she purported to be. Court stood alone by the roadside, an outcast in the eyes of the others. His only crime, in his own view, was the sheer audacity of carrying a weapon in the middle of an active war zone. No guns, absolutely no guns. The chant came from one of the aid drivers, a silver-haired man who kept a cautious 10-yard distance as he waved a disapproving hand. "You are not getting my weapon," Court stated, his tone leaving no room for debate. The driver just repeated his two-word English mantra, wagging a finger in sync with each utterance. "Try saying that again," Court warned, his patience thinning. The man obliged not once but twice before finally moving aside to let his supervisor and the white woman approach. From their stiff posture and set jaws, it was clear. Ellen and Signor Bianchi had not cooled off. Court met Ellen's gaze. "You never touch another person's firearm," he reminded her. "You've made that point quite clear, Six," she shot back, her voice tight with anger. "Listen, I'm traveling to Diro with them. They have agreed as a personal favor to me to let you come along, but only if you hand your pistol over to Signor Bianchi. What exactly is he planning to do with it?" Court asked. Mario Bianchi answered for himself, rubbing the back of his neck. He mused aloud about whether the clinic in Dira might have a volunteer chiropractor today, then added, "I will discard it in the desert. What did you intend to do with a gun out here?" Court gave an exasperated roll of his eyes. "I might have thought of something. We do not want weapons in our convoy. We are not seeking conflict." Court studied the older Italian for a long moment. "That's the thing about conflict," he finally said. "Sometimes it finds you whether you're looking or not." Bianchi's stare was as hard and unyielding as Gentry's own, brimming with a palpable disdain. "You will not enter one of my trucks with that gun." This standoff was a dangerous waste of time, and Court knew it. Not a single vehicle had passed in the 10 minutes they'd been stalled here. If he wanted to leave before bandits, the National Army, or the secret police showed up, he had to comply. With a frustrated sigh, he drew his pistol. Bianchi reached for it, but Court turned away toward a shallow dry wash south of the road. He dropped the magazine, thumbed the rounds out onto the dirt, and kicked them into the depression. Some bullets vanished into the parched cracks, others lay exposed. He then ejected the chambered round and swiftly disassembled the weapon, removing the slide, spring, and barrel. He hurled the pieces as far as he could into the distance. Ellen approached, her voice softer now, seeking to move past the confrontation. "There, was that so difficult?" Court scanned the vast, empty landscape and scratched a fresh sand flea bite on his wrist. "Ask me again in a few hours." 10 minutes later, Court was wedged into the middle seat of the convoy's third truck. The view ahead was mostly just the dust cloud from the vehicles in front. Ellen rode with Mario in the lead truck. A separation Court assumed was the old man's ploy to flirt with the dusty yet still attractive Canadian away from his interference. Sharing the cab with Court were Racide, the white-haired driver, and Bishara, a young Speranza Internazionale loader. Bishara's English was surprisingly good, though his geography was a bit shaky. He asked if Court was from the same town as David Beckham. Court said no, largely ignored him, and kept his eyes fixed on the passing scenery. They weren't in the clear yet. The secret police could still be out there. Mario had said it was a couple more hours to Dira, arriving around midday. Once there, Court's plan was to get Ellen safely inside the Speranza Internazionale camp for displaced people. She could use the communications equipment there to coordinate an exit, either by arranging a helicopter flight or securing an overland escort with UNAMID personnel. Court, however, intended to hire a private car and driver for a direct return to Al-Fashir. Once in the city, he would locate a black market vendor, purchase a mobile phone, and contact Sid. He planned to pin the blame for missing the Ilyushin flight squarely on the Russian crew, and the pilot's distraction with the ICC investigator, hoping Sid could then devise an alternate escape route from Al-Fashir. If he managed all this within a day and a half, he might still reach Suakin in time for the operation, though the timeline was already dangerously tight. He took a sip from a lukewarm water bottle Bishara had handed him, having first inspected it carefully to ensure it wasn't a refilled container. The two SI Darfuri men were listening to tinny, off-tune music from a transistor radio hooked behind Gentry's head on the cargo hold latch. Their wailing songs nearly drowned out the intermittent convoy radio chatter. Bishara sang along until the older Racide chuckled and joined in, their voices carrying through several more tracks. For a fleeting moment, Court found himself wishing he was back by the roadside, armed and waiting in the heat, instead of trapped in this musical cacophony. Bishara paused only to quiz Court about various American hip-hop artists, a topic the gray man knew little about, and after receiving no response, the young man returned to his music. Periodically, the convoy radio would crackle with the Italian accented English of Signor Mario Bianchi from the lead truck, reporting minor obstacles. A tangled mass of roots from a dead baobab tree blocking part of the road, a dry riverbed requiring careful navigation, or a hobbled camel causing a brief delay. The absence of an armed escort made Court uneasy. "Why isn't there a Unimid security detail with this convoy?" he asked Bishara. The young man just shrugged in time to the music. "Darfur is as large as your state of Texas," he said with a smile. "There are only 10,000 UNAMID troops. Most are stationed at the camps. Not enough to guard every little convoy. It's fine. The Janjaweed don't attack SI. Everyone knows that." Court looked at him, surprised. "And why is that? Mr. Mario is a friend to the Janjaweed." Court stared out the window at the swirling dust. Perfect. He hadn't noticed the prolonged silence from Bianchi's radio, the music and singing in the stuffy cab masking its absence. But when the Italian's voice finally returned over the airwaves, Court immediately straightened. There was a new, urgent formality in Bianchi's tone, a shift in cadence that caught the American's trained ear. He quickly reached over and turned up the volume, silencing the singers around him with a sharp gesture while fumbling to lower the transistor radio. "SI IDP Camp, Dira. This is SI Convoy Truck 1, over." A woman's voice, Australian, responded. "Go ahead, Truck 1, over." Margie, Bianchi's voice sounded detached and serious. Court, with over a decade of experience analyzing vocal stress, sensed trouble even before the words came. "Our convoy has picked up a woman claiming to be an international criminal court investigator. She has a colleague. Can you contact their office in Khartoum to verify her identity? If she is legitimate, we need them to dispatch a helicopter." "Damn it, Court!" shouted the two men from the region sharing the cab with him, simply stared in silence. Court understood that these radio messages would undoubtedly be intercepted by the National Security Service. While they weren't exactly a top-tier intelligence agency, they were perfectly capable of connecting the dots, figuring out that the individuals the SI convoy had just collected were the same two who had been eliminating government operatives and causing chaos outside the ghost house the previous evening. That damn lawyer Gentry fumed internally, but he immediately checked himself. She had no cause to place her faith in him over someone like Signor Bianchi. Up there in that vehicle, with the head of the aid organization, she must have felt secure enough to share her fears about the threat. It was a reasonable human reaction, even though it had now painted a target on their backs. Gentry's mind shifted into overdrive, analyzing the cascading risks with a cold, practiced efficiency. What were the odds the NSS had actually monitored that specific transmission? If they had, how quickly would they piece it together? Could they scramble units to intercept them on this open road, or would they simply lie in wait near the Dira IDP camp? And if all that failed, would the Unimid guards just stand aside and let them snatch the woman right from the camp's entrance? He gazed out at the bleached, dusty haze, his internal monologue screaming at him to focus. Think, what's their next move? He forced himself into the mindset of the Sudanese intelligence leadership. They couldn't afford to let Ellen Walsh simply stroll into Dira. Her testimony would expose their sanctions-busting operations. They wouldn't wait for the convoy to meet up with Unimid peacekeepers, where they'd be outmatched even by reluctant soldiers. No, if he were running the NSS, he'd strike fast and hard right here in the barren openness, wipe out the entire convoy to obscure the fact that the ICC investigator was the real prize. He cycled through these grim scenarios in under a minute. His mind, a tool honed by perpetual danger, combat, and deception. Processing the threat matrix. It was unlikely the NSS could rally a platoon of regular army soldiers here in time. They were only a few hours from Dira, but the NSS didn't need the regular army. They had communications with and control over another armed group that was already in the area, always primed to do their dirty work. A cold dread settled in his gut. Oh, hell. Not those bastards. As much as he despised the conclusion, the logic was inescapable. His jaw tightened with grim resolve. He turned to Bishara. "Let me see a map." Bishara rummaged through some papers on the floorboard, chuckling. "What for? There's only this one road. You can't possibly get lost out here." Nevertheless, he produced a folded map. Gentry snatched it and spread it open, his eyes scanning the nearly featureless terrain. There were a few natural bottlenecks, though. Shallow wadis and narrow passes they'd have to traverse before reaching Dira. Any one of them would be an ideal kill zone. "Listen to me," Court said, his voice low and urgent. "We're going to be ambushed out here on this road." Bishara's eyes went wide. Ambushed by who? Court looked past the young Darfuri man, out at the vast, sun-scorched landscape where the land swelled into dry hillocks dotted with massive acacia trees. His voice was firm, but a thread of tension ran through it. "The Janjaweed." The young man shook his head, waving a hand dismissively in the cramped cab. "No way, man, not us." Gentry focused on the driver. "Your weapon." "I need your rifle," Bishara answered for the older driver. "We don't have a gun, man, I swear. Come on, I know you guys keep something hidden for when the Yanjas show up. I'm not with the UN, I won't report it. We are about to get hit, and I need that AK to watch our flanks." "There is no gun," Bishara insisted, a note of fearful defiance creeping in. "And the Janjaweed won't touch us. We are SI. Today," Court said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "That won't matter at all." He considered his choices. He could radio Bianchi up front and order the convoy to halt. Then he could explain the peril he'd just created, instruct him to maintain radio silence, and turn everyone back toward al-Fashir. That plan was riddled with uncertainties. What if Bianchi refused? What if the NSS or the Sudanese army was already speeding from al-Fashir on this very road to intercept them? Slowing down or turning back might just deliver the convoy right into their hands. No. The only viable path was to push forward, aiming for the comparative security of the IDP camp near Dira before the raiders could crest a distant ridge. It was a thin hope, and the gray man wasn't about to just wait around hoping for the best. He shifted his mindset, trying to think like the leader of a band of armed horsemen in this vast desert. What would their strategy be? Damn, he had no clue. Gentry had training in small unit tactics, but not for God's sake on horseback. This was entirely unfamiliar ground. He racked his brain, even thinking back to the old John Wayne westerns he'd watched with his brother and dad, searching for some tactical insight. Nothing useful came to mind. The Duke would never have been caught out here in hostile territory without a trusty lever-action rifle. So those films offered no guidance for his current crisis. Court abandoned trying to anticipate the tactics of a conventional attacking force. This wasn't the cavalry versus Native Americans. This was the Janjaweed versus an aid convoy. The horsemen wouldn't be scouting for defensible high ground or sound military positions. Hell, they were about to assault a defenseless line of trucks. They could strike anywhere, at any moment. From what he understood of the Janjaweed, they typically avoided UN convoys, or any convoys for that matter. Their pattern was different. Raid villages, torch huts, commit atrocities, and then plunder. Plunder. That was it. They'd want the trucks undamaged to steal whatever was inside. The grim scene unfolded in his mind. They'd likely just force the trucks to stop, drag everyone out, and begin the slaughter. Back in his CIA training at Harvey Point, they'd taught him a lot, but nobody ever covered how to stop a mass execution while being completely unarmed. His attention snapped to the cargo hatch behind him. What's in the back? Court demanded of Bishara, who was visibly unnerved by the American's certainty about an impending ambush. Nothing, man. No weapons. Why do you say the Janjas? What are we carrying? Court pressed more forcefully this time. Just supplies for the camp. Beds, radios, lamps, desks, things for the offices and living quarters. Tools to build a new water tower. Why do you say the Janjas? Let's see for ourselves. Court twisted in his seat and slid open the small access panel between the cab and the large cargo hold. It was a tight squeeze, forcing him to climb over duffel bags, sacks of grain, and a metal frame to reach the top of the piled supplies. "Hand me a flashlight," Court called to the young man, who was peering through from the cab. "Hand you what?" Bishara asked. "A torch. Give me a torch." "Bloody British English," he muttered. A moment later, both men were on their hands and knees atop the gear, a cramped, sweltering space that felt like an attic crawl space, easily over 115 degrees and utterly dark without the light. The truck jolted violently with every pothole, tossing them around. The driver had to be confused, but he kept driving in formation as if everything was normal. "Why do you think the Yanchas are coming?" the young Darfuri finally managed to ask. Court rummaged through boxes and bags as he talked, hurling items over his shoulders while Bishara held the light steady, Gentry explained. The NSS is hunting the white woman. They want her dead. Bianchi's radio broadcast told them exactly where we are. They wouldn't come themselves. They'd send their proxies to do the dirty work and take the blame. I'm guessing the NSS doesn't have a team out here on the highway, so they'll likely call the Janjaweed to handle us. If that happens, they might just execute me and the Canadian woman, but I wouldn't count on them leaving any witnesses. They'd probably kill everyone to hide their partnership with the NSS. Bishara gave a slow nod, grasping the grim reality laid out by this intense American. What is possible for me to do? You and I need to become a team right now. We work together, we might get ourselves and a few others out of this mess. Do you get it? The young man nodded. The driver receded. Can he be trusted? Bishara shrugged. I am Zagawa, he is Masalit, but he has a good heart. I will tell him to listen to you. Then Bishara asked the inevitable question. So what is the plan? First, we're going to hope like hell that I'm wrong. Young Bishara shook his head with a weary cynicism that seemed far too old for his face. The people of Darfur pray without ceasing, yet the Janjaweed still arrive with their machetes and their matches. Court was already tearing through the jumble of cargo beneath him. He'd already retrieved a disposable lighter and a wind-up alarm clock from the chaos of cardboard. He held up a roll of thick black plastic trash bags in the beam of Bishara's flashlight. Then he dug deeper, pushing past burlap sacks of flour and small metal drums of vegetable oil. He shoved a woven basket of laundry aside, took the flashlight from Bishara, and aimed the beam at a heavy wooden crate on the truck bed's floor. Prying the lid off, he revealed a collection of welding gear, an acetylene and oxygen setup, a welder's mask, iron fittings, and a torch. Court looked up at Bishara, his face illuminated from below. If they come, then we fight. American, you do not understand these men. They burned my village. They took my sisters. One they killed. The other they let live, but her mind is gone from the horror. They shot my father. Only my mother and I remain, and she is in the camp at Dira. If the Janjaweed come, there is nothing to be done. They have rifles, camels, horses. If they come, we will all die. Court shook his head, a fierce determination settling in his eyes. We can do this. These Janjaweed are murderers, but they're also bullies. They don't come for a fight, they come for a massacre. We make it difficult for them. We draw blood. We take a few of them down, and they'll lose their nerve and run. Trust me, these are not soldiers. They hunt the defenseless for sport. We can turn the tables. It does not matter if they are not an army. They have guns. We have nothing to fight them with. Yes, we do. What do we have? You've got me. The kid's eyes went wide. Then a slow, incredulous smile spread across his face. Smiling in a moment like this meant Bishara had a streak of madness in him too. Court knew instantly this was someone he could work with. What's in the other trucks? The lead truck has food, supplies for the aid workers, not the relief flour. Also equipment for repairing the water well. Forget that one. What about the truck directly ahead of us? That one carries the canvas tent rolls, drinking water, and the generators. 6 small generators for the camp. There is also a pump assembly for the well. The tactical engine in Gentry's mind revved, almost overheating with possibilities. No good, all right. The truck behind us? Bishara thought for a moment. Tools. Hand tools, wood planks, nails for building a new latrine. Oh, and fuel for the generators. Court swung the flashlight beam up to the young fur tribesman's face. Fuel? Yes. The gray man tilted his head. How much fuel are we talking about? 24 Bianchi was startled by the group of men blocking the road ahead. There were at least a dozen of them. Some sat atop large, dappled gray horses. Others perched even higher on massive tan or chocolate-colored camels. Their rifles rested casually across their laps or hung from straps on their chests. Their heads were wrapped in high, multicolored turbans that obscured their faces and hair. Most wore sunglasses. A few were clad in mismatched camouflage fatigues. A couple sported military-style boots, but most wore simple sandals. A mix of trench coats and bare chests under tactical vests marked the figures ahead. These were the Janjaweed, a name derived from Arabic words for evil and horse, the evil horsemen. Originally drawn from the skilled Arab horsemen of Sudan, cattle and camel herders, their ranks had swelled. Now, any local Arab with a horse, a camel, or sometimes just a pickup truck could join these government-backed militias. For nearly a decade, they had terrorized Western Sudan's non-Muslim communities, leaving a trail of death, displacement, and unspeakable violence in their wake. If pure evil existed in this world, and who could argue it didn't, the Janjaweed embodied it. Yet Mario Bianchi felt no fear. He knew these men intimately. This particular branch of darkness was on his payroll. The Italian was irritated by another delay, but utterly unconcerned. He had arrangements with their commanders, payments that guaranteed his safe passage along these desert tracks. He'd been stopped before by various bands of tribesmen. The process was never polite. He'd be ordered from his truck while his African workers were dragged out more roughly, but it was always brief, a respectful conversation with the leader, a mention of the right names, even the offer of his satellite phone if some junior fighter was unaware of the deal, and the matter was settled. Bianchi signaled his driver to halt. He glanced at the Canadian woman beside him, her eyes wide and fixed on the dust-shrouded men. "Relax. I know their commander. There's nothing to worry about." He gave her cheek a light brush with his hand and offered a reassuring smile. From the truck bed, Court Gentry's voice cut through the noise. "Hey, Bishara, why are we stopping?" He'd been wrestling with a makeshift hammer-axe tool, nailing together a frame of pine posts in near-total darkness. The confined space was a sweaty, claustrophobic trap of gear, water pallets, and rolled tarps, making every movement and breath a struggle. Bishara had been helping earlier, but two men thrashing in the tight quarters had caused more chaos than progress, burying each other under shifting cargo. Court finally sent him back to the cab. Working alone, he'd abandoned his flashlight. Swinging a hammer blindly had bruised his thumb and arm repeatedly, but it was faster than fumbling with the light. After a moment, Bishara's shouted reply came back. "It's the Janjaweed." "Perfect," Gentry muttered to himself. He stopped hammering, snatched his flashlight, and began clawing his way toward the front of the cargo pile. This whole improvisation was a long shot. He was working from theory, not experience, building a contraption on the fly in terrible conditions. So many things could fail. His only strategy was to overcompensate so drastically that now, ironically, the entire plan hinged on avoiding one colossal, catastrophic mistake. He wasn't concerned about failure. His fear was that his plan would succeed with terrifying efficiency. Court was acutely aware of the overkill potential inherent in his creation. A welding torch requires acetylene and oxygen, and when these gases are combined in the right ratio within a confined space, they become explosively volatile. He had filled 6 heavy-duty 40-gallon contractor bags with this precise mixture, sealed them like giant balloons, and positioned them atop the cargo, occupying most of the empty air in the truck's trailer. Using an alarm clock, a cigarette lighter, and a generous amount of heavy-duty tape, he'd engineered a timed ignition device. He'd conducted 2 dry runs before filling the bags, naturally confirming that the clock's moving hammer could strike the lighter's flint wheel and produce a steady butane flame. His goal was a massive blinding flash and an ear-splitting bang, but without lethal fragmentation that could kill Ellen Walsh himself and the entire Speranza Internazionale team. He needed a distraction, an enormous flashbang, not a weapon. To achieve this, he placed the bags at the very top, hoping the truck's roof would blow skyward while the cargo below remained mostly intact. A secondary, critical worry was avoiding the truck's main fuel tank. Igniting that would create a fireball capable of wiping out everyone in the vicinity. Honestly, he had no certainty his jury-rigged truck bomb would perform as intended. Too many variables were in play, but he was out of alternatives. Court, ever the pragmatist, had devised a backup plan, reasoning that a few seconds of enemy confusion might not be enough. With immense effort, he wrestled the heavy iron acetylene tank to the top of the load near the rear sliding door. He pointed its nozzle toward the chemical bags and its base toward the door, angling it slightly downward. Around it, he constructed a crude wooden guide system, simple rails that would let the tank shoot forward like a rocket on a makeshift launch pad. After the truck finally halted, he cracked the tank's valve open and began a careful retreat from the cargo hold, shuffling the volatile bags ahead of him. At the front of the space, he set the alarm clock, triple-checked the lighter's alignment with the clock's hammer, and left the whole apparatus beside one of his oxy bombs. He backed out through the hatch into the cab, drenched in sweat and utterly spent, just as the driver reversed a few yards and killed the engine. Outside, the scene unfolded with a grim, almost theatrical menace. A turbaned horseman trotted past the driver's window, barked an order, and when Rashid opened the door, immediately lashed him several times with a thick, braided whip before moving on to harass the next truck's driver. Gentry followed Rashid out, leading Bishara, his anxiety now divided equally between the armed Janjaweed circling them and his own precarious creation. Bianchi emerged from the lead vehicle as the raiders slowly enveloped the convoy. About half had dismounted, leading their horses by the reins while waving rifles with their free hands. The other half, likely the senior members, remained mounted, riding slowly down both flanks of the 4 idling vehicles on the scorching road. Bianchi quickly pinpointed the commander. It wasn't just his imposing stature, but the heavy necklace of brown, square clay amulets draped over his chest and rifle magazines. While such charms were common among the Janjaweed, this man astride the largest camel, wearing the freshest chocolate chip camouflage and sporting the longest beard, wore the most amulets of all, a walking testament to his presumed authority and superstition. The absurdity of it almost made Court laugh. Here they were, facing down a threat armed with ancient talismans and modern rifles, while his own survival hinged on a contraption built from hardware store supplies and desperate hope. The amulets had been sanctified by a holy figure and were said to offer protection from gunfire. This man was clearly in command, so Bianchi greeted him with respect. "Peace be upon you," he said, placing a hand over his heart. "And upon you, peace," the commander replied with a faint tilt of his head, though he offered no reciprocal gesture of goodwill. Perched atop his massive camel, he loomed high above them. Bianchi pressed on in Arabic. "My brother, what is the reason for this delay? Commander Ibrahim knows us. He has granted permission for our journey to Dira." The rider merely gazed down at him, then shifted his attention to the others being ushered from the trucks toward the roadside. Bianchi glanced back to confirm his entire group was present and remaining calm. His 4 drivers, his 4 loaders, the Canadian woman whose face was still etched with pure terror, and the American. The American was drenched in sweat, his hair plastered to his forehead, his posture one of utter submission. Bianchi studied him, so bold when he had a weapon and was confronting an elderly man. Now, surrounded by genuine fighters, he looked as if he wished the earth would swallow him whole. Just before turning back to the Janjaweed leader, Mario Bianchi noticed the American sneak a furtive look at his wristwatch. How peculiar at a moment like this, the Italian thought, as he resumed his polite explanations about his established arrangements with the Janjaweed to this apparently misinformed man on the camel. "This is not looking promising," Court whispered to himself. He wasn't referring to the armed riders. He was thinking about the improvised project he had been assembling for the past 35 minutes. Their lives were hanging by a thread, and the threat wasn't solely from these jumpy men on their pungent horses and mangy camels. Bishara moved closer to Court on the road and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Will it function?" he asked quietly. Court met his eyes. "I don't know if it will function, but I can absolutely guarantee it's going to blow." He infused his words and his expression with every ounce of urgency, trying to communicate the extreme peril. It was clear to the gray man that young Bishara grasped the situation entirely. "Good luck," Bishara said. Court gave a tight nod. You too, he wanted to reach Ellen, to prepare her for what was coming, but she was further up the road being corralled with the rest of the SI staff into a single cluster. When he finally managed to get near her, he couldn't speak. Any language he might use, English or basic Arabic, would likely be understood by someone in the raiding party. So he maneuvered silently, edging closer. She was standing near Bianchi, who was positioned beneath the Janjaweed leader. Court slipped behind the Italian, a simple task as the Janjaweed were pushing everyone into a tight huddle by the roadside. They were about 50 feet from Truck 3, the location of his hastily constructed distraction. He tried subtly to guide the SI personnel a few steps farther away, but the Janjaweed just kept pushing them back. The group was packed tightly. He could practically taste the collective fear in this cramped gathering of people standing together in the dust. Every eye was fixed on the Janjaweed commander high on his camel, and on another horseman who had a rocket-propelled grenade launcher slung across his saddle. Both men used their restless animals to press the convoy members closer together. Ellen moved her shoulder against Court, the man she knew as 6. Did they come because I told Bianchi my identity, she asked, her voice trembling and breathless. She was on the brink of tears, as if she already suspected the answer. I advised you against that, Court stated plainly. His mind was occupied by a more pressing concern, and he had no capacity to address the Canadian woman's guilt or anxiety at that moment. I thought it would bring UNAMID forces here. Right, Gentry murmured, his eyes darting to his watch once more. With a nervous flick of his gaze, he assessed the Janjaweed. They stood idly or sat tall in their saddles, appearing to wait for something. Court was waiting, but he didn't know for what. He couldn't tell which event would arrive first or which would bring the greater disaster. Damn it. For the first time, he actually listened to what Mario Bianchi was telling the Arab commander. The old Italian hadn't stopped talking since he climbed out of his truck. He'd been speaking Arabic, but now his one-sided conversation had switched to French. As I mentioned, you can use my phone to reach Commander Ibrahim. He will confirm that I am a friend. You're friends with these guys? Court asked in English. Bianchi glanced back at the American, who was now standing right behind him on the roadside. He gave a nod. I have an understanding with the Janjaweed in this region. Yeah. How's that working out for you? Bianchi ignored him and turned back to the commander. So, would you like the phone? The Janjaweed commander, perched impossibly high on his massive camel, replied, No, I have a phone. Bianchi nodded. Could you please contact Commander Ibra? Commander Ibrahim already contacted me. Bianchi's head tilted. He did? So he told you we could pass, yes? The commander on the camel simply shook his head once, very slowly. Bianchi's next words came out softer, uncharacteristically hesitant. What did he tell you? He told me to do this. The commander barked a short order in Arabic. Immediately, a horseman wrapped in a purple turban, riding a large sorrel gelding, maneuvered around and behind the herded cluster of convoy personnel. Court lost sight of him for a moment behind some stationary riders, but when the purple-turbaned man reappeared, he held a noosed rope in his hand. With a deft, underhand toss, the heavy loop dropped over Mario Bianchi's neck, just as the Italian turned toward the sound of galloping hooves behind him. The horseman secured the other end of the rope to his saddle horn, then cruelly dug his heels into his horse's sides. The animal bolted forward, away from the road and into the rocky desert to the north. With a startled shout, Mario Bianchi was jerked forward by the taut rope, yanked to the ground by his neck, and dragged away. He crashed awkwardly into 3 or 4 of his own staff, sending men spinning aside or knocked down like bowling pins. Ellen Walsh screamed as the Italian was hauled off. The sounds of horse hooves and the violent impact of his thick body against unyielding hard earth, jagged stones, and dry roots as tough as hickory sticks filled the air. A brutal cacophony that only faded as the man was pulled 10, then 20, then 50, then 100 yards away until all that remained visible in the distance was a lingering cloud of dust hanging in the still air. Court looked down at his watch. He began quickly pushing the crowd around him farther off the road, starting with nudges and escalating to shoves. The Janjaweed commander then shouted an order to his dismounted men. It was Sudanese Arabic, but close enough to the Gulf Arabic gentry understood. Beat them all to death. Rifles were raised and flipped upside down. The weapon butts were then used to viciously slam into the crowd from all directions. A dozen attackers hammered into the bodies of 9 men and 1 woman. They carried out their cruel work amid shouts, screams, and desperate pleas from the victims. At the same time, those Janjaweed on horses and camels began compressing the group tighter and tighter, using the massive bodies of their animals to literally crush the pathetic, defenseless civilians. Court took a glancing rifle butt to his right shoulder while he was looking the other way. The blow propelled him sideways and slammed him into the haunches of the camel carrying the commander. The Janjaweed leader looked down at him, coal-black eyes visible through the folds of his turban. Court winced in pain, but checked his watch again. Then he turned toward Ellen. She tripped backward over a fallen man and tumbled onto her stomach at Court's feet. She tried to push herself up, an instinct to flee taking over, but there was no escape. The circle of hostile men was complete. Only Court Gentry understood that the most secure position for her in that moment was exactly where she was, pressed into the earth. He threw himself over her, using his weight to pin her down and his hands to shield her ears. Brace for it, he thought, tensing every muscle. From the third truck, the one they had arrived in, came a soft thump, like a muffler popping. It was noticeable even over the shouts and the sickening sound of rifle butts meeting flesh, but it was far quieter than he had anticipated. What? He raised his head to look back, bewildered. A failure was the last thing he had prepared for. The brutal beatings paused as the Janjaweed fighters turned toward the noise. Even the Speranza Internazionale staff, curled or lying flat around Gentry and Walsh, glanced about in uncertainty. Smoke poured from the cab's windows and seeped through the gaps in the cargo door. But there was no violent eruption, no deafening shockwave, and certainly no lethal spray of metal. A command was shouted in Arabic, and two horsemen dismounted, handed their reins to others, and hurried toward the truck. Court knew these men had been anticipating plunder. Now they needed to investigate why their potential prize was smoking. The Janjaweed leader barked another order to his assembled men, and again, Court understood its meaning perfectly. Kill them all. The men shifted, forming a rough line facing their prone captives. Kalashnikovs were shouldered, and safeties were thumbed off to full auto. Court surged to his feet. One man against a score, his hand darted behind his back, under his shirt, grasping for the hidden tool, and then the situation inverted. For whatever glitch, the first phase of Gentry's plan had fizzled. But the second phase was an absolute work of art. As the two men approached the truck's rear, another detonation sounded, followed by the hellish shriek of a projectile igniting. The acetylene tank shot from the cargo bay like a rocket, a tail of fire blazing behind it. In a blur, it angled down, shattered the windshield of the fourth truck, and buried itself deep in its load bed. The heavy vehicle rocked violently on its axles. Court whirled back toward Walsh, driving her to the ground once more. The truck detonated in a searing flash of light, a thunderclap of sound battering eardrums and slamming brains against skulls with concussive force. Court felt a wave of heat wash over him and vanish as quickly as it came. The sudden inferno consumed the oxygen, leaving his lungs burning and empty. He gasped, choking, until fresh air rushed in to replace it. Fighting through the pain in his chest and the fog in his mind, he looked up. The blast had killed one Janjaweed fighter outright and hurled three more from their horses, leaving them stunned. Another militant, who had been moving between the trucks, was simply erased from existence. Only his panicked horse bolting into the desert served as evidence he had ever been there. Two more attackers were screaming, wounded by burning debris. 6 seconds after the initial explosion, flaming wreckage continued to rain down around them. Spooked horses and camels reared, stumbled, and bolted on unsteady legs. Every member of the SI team was dazed, some concussed, but having been on the ground, they were somewhat shielded from the worst of the blast. Gentry and Walsh fared best of all because he had covered both their ears. Even so, as he pushed up to his knees, the world swayed and he staggered. Court's gaze swept toward the fourth truck, past men stumbling like they'd just left a bar at closing time. The cab was mangled, scorched, and warped, yet somehow still holding together. The wheels, chassis, fuel tanks, and flatbed remained in position, but the cargo container's walls and roof had vanished entirely. The fuel bladders stored inside were now just smoke and ash, while the rest of the supplies were scattered across the road, burning or still drifting through the air. Turning, his balance still uncertain, Court took a clumsy step toward the commander, who had miraculously stayed mounted on his enormous camel. That camel and a single horse were the only animals not to bolt after the explosion. The Janjaweed leader raised his Kalashnikov, fitted with a wire stock, and aimed it shakily at Gentry. Though Court was the only person from the convoy still standing, the commander himself moved slowly, disoriented. He barely got his muzzle leveled when Court swatted it aside with his left hand. With his right, Gentry drew the tool he'd kept concealed under his shirt, tucked against the small of his back, a hammer-hatchet combination. Gripping it by the sharp side, he brought it down in a powerful, sweeping arc from over his head, driving the hatchet blade deep into the camel-mounted commander's kneecap. The man didn't scream, but his leg jerked violently upward as he clutched it in silent agony. The hatchet remained lodged in the kneecap and femur, the handle tearing free from Court's grip. The commander slid from the saddle away from his attacker, dropping roughly 6 feet to slam his neck and back into the dusty ground, his rifle tumbling down with him. Court pivoted away from the now riderless camel and spun toward Ellen Walsh, who was crawling frantically on her hands and knees, putting distance between herself and the chaotic scene. From behind, He heard the tinny, distant rattle of full-auto Kalashnikov fire, his ears still ringing from the truck's blast. His eyes darted to the rear vehicle. Flames engulfed the area from the massive detonation. He knew the fuel tanks could explode at any moment. They were all well within the blast radius. If those tanks went up, the chassis and drive train would shred into a storm of supersonic red-hot metal fragments, killing everyone nearby. Another burst of AK fire behind him pushed Gentry to find a weapon of his own. The Janjaweed commander's rifle would be lying on the far side of the camel. Court started to turn and go for it, but then something enormous smashed into his back. It felt like being hit by a speeding bus. He crumpled forward under incredible weight, grunting as he fell face first onto the hard earth, his arms splayed. Immediately, he knew he was pinned from the waist down by something massive and immovable. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw the colossal camel lying dead on top of him. In its final throes, the beast's head had lolled toward Court, vacant eyes framed by strangely long lashes, flared teeth, and a wet, drooping tongue hanging loose. The animal had been cut down by rifle fire. After a few seconds of desperately clawing at the dirt, Gentry realized there was no way he could free himself from nearly 1,500 pounds of dead weight alone. He reached behind his back, fingers scrambling for anything attached to the camel's saddle that might help him unpin his legs, or, failing that, give him something to fight with from his trapped position. But nothing was within his strained reach, and the fight raged on around him. Just 5 feet from his face, an SI driver struggled to his knees, blood seeping from his ears from the concussive force of Gentry's overdone vehicle bomb. A sudden grim irony struck Court. Here he was, the architect of this chaos, now literally crushed under the weight of the very conflict he'd ignited. The earlier tension shattered into a moment of dark, almost laughable helplessness, but that flash of sarcasm hardened just as quickly into a sharp, clear resolve. He wasn't finished, not even close. His eyes scanned the ground again, searching for any advantage, any tool, any sliver of hope in the dust and flames. Behind him, the surviving men from both Speranza Internazionale and the Janjaweed were scattered, each stumbling through his own fog of disorientation in the wake of the blast. One Janjaweed fighter, swaying on his feet, made a clumsy attempt to remount his camel. The irritated animal shied away, refusing him, so the Arab instead wrestled a rocket-propelled grenade launcher from a scabbard strapped to the beast's side. He turned, weapon in hand, and Court watched, trapped and helpless, as the man lifted the tube. For a long, uncertain moment, the Janjaweed seemed to search for a target. Gentry knew the man was standing dangerously close to his own comrades, sprawled in the dirt. Firing now would likely kill them all. But the fighter was clearly addled, his movements slow and confused. He pointed the RPG and pulled the trigger, apparently forgetting the external hammer needed to be cocked first. He stared at the launcher, baffled. Court, his legs pinned under the immense weight of the camel, could only watch as the man finally realized his error. He charged the weapon and leveled it again at the dazed crowd. A sudden crackle of rifle fire from across the dead animal made Court duck his head down like a turtle retreating into its shell. The Janjaweed with the RPG staggered backward, his weapon discharging wildly into the air. The back blast kicked up a cloud of dust and sand from the Sahel track, swallowing the man as he fell. The rocket's gray smoke trail streaked harmlessly south into the blue sky. Peering back over his shoulder, Court saw young Bishara leap over the camel's carcass, dropping into cover beside him with a smoking AK-47 in hand. A wide, triumphant grin split the young man's face. "You really lit up that truck, American?" Bishara popped up, firing a short burst over the camel's brown belly at an unseen target, while return fire sporadically kicked up dirt between their position and the trucks. Nearby, Rashid, the SI driver from Court's vehicle, had grabbed another AK from the dead RPG gunner's camel. With no semblance of skill, he held the rifle out, squeezed his eyes shut, and pulled the trigger. The weapon bucked wildly, sending 7.62mm rounds snapping through the air just above Gentry's head. Bishara ducked from this new hazard, whirling to scream at the older man. Court hoped he was telling him to watch where he aimed that damn thing. "You planning to fight, American?" Bishara asked, still grinning. He seemed to relish this chaotic chance for payback against the Janjaweed, the very forces that had ravaged his homeland under orders from President Aboud. "I'm stuck," Court replied, still straining against the dead weight. He felt no sharp pain, only a crushing pressure, and he desperately hoped nothing was broken once he got free. Bishara fired another burst over the carcass, which provided solid cover, though Court knew the Janjaweed horsemen could flank them at any moment. Slinging his AK, Bishara grabbed Court by both arms and, staying low, pulled with all his strength. Court didn't move. Another SI fighter crawled over to help, each man taking an arm, and this time Gentry felt the terrible weight begin to shift. He dug his knees into the dirt, trying to assist in prying himself from under the massive animal. Another volley of AK fire from the Janjaweed near the first truck sent both Sudanese men flattening into the dirt beside him, but they scrambled back up a moment later for another try at freeing the sweaty American pinned beneath the camel. Their third attempt finally worked. Court's legs and feet came loose, throbbing with a dull ache, but still functional. He kept his head down, pushing up to his knees. The driver who had freed him stayed low, but Bishara was already rising, bringing his Kalashnikov back up. Eyes locked on a threat beyond the camel. A sudden burst of gunfire from behind. Bishara spun, cried out, and dropped dead to the ground. Without hesitation, Court snatched the bloodied AK from the dirt, pivoted on his knees, and peered over the camel. 6 Janjaweed riders were galloping away behind the first truck, nearly out of sight. He squeezed off one round, hitting the last horseman in the lower back, sending him tumbling from his saddle into the sand. Men groaned and shouted amid the wreckage. The air was thick with the stench of cordite, diesel, and burning materials. Through the smoke and dust, Court spotted Ellen Walsh on her feet about 50 yards off, moving toward Mario Bianchi's body near a thick baobab tree. She seemed unharmed. He looked back at Bishara, now curled like a discarded rag, blood seeping into the dry earth. Flies were already swarming the neck wound drawn to the fresh blood. Another SI operative lay dead nearby. The remaining 6 had survived, though some bled from the ears or bore shrapnel and bullet wounds. Scattered horses and the lone surviving camel lingered nearby, accustomed to the chaos. Fires burned along the road, and the 4th truck was fully engulfed, its fuel tank ready to blow. Court grabbed the nearest man. Get the first 2 trucks moving. Take everyone and the animals up the road. That tank's about to explode. He then caught up to Ellen, who was kneeling beside Bianchi. The Italian's clothes were torn, his face battered, the thick rope still around his neck. Walsh wept quietly. "You hurt?" Gentry asked, his tone blunt. If she'd listened, none of this would have happened. "I'm fine," she replied, noticing him. "But Mario is dead." "Screw him," Court said, glancing at the twisted corpse. "He brought this on himself." Ellen stared up, shocked and disgusted. Moments later, a deafening boom erupted as the fuel tank exploded, heat washing over them even from a distance. Black smoke billowed into the sky like a dark balloon. Ellen simply watched beside him, silent. After a brief pause, the 3rd truck erupted into a towering fireball, another violent spectacle against the desert sky. Ellen drew a sharp breath. What are they doing? The surviving SI operatives had scrambled into the 2 remaining vehicles, initially appearing to reposition them from the danger zone. Instead, the lead truck just kept going, kicking up a plume of dust as it sped down the road and vanished into the shimmering horizon. "Where is he going?" she shouted, her voice cracking. "Probably making a run for Dira," Court stated flatly. The 2nd truck sat idling on the asphalt, all remaining men packed inside. They seemed to be waiting. But Gentry pictured a furious debate happening right then in that cab, whether to abandon the 2 foreigners to bake under the relentless sun. The idea of being left behind didn't shock or anger Court. He simply turned and started walking back toward the road. "Take it easy. We're fine," he told her, though the confidence in his tone was a thin veneer over his own doubts. "Damn it," Court muttered, kneeling beside Bishara a moment later. The explosion had scorched his skin and reduced his clothes to charred rags. One final, cruel insult to the young man who had risked so much to help them. Court found a grim satisfaction in hoping the flies swarming the fatal gash in Bishara's neck had been vaporized in the blast. "What is it?" Ellen asked. "He was a damn good kid." "You only knew him for an hour," she said, not to challenge him, but genuinely confused by this focused grief for one man amid so many dead, especially after his harsh words about Bianchi just minutes before. She counted 8 bodies sprawled in the dirt, not including the one 6 was crouched beside. "He saved both our lives in a long time. He's the sharpest, most capable guy I've had the luck to work alongside." The lone remaining truck suddenly jerked into gear, swung a wide U-turn off the road, and rumbled past the two Americans, leaving them in its dusty wake. Ellen sprinted after it, arms waving desperately. It ignored her completely, racing back toward the west. "No," she screamed. Court now understood the argument in the cab hadn't been about leaving them. That was likely unanimous. The debate was whether to head east to Dira or west to Al-Fashir. They'd clearly chosen the latter. "What do we do now?" Ellen cried out to Gentry. He walked a few yards up the road, knelt, and began methodically searching the body of the dead Janjaweed commander. He retrieved a small water skin on a cord and slung it over his shoulder. From a black canvas chest rig, he dug out a full magazine for a Kalashnikov. He picked up a decorated knife in its sheath, drew the blade to check its edge, then slid it back and left it on the corpse. "What are we going to do?" she asked again, now through sobs, as she watched him use his boot to roll the dead SI driver onto his back. He knelt again and fished a pair of sunglasses from the breast pocket of the man's bloodied shirt. Slipping them on, he surveyed the horses wandering nearby. "Can you ride?" I think so, but how far?" He checked his watch. The GPS function was dead. Perfect, he made an estimate. 25 to 30 miles. Now he pulled a second AK from the dirt. He folded the wire stock under the rifle, shortening it considerably. 30 miles is possible, he stated. He slung the weapon over his shoulder, muzzle down, and prodded another Janjaweed fighter with his boot, scavenging for anything useful. The man groaned, injured but still alive, "Unless we run into more of these bastards." She stood frozen, watching him work. "If the radio in one of these trucks still works, we could call for help." "Right?" Court looked up at her, his tone turning bitterly sarcastic. "That plan worked out so wonderfully last time. Why on earth wouldn't we try it again?" He softened slightly, but not much. "How do you think these Janjaweed knew we were in this convoy?" The NSS was listening. "This wasn't some random attack. They sent them out here specifically to kill us." He ordered a complete slaughter to disguise the fact that this was a state-sponsored hit. "Believe me, broadcasting our survival is the last thing we want. With any luck, they'll assume we're already dead. Once those trucks reach a town, you can bet the SI personnel won't confess to deliberately abandoning us out here. As far as the world is concerned, we're gone, and we can turn that to our favor." Gentry then crouched beside another injured Janjaweed rider. The man lay on his back, his breathing shallow and raspy. Court retrieved a canteen from around his own neck and drew a long knife from the man's belt. After a quick inspection of the blade, he deemed it serviceable, taking the belt, scabbard, and knife for himself, securing them to his body. "What about them?" Ellen asked, as he stood. "Who? Those two men? They're hurt, so can't we help them? Are you a doctor?" "No, but neither am I. Choose a horse. We have to move." She stared at the bearded American for a long moment. But these men, what if nobody finds them before dark? There are predators out here. They're human beings, 6. You can't just abandon them to die. Watch me. Get on a horse. I'd prefer the camel. It won't need water like a horse, but if we run into another Janjaweed patrol, we'll want the speed horses can give us. He pulled the turbans from 2 of the dead riders and stuffed them into his newly acquired belt. Ellen's voice rose in anger. "We take these 2 men with us, or I am not going. 6. That is final." Gentry ignored her, continuing to muse aloud. "Camels are surprisingly fast, but if you don't know how to handle one, and I don't, it's easy to lose control. Listen to me, they need a hospital." Court stopped and looked over at the wounded men. "More like a morgue. They are alive, and I am not taking another step without them." Now he turned his gaze to the shouting woman. He sighed deeply. "You're serious, dead serious. We cannot leave 2 living men in the middle of this desert." A soft groan came from one of the wounded. Court's jaw tightened, his expression hardening as he stared at the Canadian lawyer. He gave a single, curt nod, raised the rifle hanging from his neck, causing Ellen to flinch, and without hesitation, shot each wounded man once in the chest. Their bodies convulsed violently, dark blood arcing into the air before they fell still. As the echo of the second shot faded into the vast emptiness, Gentry let the rifle hang from its sling. Problem solved. "Let's go." Ellen Walsh's face drained of color, then flushed crimson with fury. She rushed at the American. He walked away toward one of the horses, but she grabbed the back of his t-shirt, spinning him around. He refused to meet her eyes, instead continuing to stride forward alongside the smoldering truck. "You bastard! You're no better than they are," she screamed, running alongside, trying to get in front of him. "They're dead. I'm alive." "I'd say I'm doing considerably better," he replied flatly, not breaking stride. But she finally planted herself in his path, placing a hand on his chest. Her small sunburned fingers clenched his sweat-soaked shirt with his free left hand. Gentry snatched her wrist, twisted it into a lock, and shoved her backward. He angrily raised the stock of the AK toward her as if to strike. Ellen felt no fear. Her rage had burned away any concern for her own safety. "Oh, you beat women too, do you? You fucking animal. Executing wounded men, picking over corpses like some scavenger, blowing up. How in the hell were we supposed to carry them across 30 miles of desert? They would have bled out regardless, and we would have died in the attempt. We could have carried them on the horses and cut our speed in half. Do you want to be stuck out here after dark? Stop making excuses. Just admit you wanted them dead." He lowered the rifle and released her wrist. "I'll admit this. I don't care about those two men, or about any of the bodies here. Aside from Bishara, I couldn't care less." Her eyes swept over the fallen figures, then locked back onto him. What are you?" "I'm whatever you need me to be. The monster who executes the wounded, or the man who saved your life more times in the last 18 hours than I care to count," he said, swinging up onto a tall gray Arabian. "I can get you out of this alive, but you have to let me work." "Your work is executing injured men? Not if I can avoid it, but we had to move, and eliminating those two was the fastest way. I could have waited half an hour for them to die on their own, but I chose not to. I could have abandoned them, knowing if the Janjas returned and one had just enough strength to point out our direction, it could get us killed, but I didn't want that risk either. Do you have any idea what these animals do? They rape and murder defenseless women. They burn children alive in pits for their own amusement. 400,000 dead. Is that just a statistic to you? You can mourn the Janjaweed if it makes you feel morally superior, but I won't lose sleep over putting down the murderers of women and children." She stared at him for a long moment. Tears carved clean trails through the dust caked on her furious face. Finally she spoke. "Okay, they are killers of women and children, I get that. But what does that make you?" Court secured the AK in a strap behind the saddle, then gathered the reins of the large mare. He looked down at Ellen Walsh and nudged the horse's flanks. The animal was already breaking into a gallop eastward when he answered, "I'm a killer of men." 30 minutes later. Ellen Walsh and Court Gentry were a mile north of the desert track leading to Dira, moving east through a tight canyon that ran parallel to the distant road. Walsh's chestnut mare had tried to throw her twice. It was used to a rougher hand on the bridle. Gentry handled his own horse with ease, leading the way in silence. He could feel the woman's rage behind him, her hateful gaze boring into his back like the relentless desert sun. Intermittently, her voice would cut through the quiet, her accusations continuing. "You are a war criminal. You understand that, right? The fact that you executed 2 wounded prisoners right in front of an ICC investigator makes me wonder what you do when there's no one around to witness your crimes." Court peered into the afternoon haze, scanning for any still or slow-moving dust plumes ahead that might signal approaching riders. He saw dust, but it skittered swiftly across the land, driven by the wind, not by hooves or tires. "I came to Sudan to help bring a wanted man to justice, but you know what? I found someone else. Someone who might not be as powerful as President Aboud, but who has just as little respect for human life. That's you. 6. I will make sure you answer for what happened today." He guided his horse slightly northward. The path was veering back toward the rough semblance of a road, and he wanted to stay out of sight of any potential traffic. "Do you ever give it a rest?" Court muttered to himself. The way forward, out of the canyon and back into the scrubland of the Sahel, appeared clear for the moment. He spoke louder, his tone shifting from weary patience to a sharp, biting clarity. "You know what really killed them? You did. By not following my instructions out here, if you want to survive, you do exactly as I say. Your righteous lecture is a luxury we can't afford. If we were in a courtroom in Winnipeg, or anywhere else for that matter, I'd be the one listening. But out here, in the middle of this, you listen to me?" His words seemed to startle her, a stark contrast to the usual silence he offered. It took her a moment to find a reply, and when it came, It felt weak. "I'm not a trial attorney. I'm from Vancouver." Court offered no response, his eyes instead sweeping the horizon for any sign of danger. "How can you do what you did? How can you just end lives like that?" "Training," he said flatly. "Military training?" He let the question hang in the dry air. "I need to understand who you are," she insisted, and he could practically hear the gears turning in her mind, slotting him into a new category for her report. "No, you really don't." "Do you actually work for the Russians?" "I did. It didn't last." "Because of me?" "Yeah, but you're American, CIA, negative. Then what are you?" "At the moment, I'm between jobs." "Right," she said, her disbelief plain. "So all of this isn't professional?" "It's just for fun. More entertaining than a barrel full of janjaweed," Court remarked, taking a drink from a canteen he'd taken from one of the fallen men. "I'm serious, 6. I fully intend to document everything that happened back there. Be my guest. You don't believe I will?" "I don't particularly care. Aren't you afraid of the International Criminal Court?" He let out a harsh, mirthless laugh. "Absolutely terrified. I'm sure I'll recover." "You are a dangerous man who needs to be stopped." He didn't slow his horse, but he tugged the reins to the left, turning to meet her gaze directly. "But I'm not dangerous enough for you to refuse my help. Not dangerous enough for you to fear being alone with me in this desert while I'm armed, and apparently not dangerous enough for you to hesitate before telling me you plan to have me imprisoned. What does that tell you, Walsh?" "It should tell you that you see me more as a protector than a monster." She considered this for a long moment. "The justice I seek for you is not the same brand you dealt to those people. I believe in the rule of law." "Well, your belief wasn't strong enough to make those thugs stop their killing and submit to a proper trial in the dirt, was it? Respect the law all you want out here. The law isn't what's going to save you. This old rifle and a handful of grimy bullets are." "I'm not a fool. That's precisely what you are. All you international justice types are fools. Naive sheep who think the way to stop a genocide is to write up indictments from an office in the Netherlands and send well-meaning lawyers out here to wander the sands and file reports. You can pat yourselves on the back all day long. You won't change a single damn thing." She latched onto a part of his rant. "And what you're here to do, that will change things?" Court wanted to clamp his mouth shut, but the words came out anyway. "You're damn right it will. So you smuggle weapons with Russians and execute wounded men. That's your grand plan for a better world?" "No, that's not it. All of that was just noise, a diversion." "Then what is your actual mission?" "I'm not telling you." "Why not?" "Because you're just another hurdle in my path. Perhaps we could help each other." "Do I really look that stupid to you?" Court said. "Until we reach Dira, our interests align. After that, you go your way, I'll go mine, and we'll leave it at that." The finality in his tone was unmistakable, and Walsh fell silent, accepting it. They rode for another 3 grueling hours without a word. Late in the afternoon, Gentry glanced back to check on her. Her face was flushed from the sun, her posture weary, but she remained in her saddle. He brought his horse to a halt, dismounted, and untied a water skin. He let his gray Arabian drink its fill of the warm water, then repeated the process for Ellen's horse, the animals drinking with a desperate gratitude that spoke volumes about the harshness of their journey. Ellen blinked, her gaze sweeping the barren landscape as if she were waking from a strange, upright sleep. Court glanced up and caught her expression, a mix of confusion and dawning alarm. "What on earth is that?" she asked, her tone more intrigued than frightened. Gentry turned to look behind them, back across the endless flats they had just traversed. "A haboob," he answered, his voice low. "A dust storm." Ellen stared, mesmerized. It was like watching a colossal, tawny mountain surge from the empty earth, growing taller and rushing toward them with a silent, terrifying speed. "That looks intense." "It is," Court confirmed. "Will it reach us?" He was already moving, hastily securing the half-empty water bladder to his saddle before swinging back onto his horse. "Get off your mare. Ride with me. Now." "What? Why?" she protested. "We can't risk getting separated out here. One horse, one direction. Come on." After a brief hesitation, Ellen slid from her chestnut, snatched the water from her saddle, and hurried over. Court hauled her up behind him, and she locked her arms around his waist. He passed her one of the brown turbans taken from a fallen Janjaweed rider. "Cover everything, even your eyes. But how will you see?" Court was already wrapping a similar cloth over his own face. "I won't." I'll try to keep us headed the right way. The priority is staying on this horse. There's no shelter to wait this out. We have to push straight through. In a perfect world, he'd have dismounted and ridden out the storm, but caution was a luxury he couldn't afford. He'd seen these storms in Iraq go on for days, and every minute spent exposed was another minute for the NSS to close in. The risk of the horse stumbling into a ravine or blundering into an enemy camp was real, but it was better than sitting still, vulnerable and exposed with dwindling supplies. A sudden cooler gust hit them, followed instantly by a wall of stinging sand. Daylight vanished in a heartbeat, swallowed by a choking brown night. A suffocating feeling tightened around Ellen. She buried her face deeper into the turban, then pressed against the sweat-dampened back of the man in front of her, the man who'd kept her alive, yet who carried the weight of life and death decisions like a second skin. Court lifted his watch close to his eyes, creating a small tent under his head wrap. He could barely make out the dial, and his eyes stung as grit coated them instantly. The GPS was still useless, but the compass function held. He aimed east-northeast. Dira lay somewhere ahead, but with visibility gone and their pace a mystery. His fear was missing the town entirely, even if the storm cleared after dark. There might be lantern light from the village, but the broken terrain of low hills, dry washes, and rock outcrops could easily hide any distant glow. Dehydration was beginning to fog his mind. Dizziness, fatigue, a faint, unsteady feeling. He needed water now. Blindly, he fumbled for the canteen on the saddle, opened it, and brought it to his lips. The air was so thick with dust that the water immediately turned to a gritty, warm slurry in his mouth. He forced it down, swallowing the unpleasant mixture, knowing his body needed the hydration more than his taste buds needed comfort. He reached back and pressed the canteen into Ellen's waiting hand. It took her a moment to understand what he was offering and what he expected. She took a gulp from the canteen and immediately started coughing. "There's dirt in it. You've got dirt on your face. Drink it. You need the fluids." "I'm fine," she insisted, trying to hand it back. "Drink. Hydration is non-negotiable in this heat." "But it's gritty. You'll pass it later," Court stated flatly. "That's revolting. I don't want to pass grit. Would you prefer to drop dead from heat exhaustion? Drink the damn water," he yelled. With visible reluctance and simmering anger, she forced down several more mouthfuls. The muddy texture made her cough again, but she kept it down. When the container was empty, she tossed it aside, and their horse plodded onward. The massive dust storm raged long into the night, yet Court somehow navigated the animal through the blinding gloom. Once the haboob finally passed, he and Ellen slid from the saddle and continued on foot, with Gentry guiding the sturdy horse by its reins. The animal had been remarkably dependable, and he wanted to give it a respite from carrying their combined weight for a while. They were both caked head to toe in a thick layer of grime. Beneath the uniform coating of brown dust, they could have been anyone from anywhere. A pair of extraterrestrials would have been just as plausible. Court considered that this accidental disguise might actually benefit them, provided no one examined them too closely. He was mistaken, however. Their pale skin might be hidden, but their distinctly Western bearing was impossible to conceal. They had deliberately avoided the main desert route between Al-Fashir and Dira, trekking for hours across vast, empty terrain. But as they approached their destination, they began encountering small villages and crossing dirt tracks, and the sparse traffic around them increased. Donkey carts and aged pickup trucks rumbled past, while local villagers stared openly at the two filthy foreigners leading a Janjaweed horse, the man laden with 2 Kalashnikovs and the woman wearing a turban like a man. It was hardly a common sight in this remote region. Court was deeply concerned about the locals. He was familiar with the bush telegraph, that uncanny phenomenon in isolated areas where news travels between communities with mysterious speed, as if carried on the wind itself. Gentry knew that at any moment they could encounter Janjaweed militiamen or soldiers from the NSS or GOS, and find themselves outgunned in a firefight in the darkness. Alternatively, they might be intercepted by peacekeeping troops from the African Union's UNAMID force, who would arrest him and terminate his mission. But his only option was to press forward. He had to get this woman to safety. He did his utmost to skirt settlements, gave a wide berth to the faint glow of dung-fueled cooking fires, and waited for vehicles to pass rather than stepping into their headlights. Ellen was utterly exhausted. The relentless heat, the constant stress, the endless day, and the scarcity of food and water had combined to put her in a daze from which she only occasionally surfaced to attempt conversation with Court. Much like the previous evening, Gentry found himself talking to her more than he ever would with anyone else. It was ironic, really. Here she was, completely opposed to him now, an adversary since he'd eliminated those two men back at the convoy. And yet he kept answering her. It annoyed him, but apparently not enough to make him stop. The air finally began to cool around 11 o'clock, and Ellen seemed to draw new energy from the change. Court gave her the last of their water, and like a parched plant finally receiving a drink, she visibly perked up right before his eyes. How much further do we have to go? Not far. Maybe another 30 minutes. Can we ride the horse again? No. She needs to be rested in case we run into trouble and need a quick escape. All right, Ellen conceded. That's logical. They walked side by side through patches of low grass and under the sprawling canopies of massive acacia trees, which were so thick they blotted out the starlight. She glanced over at him several times as they moved through the quiet darkness. He could sense her mind working, turning something over. He stayed quiet, hoping the moment would fade, but it lingered. 6. I've always thought the worst monsters often begin as decent people. Don't you agree? I wouldn't know. Just be careful you don't turn into the very thing you're fighting. I have no clue what you mean. Yes, you do. I'll give you this. I think you genuinely believe your reasons are just in your own mind. Maybe they are. But this region needs healers, not executioners. He caught her elbow as she nearly tripped over a hidden mound in the dark, guiding her past it before quickly releasing his grip. Saving and taking aren't always opposites. Sometimes they're part of the same terrible equation. The lives I end. I wouldn't make that choice if I didn't believe it meant preserving others. That just sounds like you're making excuses to yourself. I have to live with my choices. That's true, but I don't owe you an explanation. People with your perspective will never get it. Arguing is pointless. What you did today could lead to a war crimes indictment. Her tone held a strange mix of disapproval and something else, a personal disappointment in him that seemed to war with her professional duty. You mentioned that. We will find you. Sure. You've been hunting Aboot for 3 years, and you've even got his damn street address. The jab landed, and she was quiet for a beat. We're doing our best. The ICC will get him eventually. Not if the ICC is sending investigators like you into Darfur without proper support. You'll need a lot more than good intentions to bring him in. He saw her curiosity peak. Are you offering to help? Is that why you're here? He'd said more than he intended. If Abood was my target, do you think I'd be wandering around Darfur? I'd be in Khartoum, where he actually lives. He hoped the lie sounded convincing. She gave a slight shrug. Abood isn't my case anyway, Ellen replied. I focus on illegal arms trafficking. The weapons are a symptom. Abood is the sickness. You think he's solely to blame for the genocide here? She considered it. To blame, not entirely. But he could stop it. I believe that. He holds the power. Someone should put a bullet in his brain. That would stop it. For the first time that day, Court found himself engaged. He was curious how she'd react to such a blunt suggestion. Is a gun your solution to everything? Not my gun. Like I said, I'm not in Khartoum. All right, fine, not yours. But do you honestly think killing him fixes anything? Don't you? No, I don't. His followers could fight on for years, maybe decades. If he dies, all the progress NGOs have made just by being allowed here would likely vanish. Whoever replaces him won't want Western eyes on Darfur, especially if the violence continues. So, Abood is the good guy now? He was prodding her, fishing for more insight into the local politics. Of course not. He's utterly vile. I'm just saying his death could create a power vacuum with horrible, unintended consequences. Court was aware of one very intended consequence. The Russians wanted Abood gone so the Chinese would lose their hold on Tract 12A. But what would that chaos cost the people here? He pushed a little more, trying to draw out her knowledge. She understood Sudan better than he did, and he respected that, even if he found her conclusions hopelessly naive. What about the other players? The Russians, the Chinese, the US, the African Union. What about them? Do any of them have a real stake in what happens here? She turned her head toward him as they walked, letting out a thoughtful sigh. The donkey trailing them snorted softly. The Chinese have mineral rights in northern Darfur so far. They haven't found much of value, but if they ever do, everything changes. The entire political game would be reset. How so? The Chinese have a delicate arrangement with Aboud. Court attempted to complete the thought, the vice president who would step in if Aboud were removed. No, she countered. The vice president lacks any real backbone. I was referring to Russia's tenuous partnership with Chad's government. If Aboud were assassinated, many believe it would trigger a power vacuum, escalating the civil war nationwide. Chad would seize that moment to move into Darfur with Russian backing. You'd have two nuclear powers fueling the conflict. Personally, I find that scenario unlikely unless substantial oil reserves are confirmed in Darfur. This grand conspiracy seems too elaborate for Moscow to pursue without a major prize buried out here. Her confident analysis made Court suspect Gregor Sidorenko had deceived him. The Russian objective wasn't merely to secure Track 12A through Aboud's death, it was to orchestrate chaos, allowing Chad to invade and seize the tract by force, handing it to Russia. What a ruthless play, Court thought. He posed a question. But your plan involves arresting Aboud. Wouldn't that remove him from power just the same, potentially sparking the civil war? The ICC's perspective is that if we can incentivize Aboud to leverage his influence for our objectives, his faction might avoid becoming puppets for China and Russia. An intriguing notion, Court mused, though he doubted Aboud would ever willingly cooperate with the International Criminal Court. They reached a low ridge dotted with palms. Below them, sprawling across the valley floor for miles, lay the immense internally displaced persons camp. It was a dark, flat expanse under the night sky, a sea of countless single-room tents. Perimeter lights glowed and a few UNAMID vehicles were visible. In the distance, camel dung fires flickered like 100 amber fireflies scattered across the vast basin. It's staggering, Ellen remarked, hands on her hips. Do you see the entrance? Court asked, pointing toward a gated section flanked by white armored personnel carriers. Yes, she said, then looked up at him. You're not coming inside, are you? Court swung onto the Janjaweed horse. No. Is this because I mentioned prosecution? Listen, you'd be safer in there than out here. I give you my word. You won't be detained in Dira. We operate within legal boundaries. You haven't even been formally charged yet. I'm not going in because I have unfinished business out here. And I intend to see it through. So you just ride off into the sunset? She asked. Though the irony wasn't lost on her, the sky was pitch black, well past midnight. Walsh shook her head, swatting insects from her face. I suppose you see yourself as some lone cowboy, but you're not. You're an outlaw. I need 72 hours, Ellen. 72 hours from now, you can proceed however you see fit. File your report, dispatch teams to find me. Why not tell me your objective? What happens in 3 days? Who are you working for? If our interests align, I swear I'll do what I can to assist you. No offense, Miss Walsh, but the kind of help your organization offers isn't what I require. Her eyes drifted to the rifle slung across his chest, and she gestured toward it with a weary hand. And that's all the help you need, I suppose. My purpose here isn't to take lives. The past day has been a deviation from my primary mission. Believe me, you would fully endorse what I'm setting out to accomplish. I just need those 3 days. Your patience will be worthwhile. Walsh remained silent. Court could picture her granting the time, if only out of sheer curiosity. He could equally envision her sprinting to the camp's front gate, shouting at the UNAMID soldiers to mobilize their jeeps and pursue the lone rider disappearing into the darkness. Ellen Walsh, like every woman he'd ever known, was an enigma to court gentry. 72 hours, he repeated, turning the horse away from the lights and toward the open desert. Please. He yanked the reins sharply, wheeling the large horse around before charging into the darkness. 28. Court was in his cramped hotel room in Al-Fashir. Through the open window above his worn, dirty mattress on the floor, the morning noise of the city drifted in, a chaotic symphony of rattling carts, whistles, animal bleats, and shouted conversations as life moved through the streets. He was covered in grime and desperately wanted a shower, but there wasn't one. The only facility was a hole in a closet floor down the hall that served as a toilet. He'd spent the night clawing at flea bites until they bled, managing little sleep. But he reminded himself he couldn't expect luxury for no cost. It had taken a day and a half and nearly all his remaining Sudanese pounds to secure a car and driver to bring him back to the capital of North Darfur. With his last bit of cash, he bought a satellite phone, using his watch and the 2 AK-47s to cover the shortfall. The driver from Dira had a cousin who owned a rundown boarding house in Al-Fashir, housing Darfuri laborers working on various NGO-funded construction projects. After a conversation, they offered Court a room free of charge. The two men even took him to buy some local essentials, paying for the items themselves. During his journey and time in town, Court had observed a profound generosity among many Sudanese, a readiness to share their limited resources with a total stranger. His repayment was limited to sincere gratitude, a few words of thanks in Arabic, and an effort to mirror the respectful body language of the culture. He placed his hand over his heart and offered deep nods so frequently over the past day that he almost felt he could blend in, were it not for the color of his skin. Court had operated in dozens of locations throughout his career, whether as a lone CIA operative, a paramilitary officer, or a private contractor. Frankly, many of those places were, to put it mildly, absolute dumps. But occasionally he found himself somewhere profoundly remote in landscape and custom that captivated him. The scenery, the people, the rhythm of life, leaving a lasting imprint long after his job was done, and he had moved on. Darfur was such a place for him. He wasn't supposed to be here. There was plenty to despise: the oppressive heat, the swarming insects, the rule of a despot, and murderous militias. Yet he felt a connection to this land and its people, to the raw resilience and discipline required to face another miserable day with nothing but sheer will. He couldn't help but respect their struggle to carve out an existence, and he valued their kindness toward him. He would love to repay that kindness by eliminating the very man in power who was systematically destroying them. Reaching across the mattress, he picked up the phone and dialed a number in St. Petersburg. Gregor Ivanovich Sidorenko hadn't slept. His asset had vanished deep into Darfur on the wrong side of the country, and there had been no contact for almost 3 days. To make matters worse, international news channels were now airing reports from the region about an attack on an aid convoy less than 90 minutes' drive from Gentry's last known location. Details were scarce, but the situation appeared grim. Sid sat at his breakfast table in the chill, took a bite of a hard-boiled egg, and fixed his gaze on his silent phone. He had barely looked away from it for 72 hours. When it finally rang, the sound startled him. The Russian mobster lurched forward to grab the receiver, tipping over a mimosa in a crystal flute. Fresh squeezed Florida orange juice, Cuvée du Centenaire Grand Marnier, and Cru Grande Cuvée Champagne spilled across his thick, gold-trimmed fleece robe. He ignored the expensive spill and answered, "Slushаю vas." "I'm listening. It's Gray, you reading me?" "Mr. Gray, where are you? I'm back in Al-Fashir. I'm safe for now, but I can't remain here." "What's going on? It's nothing serious. I took a detour." "A detour, Mr. Gran Gray? That is completely unacceptable. You have put the entire operation at risk. Our friends in Moscow are furious." It was unavoidable. "My people spoke with the pilot. You abandoned the airport to rescue some woman. A woman your pilot shouldn't have left without me. A woman! The situation is more complex than that. This is a severe disruption to our schedule. It's manageable. How can you possibly say that? We don't have another flight to Khartoum until after Aboud's trip to the Red Sea. How are you going to... Can you arrange a plane back here to Al-Fashir?" "Yes, I've secured a flight. It departs today from Belarus. However, it can only extract you from the country. It will not be landing again in Sudan. It doesn't need to land." "I don't follow." "Get a pen and paper. I'll need the aircraft to bring in some specialized equipment if I'm to proceed with the operation. Have your Moscow contacts assist in assembling it. Just stay calm. This minor setback will be forgotten. If they don't land, how will you? They'll need a flight path out of the country that takes them over the Red Sea. They can arrange that. Now, write this down." There was a frantic shuffling noise on the other end. "All right, okay, I'm ready." Court dictated a detailed list to the Russian, who scribbled notes like a man possessed. When he finished, Sidorenko let out a long, slow breath. "You can actually do this?" "Absolutely. The pilot, he can manage it. You'll speak to him once we're airborne. Motivate him to follow my instructions precisely." "Yes, of course." Gregor Sidorenko's anger had evaporated, replaced by a thin, eager excitement in his voice. This will be extremely perilous for you. Are you concerned for my safety? Naturally. I only wish to provide whatever assistance I can. Anything else? I had a man prepared to drive you from Khartoum to Suakin. If you proceed with this new plan, you'll be crossing that territory alone and on foot. You don't exactly blend in as a local. There's a tribe of lighter-skinned Arabs in the region, the Rashida. I won't fool anyone up close, but with a headscarf and local clothing, someone seeing me from a distance in a vehicle or walking across a field is more likely to mistake me for a Rashida than a white guy. You're willing to stake your life on that assumption? The assassin's reply was casual, almost bored. This is my line of work, Sidorenko responded, his voice hushed with awe. You are incredible. A long silence hung on the line. Sid expected the American to acknowledge the compliment, but instead, Court stated flatly, the plan stands. Once I'm on the ground, no contact until the job is complete. Understood. However, the man who was to drive you to Suakin. He's a police officer in the city, an occasional informant for our Moscow friends. He might provide useful intelligence. I can arrange a meeting. Court considered it. For Sid's operation, a police informant wasn't strictly necessary, but for Zach's mission, Operation Nocturne Sapphire could always use another source of information on local force dispositions. Agreed, Sid added, his tone shifting to a crude wheedling pitch. Mr. Gray, remember, I have women waiting for you here? Many beautiful women. Leave the ones you find in the desert where they belong. When you return, you will never lack for female company again. Court sighed heavily into the phone. Why didn't that occur to me? He leaned his head back against the rough plywood wall of his temporary room. He knew he had to call Zach. He'd delayed it as long as he could. He anticipated a blistering reprimand. He was correct. After 3 rings, Zach answered, dispensing with any greeting. What the hell, man? I got held up. Held up? Seriously, held up. That's just great. I'm glad that's all it was. For a second, I thought my watch was running a full 2 days ahead of schedule. I got delayed, the NSS and the Janjaweed. The National Security Service and the Janjaweed, you left the airport? Correct. This wouldn't by any chance be connected to a certain Canadian woman working with the ICC, would it? Word travels fast. Word doesn't travel fast. Exploding NGO vehicles create their own headlines. You must have made quite the impression. She claims she can't recall your face, but the locals are talking about some pale outsider who destroyed 2 trucks and took out a significant number of Janjaweed. What were you thinking? She required assistance. Is that so? Marvelous. But here's a thought. I require your assistance as well. I need you to perform your actual job. Gallivanting across the desert on a personal crusade. When you're supposed to be here preparing for the most critical SAD Zog mission in 10 years, is not going to get that termination order lifted. 6. It wasn't a personal crusade. They intended to execute her. Spare me the sob story. In fact, spare me the entire epic saga, because my team and I nearly had to swim the Nile to extract you from that mess in Darfur. Hort was fully aware that the CIA dispatching a rescue team for him was never a realistic possibility. The notion was absurd. Yet he also recognized the strategic value in allowing Sierra 1 to vent unchallenged. Like a wildfire that consumes all available fuel, Zach's outburst would burn itself out quickly if Court didn't engage. Listen, Court said, his patience already thinning. The situation is contained. Sid is arranging a flight out of Al-Fashir tonight. I'll be in Suakin by tomorrow evening. I will be in position, ready for the operation Sunday morning at 6:30. The plan remains unchanged. You better make damn sure of that. You need to get back on mission immediately. The stakes on this one are astronomical. Understood. 6 out 29, seated on a mesh bench in the shuddering cargo hold of the Antonov. Court monitored the GPS display on his new watch. It provided a constant readout of his position over the dark landscape below, a necessary check to ensure the pilot was adhering to the prescribed flight path. This aircraft was an AN-26, a far cry from the larger transport he'd arrived in 3 days prior. He wondered about the crew up front. He hadn't seen or heard from anyone since climbing aboard 2 hours ago, a silence that suited him just fine. His wait at the Al-Fashir airfield had been its own special kind of torment. For 4 hours he'd laid in a hide fashioned from the shattered wing of a derelict plane, a carcass among other mechanical skeletons lining the runway. He'd swatted relentless flies, nudged away scorpions with his boot, and watched warily for the dinner plate-sized camel spiders that scuttled through the dust. The cabin of the wreck had been an oven, stifling and thick with the promise of snakes, so he'd endured the open air. His final bottle of water was gone, consumed hours before the Russian plane finally touched down, and then more hours still before it lumbered back into the sky. He'd entered through the open hatch as instructed. His orders passed from Sid through the FSB to the Rosaboron export crew. Inside the dim, oil-scented cabin, he found his requested gear secured to the bench. It was the same pack from his inbound journey, now supplemented with new equipment essential for the operational adjustments demanded by his unscheduled detour. The Russian crew hadn't bothered to emerge from the cockpit to verify his arrival or his supplies. The indifference was palpable. These men had no investment in him or his mission. Their disinterest was a cold comfort, one less variable to manage as the plane droned on through the night. The crew's irritation was palpable, a silent protest against the irregular flight path they'd been forced to adopt and the complex maneuver they were now expected to perform. They undoubtedly resented him for the FSB operatives who had invaded their cockpit, dictating terms and undermining their authority. Their feelings toward their lone passenger were made abundantly clear by the open, unattended hatch and the complete absence of any greeting when he boarded. They wanted nothing to do with him. For a man like the Gray Man, that indifference was perfectly acceptable. The first hour aloft was consumed by a meticulous, almost ritualistic inspection of every piece of gear. He placed no faith in these Russians with his survival, and therefore entrusted them with nothing regarding the equipment that would keep him breathing and on mission for the next 2 days. Only after verifying every item was functional did he finally settle onto the bench, attempting to force his body into a state of calm. Court's mind, however, refused to stay on task. A craving for a painkiller surfaced, though he felt no physical ache. His adrenaline was spiked, as it always was before an operation, yet a nagging anxiety persisted, a fretfulness that had been absent in his younger years. He used to be a flawless instrument, back in his sad days and before. Somehow, that Canadian woman had managed to infiltrate his defenses. He knew engaging with her, attempting to explain himself, was a strategic error, but she had gotten under his skin in a way that was both aggravating and, he grudgingly admitted, intriguing. Respect was too strong a word. He fundamentally rejected her profession and her moralizing, but in the shadowy world he inhabited, genuine people were a rare commodity. Even if she was just another idealistic, globe-trotting activist, she was at least an idealist who willingly stepped into the ring with the world's genuine threats. The aircraft pitched into a sharp descent, his stomach climbing into his throat, and Court released his seatbelt. The sudden movement brought his thoughts back to Ellen Walsh. She had provoked him, challenged him during their brief time together. And even though she was probably, at this very moment, drafting warrants and mobilizing resources to hunt him down and lock him away, he couldn't deny a part of him wanted to cross paths with her again. He gave his head a sharp shake. "Get it together, man," the Antonov abruptly leveled out, sending his gut plunging the opposite way. A loud, mechanical grinding echoed through the cabin as the rear ramp began to lower behind him, revealing a slice of cold, dark sky beyond the red interior lights. Air roared outside the fuselage, a deafening sound that was barely felt thanks to the aircraft's aerodynamics. Yes, he had once been a perfect machine. Standing up, he adjusted the array of equipment strapped to his body and began a heavy-footed walk toward the waiting void. He was still a machine, he insisted to himself, and he believed it. He knew it. He just required a little more maintenance these days. The Gray Man gave a final testing tug on the gear affixed to his chest, legs, and back, then strode purposefully down the ramp and launched himself into the abyss. The night air was surprisingly cool this close to Sudan's eastern coast, gentle ocean breezes tempering the desert heat. This region, part of the Red Sea Hills, formed a rocky brown protrusion rising 1,000 feet from the flat Sahel, a geographical oddity northwest of Suakin. At midnight, the landscape was bathed only in faint moonlight, devoid of any electric glow for miles in every direction. Yet these hills were not empty. The Beja and Rashida peoples made their lives here, tending goats on the plateaus, trading in the distant markets, farming what the hard earth would yield, and striving to remain unnoticed by the more powerful Arab tribes who controlled the government in Khartoum. Gold once flowed from these hills, a treasure sought since the days of the pharaohs, mined and carried across the land to Alexandria and Cairo. While the veins of precious metal have long since run dry, the earth still yields gypsum, iron ore, and limestone, scraped from the rock and shipped to distant places that actually build things. None of it was needed here. A war had passed through a few years prior. Like the conflicts in southern Sudan and Darfur, the eastern minority tribes had made their own doomed attempt to break free. Disorganized, underfunded, their rebellion was crushed and forgotten, a mere footnote after the larger, bloodier civil wars that consumed the nation. Now on a cool, silent hillside at the plateau's edge, overlooking the flat coastal plain that stretched 20 miles to Port Sudan and the sea, there was nothing but rail-thin goats left untended for the night by Bija tribesmen. Some slept standing, others nibbled lazily at patches of grass. A gray Sahelian goat let out a sharp bleat. Another answered, then another, until a whole chorus erupted. The small herd suddenly scattered, parting to leave an empty space on the grassy slope. A large brown backpack crashed into the gap, bounced, and tumbled downhill, trailing a 25-foot cord behind it. 2 seconds later, a man in dark clothing landed hard on both boots. He seemed to steady himself after a brief skid, but the parachute above him collapsed and then billowed forward, caught by the downdraft racing toward the flatlands, and yanked him off his feet. He lost his footing, pitched headlong down the hill, grappling with the canopy lines as he rolled. 20 meters down, he finally came to a stop. The canopy deflated, the goat's bleating faded, and the herd closed ranks again as if this bizarre intrusion had never happened. Gentry sat up, clutching the fluttering fabric to his chest, and peered into the darkness. "Perfect," he muttered to himself with dry sarcasm before doubling over, bracing on his left elbow and retching onto the dry grass. After a moment, he swigged water from a pack bladder, spat it out to rinse the sour taste from his mouth, and gazed into the distance. Facing east, he could make out the lights of Port Sudan, roughly 20 miles across the plain to the northeast. He turned slightly south. Suakin was out there in the blackness, 25 miles or so away. He needed to reach it, and fast. He would have preferred to already be there, scouting the actual terrain instead of relying on maps to finalize his approach. Court stood up, feeling a deep ache and stiffness in his left buttock, but he pushed the discomfort aside. His pack was loaded with painkillers. He'd buried them deep in a half-hearted attempt at discipline, wanting to delay using them as long as possible. For now, the willpower held. He didn't tear into the bag to find them. Instead, he spent several minutes among the skinny goats, concealing his parachute and unneeded gear in the wind-blown grass and scrub on the hillside. He changed clothes, pulling on simple dark blue trousers and a dark green short-sleeved shirt, both bought the day before in Al-Fashir. His plan involved 2 layers of cover. The Rashida, a lighter-skinned Arab group common here, often opted for more conventional Western-style clothing over traditional robes. But he knew that if things got close, no native Arabic speaker would ever mistake him for a Rashida. His pathetic command of the language would give him away instantly, and the little Arabic he did know was from a completely different dialect. His plan was simple: stay out of sight whenever possible. But if forced to interact, he would pose as a Bosnian Muslim who had been studying Arabic in Egypt and was now making his way to complete the Hajj. The pilgrimage to Mecca, Suakin, while otherwise obscure, was known along the East African coast as the departure point for ferries crossing the Red Sea to Jeddah, the gateway to the Holy City. To support this flimsy story, Court had even purchased a simple prayer rug in the market at Al-Fashir. It was, without question, the most transparent cover identity he had ever attempted. The list of reasons it would fail was endless. He didn't speak a word of Serbo-Croatian. He had no plausible explanation for why a Bosnian student from Cairo would need to sneak across the Sudanese border. His heavy backpack, with its sniper rifle and stacks of cash, would be impossible to justify. He couldn't name a single street in Cairo or detail his route into the country. The only part of the charade he could manage with any authenticity was playing dumb. A role that came all too naturally, he thought, with a wry internal smirk. This pathetic legend would only hold up under the most superficial glance, any real scrutiny from police or soldiers, and he wouldn't look like a pilgrim. He'd look exactly like what he was, an infidel killer who had fallen from the sky. Just after midnight, the gray man shouldered his pack and started down the hill. By 8 in the morning, he was seated cross-legged on a mound of straw in a 2-wheeled donkey cart, driven by 2 Bija boys who couldn't have been more than 13. They wore wild afros and matching baggy pants and vests, their skin glowing in the relentless sun. Court fed them his Bosnian pilgrim tale, handed over a few Sudanese pounds, and they accepted both without question. They were headed to their uncle's house in Suakin to deliver the donkey and hay. While the cart moved no faster than his own 2 feet, it was a far more comfortable way to travel. He mentioned his desire to avoid official attention, and the boys, through a mix of basic Arabic and enthusiastic pantomime, suggested he bury himself in the straw whenever vehicles approached. They turned it into a game, and he repaid them with lunch and sweet tea at a roadside stall catering to ferry passengers. He even bought an identical meal for the donkey, which sent the kids into fits of laughter. In the afternoon, as the hazy outline of the Red Sea coast emerged, Gentry burrowed deep into the straw and tried to ignore the dust in his lungs and the unsettling sensation of insects crawling over his skin. Traffic had increased: buses, carts, pedestrians, and the occasional car or military truck. His briefing packet on Suakin had contained a stack of reading material, most of which he'd ignored as irrelevant, but one short article had stuck with him. Beyond its modern role as a ferry port, Suakin held a darker historical distinction. It was the last active slave port on the African continent, a trade that only ceased in the middle of the 20th century. The thought lent a grim weight to the journey, a stark contrast to the playful afternoon with the boys. Suakin had long been a central hub for the African slave trade, regardless of whether Egyptian, Ottoman, or British forces held control. The town's grand, now crumbling architecture stood as a testament to that brutal yet profitable enterprise. Court Gentry hadn't expected modern amenities here, but his intelligence indicated President Aboud maintained a private farm nearby. More importantly, Aboud was known to personally deliver the morning call to prayer from the high gallery of the seaside mosque overlooking the Red Sea. That precise habit was what placed Suakin on the gray man's operational map. As night fell, Gentry positioned himself north of the town, gazing across the lagoon's dark waters. The open Red Sea lay several miles to the east. This sheltered inlet had once made Suakin a natural port for centuries, a status lost after 1907 when Port Sudan opened to the north. Dressed in his Sudanese attire, Western cut but commonplace, completed by a white prayer cap, he blended into the environment. With his tanned skin, dark beard, and the layered dust from a day's travel, he could pass at a glance for an Arab, perhaps even a Rashida nomad, provided no one inspected him too carefully. His fallback identity as a Bosnian pilgrim remained, though it felt just as flimsy here as it had miles back. He'd concealed his pack among boulders well back from the waterline, finding a shadowy, cave-like recess in the rocks to serve as a temporary layup position. The ocean breeze wasn't cool, but it moved, a stark relief from the stifling heat of Al-Fashir and the jolting donkey cart ride. After the relentless tension of the past 4 days, the steady air flowing off the water in the dark felt almost tender, a sensation he acknowledged with a trace of irony given how distant such comforts had been in his life. For a moment, he let himself sink back, boots under his head, bare feet soaking in a tidal pool, craving a painkiller to blunt the edges before tomorrow's inevitable danger. But relaxation was a luxury he couldn't afford. He needed to meet Zach for equipment and connect with Mohammed, the local policeman on the Russian payroll. Retrieving the Thurea phone, he pressed the keys and waited. "You here?" Zach's voice was all business, the earlier camaraderie replaced by a cold focus, the Darfur disagreement still hanging between them. Affirm. Meet at Echo, 4-5 mics. Roger, Echo in 45. Out. Echo was the ruined treasury building on Old Swakens Island, a crumbling mass of coral and stone connected to the mainland town by a causeway. Gentry bypassed the bridge entirely. Instead, he stowed his shoes, pants, and pistol in a small pack, slung it around his neck, and swam across the lagoon at its narrowest point, a crossing that took less than 5 minutes. The channel on the far side of the island was wider and deeper, its surface occasionally glittering under the weak lights of an antiquated prison on the distant shore. Near the causeway, a few wooden fishing boats lay at anchor. Farther out, pleasure yachts floated in the black water, their generators humming, powering stereo systems that spilled Western music into the night and illuminating galleys far more modern than anything in the dark, silent city beyond their glow. On the island itself, he was swallowed by darkness, broken only by the faint sliver of a crescent moon. The crumbling remains of 12th century coral rag structures, once part of a major North African port, were now just heaps of debris beneath towering walls, staircases leading into empty air, and grand colonnades standing watch over tangled brush and rutted dirt tracks. The island's sole human residents were a handful of caretakers in distant wooden shacks, leaving the domain to its four-legged populace. Court hadn't ventured 50 feet from the shore before a silent congregation of cats encircled him. He moved cautiously up a hillside path, staying low in the darkness, and the feline escort kept pace on all flanks, their presence betrayed only by the occasional soft rumble of a purr. It was a strangely peaceful procession until another 50 yards on, Gentry neared the ancient treasury and heard a rustle in the undergrowth too substantial for any cat. Drawing a suppressed Glock 19 from his pack, he aimed into the brush only to find a kneeling camel gazing back at him with idle, cud-chewing indifference. Holstering his weapon, Court took position between two massive, toppled coral pillars, his attention fixed on the building while filtering out the distant thrum of boat music, the camel's quiet breaths, and the soft padding of cats. Soon, a penlight blinked twice from a second-story opening. Gentry rose and crossed a narrow dirt path. The structure was essentially a two-story facade with a spiral staircase in one corner and a precarious patch of flooring above. The rest, roof, walls, the majority of the upper level, lay in a colossal mound of stone and ancient timber where the ground floor should have been. At the base of the stairs stood Sierra II, Brad, Zach's second. The eldest of the Whiskey Sierra team, his salt and pepper beard was framed by a white turban, and he cradled a Kalashnikov, his nod devoid of any warmth. Head on up, he grunted. The stone steps felt solid enough, but the surrounding ruin was a stark reminder of the building's fragility. Court ascended carefully to find Zach Hightower in the southwest corner, the only section of the upper level still intact. Dressed in local garb and similarly armed, Zach sat cross-legged in the shadows, a short beard grown over the past week, his only change from St. Petersburg. As Gentry sat beside him, cats wove around their legs. Zach shifted deeper into the darkness, and Court followed until they were two voices in the void. "You're dry," Court observed. "We used a Zodiac from the yacht, came in on the lagoon's dark side. The Hannah is anchored 15 kilometers northeast," Zach replied. "In Sudanese waters?" "Yeah. A patrol boat boarded us for a sloppy search. They bought our story about being Australians waiting on an engine part shipped to Port Sudan. We handed out beer and cigarettes, played nice." Court gently lifted a black cat from his leg and nudged it toward the stairs. "You made it into town yet?" Zach asked, shifting closer on the broken flooring to lower his voice. Sound carried with treacherous clarity in the still night. "No, you." Zach's chin dipped in a faint, visible nod. "Total pit, and I've seen a few. It's like some lawless frontier town. The only electricity comes from generators. There's exactly one paved road. Every other path is just hard-packed earth, decorated with donkey, goat, and camel droppings. The buildings are made of cracked limestone and coral, just like this wreck. Honestly, there isn't a single structure in that whole city I couldn't knock over with a decent club and 30 minutes of effort. The whole place feels temporary, like it's just waiting to dissolve back into the desert. Around 3/4 of the structures here are ramshackle shelters pieced together from washed-up timber, corrugated metal, and old rusted barrels. So, when things kick off, there's no real protection. Gentry observed, finishing Zach's unspoken thought. Hell, if the shooting starts at dawn, the concussion alone might just collapse half this place on your head. Zach gave a dismissive shrug, a motion Court sensed in the darkness more than saw. Might do the locals a favor. This town could use a fresh start anyway. What about law enforcement? Barely saw any during our sweep. A handful of guys in street clothes carrying Chinese-made AKs doing lazy patrols. A few beat-up pickups and what looks like a museum-piece cannon parked in front of the station. A cannon? Purely for show, Court acknowledged with a nod. Zach's tone shifted, becoming more pointed. "Just so we're clear, the folks back at Sudan Station are having a collective meltdown over your side trip in North Darfur. The word is Sierra 6 has gone off the reservation, running his own show hundreds of miles from the objective. You really stepped in it. I get radio silence for 3 days, and when you finally check in, your explanation for all that desert fireworks is pretty thin." He waited for a response. "Yeah," Court conceded with a weary exhale. "Things got complicated." Zach just shrugged again. "The White House is breathing down Denny Carmichael's neck for answers. I can't say I blame them. I gave you the rundown. This ICC investigator, the Canadian, she can identify you? She has no idea who I am. Is she going to be a problem? Maybe for me someday, not for this operation. You certain about that? Court considered it, the memory of her distrustful eyes flashing in his mind. Yeah, I'm sure. She's convinced I'm the worst kind of monster. But she also believes our goals align for whatever I'm doing here. Zack fell silent for a long moment, the shadows seeming to swallow his reaction before he reluctantly let the subject drop. Tomorrow at 0630, Aboud leaves his safe house. It's a 10-minute walk to the mosque. From there, it's 5 minutes to the square, and one more to position him directly in front of the bank. The SLA initiates their assault from the north at 0636, precisely. They can tell time that accurately? According to Sudan Station, they can. Whiskey Sierra isn't in direct contact with the rebel unit? Negative. Sudan Station has a case officer on the ground here. He's managing the SLA. Zack offered another shrug, this one carrying a sense of resigned acceptance. I need you positioned inside the bank when everything goes sideways. Understood? Once you secure Oryx, move him 1 block south and 8 blocks west of the bank's rear exit. There's a black, 4-door Skoda Octavia in the lot of a brick factory. Sudan Station arranged it, paid one of the kiln workers to sleep on the hood tonight as a guard, keys. Court took them. Where will your team be until launch? Me, Brad, Milo, and Dan are staying on the Hannah. We'll be in position tomorrow morning. What about Sierra 5? Spencer is already embedded. He and the Sudan Station case officer are at a place called the Suakin Palace Hotel. Spencer swears it's no palace. What it is, however, is a solid 3rd-floor vantage point overlooking the square. The case officer is pulling out tonight to clear the area, but Spencer will remain as our eyes on the target. That's a plus. Court was both relieved and mildly surprised to have another set of eyes on the scene, though he questioned the wisdom of placing an asset so close to the action. He decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth by questioning it. Instead, he turned back to the rebels. The SLA is set and prepared. Zack gave a non-committal lift of his shoulders. They'd better be Sudan Station dropped 400 grand to guarantee their cooperation. 35 rebels are supposed to hit from the north on our signal tomorrow. Only 35? Zack confirmed with a slow nod. Hightower had assured Court, back when he was trying to secure his agreement for the mission, that a rebel force of 100 would be sufficient to occupy Aboud's security and the local police. Zack, however, displayed no remorse when addressing the shortfall. He merely gestured dismissively, as if it were a trivial detail. A full 100 would have been excessive. A few trucks at the square, a couple more at the police station, and a few blocking the main road into town. We've assessed that if Aboud's personal detail is near the bank when the action starts, they'll force him inside regardless of the level of gunfire. We don't want or need a full-scale battle. 35 rebels is the ideal number. Sounds like someone sold you on that, and now you're trying to sell it to me, Court observed. A slight smile touched Zack's lips, the first sign of anything other than fury since their tense satellite call 4 days earlier when he was flying into Al-Fashir. After a brief pause, he raised his hands in a gesture of concession. Yeah, Sudan Station first told me 100, then they revised it to 35. Their reasoning was exactly what I just said. It holds up, especially after scouting the town's layout, but I definitely don't enjoy planning an operation under one set of assumptions and then executing it under another. Court simply nodded in the darkness. But you still want to proceed? Hell yes, Sierra 1 replied instantly. We're set, the evening call to prayer echoed from the minaret of the mosque to the west. If all went according to plan, Court would be just a couple of blocks from that very mosque before dawn tomorrow. He glanced at Zack. You have my gear? Zack pressed a wireless transmit button mounted on the side of his glove's index finger. He spoke into a small headset positioned near his cheek. Brad, bring up the ruck. Sierra 2 appeared at the top of the stairs moments later, carrying a rucksack roughly the size Court had anticipated, similar to the pack he'd left stashed at the water's edge 300 yards north. I'm gonna need a damn pack mule, Court muttered. Hey, you're officially running 2 operations. That requires 2 sets of equipment, Zack countered. He then handed Court a small plastic case. Inside was a C4OP's radio system identical to what the Whiskey Sierra team would use in the morning. It was cutting-edge tech, a compact unit integrating a radio, GPS, wireless push-to-talk buttons for gloves or weapons, noise-reducing earpieces for gunfire, and a nearly invisible covert microphone headset designed for bearded faces. Zach had given him a basic rundown on the system back in St. Petersburg, though Court had never encountered it before. "How's the encryption? Any risk the other side intercepts the transmissions?" "Let me demonstrate," Zach said. He powered on the device, pressed the transmit button, and whispered into the microphone. "Good evening to all you skinny dudes and towel heads. This is Zachary Paul Hightower. My social security number is 413-555-1287, and President Abood enjoys intimate relations with camels. Sierra 2, still at the stair-top, turned back. That's my social." Zach smiled and shrugged. "Is it?" "My mistake, Bradley." He turned back to Court. "You can monitor our transmissions on this so you know what's happening on our end, but don't clog the network. Do not transmit. If you need to reach me, use the Thurea satellite phone. I'll have it on at all times, patched into my headset, even if we're in heavy contact." "Why would you be in heavy contact? I thought your team was staying out of the way until we meet in the marsh." "Hey, plans go sideways, brother. If things turn sour, who knows how it'll play out? We're prepared to come ashore in support if the situation demands it. Sudan Station had a van ready for us in case we needed to head into town come morning. They'd even secured local clothing. We'd brought in used gear ourselves. To maintain deniability, we weren't going in with standard U.S. equipment. Our arsenal was a global patchwork: Israeli and German firearms, Russian rifles, Croatian boots, Chinese packs, and body armor from Australia. Court was taken aback by the sheer level of preparation Whiskey Sierra had undergone to enter the fray. But it had been years since he'd been part of a large-scale operation. As a lone operator, he was accustomed to handling all his own gear and logistics. Zach leaned into the pale moonlight, extending a gloved hand into the darkness. Court shook it. "Good luck tomorrow. I'll see you in Oryx when it's over. We'll celebrate like legends on the Hannah once we're extracted." "I'll hold you to that. But first, how about a ride back across the lagoon?" "You got it." Court studied Hightower's face and posture for any hint of deceit. He detected the natural worry and tension that came with any high-stakes mission, but nothing in the man's demeanor suggested a hidden agenda. It was a relief to feel that Sierra 1 wasn't pursuing some separate objective in this operation. At 10 that night, Gentry stood on a street corner a few blocks west of where Zach's six-man Zodiac had dropped him off. He lingered in the shadows, yet numerous local men had passed close by. A few had glanced at him with casual curiosity, but not with suspicion or fear. According to Sid's intelligence brief on the city, passengers and crew from Western sailboats and yachts docked in the harbor were often granted passes to shop or dine in town, provided they paid the necessary fees and had no Israeli entry stamps in their passports. Court figured a white face was an unusual but not alarming sight here. While his complexion might draw a second look, it was unlikely to trigger any real alarm. An aging white Mercedes sedan pulled up to the corner and idled, its poorly tuned engine sputtering in the night air as the driver waited. This was supposed to be Mohammed, the local policeman on the Russian intelligence payroll. Court didn't immediately step from the shadows. Instead, he scanned for any sign the vehicle had been followed. Finally, he concluded that unless his tail was a donkey cart hauling a 55-gallon drum of water, he was in the clear. There were no other vehicles in sight. He slid into the passenger seat, and the car rolled forward down dusty, unlit streets. The driver's face was an impassive mask. Gentry had the distinct impression that even if the brightest stadium light in America were shining directly on the man's dark features, it wouldn't reveal any more expression than he could make out now in the gloom. The policeman spoke first, his English low and rough. "You're a Russian?" This guy worked for the Russians. There was no sense confusing him. "Correct." "Good. Tell your people I want more money. I'm not your handler. Tell them yourself." Only the man's lips moved. Court had seen vending machines with more personality. "My position is very dangerous, helping the FSB like this. It is more dangerous now than when I agreed. I want more money before I go further." Court wasn't having it. In Gentry's experience, it was practically standard procedure for an informant to demand more cash at the last minute. They always claimed circumstances had grown more complicated. Honestly, as far as Court was concerned, this guy's primary job had been to drive him from Khartoum to Suakin, And since that service hadn't been needed, he couldn't care less whether Sid or the FSB paid him. He'd come tonight hoping the cop might still be useful, but it was already looking like more trouble than he was worth. I'm broke. It wasn't true, but Court had no intention of wasting his funds on this jerk. If your information is worthwhile, I'll make sure my bosses know you cooperated. The driver's expression didn't change as he pulled to the side of the road and cut the engine. Darkness enveloped the car, the headlights cutting through the swirling dust kicked up by the tires. Mohammed held Court's gaze. Court hoped his own eyes looked just as cold and intimidating as this guy's. That is insufficient. Then I guess we're finished. I'll inform the FSB you backed out. I'm sure they'll be in touch. Court pretended to reach for the door, knowing exactly what would happen next. Wait. Court settled back into the worn leather seat, feeling the pressure of his pistol against his hip. There have been new arrivals in Suakin. Court braced for another lecture about risks. Just another excuse to demand more cash. He let out a tired breath, but the informant's next words snapped him to attention. I believed Aboud would travel with his standard protective team, around 25 men. That is the usual number when he visits. Yes, there are always more personnel up in Port Sudan with his helicopter, but for Suakin, it is typically just the 25. So what's changed? The NSS came this afternoon. The secret police are here? Yes. How many? Court glanced down at his hands, picking at a fingernail. I observed 5 then. Almost as an aside, the man in the shadows added, but there is also a significant military presence in town now. You should be cautious of them. Define significant. At least a company. Infantry, that made Gentry look up sharply. Any reason why they claim a rebel group has been traced to a farm outside the town? Instantly, Court understood the CIA operation was blown. Rebels? Yes. SLA. It is unusual. They have never been active this far east. Any estimate on their numbers? The man waved a hand, his first real gesture. Not many, perhaps a dozen. Zach had first promised 100, then revised it to 35. Now Court's most reliable intelligence said 12. He didn't blame Zach. If Sierra 1 had known his proxy fighters were such a feeble force, he likely wouldn't have pushed the operation this far. No, Court had seen this kind of dwindling arithmetic before. He placed the blame squarely on the local CIA office, Sudan Station, for overpromising and underdelivering. There probably never were going to be 100 SLA in Suakin. 35 was their optimistic projection, and now it was clear that Sudan Station's best guess was utterly worthless. A dozen compromised rebels weren't going to deceive anyone. If the attempt to kidnap the president proceeded now, the army would crush the pathetic little rebel force in minutes. Court could still assassinate the president for Greg Sidorenko, but kidnapping him for the CIA was impossible without the rebel diversion. It was obvious to Gentry now that Zach's mission would be scrubbed. So I require more money for my assistance tomorrow. Court needed to speak with Zach before he even knew if there would be an operation tomorrow, but he realized he might now need Mohammed's help simply to get out of the area. If Operation Nocturne Sapphire was dead, then the CIA might just want him to complete Sid's job and exfiltrate as planned using the FSB channels. I have 2,000 euros. I want 10. Court paused. It wasn't his money. He couldn't care less what this man was paid, but he'd been haggling for one thing or another in developing nations for most of the past 15 years, and he knew the drill. He gave a slow nod. 3 now, 3 after. 6,000 was probably triple what this sleazy character made in a year. Assuming the Russians had already agreed to a similar sum or more, this guy was cleaning up. Mohammed studied Gentry for a long moment. Finally, he put the car back in gear and pulled onto the street. Understood. For several minutes as the Mercedes crept through the town's narrow lanes. He and Court worked out the details. Court attempted to get his bearings through the dirty windows while they spoke. But the maze of confusing streets and dusty alleyways left him completely disoriented. Eventually, Mohammed pulled to a stop once more. To Court's surprise, they were right back where he had been picked up 30 minutes earlier. The policeman stated, "Tomorrow morning, I will be at the designated location at the appointed time. IEE Grandly will then take you to a safe house in Khartoum where you can remain until it is secure to proceed to the airport." Gentry reached into his pocket and retrieved a rubber-banded roll of euros, Sid's money, naturally, as the CIA had provided him with no funds. Court returned to his overnight hide at 11. He verified that his packs were undisturbed, opened a lukewarm bottle of water and drank it all, then picked up the Hughes Thuraya and placed a call. Zach answered on the third ring, his voice thick with sleep. "I was catching some shut-eye, 6. This better be important." Hightower mumbled drowsily. "You need to call off Nocturne Sapphire. The rebel element is compromised." When Hightower spoke again, all traces of sleep were gone. "Says who?" says the FSB informant. "He's a policeman here, a team from the NSS and a company of GOS infantry are in town because a dozen SLA fighters were tracked to this location." A dozen, affirmative. 1 dozen, 12 rebel fighters. His intelligence appears reliable. There was a lengthy pause. Damn Sudan Station. My thoughts exactly. Either the local CIA wildly overstated the SLA's capability to infiltrate the area, or the SLA lied, inflating their numbers to secure a paycheck from Uncle Sam. And then their amateur hour operation gets blown. Total incompetence. "Roger that?" A dry chuckle came from Sierra 1 over the phone. "Never imagined I'd say this, but thank goodness for Sidorenko and his local connection. Right? This could have turned into a real disaster. Let me relay this to Denny. Tell him we need to abort. We'll see what he decides. Get back to me immediately, 1. I can still execute the hit on Oryx. The local opposition won't prevent that. We'll see what Denny says." Zach repeated. From an operational perspective, Court's overnight hide was nearly ideal for stashing his gear and laying low. With both large rucksacks open and his equipment sorted for rapid access, he found a warm, flat boulder large enough to lie on. The soft lapping of the lagoon's waves against the shoreline rocks was soothing, a sound that would help him rest when the time came. He had waited over an hour for Zach's callback. It came after midnight, just as Gentry's eyes closed and he began to drift off. He had the satellite phone integrated into his C4OP system, so when the earpiece chirped, he simply pressed a button to route the call directly to his headset. Gentry answered instantly. "Go ahead. Carmichael says we proceed." "With Sid's operation against Aboud, correct?" "Negative. We continue with Nocturne Sapphire. Snatch Oryx and exfiltrate via the water." "How am I supposed to snatch him with all this enemy presence in the Sudan Station isn't buying it. They think either your source is feeding you bad intel or you're feeding it to us. Carmichael is siding with the local station. We proceed for now, discounting your single source, because local CIA insists there are 35 SLA here with no reports of significant NSS or GOES movements. The SLA claims they will strike the square at 0630 tomorrow morning. No issues. I'm not peddling lies, Zach. I know you're not. Listen, Carmichael has authorized me to make a game-time decision. I can scrub the mission at any point if the situation looks wrong tomorrow morning. He's given me approval to be on site. You'll be at the bank with me? No, but we'll be nearby. He's green-lit Whiskey Sierra for direct action if the situation demands it. Court drew in a breath of the humid night air. You're serious? You're planning to engage the bodyguards and GOES forces directly? What happened to all that talk about plausible deniability? If you have official clearance for this, why am I even involved? Court. Carmichael is cornered. He's made commitments he has to fulfill, no matter what. He promised the White House we could deliver Oryx to the Europeans. In short, that's exactly what we have to do. The entire Special Operations Group is riding on this mission. My own future is riding on this mission. You said it would be a handful of Aboud's men against 100 rebels? Now it's the bodyguards, a full company of GOS soldiers, and an unknown number of NSS agents, all going up against a few trucks packed with compromised amateurs who don't know what they're doing. I've told you, Sudan Station believes their cover is intact, even if it's not. Whiskey Sierra will be the game changer. We'll make it work. This plan is a total mess, Zach. Kid, think back. How many of the goon squad's operations ever went according to the original plan? Court considered it. He shrugged. Not a single one, but... Exactly. This is the best plan we have. If everything falls apart, we'll improvise something new on the spot, just like we always do. I hate this. I'll officially note your objection and file it under who gives a damn what court thinks. Zach chuckled at his own remark. What did I always tell you back in the day? 6. You don't have to like it. You just have to do it, Court finished, his tone flat. He was furious, but he knew he was defeated on this point. He would do his job, and Hightower knew it too. You want back in? You stick to your role in Nocturne Sapphire. You'll make Carmichael an extremely pleased and grateful man. Don't sweat it. Whiskey Sierra will be there to back you up. After a long silence, Gentry muttered, 6 out 32. Court woke and glanced at his watch. The faint glow of tritium-filled tubes illuminated the hands, telling him it was time to move. It was 4:30 a.m. The air was chilled by a breeze coming off the ocean. He sat up and took a deep breath. He'd managed only a couple of hours of restless sleep at best. The impending operation had kept him awake, his mind racing through details, backup plans, and a tangled web of scenarios he couldn't resolve. No matter how he pieced it together, he couldn't see this day ending as anything but a spectacular disaster. He felt like he was on a runaway train headed for a wreck, and it was too late to bail out. From the pack Zach had given him the previous night, he pulled out a peanut butter soldier fuel bar, a protein and vitamin-packed energy bar designed by U.S. Army nutritionists. He tore open the wrapper and ate it quickly, his focus sharpening with each passing minute as the operation drew nearer. He washed it down with water from his camelback. Gentry then carefully picked his way down the rocky slope to the water's edge. As he stood there relieving himself into the lagoon, he thought about switching into more tactical clothing, but decided against it. He would have loved pants with more pockets. Pockets were crucial, but his filthy, worn local clothes, the same ones he'd hiked in, swum in, slept in, and even ridden on a donkey cart in, looked far too authentic to swap for something clean and out of place. He moved over to his Russian backpack, the one provided by Sid. He swung it over his shoulder and stepped into the cool, dark water of the lagoon. The heavy bag was sealed and designed with an air pocket to keep it afloat. Gentry held onto it as he swam across. 20 minutes later, his head emerged at the top of the minaret on Old Swaken Island. He climbed into the gallery of the structure, the open space just below the pinnacle of the tower. 2 centuries ago, at most, when this island still breathed with life and the mosque doors stood open, the muezzin's call to prayer would have echoed 5 times a day from this very minaret. Now it was a silent, crumbling home for birds, and Court's arrival sent pigeons scattering into the night. Their sudden flight didn't concern him. The local cats kept the birds so perpetually nervous that a small flock taking off was hardly an alarm. He crawled carefully across the stone platform, his knees and gloves smearing fresh droppings as he dragged his pack behind him. The greater worry wasn't being seen, but the ancient structure collapsing beneath him, sending him crashing down in a cloud of dust and rubble. It held, however, and Gentry unzipped the pack to retrieve the components of his Blazer sniper rifle, methodically assembling the weapon. This entire exercise was pure theater. He had no intention of firing a shot today. The goal was to sell a story to Sidorenko, that his prized assassin had been compromised, captured, or killed by CIA operatives just before completing his mission. When President Aboud appeared alive and in custody at The Hague, Sid would question what became of the hitman he'd dispatched. Carmichael had assured Court that Langley would spread the word. A Special Activities Division team had finally cornered their most wanted man on the Red Sea coast, eliminating him moments before he could kill again. Whether Sidorenko, no fool, would buy this tale was uncertain. But Gentry reasoned that the more physical evidence he left behind, meticulously staging the scene as if the assassination were imminent, the more credible the leaked narrative would become. So the American took his time. He positioned the rifle on its bipod, removed the scope cap, and dialed in the optics for a hypothetical 400-meter shot in calm air. He loaded the weapon and lined up extra cartridges neatly beside it. For a dark, fleeting moment, he almost envied the simplicity of the lie he was building. How straightforward it would have been to actually take the shot, sprint to a waiting speedboat at the island's edge, and race across the gentle Red Sea to a larger vessel, vanishing into international waters. Sure, Sudanese gunboats patrolled the area. Bad luck could always intercept him, but those odds felt almost generous compared to the labyrinthine gamble of Operation Nocturne Sapphire. He shook his head slowly. And absurd number of variables entirely outside his control, needed to align perfectly in the coming hours. Satisfied with the staged scene, Gentry retreated down the precarious stairs. Back on the pre-dawn dirt roads of Old Swaken Island, he meticulously retraced his steps backward for 3 blocks to the water's edge, erasing any trace of a solitary arrival or departure. His pack, now much lighter, was shouldered before he waded back into the warm, placid water. It was as still as a pool, though the distinct brackish smell confirmed it was far from chlorinated. When he was neck deep, holding his floating pack with both hands, He glanced back at the dark silhouette of the island. Once his planted evidence was discovered, whether in hours or days, he would be irrevocably linked to the site. To any investigator, it would appear the assassin had reached his nest, prepared his weapon, and lain in wait. And then, it would seem, he had simply vanished into thin air. The gray man allowed himself a grim smile as he turned, kicked gently, and began floating toward the shoreline 100 meters away. The dirt streets of New Suakin were utterly deserted at 5 in the morning. Dawn was still an hour away, and Oryx wouldn't arrive for another 90 minutes. But Court was already settled into his hiding spot. He was concealed in the deep shadows of the long tin-roofed fish market that formed the southeastern edge of the square. His CIA-issued backpack, loaded with nearly 50 pounds of equipment, was beside him. On his belt, hidden beneath his loose shirt, his satellite phone was connected to the C4 Ops radio. The nearly invisible wireless headset was in place, the thin, rubber-coated wire running along his cheek and into the scruff of his beard. Under his shirt, secured to his belt, was his suppressed Glock 19 pistol with 2 spare magazines, 46 rounds of 9mm ammunition in total. It wasn't exactly an arsenal for a prolonged fight, but today's operation was supposed to unfold around him, not directly on top of him. Even so, he couldn't help wishing for a little more firepower. He took a long moment to absorb his surroundings. Scrawny camels wandered the empty streets, and donkeys were either penned in corrals or tied to weathered wooden posts. The entire town looked like it had been lifted straight from a biblical epic, save for the crumbling old mosque that dominated the square ahead. There certainly weren't any mosques around in the time of Christ, but the view from his perch at this open-air fish stall probably hadn't changed a bit since the 12th century. For a second, he let himself imagine some ancient spy or assassin crouched right here in the pre-dawn gloom, plotting against a target in that very mosque or in the ancient-looking building across the way. The fantasy was broken when he noticed the modern intrusions. The donkey carts all had thick rubber tires, not wooden wheels. Many of the shacks were sided with rusted oil drums or flattened tin cans. A cracked blue plastic bucket dangled from a rope outside a second-story window. Suddenly, a voice sounded right in his ear, startling him so badly he fumbled for his pistol and jerked upright, smacking his head hard on a loose wooden shelf above. It took him a second to realize it was Zach coming through his headset. He knelt back down, irritated with his own jumpiness. "Morning, 6, wherever you're lurking," Zach's voice drawled. "The boys and I are just finishing our second cup. We'll get our gear on and head to shore in a bit." There was an exaggerated sound of a stretch and a sigh. "Man, it sure is nice working for the establishment instead of running solo, no sitting scared in the dark by yourself, praying the rat running up your leg doesn't decide your family jewels look like a snack because you can't even twitch." Court glanced down instinctively. There was no rat. He silently scolded himself for falling for the bit. "Pretty soon, brother, you'll be back working with us," Zach continued, his tone shifting. "You'll still be the weird cousin we don't talk about at parties, but I promise I'll let you have coffee with the adults sometimes." Gentry gave a slight nod in the dark. It would be good to be part of a team again, even with strings attached. "First things first," he whispered to himself, not keying his mic to reply to Hightower. "Let's get through this morning." He rose carefully this time, avoiding the low shelf, and slipped across the narrow alley to the bank's side entrance. The lock was a simple tumbler. It took him less than 30 seconds with 2 narrow picks and a few precise turns of the torque wrench. Inside, the air was thick and still, full of stale dust motes dancing in the moonlight that filtered through circular and arched windows. He pulled a penlight from his pocket, clicked it on, and clamped it between his teeth. He moved quietly down a small colonnade that ran along the eastern wall of the large, open building. The place had clearly stood for centuries. But judging by the emptiness and dust, banking wasn't much of a going concern in Suakin anymore. A sudden, sharp memory flashed, a childhood trip to a dusty historical bank with his father, the smell of old paper and polish, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the shadows ahead. The vast interior of the bank was mostly hollow, a cavernous room dotted with scattered desks, telephones, and wooden file cabinets. A set of stairs descended into a basement. Court moved to the main entrance, confirming the layout matched the diagrams from Zach. Flanking the heavy double doors were 2 staircases, each curling up to a slender atrium perched above the entrance, its large windows offering a commanding view of the open area outside. Gentry spent several minutes preparing, making multiple trips up and down the stone spiral stairs to cache his equipment in strategic locations. He was setting the stage for when Oryx and his team would burst through those doors, believing they were escaping a threat in the square. From the atrium windows, Court finally surveyed the square. It bore little resemblance to the plazas he'd seen across Europe or Latin America. This was a massive, barren patch of hard-packed earth, roughly the size of 2 football fields, devoid of pavement or even a single weed. Across the way, he saw a row of dilapidated 2-story buildings with flaking white colonial facades, their grime visible in the pale moonlight. To the northeast, the right side of the square dissolved into a sprawling slum, a haphazard maze of shacks cobbled together from driftwood, scavenged plywood, and rusted tin, looking as if they were held up by little more than hope and a whispered prayer. This ramshackle settlement tumbled down a hill toward the water and the causeway leading to Old Suakin Island. To the west, Court's gaze settled on the more substantial structures of Suakin, including the Suakin Palace Hotel. He focused on a 3rd-floor window, wondering if Sierra 5 was observing from within. Standing in the absolute darkness of the bank, Gentry assumed Spencer would have night vision capabilities. He raised a hand, a tentative wave into the void. Moment later, Zach's voice crackled over the comms. "Go for one." "Sierra 6 is in position," Court reported. "Never a doubt in my mind," Hightower replied. Lowering his hand, Gentry felt an unusual twinge of self-consciousness at being watched during such a critical moment. He scanned the remaining buildings around the square, ancient structures of whitewashed limestone and coral that looked positively biblical. For a fleeting, absurd second, he wondered if the famously old Methuselah might have been a local. His attention returned to the street where the SLA trucks were supposed to appear. If they failed to show, his plan was simple: abandon the carefully placed gear and slip out the bank's side door. The Sudanese would later discover a strange assortment of non-American gadgets, but nothing would directly tie the CIA to an ambush. The agency's Sudan station had been emphatic. Their rebel assets would deliver. That confidence was so absolute that contrary intelligence from Court's own source had been dismissed as unreliable. Fantastic, Court thought with a surge of irritation. This convoluted committee-run chaos was a far cry from the clean, direct operations of his freelance days. Everything was simpler when he was just a private contractor. By 6:10, the gray man had completed his preparations inside the bank and returned to his 2nd-floor overlook. Zach's transmission broke the silence. "Whiskey Sierra is in position. 3 has a rooftop on the northwest corner. 5 is in the 3rd-floor window of the Suakin Palace southwest. The rest of us are mobile, 3 blocks northeast of the square in a beige standby. What a junker. A beige Ford Econoline van. The SLA is approaching from the west. They should be moving into position now. The first person to spot any sign of them should call it in." A quick pair of acknowledgments came from his men positioned around the square. About 10 minutes later, the first light of dawn broke in the east. From his 2nd-floor perch, Court could see the town sloping down toward the distant water, where the sea met the sky in a soft morning glow. Oryx was due to appear on the opposite side of the square any minute, but there was still no trace of the SLA. They should have been staging nearby by now, and the 2 operators to the west should have picked up some sound or movement. Yet the town remained eerily quiet. Gentry understood what Zach meant about the Old West atmosphere. Peering through the window at the dusty streets, the simple wooden structures, the old hitching posts and water troughs, the donkey carts and faded awnings with weapons ready for a potential gunfight, he felt completely transported to another era. Taking a sip of water from his elevated position, Court methodically checked the contents of his pack for what felt like the 10th time. A tight knot of tension was forming in his gut. 1 for 5, Zach's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Go for 5-1, answered Spencer, the former Army Special Forces sergeant turned CIA operative. "Still nothing on your end? Not a thing over by the hotel?" 3. Quiet as a ghost town to the northwest boss. There was a noticeable hesitation from Hightower. Court wondered if he was about to call the whole thing off. "All right, looks like we're moving ahead with Bravo." In the shadowy atrium of the bank, Court Gentry's brow furrowed deeply. Bravo? What the hell was Bravo? If there was a backup plan, nobody had bothered to clue him in. "Roger that, boss," said 3. "I've got the RPG prepped." "The RPG?" A cold sweat broke out on the gray man's temples. His hand moved toward the button on his satellite phone to demand an explanation from Zach, but he didn't need to press it. Okay, 6. Let me bring you up to speed before you have an aneurysm. Zach's voice, detached through the comms, carried a hint of apology. Denny and I had our doubts the SLA would come through for us. The station kept making promises, but you saw their numbers dwindling right in front of us. Your source, that cop, and his intel about the compromise pretty much confirmed our fears. Look, even without the rebels, we're still a go. You don't need a full battle. You just need a distraction, something to push Oryx toward his security team's rally point. So 6, we're going to provide that little show for you. Isn't that right, 3? Roger that, 1. 3 and 5 will lay down some direct fire, just enough to spook Oryx and his close protection team right through that bank door. Then we'll hit the rest of the guys in the square from the northeast to keep them pinned for a minute or two. After that, your path should be clear. Break, a long pause followed. This was Denny's idea, by the way. I didn't want to tell you earlier because, well, hell, I was hoping the SLA would actually show. Hope you're not too angry. Angry wasn't the word. Court was absolutely furious. 100 promised rebels had vanished into thin air, and Zach had conveniently failed to mention the missing infantry support. Court's original timeline had banked on the bodyguards being tied up in a firefight, giving him ample opportunity to extract Oryx. Now, he had only 5 men for support, and they'd be breaking contact almost immediately, leaving him with virtually no time to get the target out of the bank, move him 10 blocks to the vehicle, and get clear of the town. He had been explicitly ordered not to transmit, but he didn't care. He pressed the talk button on his belt. You son of a bitch, there's no way I can get him out in time. Off the net, 6. Zach commanded sharply, his radio overriding all others. Oryx and his security team came into view, entering the plaza from the northeast. Get ready to engage the rear of the party, 3, the command came through. Dan's low voice confirmed. 3 has visual on targets. Court peered through the window at the breaking dawn, just able to discern the distant movement of dark-suited figures massing in the open space. His eyes dropped to the staircase. The impulse to run was strong, though a destination eluded him. Sid's operation was now impossible. Retrieving the blazer rifle to take the shot at Aboud was out of the question, and without completing that objective, Sidorenko's promise of extraction vanished. On the other hand, abandoning Nocturne Sapphire meant forfeiting any help from Zach and the CIA. He was trapped well beyond any point of return, and he understood now why Hightower had kept the shift to direct action a secret. There was no choice but to see this new playthrough. 200 yards to the bank, announced 5. I'll initiate as they pass the doorway. Acknowledged Gentry allowed himself a final glance at his equipment arranged in the atrium. Everything was set. He steadied his breathing. This wasn't like most of his past work, though. His time with the Goon Squad had involved snagging a few terrorists, so the atmosphere wasn't entirely foreign. Yet the scale felt different, more immense, more convoluted, more pressured by the clock than anything he'd known. The whole mission reeked of CIA desperation. His old mentor Maurice's words echoed, "Any job you can't afford to walk away from is a job you should run from." 150 yards, Sierra 5 reported. Another of Maurice's sayings surfaced in Court's mind. A plan is just a long list of things that won't happen. He had found that to be the one reliable truth in his work, in his life. Plans were useful, even necessary, but in the end, most plans were pure fantasy. Sierra 3-1. Go ahead, 1. Boss, I've got a truck moving below my position. Is it the SLA? Hightower's voice held a thread of hope. Stand by. A brief silence followed. Then, negative, they're Gauss troops. 5-1. I've got troops here as well, 2 blocks west of me, advancing toward the plaza. Damn it, Zach replied. Just great, Court thought. The government of Syria forces were close, but the Syrian Liberation Army was nowhere to be seen. Who were the GOS hunting? He squinted across the square to his right. The sun broke over the water like a bright, angry welt. The dawn's light cast a strange pallor on the whitewashed buildings to his left. Aboud's entourage, 20 men or more, continued its approach. 1, this is 3. What's the call, boss? The comms in Court's earpiece buzzed with Whiskey Sierra's chatter, though he was under strict orders to remain silent. In the cool, shadowed atrium, he whispered to himself, pouring every bit of focused will into the words, abort. just abort. He remained at the window, but his muscles coiled, ready to bolt down the stairs and out the building's rear. Escape was possible, not to the waiting car, but to the water. The harbor was dotted with small tied-up boats. He could commandeer one and vanish. Hightower's voice returned to the net. Court knew the man's cadence so well he could detect the tension hidden between the syllables. Report enemy count? Over 1-3. Estimating 30 hostiles, one long flatbed truck, small arms and RPGs visible. Possible PKMs in the mix as well. Boss over. PKMs were those hefty Russian belt-fed machine guns. Roger that, Zach said, his tone flat. 5-1. I'm seeing similar numbers over here. They're moving in patrol columns. Doesn't look like they're geared up for a serious fight. When Zach fell silent for several seconds, the net crackled again. 1, this is 3. I can engage now. Once they scatter, it's going to get difficult. Understood, 3. Stand by, Zach said. Abort, Gentry whispered once more, the word hanging in the still air. Zach Hightower muttered the words under his breath, repeating the familiar mantra he always fell back on when the call between life and death rested with Sierra 1, and he was the one on the spear's tip waiting. Be cool, Zach. Be cool, Zach. His entire world, his very survival, hung on the next transmission. A quiet withdrawal and a deep dive into how Nocturne Sapphire had unraveled so spectacularly was the hope. The other option was unthinkable, a global catastrophe. Be cool, Zach. Then the signal came. Sierra 1 to all elements. Stay calm, Zach. A pause that felt endless. Mission is scrubbed. All teams stand down, hold your positions until the President's group enters the mosque. Then initiate a silent exfil from the area. Court released a breath he felt he'd been holding for years. One by one, the members of Whiskey Sierra acknowledged the order over the net. They were the ultimate professionals, their voices flat, betraying no hint of the frustration or relief that must have been swirling inside after a mission was canceled at the final possible moment. Gentry allowed himself one last glance at President Aboud, moving swiftly across the square with his security detail directly toward his position. It was a bitter pill, being this close and having to walk away. But Gentry was a pro, too. He'd faced this exact scenario before, poised at the very edge of action only to be pulled back. Without a second's hesitation, Court turned from the window and started back through the bank's atrium toward the front entrance, his boots echoing softly in the colonnaded hallway. He was nearly at the rear exit when his headset crackled to life once more with the team's traffic. In the passenger seat of the grimy beige van, Zach rested his rifle between his knees and let his head fall back against the headrest in sheer exasperation as Brad Sierra 2 shifted the vehicle into gear. In the very back, facing the rear doors, sat Milo, Sierra 4, a formidable HK-21 machine gun propped between his legs. This weapon fired the same potent round as a sniper rifle, but could unleash them in a devastating stream from a 100-round box. Milo was their trunk monkey, the guy who'd blow the doors open to cover their retreat if things went hot. For now, he was just another shadow in a dark van, but if the operation had proceeded, he would have been pouring more hate downrange than anyone. They'd been tucked in the deep gloom of an alley several blocks from the square, well clear of the reported Sudanese infantry positions. The street had been deserted except for a few stray chickens, so they pulled out and began heading south. This route took them toward the square, so Brad took the first left, aiming for the port to skirt around Aboud's security cordon. But the alley abruptly terminated at a makeshift camel pen, a circular enclosure of driftwood and scrap metal with a few massive animals resting inside, offering no way forward. Brad began to reverse. Both he and Zach checked their mirrors. Zach spotted them first and yelled into the van and over the radio. "Contact infantry!" Brad slammed the brakes. 20 yards behind, at the alley's entrance they had just used, stood 6 soldiers in green uniforms, their Chinese Type 81 rifles raised and aimed directly at the van. A sharp command rang out from one of them. "What's the play, boss?" Brad asked from behind the wheel. Zach's response was almost instantaneous, and he broadcast it to the entire team. "All elements, disregard my last Nocturne Sapphire is a go. I say again, execute, light them up." In the back, Milo drove his boots against the rear doors, kicking them open wide where they locked into place. He raised his machine gun and sent controlled bursts toward the 6 soldiers blocking the alley's entrance. 3 dropped instantly, the others scrambled for cover and opened fire. In the van behind him, Zach released his harness, pivoted between the seats, and brought his Tavor rifle up, firing past Sierra 4. Brad slammed the gear shift into drive, the Ford's engine roaring as it plowed through the corral fencing, scattering panicked camels. The gray man felt a wave of resignation. His fingers were inches from the bank's rear door latch. Just beyond lay a shadowed alley, a few quick turns, and then the port. Freedom was minutes away. But the sudden crackle of gunfire and Zach's urgent transmission shattered that hope. Sierra 3's voice cut through the net. "3's engaging." An RPG detonated nearby, shaking the ground. Then Spencer joined. 5 is hot, the rattle of submachine gun fire echoed from the Swakin Palace. The quiet was gone. Court knew Aboud would be charging through the door behind him any second. He turned, his hand going to the suppressed Glock on his hip. Outside, the square erupted with answering pistol shots from Aboud's team. Court drew a breath of the bank's dusty air, set his shoulders, and muttered, "All right, then." He sprinted up the stairs and took his position. Moments later, the double doors below him blew inward. "Welcome to the party." The men flooding into the lobby below weren't screaming in terror. These were disciplined professionals, shouting commands to protect the Sudanese president. Court understood the playbook. They'd form a tight shield around Oryx, secure the entrance, and then move him to the safest spot, probably the basement vault. It didn't matter how many had made it inside, whether it was 2 or 20, Court had a little surprise waiting. He pressed a button on a remote left on the windowsill, activating electromagnets that shot heavy bolts across the double doors, sealing them shut. No more guests. Then he grabbed a 12-pound device by its handle from the atrium floor, flipped up a safety cap with his thumb, and pressed the button. A 1-second delay, and he hurled it over the railing. It dropped, tethered by a 6-foot cord, and as it dangled at eye level, its blinking light and audible beep drew every gaze. Court threw himself to the floor, curling up and covering his ears. The device, a CIA tech prototype Zach called the Big Bang, was built to disorient with overwhelming light and sound. The Langley engineers had cleverly used common parts from Japan, France, and Germany. Nothing that would point back home. Even with his eyes squeezed shut, the brilliant flash of light bounced off the surrounding walls and seared through his eyelids. His noise-canceling C4OP's headset and his own hands pressed tight over his ears did little to muffle the deafening, 1-second shriek of the siren. Marketed as delivering the optical equivalent of staring directly into the sun for over 100 milliseconds, the device's acoustic blast was brutal enough to rupture eardrums and could concuss anyone within 20 feet in an enclosed room. Court felt his teeth vibrate in his skull as chunks of coral rag and ceiling plaster showered down on him. Ignoring the pain and the debris, he launched himself to his feet without a second's hesitation. There was no time to wait. He raced down the staircase, weapon raised, unsure exactly what scene would greet him. Bursting into the lobby, Gentry found 6 men in various states of disarray, all incapacitated. One of these had to be Oryx. A guard was already on his knees, hands frantically patting the carpet for his lost sidearm. Court put a round into the back of the man's skull, and he pitched forward, his face smacking against the very pistol he'd been searching for. Stepping over 2 unconscious forms, Court reached an older man lying on his back. Yes, this was the target. Oryx was completely out, while 2 younger guards nearby were conscious, but utterly bewildered, writhing on their backs in their own sick. With practiced speed, Gentry tore open the president's crisp white dress shirt and yanked his tie loose. He moved in front of the man, knelt, hooked his hands under the arms, and hauled the dead weight up until their chests met. Ducking low, he settled the heavy burden onto his right shoulder and drove upward with his legs, hefting Oryx into a fireman's carry. The American hauled the large Sudanese man over the legs of another dazed bodyguard, and out of the room at the reinforced back door, he gently lowered Oryx to the floor and drew his pistol once more. Court hurried back toward the lobby. Though his ears rang fiercely from the siren, he could now clearly hear the incredible volume of gunfire erupting outside. He was grateful the heavy fighting seemed concentrated to the north and west, away from his planned escape route. In the lobby, Gentry coolly raised his suppressed pistol and put a single round into the ankle of each of the 4 still living guards. He scanned the room, hoping for a discarded rifle, but saw only a few Lado pistols, which he left behind. Outside, men were now pounding on the front doors, shouting to be let in. Gentry left the lobby and the wounded men behind. They'd come around soon, some in under a minute, and would be plagued by splitting headaches for hours. Their ankle wounds would disable them far longer and, more importantly, would demand immediate medical attention. That would tie up guards, police, soldiers, and first responders, pulling resources away from the hunt for the kidnapper. Returning to the back door while reloading, Gentry rolled Oryx onto a collapsible two-wheeled hand truck provided by Zach. The lightweight device was constructed mainly from telescoping PVC pipes, with a hard honeycomb plastic platform and thick rubber tires. He positioned the heavy body on the dolly, took a moment to secure the arms under the attached bungee cord, and paused briefly to steady his breathing. The gunfire outside continued in sporadic, confused bursts. It sounded like chaos, but still nothing stirred near his side of the building. Court slid back the deadbolt and opened the door, looking first left toward the square. Clear. Then he looked right. Two civilian men stood in the dirt road. They looked like Beja fishermen, and their hands were empty. Court leveled his pistol at them, and their arms shot immediately into the air. He spoke to them in Arabic, but they remained frozen in place. Only when he gestured with the pistol, its extended silencer tracing a clear arc toward the side of the road, did comprehension dawn. They vanished into the night. Moments later, Gentry was moving through the shadows, the hand truck bearing the president rattling ahead of him. He'd covered 2 blocks southward, encountering only those 2 bewildered pedestrians who offered no resistance. Darting past a lengthy low wall, Court slipped through an open gate into a private home's compact dirt courtyard. Here, he set the dolly down and knelt. The bank's entrance was now a football field away. A series of quick turns through tight alleyways left him reasonably sure he hadn't been seen and hadn't left a clear trail. The distant pop of gunfire from the square provided a grim soundtrack, right on schedule. Oryx began to stir, his head lolling. Court freed him from the straps, sat him upright, and delivered a few sharp slaps to his face. From his pack, he produced plastic restraints, securing the Sudanese leader's wrists in front of him. He grabbed a water bottle from a side pocket, unscrewed the cap, and doused the man's face and bald head in a cold splash. Oryx jolted awake, disoriented. Pupils wide, Gentry forced him to drink, then slapped him once more for good measure. The president immediately spat the water back out, spraying Court. Abood swatted weakly at the phantom sparks still dancing before his eyes. Gentry shouted over the inevitable ringing, "Snap out of it! Eyes on me! Look at me!" He finally had the man's full, if blurry, attention. Oryx's gaze was wide but bleary, the center still washed out from the blinding flash. He took in his surroundings and the man before him with a sidelong glance, shock giving way to dawning reality as the dreamlike state receded. He shook his head, trying to dispel the confusion, the lingering lights, the relentless buzz in his ears. Court had been on the receiving end of flashbangs in training, but the device he'd used was a new, particularly vicious model. Gentry was sincerely grateful he'd never been hit with one of that caliber. "Who are you?" Oryx shouted in Arabic. "What? What is happening?" Gentry cut him off in English. "Pay attention. I was hired to kill you. That was the original job. But a different client offered a bonus for a live capture instead. You following?" The president gave a slow, uncertain nod, as if waiting for the cruel joke to be revealed. Court held his gaze, and a fresh wave of panic flashed in Oryx's eyes. "I'm attempting the kidnapping. Here's the deal, though. If that gets too messy, I revert to Plan A. Honestly, Plan A pays a whole lot better anyway. You cause too much trouble, things get too hot on our way out, and it's Plan A without a second thought. Plan A is a single round right between your eyes. Leave you in the gutter, go home, and enjoy a very comfortable retirement. Understood?" Oryx nodded again. The panic was still there, but it was now mixed with a grim acceptance. He understood the stakes. "Your job," Court continued, "is to make sure Plan A isn't the tempting, easy option. We clear? We need to be a team here if we're both walking away from this." "American. You are American. Abso-fucking-lutely," Court said, a thread of genuine, almost forgotten pride in his voice. It had been a long time since he'd felt any connection to working for American interests. "Good. What is your rank?" "I don't have a rank." "No rank. You are an officer, yes?" Court let out a short laugh as he shoved the hand truck against the wall, concealing it from the street. "Just a grunt, pal. The choices were this or kitchen duty. I lost the coin toss." Oryx stared blankly. The American idiom lost on him. A sudden sharp crack of nearby gunfire made them both flinch. A stark reminder that their precarious teamwork was the only thing standing between them and the chaos outside the walls. He shook his head, trying to dispel the dancing lights in his vision. "I wish to surrender to your commanding officer," he stated. Gentry let out a short laugh. "Afraid I'm the only officer you're getting right now." "I see," the man replied, his voice heavy with resignation. "My head is pounding." Gentry fished 2 tablets from a pocket. "Here, take these. They'll help." Oryx accepted the pills, examining them cautiously in his palm without consuming them. "They're just basic pain relievers. Trust me. You'll be glad you took them in a bit." With a reluctant sigh, Aboud placed the pills on his tongue, took a gulp of water, coughed violently as it went down wrong, but ultimately succeeded in swallowing the medication. "Are you able to run?" Gentry asked. "Run? I can hardly see straight. Can you move quickly then?" "If not, my first option is looking better, because we need to move fast to extract you from this area." Oryx gave a cooperative nod. "I can run. Good. Let's get you on your feet." Oryx glanced around, as if suddenly aware of the persistent crackle of gunfire. Who is shooting? What is all this noise? Court understood then that his captive was still piecing the situation together, which was hardly surprising given the circumstances. "Those are my associates. They're providing a distraction for your colleagues. Our route is through the rear of this house, south for several blocks, and then to a boat. Are you prepared?" Oryx nodded once more, an oddly willing participant in his own abduction. Despite his obvious disorientation, he understood the alternative and had no doubt, looking at the determined American before him, that the man would have no issue following through on it. "Time to go," Court said, and he guided Oryx forward, giving him a firm shove toward the small stone structure. Meanwhile, inside the cargo van, Sierra 1, 2, and 4 were thrown about as the vehicle scraped its undercarriage, jolted upward, and started ascending a slight incline. The rear doors gaped open, but 4 had secured himself using a belt fastened to the bolted center seats with a quick-release clasp. Their precise location was a mystery, despite weeks spent memorizing maps of the town. Brad even had a satellite image of Suakin fixed to his steering wheel, but it was useless now. Every street and alley looked identical, an unending landscape of crumbling shacks made of burlap and driftwood, and any road signs had long since been repurposed for roofs or kindling. For the past several minutes, they had been weaving in and out of brief, chaotic skirmishes with soldiers from the Sudanese People's Armed Forces. The government units in the town were utterly disorganized. Repeatedly, Brad had turned the van onto a road only to find themselves trailing a column of troops. Twice they had encountered army trucks head-on, and both times, without a single shot fired, each vehicle had hastily reversed to avoid confrontation. It was a muddled ambush, if it could even be called that. But what the government forces lacked in coordination, they compensated for with overwhelming numbers. As the Whiskey Sierra van sped through the narrow lanes flanked by a seemingly infinite stretch of hovels on the town's north side, more and more Sudanese soldiers appeared, as if materializing from the very walls. Sierra 4 had already expended a full magazine engaging threats during and after breaking through the perimeter. Now, Milo performed a swift reload, certain more combat was imminent. Over the comms, between staccato bursts of automatic fire, roughly a quarter-mile away, Sierra 5's voice broke through. "Hey, one, I could really use some backup over here. The GOs fell back out of my line of fire. I've moved to a second-story window, but it won't be long before they regroup and decide to demolish this whole hotel." "Copy that, Spence," Zach responded. "We're en route to retrieve you immediately. We're just a bit disoriented at the moment. Just follow the gunfire. I've got about a dozen of Oryx's personal security taking random shots at me from the town square. You should be able to get your bearings from that," Zach stated. "We're working on it," came Zach's reply as Sierra 2 took 2 sharp lefts, slotting the van directly behind a military jeep fitted with an unmanned Russian machine gun in its bed. Brad instantly swung right. "Sierra 1 to Sierra 3. Give me your status." Dan kept firing as he answered, taking fire from 2 separate alleyways. The sharp reports from his rifle crackled through Zach's headset. "It's not coordinated, and I've got the rooftop advantage. But there are a ton of them. If they get underneath me, I'm finished. Do you read?" More gunfire punctuated the pause before Hightower responded. "Loud and clear. We're coming to you. Contact rear," Milo yelled from behind Zach. Inside the van's cramped metal shell, his machine gun roared like a pneumatic drill cranked through a concert speaker system. Zach whirled to aim his Tavor, but Brad's sudden swerve pulled them clear of the incoming fire. 1, this is 3. Visual on a helicopter approaching from the north. Helicopter? Civilian or military? Stand by, break. It's military. A big ugly bird looks about 4 or 5 miles out, low and fast, heading this way with purpose. Appears to be an Mi-17. The Mi-17 is a hip. The Sudanese don't operate hips. Pretty confident it's a hip, boss. Acknowledged. Damn it, Zach muttered. An aerial threat was the last thing he needed right now. 5 for 1. Go ahead, 5. I'm picking up small arms fire to my west, not directed at me. Sierra 6 isn't positioned a click west of the square, is he? He shouldn't be. 6, if you can transmit, confirm your position. 6 to 1. Court's voice cut through the net, steady and brief. Negative. I have Oryx. And we are southeast of the square. We're attempting to reach the harbor. Zach considered this as the van took another hard left. Must be the SLA rebels. Better late than never, I suppose. I'll take any distraction right now. Does it sound significant, 5? Not really. Sounds like a fraction of the heat I'm dealing with right here. Hold on, Sierra 2 interjected from the driver's seat. This is the alley that feeds into the northeast corner of the square. You certain? Asked Zach. To him, it looked identical to every other narrow passage they'd navigated. Positive, stay on this path, and we're in the square in half a minute. Do we proceed? Zach weighed the options for a moment. Why not? We can't afford to get turned around again, and Spence and Dan will be out of ammo if we don't reach them. The square will be crawling with troops, and Aboud's personal guards, Sierra 2 cautioned, but kept driving. Hightower gave a grim nod and keyed his mic. 3 and 5, we will enter the square in 20 seconds. Lay down suppressing fire as we cross, loop behind the bank, and extract you both from the alley 1 block west. Keep your heads low. A pair of confirmations came through. 4, it's about to get wild, Zach called back to Milo. Bring it on, came the enthusiastic shout from the rear. Gentry was within 5 blocks of the square when the Whiskey Sierra van tore through it. He heard the screech of tires, followed by a rapid, chaotic exchange of rifle and pistol fire that showed no sign of stopping. Farther west, likely on the outskirts of Suakin, he could make out sporadic gunfire, AKs firing both ways, which he assumed was the mismatched skirmish between some government of Sudan forces and the SLA fighters the CIA had strong-armed into showing up. From the sound of it, they were getting thoroughly outmatched. Sudan Station would have a tough time convincing the SLA to play soldier for them again anytime soon, amidst all the chaos of the waking town. As far as Court could tell, his own immediate area was quiet for now. Court and Oryx knelt in the scant shade of a makeshift bakery, a simple lean-to sheltering an ancient brick oven. The small wooden boats were clearly visible on the calm bay water just 50 yards away, their red hulls bobbing gently. That short distance, however, was a deadly expanse of open ground. While Court was concerned about GOS troops along the northern beach or the causeway to Old Suakin Island, the persistent thrum of a helicopter somewhere above was the greater threat. Even if they managed to slither down to the water, the boat would make them a perfect target in the open air. The calculation took only a moment. "Forget the boat," he muttered, then turned sharply to Oryx. "I've got a car, 8 blocks southwest of the square. That's our way out, now." He shoved the president into a narrow alley, and they broke into a run. They had covered just 1 block when Oryx suddenly veered left, ducking into an even tighter passage that climbed a slight incline. Court lunged after him, his hand reaching to snag the man's collar and correct his course, but the plan evaporated. A squad of 5 GOS soldiers emerged from the back door of a small coral block building, barely 15 feet from their president. They fumbled with their rifles, stunned by the scene before them. Court didn't wait. He threw himself between the soldiers and Oryx, roughly shoving the president aside as he drew his pistol. 2 rounds struck the lead soldier in the chest. Court's free hand closed on Oryx's tie, yanking him backward as another round from Court's weapon dropped a second soldier with a shot to the forehead. The remaining men scrambled back into the building for cover. Court released Oryx and darted for a rifle lying next to a fallen trooper, but a long, chattering burst from an unseen gunman sent bullets tearing up the alleyway just ahead of him. He spun, retreated around the corner, grabbed his prisoner once more, and fled, one hand gripping his weapon and the other clamped on the neck of the Sudanese president. Suakin was primarily a town of the Rashida and Beja peoples, but as a historic market and port, it drew transplants from across the nation. Dinka, Fur, Nuba, Masalit, and Nuer all came to trade and settle here. There were also Nubians, dark-skinned non-Arabs whose communities were traditionally centered along the Nile to the west. One such Nubian family lived in a ramshackle dwelling of burlap, driftwood, and corrugated tin southwest of the main square. The shack doubled as their business, where the patriarch crafted durable goat-hide sandals with soles cut from old tires, selling them from the dirt alley outside. The sandal maker's son was gone, so the old man helped raise his 4 grandchildren, 3 girls and a boy. As gunfire echoed, he gathered the girls close, calling for his 12-year-old grandson, Adnan, to join them in the dark safety of the shack's interior. But Adnan refused to hide. Instead, he went to an old chest beside the sleeping mat and retrieved his late father's most prized possession, a handmade longbow. Ignoring his grandfather's shouts, the boy snatched up 3 arrows and bolted out the door toward the sounds of conflict. Their shack sat on a hillside, and from the doorway, Adnan could see smoke and the flash of gunfire near the square. More shooting echoed from the west, but it was farther off. He sprinted to a rickety set of wooden stairs that descended the hill, taking them 3 and 4 at a time, his young, sinewy legs powering him down with practiced ease. The crackle of gunfire made him instinctively hunch his shoulders, tucking his chin as he ran. He flew past an old man standing frozen on wooden crutches in front of his own home. The man's eyes wide with a fear Adnan did not share. The cripple yelled at the boy, ordering him to return home, but Adnan paid no attention. His mind was set on protecting his family and his town from whatever danger had arrived. For centuries, the Nubian people had been celebrated as fierce and courageous warriors, with the bow serving as their signature weapon. So much so that Nubia itself was often called the land of the bow. In ancient times, Nubian archers were prized mercenaries, hired for conflicts as distant as Persia. Adnan's own lineage traced back through 12 generations of bowmakers, yet that craft brought little income now. In his community, AK-47s and their Chinese-made counterparts, the Type 81 hung from the shoulders of anyone who needed to carry a weapon. An assault rifle was more powerful than a bow, far easier to learn, and arguably not much more complex in design. That reality had led Adnan's grandfather to abandon bow-making for sandal-making instead. Still, as a child, Adnan had learned to handle the large bamboo bow, its grip wrapped in leather, its tips inlaid with bone and horn. He charged through a rickety gate made of driftwood and wire, darting into yet another dusty alley. The sound of gunfire from the town square echoed off the walls and reached his ears. Tucking his chin, he raced toward the noise, clutching his father's bow in his right hand and a handful of arrows in his left. Other townspeople were now spilling into the streets, most fleeing in the opposite direction. Adnan sprinted past them, driven toward the commotion. He rounded a tight passage and came to an abrupt stop. 30 yards ahead, at the alley's entrance, a large black man in a dark suit stumbled into view as if pushed from behind. His hands were bound, and he nearly fell, his feet slipping in the shiniest shoes Adnan had ever seen. The young Sudanese boy quickly ducked into an abandoned doorway at the rear of a run-down butcher shop. He pressed his back against the wall, hidden in the morning shadow, then crouched low. Peering around the corner, he saw the black man being forced forward by a bearded white man, an infidel. The white man held a long pistol and shouted as the two hurried up the alley toward Adnan's hiding spot. "Move! Move! Move!" The foreign words meant nothing to Adnan, but the tone made it clear he was driving the prisoner forward. Adnan had never seen his country's president and did not recognize the identity of the bound man. This was his moment. In seconds they would pass, and he felt certain he could drive a steel-tipped arrow into the infidel's back. He only needed to wait a few heartbeats and strike from behind. As the footsteps and angry shouts grew closer, Adnan's gaze shifted to the other side of the doorway, just a yard from his bare feet. There lay a dead rooster, its feathered body crawling with maggots and rotting in the heat. The boy's eyes narrowed with grim resolve. He selected one arrow and laid the other 2 on the dusty step beside him. Then, with deliberate care, he plunged the razor-sharp point into the most decayed part of the bird's flesh, twisting it left and right like a key in a lock. Coating the arrowhead in bacteria, a hard, determined smile spread across his young face. The suited black man hurried past the doorway, almost tripping again. Just a few steps behind him came the shouting infidel, his dark handgun a blur as he ran. Adnan rose and stepped into the alley behind his target. He knocked the arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and raised the tip to eye level, aiming at the sprinting white man who was nearing the building's rear corner. The man wore a backpack, so Adnan adjusted his aim slightly higher, targeting the base of his neck. Allahu Akbar, like 2 millennia of proud Nubian archers before him, Adnan released the missile. Left turn, turn left, Court yelled at President Aboud. The older man staggered. His balance was obviously thrown off by the restraints, but Court was convinced the man was cunning enough to deliberately slow their escape. Gentry wasn't having it. He raised his right arm high, ready to strike the president in the back of the head to make the urgency crystal clear. Just as the gun's butt connected with the leader's damp scalp, a searing, white-hot agony erupted in Court's left shoulder blade, just above his backpack and a mere few inches from his spine. The force slammed him forward, twisting him sideways. He didn't go down, but it was close, stumbling past the president before catching his footing as they rounded the corner. A pained ugh escaped him as the blistering sting refused to fade. He slowed, glancing back over his shoulder. There, lodged in his shoulder, was a long brown arrow. Court's run faltered to a jog as he stared, his mind struggling to comprehend the sight for a long, disbelieving second. He looked down at his chest, checking it hadn't gone clean through. It hadn't. He tried to reach back and grab it, but his fingers fell short. Finally, he forced himself back into a jog, still staring over his shoulder at the impossible projectile. Under his breath, he whispered, "You have got to be kidding me." Meanwhile, the beige van screeched to a halt beside a side entrance to a 3-story colonial hotel, a structure that must have been magnificent a century ago. With its intricate wooden balconies, gabled window hoods, crisp white shutters, and ornate latticework columns, it felt more like a corner of the French Quarter than something in the heart of Africa. Zach scanned through the windshield for threats, but the building's advanced decay and that of its neighbors was hard to ignore. Spencer dove into the van's side door, and it jerked forward again. Milo fired a couple of controlled bursts down the street to keep any infantry pinned, though it seemed the SLA's western assault had pulled most troops away from this corner of the square. Having been operating undercover in Suakin, Spencer was dressed in local clothing and carried only a compact Uzi. He quickly snatched up a pre-positioned chest rig with body armor from the van floor, wrestling to strap it on as the Econoline jolted over the terrible road. Whiskey Sierra's vehicle swung north, accelerating fast up a wider dirt track. The faces of civilians peeked from windows, doorways, and behind garden walls, locals wisely staying off the streets, a fact that worked in everyone's favor. Zach had zero doubt the Sudanese army would show no concern for collateral damage, even as his team did everything to prevent it. Less than half a minute after grabbing Sierra 5, the van's brakes screamed again, this time outside a 2-story building. Spencer yanked the door open. They hadn't been stationary for a full second before Zach's transmission was cut off. 3, we are not waiting here all. A heavy crash on the van's roof shook the entire chassis, a dull, jarring thud to everyone inside. It was Dan, leaping from the building's roof. He slid down the side and ducked into the open door. Sierra 3 slammed it shut behind him, and Sierra 2 floored the gas. Zach keyed his headset. Sierra 1 to Sierra 6, break. I have my team, and we are exiting the area. You're solo for now. Good luck out there, and keep an eye on that damn helicopter. 1 out. They'd made it barely 50 yards up the paved street when 3 policemen in dark uniforms appeared at the roof's edge of a small blacksmith shop. In a coordinated heave, each man sent 2 massive concrete blocks tumbling off the roof and down toward the vehicle below. The heavy block of concrete sailed through the air just ahead of the van, forcing Brad to wrench the steering wheel hard to the right. The vehicle's side nearly grazed the faded paint of an old parked Chevy sedan before he jerked it back to the left, narrowly avoiding a cluster of empty rickshaws by the curb. Up ahead, another group of locals gathered on a rooftop, armed with more cement blocks and large tires, poised to hurl them down. Hightower knew driving underneath would be a death wish. From the passenger seat, Zach yelled, "Hard left now, Brad." The van swerved sharply into an alley even tighter than the street they'd just fled. Before the turn was complete, Brad shouted a warning to everyone inside. Contact front. The windshield suddenly popped and webbed with cracks. It didn't shatter completely, but a line of white-rimmed bullet holes stitched across it from right to left. Zach felt a sharp tug on his forearm and a spray of stings across his face and neck. Reacting instantly, he raised his rifle over the dash and fired back through the glass on full auto, emptying his 30-round magazine at shapes in the road ahead and blasting the windshield into a cascade of granular fragments. The van lurched violently to the left. At this speed in such a confined space, Zach knew any mistake would be fatal. He braced himself, and the collision came a jarring slam to the left, then a brutal rebound to the right. This time Hightower was certain the impact would be catastrophic, and directly on his side. He yanked his legs up just as the van plowed into a white building on the right, shuddered and ground to a halt mere feet from a collapsed wall of concrete blocks. Steam hissed from the ruptured radiator into the air outside the shattered window. The van was finished. Without a second's hesitation, Zach roared, "Bail out, now go." After barking the order for his team to evacuate, Hightower rolled out the front passenger door, hit the hard ground on his shoulder and hip, and found himself facing away from the source of the gunfire. He glanced over his shoulder. One of his men had already lobbed a white smoke grenade to screen their position from the shooters down the road. A decaying coral stone building stood just feet from his head, a waist-high window directly above him. Zach didn't hesitate. He scrambled up, launched himself from the street, tucked into a ball, and crashed through the plate glass, landing hard on the floor inside. It was some kind of dark office with a sterile governmental feel, empty at this early hour and silent without the hum of generator-powered lights. Zach rolled quickly to his knees and began reloading his rifle. He couldn't ignore the blood. It coated his arms and gloves, was spattered on the broken glass and the floor where he'd landed, and smeared across the tan surface of his weapon. But he didn't pause to assess his wounds. He just kept working. The relentless rattle of gunfire continued unabated in the street outside. Just as he chambered a fresh round and started to rise, Sierra 2 came flying through the same window. Their bodies collided in a glancing blow, and Brad slammed to the floor, his unslung FEMAS F1 rifle clattering away and sliding several yards across the tiles. "4 is hit." Dan's voice crackled through Zach's headset. Dan was still outside in the storm of flying lead. Zach shouted into his mic, "I'm suppressing North 2. Get that door by the van open. Get Milo in here now." Hightower leaned his rifle out the window and fired controlled bursts up the alley. He didn't need to look to know Brad was already rushing to the building's rear entrance to help the others get inside. Zach did his best to conserve ammunition, but his weapon soon ran dry. He called for covering fire, but the rest of his team was completely consumed with the desperate effort to rescue their wounded teammate. Hightower let his empty rifle fall and drew his SIG pistol from the drop-leg holster. Leaning out the window, he fired up the street with his right hand, exposing his upper body, while his left hand fumbled in a chest pouch for a fragmentation grenade. As his pistol's slide locked back on an empty chamber, Sierra 5 moved up on his left and unleashed a burst from his compact Uzi. Zach hurled the grenade as far as he could up the street. "Frag out!" He pulled back into the room to reload and take stock. Sierra 4 was seated on the floor. His HK machine gun trained on the doorway they'd used to enter, his lower right leg a bloody mess. 3 was already checking the wound. 2 had shoved desks and chairs aside, crossing the large room to peer out a south-facing window, searching for a rapid exit to get the team moving again. Hightower noted 2's pronounced limp as he moved. Zach reloaded his rifle. He had 6 magazines left. 150 rounds didn't seem like much, not after he'd already burned through 90 in a firefight that had lasted less than 5 minutes. As he moved to link up with Brad, he assessed his own injuries. There was a neat, almost perfectly circular bullet hole in his right forearm. Blood had soaked his brown shirt and gear, but his hand and arm functioned normally. He found the exit wound just above his elbow. Both arms were slick with blood, but aside from some facial abrasions from broken glass under his goggles, he found no other wounds. 3. Can he walk? Zach asked over the comms as he reached 2's side. Affirmative. Fibula's probably cracked and he's bleeding. Needs treatment soon, but he can walk for a bit. Good enough. Everyone on me. We're breaking out now. We are not letting these amateurs box us in. Meanwhile, Court heard Zach's transmission while still running with Oryx. Half. A minute later, a distant crash echoed. The continued radio traffic made it clear Whiskey Sierra had escaped the street, but was now in a world of trouble. Court, however, had his own immediate crisis. He and Oryx had ducked into a hovel crowded with locals to evade a platoon of troops heading for the square. The room was dark and filthy, light slicing in only through gaps where corrugated tin failed to meet the driftwood walls. Gentry pressed his Glock to the president's temple. The gray man panted, adrenaline surging, wincing with each breath as the muscles around the arrow in his back clenched in painful spasms. All the while, he stared at a family of 9 who sat on the floor and stared back. The children, small with wide, dark eyes, looked at him as if he were the most bizarre creature they'd ever seen. The adults' expressions held fear and surprise, but more than that, a simmering, prideful anger that this armed white man and his prisoner had violently invaded their simple home. Their lives were defined by hardship, scarcity, disease, relentless work, hunger, and a profound lack of freedom. One more danger, one more insult, was met not with terror, but with a hardened derision and fury. They had noticed, however, that the gun was only pointed at the man in the suit. They had no idea he was their country's leader. To them, he was irrelevant. Court had done his best to ignore the arrow buried deep in his shoulder blade. The pain told him it was lodged in bone, but he could still move his arm and shoulder. He knew he'd been fortunate the arrow hadn't struck with more force, another few inches, and the projectile would have found his heart, leaving him dead in that grimy alley. He figured the archer must have been far off, or perhaps not a full-grown man because the bolt hadn't passed clean through. The pain was a fierce, burning agony, but it wasn't fatal. Yet he was acutely aware that one wrong move, one accidental scrape against a doorframe, could turn a bad situation into a catastrophe. Reaching back again, his fingers still couldn't grasp the shaft. The thought of asking some stranger in this chaotic town for help crossed his mind, but he dismissed it instantly. He needed to get out, not stick around for a clumsy, painful extraction by someone he didn't trust. Once the soldiers cleared the road, Court gave a curt nod to the family's elder, a meaningless gesture of thanks for their silence and a half-hearted apology for the disruption. Then he was moving again with Oryx. They reached the vehicle, parked exactly where Zach said it would be. Getting Abood inside was simple, but sliding into the driver's seat with an arrow lodged in his back and his pack still on was an awkward, painful struggle. He had to hunch forward, lower the seat back, and twist his body to the left. The engine turned over, and he felt the cold, sticky sensation of his blood-soaked shirt adhering to the leather. As he shifted the little coupe into gear, a helicopter roared directly overhead, no higher than a 10-story building. The deafening whump-whump of the rotors felt vicious, predatory, making him instinctively duck. The aircraft sped north, drawn toward the distant gunfire from Whiskey Sierra's fight. Court eased off the clutch and pressed the gas, lurching forward. The sudden motion jammed the arrow solidly into the seatback. "God damn it," he roared, a bolt of searing pain exploding up his spine and into his neck, gritting his teeth through the shock. His eyes locked with the wide, fearful stare of the president beside him. A surge of adrenaline and raw frustration boiled over. "What is this? What kind of two-bit circus act nation are you in charge of? An arrow? Are you kidding me?" His right fist, leaving the wheel, shot out and connected with Abood's jaw. The violent motion wrenched the arrow again, and another scream was torn from his throat. Meanwhile, Whiskey Sierra had burst from the office building into an eastern alley. They moved as a unit through a sprawling shantytown, a patchwork realm of frayed tents, burlap hovels, and shelters pieced together from rusted metal and discarded auto parts. By constantly zigzagging northeast at every chance, Zach and his men were both confusing their pursuers and inching closer to the coastline. The helicopter thrummed above, but the team stayed tight to walls and darted under awnings, keeping their profiles low. If it was a hip, Zach couldn't be sure. It might be armed with rockets. Even without weapons, it could ferry a full squad of troops, enough to cause serious problems. Their progress through the slum was hampered by Milo. His right leg was a mess, his foot barely functional, reducing him to a faltering hobble that grew weaker by the minute. Another critical problem Zach had no immediate way to solve. Zach was bleeding too, but his own arm wound didn't even register on his list of pressing concerns. It was almost laughable, in a grim way, how they'd managed to slip the grasp of the government forces. The absurdity of their escape. A chaotic ballet in a city gone mad wasn't lost on him. The maze of narrow passages in the shantytown, some barely 5 feet wide, created a perfect environment for concealment and unseen movement. Zack and his team would have put more distance between themselves and their pursuers, if not for the chaotic congestion filling every alley. Civilians were now a constant obstacle. Men, women, and children darted in panic, while rickshaws nearly as wide as the paths themselves trapped locals who had no chance of escaping the armed shouting kawagas. On 2 occasions, Hightower was forced to slam the stock of his Tavor into the side of a shack, shoving the entire corner of the structure, walls, and roof, just enough to squeeze his team through. They brandished their rifles at anything moving in their path, but these terrified people wanted no part of the conflict, so Sierra 1 hadn't yet been forced to fire on any non-combatants. Emerging from the last cluster of tents and shacks, Whiskey Sierra found themselves on a barren ledge. Before them, a steep vegetation-free slope fell away for 50 yards to a road, beyond which sprawled the marketplace. The scene was a mix of tented stalls, wooden stands, and open-air vendors with goods laid on fabric in the dirt. Dominating the view, however, was a long cement building stretching 3 city blocks, housing permanent shops and storage units, codenamed Mall Alpha during their mission planning. Another row of structures, Mall Bravo, stood beyond it, with the water line just to the east. As Hightower prepared to order the descent, Sierra 5's shout cut from the rear of the tiny team. "Contact rear." A burst from his Uzi punctuated the warning. "They're on us." The government of Sudan forces had caught up. Instantly, Zack knew they were exposed on the hillside. Their only chance to hold off the pursuing troops was to reach the heavier cover of the buildings. A helicopter, a quarter-mile to the west, and flying low, began a shallow bank that would bring it over their position in seconds. "Move, 3. Assist, 4. The injured Milo tore himself from Dan's grip, spun toward the enemy advancing up the alley, and dropped to his knees. "Go! I'll hold them here!" Zack Hightower just grabbed the younger man by his gear harness and hauled him upright. "Hey, action star, shut it and follow orders!" This isn't a movie, for crying out loud. At his command, Zack shoved Milo toward Dan, who locked an arm around his waist, and the team began scrambling down the slope. The hillside was treacherously hard-packed earth coated in a fine, powdery dust. Hightower's boots found no purchase. Within seconds, he lost his footing, tumbling forward and sliding down in an uncontrolled roll. He reached the bottom, scrambled to his feet, and turned as Brad and Spencer slid down beside him. Spencer was up instantly, weapon ready, but Brad fumbled, his rifle sling tangled in his gear. Dan and Milo were still skidding down on their heels, weapons held high to keep balance and prevent the barrels from clogging with dirt, when Sudanese troops appeared on the ridge above. Zack and Spencer each dropped a soldier with precise bursts, sending the rest diving for cover at the hill's crest. Over Spencer's sustained covering fire, Hightower yelled for Brad to help Dan drag Milo toward the first shop door in Mall Alpha. The wounded 29-year-old officer was effectively out of the fight, unable to stand under the weight of his own armor and equipment, without the others pulling him along. Sierra 5 shouted for cover as Spencer's rifle ran dry. Zack dropped to one knee, firing a single shot at a figure cresting the hill. His bullet struck low, kicking up a spray of dust and gravel. Spencer slammed a fresh magazine home just as the helicopter roared over the ridge directly ahead of them. Zack confirmed it was an Mi-17 HIP, a Russian-made aircraft not officially in the Sudanese arsenal. He didn't have time to ponder that oddity before the chopper's heavy machine gun, mounted on an external pylon, began hammering the ground. "Go now!" Sierra 1 yelled, and both men spun to sprint for their lives. Meanwhile, Court guided the small Skoda through the gate of a private compound northwest of Suakin. The high brown walls and secure entrance suggested a grand villa, but inside he found only a modest single-story structure with empty window frames and a few goats idly chewing hay in the dusty yard. Parked in the back was Mohammed's grimy white Mercedes. The distant gunfire had faded, and his radio headset was silent, leaving him completely in the dark about Zack's team. The helicopter was nowhere in his mirrors, but it had been flying so low it would have been lost from view anyway. Oryx, subdued by 20 milligrams of OxyContin, was the picture of calm. He was awake and alert but utterly detached, sitting quietly with his secured hands in his lap. He gazed out the window at the passing scenery like a tourist in his own country, observing the exodus of donkey carts fleeing the sudden violence that had shattered a quiet Sunday morning. Even this far out, the road was clogged with trucks, buses, and animal-drawn carts. Oryx simply watched it all, neither smiling nor panicking, exactly as Gentry needed him to be. Court, however, was in agony. Every jolt of the rough road sent a fresh, sharp lance of pain through his back. Sweat stung his eyes, and a large, persistent insect, something between a horsefly and a small bird, had buzzed around his head the entire drive, causing him to flinch and swat, each movement inevitably driving the damn arrow a little deeper into his damn shoulder. He pulled to a stop and glanced at Oryx. The man wasn't going anywhere. Climbing out, Court straightened up for the first time in what felt like ages. He drew his Glock, holding it low at his side. Mohammed was initially unseen, but then the tall beige policeman emerged from the Mercedes, his hands empty. Court holstered his weapon. Mohammed looked deeply agitated, which was no surprise. He strode toward Court, who held his ground near the Skoda. The policeman seemed not to have noticed the sedated man in the passenger seat, nor, apparently, the arrow protruding from Court's back. Some detective, Court thought wryly, but the man's mind was clearly elsewhere, consumed by the chaos. "What has happened?" Mohammed demanded, his voice tense. "On the radio, they are saying there is shooting. The gunfire was relentless." "It's chaos down there," Court replied, his voice tight. When Mohammed pressed him about the Army's involvement, Court gave a non-committal shrug. "I completed my objective." A new, sharper tension entered Mohammed's voice as he peered past Court. "If you're standing here, who are they shooting at now?" Court glanced back toward the vehicle. "Just someone I found during the drive." With a caution that proved insufficient, Mohammed moved past the injured American and bent to look inside the car. His reaction was instantaneous, a stiffening of his entire frame before he jerked upright. "That's the president. I thought your mission was to—" He never finished the sentence. Spinning around, he found himself staring into the dark eye of a suppressor. The end came silently. Who was that man? President Aboud demanded as Court helped him from the Mercedes. The American was already moving with grim efficiency, retrieving car keys from the dust and bundling the bloody head in a blanket. He didn't answer immediately, instead turning to drag the corpse toward the vehicle's rear. "A local officer," Court finally said, straining with the effort. The arrow in his back made every movement a fresh agony. "On the payroll of the people who hired me to kill you." "Treason," Aboud spat. The word hung in the air as Court, teeth gritted, managed to heave the dead weight into the trunk. He then fixed the president with an intense look. "How's your heart holding up?" He pulled a water bottle from his pack. "My heart?" Aboud echoed, bewildered. "It is fine. My head is unsettled. Why do you ask?" He stepped closer, eyeing the bizarre scene, this wounded man placing a water bottle next to a body. "I am in good health. What is the meaning of these questions? And why give water to a corpse?" Ignoring him, Court reached for the president's tie, loosening it before unbuttoning the crisp white shirt. He tugged it free, revealing a simple undershirt beneath. "The water isn't for him," Court stated flatly. "Get in." Into the trunk, Aboud's disbelief was palpable. Now, Court's command brooked no argument. He guided more than pushed the president into the confined space, then swiftly severed the internal release lever with a knife. Aboud complied, shifting the traitor's body aside with a shudder. He had no desire to cooperate with his own kidnapper, no wish to share this dark space with a bloody betrayer. But a cold, rational fear outweighed all else. He absolutely did not want to discover what this American's Plan A entailed. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers to the southeast, Zach Hightower had successfully moved his team into the first of two identical two-story structures. The place had the sterile, utilitarian feel of a cheap NGO project, surrounded by a jumble of makeshift wooden stalls that made it resemble a sprawling, low-budget bazaar more than any proper mall. The floor was caked with dirt, as if seasonal rains routinely flooded the ground level. Among the shuttered vendor kiosks, trash was strewn about the open central area, suggesting frequent squatters. In a bitter twist, these bleak buildings likely offered more security than the actual homes of most people living in and around Suakin. Hightower knew there should have been security in the area, but it seemed to have vanished the moment 5 frantic, bloodied men in tactical gear came tumbling down the hillside, firing on helicopters and military units. The line of buildings was sturdy, yet far from secure. It featured low windows without panes and open doorways, and behind this first strip was another nearly identical two-story block of storefronts, offering dozens of vantage points and a long roof that could provide a clear line of sight right into their makeshift position. And now, the damn helicopter was circling directly overhead. Four's leg was shredded, bleeding from several wounds. Zack estimated he'd already lost more than a quart of blood. Most men would have been out of the fight. But Milo was ex-SEAL. His body had been pushed to limits few could imagine, buying him precious minutes before shock set in. Still, Zack knew once that blood loss doubled, Milo would be down for good. He was frantic to find cover, to treat Four's injuries, to redistribute ammunition, to just breathe. They were now only 3 blocks from the ocean. Using a hatchet, Two had breached the wall of a small wicker goods shop, giving them access to the back room of a post office. It was just past 7 in the morning, so the building was officially closed, but muted voices drifted from the other side of the shuttered front entrance. The team moved in low, taking position behind the service counter. 5 edged to the front, cracked the door for a second, then shut it fast. He turned back to Sierra 1, who was covering their entry point. No good, Zack. Government forces are everywhere. They're holding back for now, assessing, but they'll spot us the second we move. Understood, Hightower replied. He was aware the force opposing them had to at least consider the possibility their nation's president was being held by the men they were shooting at. In a sane world, that should have made them hesitate, giving Whiskey Sierra an edge. But this situation was pure chaos, and Zack couldn't rely on the enemy's discipline or logic to prevent a hail of gunfire. He gestured toward a narrow, spiraling metal staircase that disappeared into a dark opening above. It looked more like a cramped attic access than a proper second floor. 3. Get up there and try for roof access. Keep your head down from that bird. Our objective is to keep moving southeast toward the port. Dan, the paramilitary officer with the dark beard, acknowledged and moved swiftly, his FAMAS rifle raised as he ascended into the gloom. Once he was gone, Zack locked eyes with Two and then glanced at 4. We have to get that bleeding under control, or we're leaving a trail a blind man could follow. 2 was already hobbling over before the words were fully out. 4 kept his machine gun trained on the breech, while 2 knelt beside him, pulling gauze and clotting agents from a pouch on his chest rig. A moment later, the helicopter made a slow, low pass, evidently trying to peer into the upper windows. Dan, Zack keyed his radio. Yeah, boss, came the crackled reply from the roof. I need you to handle that Mi-17. There was a pause, then the answer. I'd be delighted, Chief, but I seem to have misplaced my surface-to-air missiles. A dry chuckle came from Brad and a pained grin from Milo. Spencer, positioned down a hall covering multiple approaches, remained silent. Zack's tone turned razor-sharp. 3, that helicopter is a priority. I don't care how you do it, but you don't come down until that Mi-17 is down. Do you copy? A brief hesitation, then a firm response. Solid copy, Zack. We'll pass 4's HK up to you. Zack glanced at 4, who was slumped against the wall, his leg a bloody mess below the knee. The man didn't look pleased about handing over his famous, but he did so, accepting Brad's F1 in return. Brad snatched up the larger rifle and sprinted upstairs, returning moments later with Dan's weapon slung around his neck before turning his attention back to the gruesome leg wound. Hightower's voice crackled in their earpieces. That helicopter overhead means we're fish in a barrel on the open road. We hold this position until that bird is neutralized. If Dan can clear the Mi-17, our new exit is east to the water. We're swimming out, everyone copy? 4 can't swim, sir. 2 stated flatly. Zack watched 4's face grow paler by the second. Screw that, 4 grunted through clenched teeth. I'll dog paddle if I have to. Brad shook his head in clear disagreement, and Milo opened his mouth to argue, but Hightower cut them off with a raised hand. Enough with the tough guy act, it's not helping. He switched back to the comms. Plan stands. We move to the waterfront, draw their pursuit, and then vanish. We'll backtrack over our own trail. With any luck, they'll assume we took the plunge. This will require some misdirection. A unified nod passed through the team. They all grasped the reality. No cavalry was coming. Their survival depended on each other and on the gray man. Zack's fingers found the satellite phone on his chest rig, pressing the number 6. He noticed the blood soaking his sleeve again and pushed aside the nagging worry about how long he could last if the bleeding didn't stop. Gentry answered. "Hey man, is your situation as completely screwed as ours?" "Oryx and I are in the clear." "Sounded like you boys had your hands full?" "Still do." "You got a plan, Charlie?" Gentry's tone dripped with sarcasm, a clear dig at the previous plan's spectacular failure. "You know it?" "I seriously doubt that." A brief pause came from the other end. "I'm working on it. What's your location?" 15 clicks northwest, switched vehicles after leaving the city. No tails. "Well, ain't you living the dream?" Court replied dryly. "We're pinned down with 2 wounded and ammo running low. The army's pulled back, letting that hip circling above try to do their dirty work. Guess they either don't believe we have their president, or they just don't give a damn. A hip? Didn't know the government forces operated Me-17s. It's definitely a hip." "Who's hit?" "Milo caught one in the leg. Bleeding's under control, but he's not walking out of here on his own. And the other, yours, truly." "You still in the fight?" "Hell yes. Dropping bad guys left and right. Just a nick on the forearm of my non-shooting hand, not that it matters today, since both hands are busy shooting. Damn, we've got a casualty here too. Who do you think, Zach? You sent me in solo, remember?" "I know that, jackass. I meant, is Oryx okay?" "Oryx is fine. You get a scratch?" "Something like that." "Where?" "Upper back, with an arrow." "Say again," I said. "I got shot with a damn arrow. Haven't pulled it out yet, working up the nerve." "So there's an arrow sticking out of your back? Seriously?" "Affirmative." "What in the world?" "Nobody uses arrows around here." "Well, I didn't just back into it, Zach. Never saw the shooter." "Still, better than catching a 7.62 from one of those PKMs the Army's got. An arrow? Unbelievable." "Listen, Zach, I can get to you. I'm at my hide now. I can secure Oryx to a beam and move fast to your position. I've got my Glock and 1 mag left. Maybe I can. Negative. You stay put and protect the asset for now. I don't need you rushing in recklessly and getting the president killed in the process. We'll keep working to extract ourselves from this mess independently, understood?" "How do you plan to remove that arrow?" "I'm going to request the president's assistance." Zach let out a low whistle. "He might not be in a cooperative mood." "True, I'll have to convince him." "Well, good luck with that, but while you're over there playing hero, we've got a real firefight going on over here. So secure your principal, get your situation handled, and check back in." "Roger that," Zach ended the call. The instant he looked up, a heavy machine gun opened fire on the north wall, filling the room with a storm of shattered plaster and concrete dust. All 3 men dropped flat and returned fire through the wall. Zach yelled into his microphone. "Dan, clear my airspace now," but his voice was lost in the deafening roar by 8 in the morning. Whiskey Sierra was completely trapped, taking fire from the west and from above. Spencer had crawled back into the room with the others. He'd caught a 3-round burst from an AK-47 in his chest plate and was bleeding from multiple shrapnel wounds on his neck and face. Dan remained on the roof. He'd found some cover from the helicopter and was waiting for a chance to take it down, but doing so would require exposing himself, and the hip was circling far too aggressively to risk it. The other 4 team members were pinned on the first floor. The machine gun mounted on the Jeep Brad had nearly hit earlier now had a crew, and it was systematically demolishing their section of the mall. The enemy's fire was so intense that Zach and his team couldn't even lift their heads to shoot back. "Dan, can you get to the roof's edge for a shot at that machine gun?" "No chance, boss. The hip is parked right in front of me. I show my head and I lose it. I can't even engage until it backs off." The thrumming of the helicopter rotors bled through the headsets with the transmission. "Roger that," Brad shouted over the incoming fire. "They're going to flank us any second." "Yeah," agreed Zach. It was his responsibility as team leader to find a way out of this hopeless situation. He glanced at the hallway. Other than the windows and front door, it was their only way out. "Spence, you think the Goss has secured the next room yet?" "Wouldn't surprise me. Plenty of access from the street." Hightower gave a grim nod. "All right, all elements, here's the plan. It's not elegant, but it's all we've got. Brad, on my mark, you throw all your smoke grenades as far west as you can. Try to land them on the road between us and that machine gun. Dan, stay low but toss your smoke from the roof in the same direction, as far as you can possibly throw." "Roger, boss." Spencer, you throw your smoke east into the market between the malls. Copy, good copy. I'll pop smoke with Spencer. Then, on my command, Spencer goes out the east window, fires at the hip, and runs like hell. You're going to try to draw the chopper's attention. The moment it takes the bait Dan cut in, I'll put 80 rounds from the HK right into its tail. Good man, then Spencer continues to maul Bravo. Make the ghosts think we've all moved over there, while the rest of us keep moving south through this complex using the second floor. Roger that, said Spencer. Stepping out into the open like that was virtually a suicide move. But the man betrayed no hesitation, not a flicker of fear. We'll regroup as soon as we can, said Zach. Sounds good, Sierra 5 replied. There was still no sign in his voice that he understood. He was almost certainly walking to his death. Brad, you've got Milo. Keep him moving. I've got him, but we need to ditch his gear so he can keep up. Do it. There was a brief pause as Brad stripped the assault vest, backpack, and utility belt from his wounded teammate. Then the command came, "All right, everyone, let's move." Now. Smoke grenades flew from the windows and rooftop. Men under heavy fire pushed themselves up. Despite his injury, Milo managed to roll to his knees, firing a borrowed rifle and hurling a fragmentation grenade toward the western side. Grenade out! In moments, thick clouds of red and white smoke billowed from canisters in the streets flanking the building. Spencer had shed most of his equipment, carrying only his Uzi, a pistol, and a few spare magazines. He vaulted through the shop window and sprinted across 40 yards of open market ground, aiming for the opposite strip mall. The dense smoke provided some cover, but above him the helicopter pivoted and dove in pursuit. The large operator slowed, turning to fire a futile burst at the aircraft, but the HIP's chain guns answered first, tearing through wooden stalls to his left and right. Spencer spun and resumed his desperate run. The helicopter closed the gap, putting distance between itself and the building roof behind it. Dan, callsign Sierra 3, rose from his concealed position and shouldered the heavy machine gun. He centered the rifle's red dot sight on the tail rotor assembly of the aircraft, firing controlled bursts to manage the recoil. He emptied nearly the entire belt, the barrel glowing white-hot. A small plume of black smoke appeared almost instantly. The helicopter shuddered, veered sharply to the right, and broke off its pursuit of the man in the market. It banked harder, and for a second Dan thought it was coming back for him, but then a much larger explosion erupted at the rotor assembly. The Mi-17 began spinning wildly around the axis of its main rotor, about 80 feet in the air and completely out of control. Dan ducked back into the stairwell, shouting a warning to Sierra 5. "Spence, it's going down hard. Clear the market area." The helicopter's tail section smashed into the second floor of the mall, where Zach and most of Sierra 5 were positioned. It nosed forward and impacted the ground from about 30 feet. The speed and force of the crash resulted in a massive explosion and fireball, leaving no chance of survivors. Hightower didn't see the rifle hits or the final impact, but he heard the noise and the radio traffic from his man on the roof. As the chopper erupted in flames, he and his two teammates were just exiting a second-floor stairwell, passing a window. The intense light and heat washing over his left shoulder told him everything he needed to know about the fate of the Mi-17 and its crew. The three men continued down a short hallway, meeting Dan as he climbed down from the roof ladder. Brad and Dan each took an arm to support Milo, and Zach led the way, putting distance between themselves and the last known enemy position. One calling for 5, Zach transmitted as he moved cautiously through a long sundry store that had been shredded by heavy machine gun fire. The place was a wreck, shattered pottery, shredded baskets, and scattered papers everywhere. 1 for 5. How do you copy? Silence. 1 for 5. Spencer, you there? Only static answered over the team's headsets. Nearby, Court entered a thatch-roofed dwelling, clearing it with his Glock in under 5 seconds. The walls were little more than burlap, and a flattened 55-gallon drum served as a makeshift door. Tire treads had been woven together with driftwood, plywood, and other discarded materials to reinforce the burlap covering the walls. The interior was a dark, stifling oven, the air motionless and heavy, conspicuously lacking the sense of food or wood smoke from a cook fire, which told the American the occupants had likely been absent for some time. He brushed aside a curtain of cobwebs, nudged a pile of debris in one corner to check for hidden threats, then used his knife to slice narrow openings in the fabric to let in slivers of light and a faint breeze. This hide had been a fortunate discovery. Following Hightower's final message, the gray man had scrapped his initial plan to push all the way to the marshlands. Needing to stay nearer to Suakin in case a quick return was required to assist Whiskey Sierra's extraction, he'd turned off the main road onto a desolate dirt path. He passed a few donkey carts and a sleepy village, scanning for any spot to conceal the car and steal a moment's respite. The abandoned structure, shrouded by tall, whispering grasses, was nearly invisible from the track, and he knew it would serve his purpose, though the vegetation surely harbored every manner of venomous snake and biting insect. Gentry secured his weapon and carefully picked his way back to the Skoda to retrieve his cargo from the trunk. Oryx was conscious and watchful, his eyes wide, flickering with a muddled mix of relief, contempt, and the hazy satisfaction of the drugs. He'd finished the entire bottle of water and had somehow wrestled his undershirt off. His white dress shirt was plastered to his skin, soaked through with sweat, and his large, bald head glistened. The trunk already carried the cloying smell of decay. "You are not with the American government," Oryx declared as he was guided toward the dwelling. The manner of that execution, striking me, confining me in the trunk. "Your talk of money and murder, these are not the actions of a U.S. serviceman." "Correct," Court said, pausing to turn. He was in no mood for conversation. The barb in his back was a white-hot spike, making every muscle clench and even walking a trial. "You are a mercenary." Gentry pushed him forward again. "After Overhead, I'm practically a freelancer for the suburban set." "I know who sent you to kill me, do you?" "Of course. It is obvious. Who possesses both the resources to pay you and the hatred to set this in motion?" "Those American celebrities who oppose me with their vast fortunes? I have watched them for years on your TV, testifying before your Congress, producing their so-called documentaries full of lies. I always knew these unbelievers would one day attempt my life." Court gave a short, humorless laugh as they neared the dark doorway. "You got me. I'm doing this for a Hollywood deal, a star on the Walk of Fame, the whole fantasy, and I also know who sent you to kidnap me." Oryx's voice faded as he stopped at the entrance to the tiny shack, peering inside. "Where is this? What is this place?" "Keep moving." "What are you planning to?" Court ended the discussion by driving the pistol's grip hard against the man's temple. The big man swayed, turned dumbly toward the shack, and stumbled inside without further protest. He moved to the center of the dim, stuffy room and turned around, his expression one of dazed bewilderment. "You are collaborating with Bedouins?" "Be quiet." Abud shook off his confusion and swiftly shifted gears, launching into a negotiation. Court had anticipated this pivot. "I can arrange payment for you. Far more than you are being paid for this, I assure you." "Quiet. Not money from Sudanese banks, no. I have accounts across the globe. Friends in the West, in Asia. This could become a far more significant financial transaction for you than you currently understand. You could simply double your fee, and I'll consider quiet and pay attention." Court slid his pistol back into its holster, his expression twisted in pain as he reached across his torso to carefully unbuckle the straps of his backpack. He then started on his brown shirt, pulling at it with strained grunts and sharp winces. After a few hard tugs, the fabric ripped away, leaving him shirtless in the dimly lit shack. "I need your help getting this out. The arrow?" "No. The coffee spill on my pants." "Of course the arrow." The president's heavy brows lifted. "And if I refuse to assist you, I'll end you." Court could almost hear the gears turning in Abud's mind. The shrewd man understood his captor required something from him and was already searching for a way to twist that to his benefit. "What do I gain if I agree to help?" "I won't kill you, for now." That gave the gears a noticeable pause. "What exactly am I supposed to do?" "I'm going to lie face down on the floor. You need to place your foot firmly in the middle of my back. Grip the arrow shaft right behind the head, and pull it straight out of the bone." A new calculating glint flashed in the president's eyes, and Court Gentry knew precisely what he was thinking. "You'll be tempted to shove that arrow deeper into my back or my neck when you pull. If you try that, you'd better hit the exact spot to kill me instantly. Because if you don't, I will roll over and empty every single bullet I have into you." "Why specify the number?" "Because my pistol only holds 16 rounds. Don't forget, I pumped you full of sedatives back in Swakin. You're moving slower than you realize, you're weaker than you believe, and right now, you're not half as clever as you imagine. Think very carefully before attempting anything foolish." "I swear, if you fail, I will shoot your damn nuts off and watch you flop around until you bleed out." A thick silence settled in the room, as heavy and stifling as the heat. Oryx's face revealed the gruesome mental picture now playing in his head. Finally, Court broke the quiet. "Are you prepared to do this?" President Aboud took a long moment before responding. "This is going to be incredibly painful for you." "And why is that your concern?" "You might mistake my attempt to help for an attempt to kill you. I expect pain in my back where the arrow is lodged. If I feel a sudden, sharp pain anywhere else, then the President of Sudan will be saying goodbye to his manhood. That means no more little future tyrants for you. Do we understand each other?" Aboud gave a slow nod. Court drew his pistol again and gradually lowered himself to his knees, then stretched out onto his stomach. The arrow was embedded in his scapula. It wouldn't come out cleanly. And when it did, Court knew the bleeding would be significant. He carried a small trauma kit, but he had no real way to treat a wound he couldn't see or reach himself. And the idea of having the Sudanese president bandage him up was just too bizarre to even consider. While Oryx's drug-induced sluggishness and impaired judgment worked in Court's favor as a kidnapper, it was a serious liability for him as a patient. For all he knew, the bulky Bakri Aboud might lose his balance and collapse onto the arrow, pinning Court to the grimy floor of this awful shack like a specimen in a display case. No matter how he looked at it, the gray man knew this was going to be a miserable experience. He longed for some painkillers, but he was right in the thick of a major mission. The mere fact that the thought of narcotics crossed his mind at this moment was a personal disappointment. Court's fingers tightened around the Glock in his right hand. For a moment he heard and felt nothing. He wondered if Oryx was trying to quietly slip out the door. Then, the deep, booming voice of the African leader called from above him. "Could you untie my hands? It would make it much easier for me to absolutely not just grab it and pull." He felt the heavy pressure of a large shoe sole press between his shoulder blades. Then the agonizing shift of the arrow in his muscle and bone as it was seized. What followed was a brutal, excruciating yank that flooded Court's eyes with tears and tore a raw, cracking scream from his throat. The sensation of burning and tearing seemed to go on and on. Instinct took over. Court rolled onto his back, bringing his Glock up toward the figure looming over him. His finger slid from the trigger guard to the trigger itself. The barrel was just a couple of feet from his target. It was Oryx, hands bound before him, using them to shield his eyes. The bloody arrow tumbled from his fingers and landed on Gentry's chest. He'd done exactly as told. A cold realization washed over Court. He had come within a hair's breadth of putting a round between this man's eyes, despite his compliance. The pain in his shoulder was a constant, sharp companion, but he pushed himself to his feet, finding a grim sort of relief in not having to maneuver around the protruding shaft anymore. "Good," he grunted. "What's your name?" "Call me Six, Mr. Six." "Very well. You may address me as president. I'll call you whatever I damn well please." Court cut him off, his tone shifting from weary tension to blunt, sarcastic dismissal. "Right now, genius, I need to make a call. So sit in that corner and don't make a sound. Think you can handle that?" Zach Hightower and 3 of his operators had escaped the latest ambush. After the helicopter went down, the government of Sudan forces appeared to pull back, likely both rattled and reorganizing. The team moved through the second-floor corridor of what they called Mall Alpha, passing shuttered laundromats, rug vendors, and storage rooms that smelled of spices and dust. They encountered 2 Gauss soldiers who were utterly surprised. Their regret was short-lived, ending swiftly and silently with knives. Brad and Dan took the men's Type 81 rifles, their own weapons nearly out of ammunition. Brad handed his nearly spent FAMAS to Milo to use as a makeshift crutch, which helped Whiskey Sierra move faster. At the mall's end, they descended to street level and saw the Gauss infantry withdrawing several blocks away. Seizing the moment, Zach ordered the team to break cover and dash through the market souk, moving 1 block closer to the waterfront toward another concrete building complex he designated Mall Bravo. The crashed helicopter had ignited a fire in the market stalls. Thick, black smoke from burning fuel, fabric, and wood provided a screen for their movement across open ground. They drew no fire from the retreating forces, and it seemed their repositioning had gone unnoticed. It felt almost too good to be true. But for now, there was no sign the enemy had tracked them. Hightower's experience told him their greatest advantage was the confusion they'd sown. He was sure the Sudanese army had no clue they were facing only 5 men, and that these 5 weren't using their president as a human shield. If the enemy knew the only threat was concentrated here by the souk, they'd simply mass all their forces and reduce these buildings to rubble. Against that kind of assault, 5 men, however well trained, wouldn't stand a chance. And now, it looked like 5 might have become 4. There had been no transmission from Spencer since he went out the window to draw the helicopter's fire 10 minutes prior. It was possible he'd lost his radio or that the signal was blocked between buildings, but Sierra 1 feared Sierra 5 had made it across the souk only to run into a superior ghost force on the other side. Still, Zach and his men pressed on carefully through Mall Bravo, hoping to find their missing teammate. Hightower's satellite phone vibrated, he answered, routing the call to his headset. "Hey, 6, you kicking back on the beach with a cocktail?" Gentry's voice came through, strained but steady. "We're secure for the moment. Your status?" "We're in the thick of it, about 50 yards from the water, 3 blocks north of the causeway, still taking sporadic fire. Haven't had a clean break to disengage. How's your shoulder? Run into any more trouble out there?" "I'll live," Court replied, the line crackling with static. "You need me over there?" "Absolutely. Can you secure Oryx?" "Affirmative. I'll restrain him and administer a sedative. He won't be moving." "Good. Then mount up and get here fast. We need transport and a situation report on enemy troop density in the streets." "I was thinking you could approach discreetly from the west. Procure a vehicle, then get close enough to guide our extraction back to it." "Hell, Zach, you want me to grab you a Happy Meal while I'm out?" Zach laughed softly, crouched inside a small workshop that crafted tin cookware. Brad was forward, checking a doorway with his salvaged Type 81 rifle. Dan was behind him with Milo. "Where'd you learn to be such a wise guy?" It was a rhetorical jab. Zach knew the answer perfectly well. "The only meat you're getting around here is going to be Whiskey Sierra unless you come extract us from this hotspot." Zach heard the exasperated sigh over the line, but he knew his former teammate would execute the order, even with the obligatory complaining. "Copy that. I'm en route. I'll radio when I'm in range." "Good, on your way. Contact the Hannah and relay the president's location. Just in case we don't make it out, they can retrieve him." "Roger. 6 out." It took Gentry 30 minutes to secure Oryx, change into a less torn and bloody shirt, wrap a turban around his head, siphon fuel from an abandoned cargo truck to fill the Mercedes, and drive back toward Suakin's city center. He briefly considered taking the truck instead, but the heavy old diesel sedan was holding up, remained uncompromised, and the truck looked like absolute garbage, even by the dismal local standards for automobiles. Driving back into the operational area, he passed army trucks and police cars moving in chaotic patterns, alongside confused civilians doing the same, above a pair of aging American-made F-5 fighters, operated by the Sudanese Air Force, carved lazy figure eights across the bright blue sky. The military movements seemed disjointed, which Gentry interpreted as a positive sign. From all appearances, the Sudanese forces had no clear idea of the opposition's actual size. With Gentry maneuvering southeast of the square, the 2 operators positioned in buildings around it, the van causing havoc across town, and the earlier skirmish with the SLA to the west, the overall tactical picture for the government commanders must have been utterly bewildering. Given the intense gunfire and frantic radio reports of enemy contact from every direction, they probably assumed the president had been snatched by a local militia numbering in the hundreds. As Court downshifted the Mercedes to navigate a tight alley between rows of shanties, an army jeep burst from a side passage to his right, crossing directly in front of him before speeding north. At the paved road, a deuce-and-a-half truck loaded with troops pulled into traffic beside him, nearly colliding with an identical truck barreling east. The gunfire in town had ceased, and the helicopter was nowhere to be seen. Sirens wailed in the distance, and a thin column of dark smoke drifted over the harbor and lagoon to the east. It looked like a battle had been fought, and it looked like that battle was now over. Gentry parked the car on a bare dirt soccer field 4 blocks west of the square. Almost immediately, he was approached by men trying to sell turnips, despite the local equivalent of a major firefight having erupted just blocks away less than an hour before. The sheer absurd normalcy of it almost made him laugh. Who in their right mind would be thinking about soup ingredients at a time like this? He waved them off with a dismissive hand, keeping his beard, sunglasses, and turban arranged to obscure as much of his face as possible as he moved. The entire scene felt surreal, a bizarre pocket of mundane commerce stubbornly persisting in the wake of chaos. He bought a long white robe from a stall near the soccer field, then ducked into a narrow passage to change. Police were all over the place now, and Court figured most had probably rushed down from Port Sudan, 40 miles north. Fresh on the scene and thrown straight into the chaos, they'd be scrambling for information, arguing over jurisdiction, and elbowing for position alongside local cops, military, and security services. The window to get anything done in Suakin was slamming shut. He had to move ahead. A disorganized police checkpoint stood beside a long, ramshackle shed sheltering hundreds of wooden chicken cages. Locals milled about, only a few were actually shopping. Most clustered in groups, trading rumors about the morning's violence. A couple of men were being questioned roughly by the officers, so Court scanned for another route. Dust churned up by military vehicles hung thick in the air, a gritty haze that cut visibility to maybe 50 feet. He hoped the limited sightlines worked in his favor, masking his movement toward the harbor. To bypass the checkpoint, he turned left into an alley and almost immediately lost his bearings. Suakin's few proper roads gave way to a tangled maze of footpaths between shacks that seemed to stretch for miles. But the town sloped gently toward the water and his objective lay at the harbor, so he kept descending, avoiding people where he could. Soon the alley opened into the main square. In daylight, the square felt smaller, dirtier, and utterly choked. Men, animals, and machines crowded every inch. Camels, goats, and donkeys mixed with military trucks, government sedans, and technicals, Toyota pickups mounted with machine guns and packed with armed men. 2 transport helicopters sat idle, their crews already deployed to hunt the president's kidnappers. Ambulance sirens wailed from every direction, and shouts and screams cut through the din. A heap of dead soldiers had been dumped to one side. Wounded men lay scattered everywhere. Court spotted a makeshift clinic treating civilians. Even from a distance, some injuries looked severe. He turned away quickly, a knot tightening in his stomach, if there were hurt kids among them. He didn't want to see it. We had to destroy the village to save it, he muttered into the hot cloth of his turban. His concealed sat phone buzzed against his hip and the call came through his earpiece. He answered quietly. Almost there, one. Give me 5 more minutes. Took you long enough. We've been waiting so long the landlord's asking for a security deposit. What's it like out there? Getting crowded. Every agency in town is stepping on each other's toes, plus casualties everywhere adding to the mess. This confusion is our best shot. We need to move now. Negative. We can't leave yet. Court stopped walking. Why not? Sierra 5 is missing. I need to know what happened to him. Understood. I'll locate transport and get set. 6 out. On the other end, Zach had his 3 men ready within seconds of the call ending. They'd spent the last half hour positioned on a roof at the north end of the shopping district, less than 40 yards from where the helicopter had gone down in the market between the buildings. Their vantage point, however, offered no useful view of the chaos below. They discovered a tattered, moldy green tarp propped up by driftwood and wire, sheltering a stash of firewood and empty water containers. Whiskey Sierra ducked into the deepest corner of this makeshift shelter for cover. There they waited, bleeding and sweating, flicking scorpions off one another with gloved fingers. The team had done their best to patch up their wounds. Zach had bandaged his forearm, stemming the flow of blood, and he'd replenished his fluids and salts from his rations after sweating so heavily. He'd also combined his partial ammunition magazines into one full 30-round mag in his rifle, with a second, partly loaded mag secured in his chest rake. Brad now carried a fully loaded Type 81, though he was nursing injuries from the van crash. A sore back, a banged-up knee, and what he suspected were a couple of cracked ribs on his right side, which he kept to himself. Dan, armed with a scavenged Type 81 as well, was the only one completely unhurt. Milo was stable for the moment. Dan had used a generous amount of duct tape to strap Brad's F1 rifle to Milo's leg as a makeshift splint and had rewrapped the young Croatian-American's broken leg. But Sierra 4 no longer had a rifle. He was down to a 9mm HK pistol, and his armor and gear had been distributed among the others so he could keep moving. He argued fiercely against every bit of help, insisting he was ready to fight. But his stubborn boasting only irritated the more seasoned operators. They knew his actual condition better than he did, and they handled him with detached professionalism, even while constantly telling him to quit saying he was fine. leaving the roof in a tactical file. The four men moved down 2 flights via a narrow, dark metal stairwell, emerging into an east-west alley. Milo stumbled a couple times on the stairs. Zack ordered him to keep his pistol in his right hand and hold on to Dan's shoulder with his left for balance. The alley led toward the harbor, and the team advanced cautiously. They heard men's voices behind a wooden door and formed up around it, but the sounds faded. In the distance, sirens blended with the rough bellows and cries of camels. The team focused, tuning out any noise that wasn't a direct threat. Soon they reached the alley's opening and cautiously stepped into view of the harbor. Dan was the first out into the open street by the water, the others close behind. He froze. Contact front, 40. About 50 yards ahead, resting on the shimmering green water off the coast of Old Suakin Island, was a Sudanese Navy coastal patrol boat. It stretched roughly 100 feet. Figures stood on deck behind a mounted 12.7mm machine gun. Almost instantly, they swung the heavy barrel toward the white men who had just appeared. Zack skidded to a stop beside Dan. "Disperse!" he yelled, and his men scattered left and right. Hightower himself grabbed the wounded Sierra 4 and shoved him to the right, tumbling with him into a shop that wove and sold fishing nets. Any pretense of coordinated movement vanished. No more covering fields of fire. No more leapfrogging from cover to cover. The four men were now running, crawling, and vaulting over obstacles as fast as they could. The deafening roar of the ship's machine gun filled the air. Rounds chewed through the building above Zack's head. Grabbing Milo by the drag handle on his Australian body armor, Zack found a back room in the shop, and in that room, a bent metal door. He spun onto his back on the dirt floor and drove both boot heels hard into the locks, kicking it open. Beyond was another shop, then a hallway leading south. Zack crawled on hands and knees, dragging Milo along behind him. The patrol boat's heavy guns roared once more, tearing through the structures overhead with a deafening crunch of splintering wood, twisted metal, and shattered stone. A container of dark oil ruptured on a shelf, showering the team below in a slick, warm grease that coated their equipment and uniforms. After a third punishing burst, an abrupt silence fell. "Whiskey team, sound off," Zack murmured into his headset. "Sierra 3, still operational. I'm with 2, he lost his comms, but he's stable." Zack allowed himself a short, sharp exhale. 1 and 4 are also green. That noise is going to draw every soldier in the city right to us. We need to extract, now. Break. Sierra 6. Are you monitoring this channel? Court's voice came back calm. Affirmative, 1. Copy. When you initiate extraction, do not approach east of Mall Bravo. That is not a friendly vessel out on the water. Understood. Any contact with Sierra 5? Negative. But we don't think he reached the shoreline. We'd have heard that machine gun tear into him if he had. We're shifting north a few blocks to get a visual. All elements. Maintain low profiles until we regroup. For the next quarter hour, Court focused on neutralizing a threat he'd identified just before the distant gunboat erupted into action. He had located a squad of 4 young Government of Sudan infantrymen posted along a dirt path northwest of the main square. This track connected to the single paved road leading west out of Suakin, which eventually met the major north-south highway running to Port Sudan. A surprisingly modern gas station stood at this junction, a stark contrast to the town's otherwise rustic character, which Court reasoned existed due to the steady bus traffic between cities. The soldier's jeep was parked in the station's unpaved lot, a Russian PKM machine gun mounted in its bed beneath a black tarp. A crowd of displaced locals had gathered around the pumps, creating a chaotic scene the young troops were struggling to control. Court approached the vehicle, his face fully concealed by his turban, and checked inside. No keys. He'd need to identify the driver. A plan began to crystallize in his mind, but its execution would have to wait for Zack's signal. Back near the commercial center, chaos reigned. The 2 malls and the surrounding market stalls were swarming with activity. Soldiers shouted, waving their rifles to clear civilians who shouted back in defiance. Pack animals blocked narrow alleys while a desperate bucket brigade of gaunt men fought the last of the souk's fires, determined to save their livelihoods even as soldiers tried to push them away from the smoldering helicopter wreck. Yet Zack's team wasn't fleeing the bedlam. They were motionless, positioned 50 yards north of the malls on the second floor of a mud brick building enclosed by a low wall. From their vantage point, They peered through an arched opening, across a balcony, over the wall and a road, and past a sandy wash that led east to the harbor. On the far side of that wash, roughly 200 meters away, sat the bus station. And there, slumped against a wall in the dirt and surrounded by more than 24 enemy troops, was a powerfully built man, clearly injured but very much alive. Sierra 5. Through the magnified scope of Hightower's TAR-21, the team's only remaining optic, they could see Spencer's shirt had been stripped away. Blood streamed from his face and neck, staining his shoulders and saturating the brown fabric of his pants. Sweat and blood glistened across his bare chest. His wrists were bound behind him, yet he remained alert, his eyes tracking the civilian kneeling before him. The man would grab Spencer's chin, force him to meet his gaze, ask a question, then deliver a sharp slap or a brutal punch. Zach understood that a bit of rough handling wouldn't break Spencer's silence, but this was a prelude, a countdown to something far worse. Helplessness settled in Zach's gut like a stone. He keyed his mic. Sierra 1 for Sierra 6. Go for 6, Court's voice crackled back. Are we ready to attempt extraction? Affirmative. Just give me your location. The moment you locate 5, we move. Every moment we delay increases our exposure risk. Zach transmitted his precise coordinates, then added the grim update. They have 5, visual confirmation. He's alive, but we cannot reach him. Silence stretched across the comms. Finally, Court responded. Understood. Do you have a clear line of sight? In the dim room, Zach gave a tight nod, a dingy curtain fluttering in the hot breeze and briefly obscuring his view. He knew exactly what Court was implying. Court was a professional's professional. He grasped the brutal calculus of their situation. Hightower thumbed the safety off his Tavor rifle. Affirmative, 6, clear line of sight. He's at the bus station north of our position. Gentry's next transmission cut through the tense quiet. I'll handle it. I'll move down for visual confirmation. You hold position and I'll take care of the necessary action. The other 3 men in the room remained silent. They all comprehended what was being discussed, but only Court had volunteered for the grim task. Court Gentry was a stand-up guy, no doubt about it. Negative, kid. I appreciate the offer, but this falls on me. It's what they pay me for, I suppose? You certain? Affirm? Just confirm you're ready for immediate pickup. I've prepared a diversion here. I'll need 30 seconds to get moving and another 2 minutes to be right on your doorstep. Roger, prepare to move. We go on my signal. Dan, positioned just off Zach's left shoulder, reached out and gave his arm a brief, sympathetic squeeze. Hightower shrugged it off. The entire team understood the protocol, the unspoken rules that covered this darkest of eventualities. God damn it, Zach muttered under his breath. The men assaulting Spencer now obstructed his shot. His rifle's crosshairs were fixed on the spine of a secret police officer. The urge to pull the trigger was a physical ache. But taking out one NSS agent wasn't worth compromising their hide. At this juncture, only one thing justified that risk: preventing Sierra 5 from being broken, from revealing anything to the Sudanese. He wouldn't talk willingly, but everyone has a limit. There was only one guaranteed way to stop it. Just then, Hightower squinted through his scope. A commotion erupted on the far side of the policeman. Soldiers scrambled, one tumbling into the dirt, another spinning down to his knees. The NSS officer blocking the view was shoved aside, and there was Spencer, shirtless, battered hands still cuffed behind him. 6, execute in 5 seconds, Zach said, his voice flat. 5 seconds, Roger, came the clipped reply. With shocking agility for a bound man, Spencer broke from the scrum. He drove his forehead into another soldier, staggering him, and managed to cover another 10 yards toward Hightower's position near the sandy basin's edge. It was a desperate, almost beautiful display of sheer will. He's trying to escape, Milo whispered, watching without optical aid. No, Zach corrected softly, a hard lump in his throat. He blinked once. He's trying to give me a cleaner shot. To the west, the sharp crack of handgun fire and the deeper whump of an explosion signaled Court's diversion. In his scope, Zach saw Spencer drop to his knees. He saw the man's bloodied mouth open in a silent shout. A heartbeat later, the distant report of the rifle shot finally reached their position. Take the shot. Firing. Sierra 1 squeezed the trigger of his Tavor, sending a 5.56mm round down the barrel, through the stone archway, across the hollow, and directly into his target's forehead. Spencer's head jerked back violently before he collapsed, motionless in the dirt, his body landing awkwardly atop his bound arms. Almost instantly, close quarters gunfire began chipping away at the room's walls. The white curtain thrashed, tore into ribbons, and disintegrated, while dust from rounds slamming into the mix of steel and clay brick filled the air around the surviving Whiskey Sierra members, turning everything a hazy, gritty brown 41. Sierra 6 is on the move. ETA 45 seconds. Zach acknowledged Court's transmission. 6 is mobile. Copy. Court roared out of the gas station in the open-top Jeep. In his wake, a ruptured fuel line snaked and danced across the concrete, spewing a geyser of flame 70 feet into the sky that lashed out at anything nearby. 2 soldiers lay dead from his gunfire. 2 more were down in the street, stabbed and bleeding out. Panicked civilians fled in every direction, scrambling to escape the uncontrolled inferno. Minivans and buses collided in chaotic efforts to escape the station's perimeter. Locals, who had dodged the flames, now had to dive aside as the military jeep, driven by the crazed, turbaned foreigner who started this whole mess, slewed in a wide, tire-screeching arc before accelerating downhill. Court pushed the jeep east as fast as it would go. The cover had flown off the mounted machine gun behind him. In the rear view, he watched the weapon buck and jump with every rut and bump of the rough track. A herd of hobbled camels suddenly lumbered into his path. He jerked the wheel right, plowing straight through a wooden fruit stall. Bunches of bananas, suspended from ropes, were sent cartwheeling through the air in a yellow spray. He burst out the other side of the wreckage, finding himself a block south of the road leading to Whiskey Sierra's hideout. Just then, 2 military jeeps screeched to a halt at the intersection ahead of him. Perfect timing. Court blasted past them, and they immediately spun around to give chase. "I've got tangos on my tail." "Zach, copy that." "Can you move 1 block south, or do I need to come to you?" "We'll meet you in the alley. Take a left behind the hotel. When you get here, slide over. Brad's taking the wheel." A beat, then a familiar jab. "You always were a terrible driver. Roger that," Court replied, not bothering to argue with Hightower's assessment. The narrow passages and alleyways were a clogged maze of people, animals, carts, and every other imaginable obstacle for an operator in a hurry. Gentry leaned on the horn, carving a path. Ahead, a rickshaw and a donkey cart hauling a massive water drum completely blocked his intended route. He cranked the wheel, swerved right for another block, then took a punishing left turn. He was forced to slam on the brakes to avoid a scattered group of children and sheep milling in the street. He could hear the engines of the 2 pursuing jeeps closing in right behind him. Thinking fast, he yanked the emergency brake, launched himself up from the driver's seat, and vaulted into the back, his wounded shoulder screaming in protest, even through the adrenaline numbing his system. The 2 Army jeeps skidded around the same corner and slid to a stop, kicking up a massive, slow-dissipating cloud of dust. Court swung the PKM machine gun around toward the vehicles and racked the charging handle, seating around. He was close enough to see the driver's eyes in the lead jeep go wide with shock as the soldier desperately wrestled his gear shift into reverse. Court aimed directly at the jeep's hood and pulled the trigger on the heavy Russian weapon. Click. The gun was empty. "You have got to be kidding me." Court pulled his Glock 19 and emptied the magazine at the retreating jeeps as they careened backward around the corner, their green frames colliding in a frantic scramble to escape the barrage of pistol rounds. It wasn't a belt-fed machine gun, but right then the 9mm was worth its weight in gold. The moment they vanished, he threw himself back into the driver's seat, released the brake, and stomped on the gas. The engine sputtered and died. He'd popped the clutch. A rifle bullet smashed into the windshield beside his head, webbing the glass with fractures. Damn it. He cranked the ignition again, and the jeep surged forward. Less than a minute later, he skidded into the rally point to find the remaining 4 members of Whiskey Sierra locked in a blistering exchange of gunfire, their weapons cracking toward a line of structures at the alley's eastern end. Enemy grenades detonated short of their position, and incoming rounds whizzed past. Court slammed the jeep into park and vaulted into the bed, his left shoulder screaming in protest, and immediately began feeding a fresh ammo can into the machine gun. Sierra 2 slid behind the wheel. Brad, now armed only with a pistol, fired shots over the shattered windshield. Almost instantly, Hightower jumped into the passenger seat, assumed a forward-firing stance, and 2 ducked down to reload his sidearm and shift the jeep into gear. Next, Sierra 3 emerged from behind a stack of barrels near a large generator. He carried Sierra 4 on his back, and in his right hand was a Sudanese Mara pistol. likely scavenged from a fallen foe. Dan deposited his wounded teammate into the Jeep bed beside Court and then dove in on top of him. Brad hit the accelerator, wrenching the vehicle left and nearly sending Court tumbling. Only his grip on the machine gun kept him upright. Court chambered a round on the now loaded PKM and unleashed a burst at the fuel barrels on the corner as they sped away. The fuel ignited instantly, a thunderous explosion, filling the alley with a wall of black smoke to cloak their escape. In under 60 seconds, they were on the paved road leading out of the shantytown. Twice they had flashed past enemy infantry in the maze of narrow lanes, but the sheer speed and chaos of those encounters had left both sides unharmed. Sierra 3 remained at Gentry's feet, his pistol and his gaze fixed on the rear and left flank of the vehicle. His handgun couldn't match the firepower of Six's machine gun, but if he spotted a threat, he knew he could direct the gray man to engage with the Jeep's heavy weapon. He trusted Six would cover the right side and rear, while Brad and Zach handled the front sectors. Sierra 4 was also in the back, but he had now slipped into unconsciousness from his wounds. Leaning close to Zach's ear, Court shouted over the roaring engine, "Take a left up ahead. I know where we can grab new wheels." Zach didn't hesitate. "Do it," he yelled, instructing Brad to follow Court's lead. They swung south at the crest of a hill and plowed straight into a military roadblock. A good dozen GOS soldiers stood in the road, flanked by the clay walls of nearby homes. Court swung the PKM and hammered a parked technical, the pickup truck erupting in a fireball that hurled men to the ground 20 yards away. Other troops opened up on the Americans as they barreled down the road at 50 miles per hour. Brad punched through the smoke and emerged on the other side. To the Jeep's left, a wounded infantryman, lying on his back in the street, rolled swiftly to his knees, raised his rifle, and hosed the open-topped vehicle with automatic fire from just 15 feet away. Court had been firing in the other direction, so he was the last to notice the incoming threat. He swung the heavy machine gun toward the gunfire, hammering the enemy soldier against a mud brick wall in a spray of crimson. Only then did he glance down at his own torso, certain he'd been hit. Somehow, he was untouched. "Hold on," Brad yelled. Court dropped to his knees in the Jeep, gripping the weapon mount just as the vehicle launched over a rise. It slammed down hard on its axle, bounced violently, and kept moving. Moments later, Brad clutched at his chest rig, driving one-handed while his other arm hugged his side. "Damn it! What's wrong?" Zach called, his eyes still sweeping their flank. "Think I busted a rib on that landing." "You okay?" Hightower asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just." The hesitation made Zach turn. Brad's left hand was white-knuckled on the wheel, his foot heavy on the gas, but his right hand was raised before his face. His fingers were slick with dark, heavy blood. Ah, hell. Sierra 2's hand fell limply into his lap. His head lolled to the side, then slumped forward toward the steering column. 3, take the wheel. Zach hauled Brad from the driver's seat, dragging him across his own lap. The entire left side of 2's torso was soaked in blood. A round had slipped between his armor and underarm. Dan scrambled over the back seat and grabbed the wheel as the Jeep began drifting left. He stomped the accelerator and swerved, narrowly missing a steep gravel berm. Gentry knelt beside Dan seconds later, shouting over the noise. "Hey, you're hit! There's fresh blood everywhere back here, and it's not mine." As he drove, Dan patted himself down. After a moment, Gentry leaned in again. Gunshot. Left shoulder, Dan looked and found the wound high on his shoulder, less than 2 inches from his neck. He was bleeding badly, but kept driving. Soon, they reached the house where Court had met Mohammed that morning. The small sedan was still in the courtyard. It took Gentry a minute to dig the keys out of the dust where he'd tossed them. While he searched, the wounded Dan took their last rifle and covered the gate, and Zach performed CPR on Brad beside the Jeep. "Come on, Bradley. Don't you dare quit on me." "Shake it off," he yelled at a man who, Court could see even from a distance, was obviously gone. But Zach refused to accept it. Court wondered if Sierra 1 was trying to revive both 2 and 5 with the same hopeless effort. Zach didn't stop for nearly 5 minutes. By then, Gentry had the injured Sierra 4 in the back of the sedan, with Dan hastily bandaged beside him. He helped Zach lift Sierra 2's body into the trunk. Court then guided the dazed Hightower into the passenger seat. Court took the wheel, and the car pulled out through the gate heading north, 4 battle-worn Americans concealed behind tinted glass. 20 minutes later, the Sudan passed beneath a flight of 4 Sudanese army helicopters, tracking the highway from Port Sudan toward the chaos in Suakin. The choppers thundered on and faded in Gentry's mirror. Hightower hadn't spoken a word. He looked utterly drained, defeated, barely conscious. The wounded 4 was out cold in the back. 3 appeared worn down by blood loss from his shoulder and the morning's brutal pace. After a while, Zack pushed himself up with effort. He had Court lean forward over the steering wheel as they drove, then tugged the robe from his own shoulder to inspect the wound. The air in the truck was thick with the coppery scent of blood and the sour, sickly smell of infection. "Man, your back reeks," one of the men muttered from the back seat. "Yeah," Court answered, his attention fixed on the horizon, searching for the silhouette of another helicopter. This battered group, wounded and nearly out of ammunition, couldn't handle another confrontation. Gentry's sole focus was on steering them clear of anything more dangerous than a bad case of the flu. This whole country is dirty, but how does a wound turn that foul in just a few hours? Beats me? You packing any pills? Negative. We only carried essential field medical supplies. Used up most of it. Right, Danny? Affirmative. Despite his own injury, Sierra 3 managed to pull some of the relatively clean bandaging from his shoulder, ripped it off, and passed it forward to Zack. Hightower fished some medical tape from his kit and hastily secured the gauze over the hole in Gentry's back. A stopgap measure just barely better than leaving it open. "You'll pull through once we reach the ship. They'll patch you up properly." "Cool," Court said. The pain was intense, a constant, fiery ache, but he pushed his concern aside. The satellite phone in Hightower's chest rig vibrated, its casing caked in a grimy mixture of dirt, engine grease, and dried blood, but miraculously still working. Having removed his headset earlier, Zack simply hit the speaker button. "Sierra 1, go!" It was Denny Carmichael. There were no pleasantries. "I just got off the line with the White House. The U.S. Ambassador to Sudan is inquiring about possible agency involvement in what he's calling, and I quote, a Black Hawk Down scenario near Port Sudan. How would you like me to respond to that?" A tired, grim smile spread across Zack's face as he leaned his head back, eyes closed. His skin was darkened with grime and streaked with crimson, save for the clean circles left by his goggles. "Well, sir, if it were me, I'd tell him State Department intelligence appears to be as unreliable as our own station's intel here. We're currently 40 miles south of Port Sudan. That is irrelevant. Did we or did we not have a helicopter shot down? Absolutely not. You didn't provide us with any Black Hawks to lose. Watch your tone. 1, is Oryx secure? He's secure? Is he aboard the Hannah? Negative. That's the next objective. Is Sierra 6 with him? Negative. 6 is here with what remains of my team. I've lost men to enemy action. Thanks for your concern, by the way." Court glanced over at Hightower, surprised by the blunt sarcasm directed at their superior, even after everything they'd endured. Denny's reply made it clear his priority was the asset, not the welfare of Whiskey Sierra. "Then who is with Oryx at this moment?" Court Gentry answered from behind the wheel. "Oryx is secure, he isn't moving. Why are you not in the same location?" The team was compromised. I returned to assist. The primary package was never endangered. "And if you had been killed?" I transmitted Oryx's coordinates to the Hannah before I left. The fury in Denny's voice was palpable. "It is not the job of the naval personnel on that ship to conduct a ground extraction in Sudan. They do not have operators of your alleged skill set 6, though I must say your judgment over this past week has been profoundly disappointing. You should have exfiltrated Oryx first, before turning back for the others." Court started to reply, but Zack snatched the phone, bringing it close to his mouth, his voice low and seething. "I have 100% casualties. 2 men are dead. We just spent 4 hours fighting a battalion-sized infantry force with air support that was never supposed to be there. Our local backup, the support that was supposed to be right there, didn't even show up. My intel from Sudan Station says they arrived just a few minutes behind schedule. What Sudan Station sent might as well have been a donkey cart full of amateurs who fired a few rounds down an alley and vanished. Beyond that, we got zero actual help." A heavy silence followed. Court anticipated some apology, but none came. "Even so, you should not have let the situation deteriorate, and 6 never should have deviated from the primary objective to pull you out of a mess you created. You were aware of the dangers. An irritated sigh crackled through the satellite feed. Now, get your act together and proceed with Operation Nocturne Sapphire. I'll handle the political damage control on this end. That's all. The connection cut out. Zack let the phone fall into his lap where it tumbled to the floor. He was too exhausted to retrieve it and reattach it to his vest. Court remarked, "Wow, Zack. Your boss is a real piece of work. You have no idea." An hour later, Court Gentry pulled the Skoda to a stop at the marsh-hidden shack, stepped out, and entered with his pistol leading the way. The dark hut was exactly as he'd left it, only now it felt even more stifling and hot. Oryx was in the same position too. Gentry had earlier administered a pre-measured sedative to the Sudanese president, designed to keep him under for about 2 hours, then secured his hands behind his back around the shack's central support post with flex cuffs. Returning now, he found the man sitting cross-legged, head bowed as if asleep. Between his knees, Court had left an open water bottle. He hadn't really figured out how Abood would manage a drink while restrained, but as it turned out, the president seemed to have slept through the entire interval. 30 minutes prior, Court had delivered the surviving members of Whiskey Sierra, along with one of their 2 fallen teammates, to the coastal extraction point 14 miles north of Suakin. The men quickly concealed themselves and their deceased comrade within a dense mangrove thicket. Zack handed Court a small receiver tuned to a transmitter aboard the Hannah, allowing him to track the vessel's location at all times, even if communications failed. The original extraction called for a Zodiac from the Hannah to come ashore, but attempting that in daylight was now impossible. Instead, a crew member on the CIA ship would pilot a 2-person mini-sub into the swampy channels to retrieve each man individually. This process would take the remainder of the day, but everyone agreed it was far better than having 4 wounded operators wading chest-deep in brackish water for 8 hours until a night Zodiac pickup. Court had been ordered to return to his hide, get Oryx prepared for immediate movement. It would be late evening before the final 2 trips could retrieve the Sudanese president and the Gray Man, but if the pickup site was compromised, Gentry would need to be ready to independently locate a new extraction point. Court detached Oryx from the support beam, laid him flat on his back, and placed the water bottle and a bag of raisins from his own pack beside him. "Eat," he instructed. Oryx didn't move. "You're not unconscious. The sedative has worn off." The president remained still. "Look, I'm really not in the mood for games today." The man gave no reaction. Court knelt over him, lifted his thick left arm by the wrist, and pretended to check a pulse. He then held the arm above the prone man's face and released it. If he were truly out, the hand would have dropped onto his nose, but instead it descended slowly before flopping dramatically to the side. "Sit up," Court said, his voice sharp with frustration. The man still did not respond. Court retrieved a multi-tool from his pack, snapped open the wire cutters, and positioned the president's pinky finger between the cold steel blades. President Abood's eyes flew open instantly. He offered a sheepish grin, his white teeth a vivid contrast against his dark skin. A clever trick, letting the patient's arm drop over his face like that. "Happy to entertain. Now get up or I take this finger. Handing you over to the court with 9 instead of 10 works just fine for me." Oryx pushed himself up from the dirt. He took the water bottle, drank deeply, and set it down. "I feel ill. That's the medication. It'll pass. You also likely have a mild concussion from the morning's festivities." Oryx gave a slow nod. "How is your back?" "It feels like someone shot me with an arrow. What do you think? Did you manage to rescue your men from mine?" Court met the man's gaze. "Some of them." Oryx nodded again, deliberately. "I regret the lives lost on both sides today." "That's tremendously comforting, you jerk." A look of genuine offense settled on Abood's features. It lingered as he asked, "What happens now?" "We wait." "For how long?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" "I'm not exactly in the loop," Court said, rummaging in his bag. "For now, eat your lunch and stop asking questions." Oryx shrugged and opened a packet of raisins. He seemed oddly relaxed, more so than Gentry would have anticipated. As he picked at the dried fruit, he said, "Mr. 6. You must admit I am causing you no trouble. I do not understand this hostility you show me." Court began pulling off his shirt, each movement sending a burning sting deep into the bone of his shoulder blade. "Recall, I was sent here to put a bullet in your head. Given that, I'd say you're getting off easy. I speak of your words. You're striking me back in Suakin. You are not the portrait of the honorable American soldier your nation promotes to the world. I'm not an honorable American soldier. Then what are you? I'm the guy they send when someone doesn't deserve honorable treatment. Oryx chewed his raisins slowly, studying his captor in the dim light. But this is your profession. You are here because of what the West calls war crimes in Darfur. This does not involve you personally. I would venture it does not involve your family. There is no reason for this to feel like a personal vendetta. Can we not maintain a professional relationship while we are together? Court didn't answer. Instead, he opened a small bottle of disinfectant from his bag. He leaned forward, reached back, and tried to pour it so the liquid would trickle into his wound. Oryx continued. Back in the vehicle, you struck me in a moment of rage because you lost control. Your anger is more primitive, more degenerate than the calm reason I apply to the conflict in Darfur, for which your sham court has indicted me. Gentry winced as the antiseptic seeped into the swollen puncture in his back. But he fixed his eyes on Aboud across the few feet of shadowy space. You think I hit you because I lost control? Obviously, I saw it in your eyes. You were frightened and furious, and your emotions ruled you, you lashed out. Look at my eyes now. Am I in control? Yes, at this moment you are, but Court's fist shot out, connecting with Aboud's face again. The man's head snapped back and then forward, his lip immediately swelling and red. What is wrong with you? Oryx covered his face, shouting. Gentry tossed the empty antiseptic bottle back into his bag. Plenty of things. You are a maniac. Yeah, you'd do well to remember that. For the next hour and a half, Gentry alternated between telling President Aboud to be quiet and gritting his teeth against the throbbing agony in his back. The oppressive afternoon was a thick blanket of heat and dampness, adding another layer to the ordeal. Twice Court's hand went into his backpack, fingers brushing against the hydrocodone bottles, and twice he pulled it back empty. The pain was a sharp, insistent reality, his body screaming for just a moment's relief. But he forced himself to wait for word from Zach. The call finally came a little after 4. Zach and Milo were secure back on the Hannah. Dan would be arriving with the mini-sub within the hour. The plan, Zach explained, was to use the same extraction point in the mangrove swamp, as their position remained uncompromised. Pickup was set for midnight, which meant Gentry had roughly 7 more hours of stationary vigilance before moving Oryx to the water. Ending the call, Court looked over at his captive. President Aboud met his gaze. Sweat beaded on his shaved head like tiny glistening ornaments, catching the slivers of light that slipped through the torn burlap walls whenever a sluggish breeze stirred them. His hands were free. Court's eyes then drifted to his pack. 7 hours. 7 hours of doing nothing but sitting here and enduring the throbbing ache, the muscles around his wound seizing with cramps. He knew he'd need to be as limber and ready as possible the moment they had to move. The logical path to that readiness, he reasoned, was to address the pain now. The debate in his mind was brief. A minute later, Oryx's right wrist was secured to the shack's central support beam with a plastic tie. His left arm remained free for basic necessities, drinking, eating, or attending to personal needs. Gentry meticulously cleared the immediate area of any potential weapon or tool. He assured himself the prisoner was secure and self-sufficient for the time being. Then, the American opened his backpack. This time, he bypassed the pills entirely, retrieving instead the most powerful item in his kit, a CIA-issued morphine auto-injector. He ripped it from its sterile packaging, removed the safety cap, and exposed the needle. Oryx shrank back, apprehension in his eyes. "Relax," Gentry said. "This one's mine." He pressed the device against his left arm and delivered 20 milligrams of the potent opiate. He immediately sat down, leaning against the wall out of his captive's reach. In under 2 minutes, his eyelids grew heavy, his pupils contracted, and the relentless pain began to recede into a dull, manageable hum. The transformation in his captor was unmistakable to Aboud. This is insanity. What sort of operative dopes himself up in the middle of an assignment? Quiet, Gentry murmured. The rough edges of the shack softened into a gentle haze. He added, a hint of defensiveness creeping into his slurred words. The pain would cripple me later if I didn't take the edge off now, and this chemical courage will not cripple you? Oryx retorted. It's not heroin, you idiot, Court snapped, though he knew the comparison wasn't entirely unfounded, even if the effects were shorter-lived. A strange, almost giddy detachment was settling over him. "You are an addict," Aboud stated bluntly. "And you're a murdering tyrant. Get off my case." Any lingering professional guilt Gentry felt for using a heavy narcotic on mission evaporated, as the initial rush melted into a wave of profound artificial contentment. It was a complete reversal from his earlier terseness. Within 10 minutes he was engaged in a meandering, surprisingly civil conversation with the man he was tasked to extract, but the gray man, even under the influence, was not a fool. As they talked politely over the next half hour, Oryx made several requests. Could he know his real name? His home address? Might he borrow his phone for a moment? And, with a tone of casual admiration, could he possibly examine that excellent pistol of his? Each time Court merely offered a genuine, relaxed smile. When the gun was mentioned, he even chuckled softly. "Not a chance," he replied, the words slightly thick. "Nice try, though." By 4:45, a deep, drug-induced peace had settled over Court Gentry in the dark, sweltering shack. The chemically induced calm was a strange and inconvenient state for a man like Gentry, a warrior whose mind should have been sharp, not swimming in a haze, as he sat there chatting with Oryx or simply muttering to himself. A wave of profound pride washed over him. He was proud to be on this mission, proud to have been sent alongside the courageous men of Whiskey Sierra, God rest the souls of the two they'd lost, and deeply proud to have earned the trust of the legendary Denny Carmichael. With his eyes shut in blissful tranquility, he felt himself slipping towards sleep, the heavy sedation finally overpowering the loss of inhibition that had kept him talking to his captive. Just as his head tilted to the side, his phone beeped. Court stared at the device, his eyes widening. He glanced up at Oryx and managed a sloppy grin. "Oh man, I'm in trouble," he answered the call. "Hello?" Hightower's voice came through. "All business. Okay, 6, we need to move the timetable up. Oh boy, I don't know about that. How's everything looking out there on the boat? It's fine, but I need you to check another site for the pickup. I think the north side of the mangrove will be better at low tide. Get over there and see if it's clear of civilians. There are some Bedouin structures all along the... You mean right now?" "No, dude. At your absolute leisure. Of course, I mean right now." "Oh, okay, I mean no, don't get mad, but I kinda need to hang out here a little longer." "To do what?" Hightower's voice was tight. Court looked up, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. He noticed the intricate weave of the thatch. Even in the dim light, each strand of thick straw seemed to have its own personality, its own purpose, weaving in and out of the others in a beautiful, chaotic pattern. It was honestly kind of amazing. "To do what, 6?" Hightower repeated, his patience clearly thinning. "Come on, Zach. Don't be pissed. I just need to." Court's voice faded away. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Nothing's wrong. I wish you could see this ceiling, though. It's seriously beautiful. They dry these reeds, tie them into little bundles, and then tie those together to make bigger bundles that... Jesus, Court, are you high?" Court just laughed into the phone, a loose, easy sound. "Where's Oryx?" Hightower demanded. "He's sitting right here. You want to talk to him?" "Hell no, I don't want to talk to. Here he is." Court stood up, a bit unsteady, and carried the phone over to Aboud. The Sudanese president reached out slowly with his free hand and took it. "You are speaking to President Bakri Ali Aboud," he said, his voice regal and composed. "Who is this?" Hightower was silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his words were slow and cautious. "What's happened to my man?" "Your man has injected himself with a tranquilizer." "By accident, you mean?" Oryx looked over at Gentry, who had shuffled back to the wall and leaned against it. His eyes were open, fixed dreamily on the ceiling, his head resting back against the rough burlap and driftwood. "Deliberately," Oryx clarified. "Very deliberately, in fact." It was clear Zach Hightower had no idea how to process this information. "Okay, well, you listen. I have many more assets in this area. You try to take advantage of this, and do not worry, Mr. CIA, before your man decided to enjoy himself, he made certain I was restrained. Your operation is delayed, but I am quite unable to escape. Give the phone back to him." Oryx looked down at the satellite phone and smiled faintly. He pressed the red button to end the call. Six's eyes remained on the ceiling, unfocused and heavy-lidded. A desperate hope surged within the Sudanese president. He tried to recall a number, any number. The direct line to a secretary at his presidential palace in Khartoum suddenly popped into his mind. He didn't know his exact location, but he could mobilize an entire army to sweep the area north of Suakin, south of Port Sudan, west of the coast, and east of the Red Sea Hills with a single command. He still believed Six would kill him if the mission became impossible. But if the American remained incapacitated long enough, there might just be time for a rescue. His heart hammered against his ribs as he began to thumb the numbers into the phone. He glanced back up at his kidnapper as he brought the device to his ear. The small black pistol, its long silencer unmistakable, was now pointed directly between his eyes. "I'll be needing that returned." "Understood. Good effort regardless," remarked the American. Gentry managed 2 hours of sleep, waking as evening settled in. The morphine's grip remained strong, keeping the worst of his back pain at bay, though the earlier euphoria had faded, leaving a cold dread for the upcoming talk with Hightower. Oryx had succumbed to the oppressive heat, dozing off, so Court used the quiet to drink from his water bottle and force down a soldier fuel bar. While he ate, he noticed his phone. Sierra 1 had tried 6 times in the last 2 hours. Court placed the phone back in the dirt and finished his meal. Then, gathering dry grass, twigs, and pieces of driftwood scattered nearby, he built a small fire. The warmth wasn't necessary, but the light was welcome now that darkness had enveloped Sudan's eastern shore. "How's the pain?" Oryx asked from the middle of the room. Gentry glanced up to see him standing, turned away, using his free hand to steady himself. "The back's manageable. The rest of me is just fine." Court allowed himself a faint, humorless smile. "Your phone won't stop." "Yeah," Court acknowledged. "I'll deal with it soon. In a few hours I'll be dragging you to the coast. Give it a day or two, and you'll be in a cell." He fixed Oryx with a look. "I suppose you thought slaughtering 400,000 of your own people wouldn't come back to haunt you. You've ended more lives today than I have, my friend." "We aren't friends." Oryx settled back down, wiping his face and smearing sweat across his brow. The gentle firelight played over his dark features, reflected in the damp sheen. "I believe we are more than friends. We are nearly brothers. You might want to check your reflection. I speak of our natures, our chosen paths. We both kill, and we've both decided it doesn't trouble us to do so. You've nearly wiped out an entire population. You and I are nothing alike. So it isn't the killing that offends you, it's the scope. Yet I could argue my actions come through policy and decree, not my own hands. Doesn't it require more cruelty to kill a man face to face than a people through laws and war? You are the more dangerous man here. Imagine the carnage if you led a nation or an intelligence agency. You would eliminate every opponent." Bakri Ali Aboud, president of Sudan, leaned in close, his face hovering near the flames, sweat glistening. "Just like me, brother," he smiled. "You and I, Mr. Six, are the same. Eradicators of human debris." Oryx let the words linger in the dark. "Only I am more proficient, so I am judged more evil." Fascinating how perspective dictates one's view of right and wrong. Gentry poked the fire with a long stick. He knew the opiate was fueling this exchange. "You were better, but your time is up. You'll die in a cell." Oryx smiled again. Court studied him in the flickering light. "You don't seem too concerned about a life behind bars." "Oh, if that were truly my fate, I would be deeply troubled, I assure you. But I will not spend my remaining days imprisoned. Not if I decide to put a bullet in you right here." President Aboud chuckled, a low, rhythmic sound. "I doubt you can even handle your weapon in your current state. Test me." No. Oryx waved a dismissive hand. "I'm quite content to have you escort me to Europe." "To prison," Court corrected. "For a few months, perhaps. But offers have been made to me, offers I've refused until now that would grant me exile in various third-party nations. The Ivory Coast is close to home, but currently I'm considering a particular Caribbean island that has been suggested." Court sat upright, his legs crossed against the rough wall of the shack. "I find that hard to believe." A slow smile spread across President Bakri Ali Aboud's face. "Diplomacy," he replied. "You think the Europeans are just going to let you walk free?" The president gave a deliberate shake of his head. "Not only the Europeans, the Americans as well." Gentry was stunned. In his current state, he couldn't trust his own ability to read the man's subtle tells for deception, but the sheer confidence radiating from Aboud was undeniable. Maintaining his smile, Aboud adopted an exaggerated American drawl. "As you pointed out earlier, nobody tells you anything, right, Mr. Six? Why would they do that?" Gentry's voice was rough. For the greater global good, Aboud chuckled, the sound dry. Consider the alternative. If I were assassinated here by SLA rebels, you wouldn't see a civil war, you'd see an inferno. China needs its oil, so they would prop up my successor, just as they have propped me up. But Russia would immediately back a military coup against that civilian government, all while arming our Western neighbors. Chad would invade, seize northern Darfur, and hand the bulk of the oil fields over to Moscow as a thank you note. The displacement camps would be overrun, and the international peacekeepers would be expelled, since their mandate is with me, not a Chadian puppet regime. China would then push my weak-willed successor into a full-scale war to reclaim the tract, a war he would be powerless to refuse. Beijing could own him completely. He leaned forward, his tone shifting from analytical to bitterly sarcastic. What a beautiful future. 1 year after I'm gone, East Africa becomes the stage for a proxy war between superpowers. Tens of thousands dead, another million displaced. A real triumph of international statecraft. But wouldn't kidnapping you cause the same chaos? Court asked. There will be short-term disruption, certainly, Aboud conceded, his demeanor turning pragmatic and resolved. But I will agree to terms that have been offered to me in secret for years. If I publicly reveal Russia's clandestine operations here, if I tell my people directly that Moscow is eager to burn this country down for its resources, then Russian influence evaporates. No influence, no civil war, and Chad loses its invitation to invade. He paused, a new, calculated look in his eye. I can even suggest that China was complicit in my abduction. That would damage their standing here and help return Sudan's resources to Sudanese hands. China had nothing to do with this, Court stated. Aboud gave a casual shrug. My followers will believe what I tell them, and there is evidence to support it. Chinese forces have been covertly training my troops in Port Sudan to secure the oil tract. They are well aware of Russia's ambitions and of the plots against my life. He can sell the story that Beijing and I had a falling out, and they decided to remove me from the board. He added a detail not in the original account, mentioning a recent tense private dinner with Chinese officials in Khartoum that ended with unresolved demands. It's diabolically clever, Court said, the words tasting foul. Thank your colleagues in Langley. This entire scenario was a CIA construct, a plan to make me surrender voluntarily to the International Court. E refused their offer of exile, of course. He shrugged amiably. So now you are here to enforce the offer they couldn't sell. So you're more valuable alive, apparently so. You get me out of here alive and I will play my role. You said we were on the same team this morning in Suakin. You just didn't understand how true that was. The Thurea satellite phone rang, its trill cutting through the heavy air. 44. Hey, Zach. Are you back in the land of the living? Or are you still flying higher than a satellite? I'm clear. My apologies for earlier. I was in bad shape and miscalculated that. Forget it. We have a serious problem. This entire operation just cratered. What happened? Langley is reporting we eliminated some Chinese nationals. Say that again? We killed some Chinese guys? Court's mind raced, immediately connecting this to what Aboud had just revealed. Court knew exactly who they were dealing with. Special forces here training the Sudanese up in Port Sudan. That's Denny's take. Probably their Flying Dragon unit, Sudan Station, didn't even have them on the radar. How bad is it, Zach? Not good, from what I'm hearing. Langley is in full damage control with the White House. The administration never signed up for a confrontation with a superpower. Court wiped sweat from his brow. The pain in his back had dulled thanks to the meds, but a persistent sting remained. What's the body count on their side? Around 30 from the early reports. We're assuming that Mi-17 Dan took out was packed with troops and crew. That would explain the numbers. But seriously, big deal. Aren't there like 2 billion of them? It's not like they'll notice a few missing. Dan noticed them, apparently. Yeah, no kidding. What's the fallout going to look like? Your guess is as good as mine. I'm to re-establish contact with Denny in 30 minutes. Worst-case scenario, we disappear. With Aboud in tow? Let's just wait for the word. Copy that. 6 out. Zach called back just after 9. Court had spent the better part of an hour talking with Oryx about the offer from the West. The man seemed willing to do anything to avoid prison and secure passage to Cuba as a free man. It was a disgusting spectacle. But Court understood it was, without question, the least terrible option in a long list of terrible outcomes. Zach's voice was tense. 6. I need you to get clear of Oryx. Make sure he can't hear you. Copy. Stand by. Court glanced at Oryx, still chained to the center post of the shack, then turned and stepped out into the cooling night. He moved to the rear of the Skoda, lowering himself into a crouch by the bumper. Okay, I'm clear. I've got a major change to your orders. 6. You ready? Affirmative. Go ahead. Zach paused, then delivered the news. The Chinese are claiming this morning's engagement in Suakin killed 26 civilian advisors, non-combatants. That's a lie. They were soldiers, obviously. They're lying through their teeth, but they can get away with it, and the world will buy it. Listen, the White House has officially panicked. They want this whole operation buried. Turns out they've been secretly negotiating a massive trade deal with Beijing, set to be announced next month. And so the White House has ordered the DNI to order Denny to order us to exfiltrate immediately. Leave everything. They don't want a single CIA fingerprint left in Sudan, for fear it torches the entire agreement. What about my position? I'm coming to get you in the sub. I can be at the extraction point in the mangroves by midnight. Can you make it? Or do you need to sober up from your little pharmaceutical vacation first? I'll be there. What does this do to Nocturne Sapphire? There is no Nocturne Sapphire. We need to forget it ever existed. The mission is scrubbed. We get out of Sudanese waters, head to Eritrea, and keep our heads down. Sudan Station will pin the whole mess on the SLA. Court stared out at the grasses swaying in the evening breeze, the absurdity of the situation settling in. The fate of nations hinging on a trade deal. Unbelievable. But what am I supposed to do with Aboud? Put him in the ground, Zach stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Court hesitated. He's the only one who can expose the Russian playbook to his people. We were never here. There's no way we can deliver him to the ICC now. Think it through. If the Europeans get Aboud, the Chinese find out, and their government walks away from the table. But Aboud alive is more valuable than Aboud dead. Wasn't that the whole point? It was, until someone decided to play target practice with a Chinese helicopter. That changed the game. Court shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping him. All of this for a trade agreement. What's one trade agreement in the grand scheme? It makes the politicians look competent. So would stopping a genocide in Africa, not by risking a war with a superpower. The average American doesn't want to hear about us trading fire with China over some remote village. China isn't going to war over this. Since when did you get a degree in political science? You're an operative, not a negotiator. The diplomats have their role, and you have yours. Aboud needs to be eliminated. That's a direct order, but Gentry refused to back down. The only way to prevent what's coming is with Aboud alive on camera, explaining to his people how Russia and China have meddled in their nation's affairs. That was the whole point of Operation Sapphire from the start, because it's the only approach that will actually work. There's no alternative. Well, that's not happening. You're going to take him out and then move to the northern edge of the wetlands for extraction. What's gotten into you? I figured you'd be eager to put some rounds into that monster. Listen, Zach, if we pull Aboud out of here and get him to The Hague, we can prevent a conflict. Our job isn't to prevent wars. Our job is to complete the mission, and the mission is to eliminate Aboud, leave his body behind, and then get ourselves out of this place. Court's jaw clenched, and he rested his head against the rear fender of the sedan. I need a minute to think this through. Think it through? Who do you think you are? You follow? I'll call you back. Signing off, Court terminated the call. He let the phone fall into the grass and buried his face in his hands. Damn it all. He knew he could stand up right now, walk back into that hut and put a bullet in the head of Sudan's president without feeling an ounce of regret. The man was a verified monster, pure evil. Just go and do it, get up and finish the job. But he also saw the twisted logic that Aboud's influence could now be turned around and used to halt the violence. Sure, it was total nonsense that the guy would eventually slip away to enjoy retirement after a life of brutality. But hey, Court figured, that's a problem for another day. He could always track him down later on his own time and settle that debt. He'd make Aboud pay for his crimes, but not until the chaos sure to follow his death was contained. And that required keeping Aboud breathing. The Russians had manipulated him, lied to him, nearly tricked him into sparking a war. And now he saw that killing Aboud would mean Langley had played him toward the same end. No, he wouldn't do it, couldn't do it. He would deliver him to the International Criminal Court to stop one war and avert another. It would absolutely get him branded a traitor all over again, but it was the only chance for thousands of innocent people. Court dropped his head between his knees, covering it with his hands. He realized he didn't want to storm back into the hut to shoot Abood. He wanted another hit of morphine. The pain was creeping back, sharpened by the stress of the last 10 minutes. Picking up the satellite phone, he dialed Zach again. Hightower answered instantly. Court could sense the fury simmering beneath a calm tone. "You back on track, brother?" A long silence hung between them. "I can't do it, Zach." The tension over the line was palpable. In 5 years working together, Court had never once disobeyed Zach Hightower, until everything fell apart that one day. Finally, Zach's voice came through, deceptively light but laced with threat. "Look, kid, I've already lost some good men today. I don't want to lose you too. Let's try to make the best of a bad situation here. Take out that target, get yourself to the extraction point, and you and I are sailing off into the sunset. Langley will stand down the alert. We'll get debriefed, clean up, and inside of 72 hours, we'll be toasting with 2-for-1 Budweisers at a lobby bar in Bethesda. One for us and one for the fallen." Sound good? As incredible as that sounds, Zach, it's not in the cards. I'll go it alone if I must, but I'm delivering Abood to the ICC alive. Frustration boiled over in Zach Hightower's voice, each word a testament to his mounting anger. "How in the hell do you plan to pull that off? You have a boat? A plane? An army?" A heavy silence, then a quiet, "No, that's right, you don't. Let me tell you what you do have. You have a wound in your back that smells bad enough to make a vulture gag. That's what you have. You need a medic way more than you need some screwed-up solo mission to rescue the most despised man on the planet. I get it. You fancy yourself the damn hero, but this is a suicide run. From my vantage point, you need 4 things to pull this off: men, weapons, equipment, and nerve. Court, I'll give you the nerve, but you are critically short in every other department. No lone operator is getting that bastard out of Sudan. You've got the Sudanese army, the NSS, and every angry local on your heels. The whole country is hunting for their president and the man who took him. You really want to make an enemy of me on top of all that? You'd come after me." Hightower didn't hesitate. "Yes, I swear to God, if you don't eliminate Oryx right now, I'm reporting it to Denny, and we both know he'll send me to bring you in." "Neither of us wants that, Court." Another prolonged silence. "Goodbye, Zach." A pause now on Hightower's end. Then, "No, Gentry, I'll be seeing you right through the crosshairs of my Remington 700, right before your head disappears. We tried to bring you back into the fold, but you know what? You've been a lone wolf too long. You were never going to fit in, man. Guess it was always going to end this way." Zach terminated the call. Court pushed himself up from where he'd been leaning against the car's bumper for the past hour. He moved slowly back into the shack. Oryx was there, standing in the middle of the shadowy room. He clearly hadn't caught the specifics of the conversation, but the tense tone hadn't escaped him. "What is happening?" "Nothing. We need to go." Court had given this location to the CIA team on the Hannah. He knew he had to be gone before Zach or anyone else showed up. "Tell me, Six, what was all the shouting about?" Court used a small folding knife to cut the president's zip tie from the center beam. He said nothing as he closed the blade and returned it to his pocket. "What is going on?" Abood was visibly agitated. Court figured he'd be even more panicked right now if not for the lingering drugs in his own system. He wondered how impaired he really was. Would he be able to drive? Could he find a new hiding place without walking straight into the dragnet searching for them? Oryx started to ask about the call again. Court stood before him, pulling 2 fresh zip ties from his pack to secure the man's hands in front of his body. Before he did, Court gave a resigned shrug. "What did it matter now? I've been ordered to execute you. By the American agents." The tall man stated it, but it was clearly a question. He pulled his hands back. "No, the CIA wants you dead, too. At this point, it's pretty much a universal opinion. Give me your hands." Oryx's face twisted in stunned disbelief, as if he'd been splashed with ice water. "No, we had a deal. They need me alive." The American's voice cut through the tension. "Quiet. We have to move so I can focus without them. But I could assist with their—" I said, "Calm down, hands, now. They can't simply alter the terms like, in a fluid motion." Court drew his Glock. The morphine in his system made his movements sluggish, his arm unsteady as he raised it. He pressed the cold barrel against Aboud's throat. "I told you to calm the hell down." Oryx's hands shot up in a gesture of surrender, but then they darted toward the weapon. President Aboud was a mountain of a man, towering over Gentry in both height and bulk. But he was 66 and lacked any of the ingrained combat reflexes of a trained operative. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a mismatch, but the morphine changed everything. Aboud's first strike knocked the pistol aside. His massive hands clamped around the American's wrists, yanking them together as he drove his full weight forward. Court moved as if underwater, slow and disoriented, not fully comprehending the assault for those first crucial seconds. He mistook the president's actions for a panicked, childish flailing over the threatened withdrawal of CIA support. It wasn't until Gentry slammed into the hard ground, his wounded back exploding in fresh agony under the Sudanese leader's bulk, that the true peril cut through his drugged haze. The medication did nothing to mute the white-hot fire that erupted in his shoulder, a signal of pain his brain received a moment too late. A guttural scream tore from his throat as fists began pounding down from above Court, shielded his face, using the searing pain in his back as a catalyst, a brutal jolt to kickstart his adrenaline and awaken his muscle memory. He had to get this giant off him. In the faint glow of the dying fire, his narrowed eyes tracked the next incoming blow, a right hook descending from the shadows. Gentry preempted it with a strike of his own, driving his fist squarely into Aboud's nose. The president's punch landed a fraction of a second later, but it was feeble and off-target, his fist already opening into a hand that flew to his face. Aboud fell backward, clutching his shattered nose as blood streamed freely from his swollen nostrils. Gentry kicked the rest of the way free, rolled over and scrambled on his hands and knees, searching frantically. His fingers closed around the pistol near the wall. He snatched it up as he rose, then grabbed a fistful of Oryx's shirt collar, hauling the moaning man to his feet. Within moments, the president's hands were secured behind his back with a zip tie. A minute later, the Skoda was bouncing through the tall grass, fleeing back toward the main road. Gentry ran through his choices, a short and dismal list. He had no destination, only the imperative to find a new hole to crawl into so he could piece together a plan. From the back seat came the sound of fabric rustling as Oryx rubbed his bloody face against the upholstery, his hands useless, his muttered curses in Sudanese Arabic a soft, continuous stream of grievance. Then the phone rang. Court had zero desire to hear another pleading lecture from Zack about following orders, but he answered it anyway. The fight in the shack had his nerves live-wired, rage and adrenaline still coursing. "The conversation is over, you hear me?" Court snarled into the phone. "If you're coming for me, then come. The faster I put you down for good, the faster I can blow this cover and finish what I started." But it wasn't Zack. The voice on the other end was calm, measured, and utterly chilling. It was Denny Carmichael. "Sierra 1 briefed me on the developing situation. I'm calling to see what can be done to resolve it." Carmichael was anxious, nervous about an asset going rogue. Court could hear the tightness in his tone, the fear of a plan unraveling. "Sir, with all due respect, eliminating Oryx now would trigger a catastrophe I want no part of." "I appreciate your position," Carmichael replied, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial register. "I helped design Nocturne Sapphire. We always understood that if he could be taken alive, his value to us and to his own people would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, we can't afford to leave any sign that the CIA or an American operative was in Suakin. If that proof surfaces, we'd be looking at a major international crisis between superpowers, which, to be frank, matters a hell of a lot more than a civil war in some third-world country. So you're admitting war is coming? A civil war backed by China and Russia?" "A civil war is probable in the near term, yes. But we assess the superpowers will remain on the sidelines. Maybe your intelligence on the ground isn't good enough to see them moving. I can assure you we have extremely close contacts with officials at the highest levels of the Sudanese government." "How close?" "Exceptionally close." "And how high?" "The very top. Well, I've got the damn president in the back of my car right now." "So, when you find a source higher and closer than that, maybe I'll be impressed." A long silence followed. "There is a significant trade agreement currently being negotiated." Gentry couldn't have cared less. "Fine. Maybe the Chinese get a win. That's a shame. But we'll survive. That isn't your decision to make. Actually, it is. I have the president. My intention is to deliver him alive to the ICC. I'm doing the right thing here. A lot of people in this country are counting on it." Your initial plan was sound. Operation Nocturne Sapphire was the right mission. Sure, it got hopelessly tangled because the station here couldn't tell its head from its heels, but we were this close to pulling it off. I'm finishing the job. You people at Langley need to understand that what I'm doing is correct, and you need to reconsider your Denny Carmichael's previously calm, if irritated demeanor from all their prior talks vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a torrent of screaming, furious rage. I don't have time for a lecture from a nobody like you. Let me make something perfectly clear. The last 4 years have been a vacation for you. There are individuals here who felt a certain sympathy for court gentry. You did solid work for a long time with little recognition, and that bought you considerable goodwill within the Special Activities Division. When the shoot-on-sight order was issued for you, some in the bureaucracy were nearly insubordinate in their refusal to fully cooperate, and the efforts to eliminate you suffered because of it. But now, Mr. Gentry, now there isn't a single person left in this agency on your side. Not only will I reinstate the SOS order, I will move it to the very top of our priority list. This won't be some sloppy electronic tracking, internal memos, or an Interpol notice. This will be coordinated teams of Tier 1 hunter-killers, SAD, SOG paramilitary operations officers, combat applications group personnel, and proxy teams of bounty hunters. I will personally ensure every available SAD resource is directed at you. There won't be a rock large enough for you to hide under, a handler reckless enough to support you, or a country bold enough to let you cross its border. Zach Hightower is going to hunt you. He will stop you, and he will kill you. You might still be breathing for a little while longer, Mr. Gentry, but as of this exact moment, your life is over. Carmichael said nothing more, neither did Court. He usually enjoyed having the final word, but right now it felt like all the words on this topic had already been spent. No witty remark could soften the blow of Carmichael's tirade. This man wasn't making empty threats. He had the absolute authority to set everything in motion. After a painfully long pause, the voice from Langley spoke again, quietly. It sounded to Court as if the man was hanging up the phone as he spoke. That is all. 46, Tuesday, marked Ellen Walsh's first day back in her small office in The Hague, after being away in Sudan for the past 5 weeks. The familiar chill of the Dutch air felt strange after the relentless heat, and a stack of untouched mail sat waiting, a mundane reminder of a life she'd briefly left behind. Her supervisors at the International Criminal Court's Office of the Prosecutor had given her a full week to recover after returning from Africa. But the 35-year-old Canadian took only a single day, just long enough to visit a dermatologist for her badly sunburned skin and a general practitioner for migraine medication, a lingering effect of the truck explosion on the road to Dira. When she stepped out of the elevator into her office, her colleagues were visibly startled. Whispers of her ordeal had already spread. International news had covered the assault on the Speranza Internazionale convoy and the Janjaweed militia's murder of the renowned Mario Bianchi, along with 2 local staff members. No reports mentioned other Westerners present, but Ellen had briefed senior officials in the office of the prosecutor, and the story had trickled down through the building like water seeping through floorboards. Administrative assistants to top brass shared it with friends, and those friends told others. Her severe sunburn and the hollow, distant look in her eyes gave the rumors weight, and Ellen knew it wouldn't be long before she'd have to send a department-wide email, thanking everyone for their concern while firmly asking for privacy, explaining she wasn't ready to discuss what she had seen in Darfur. On her computer screen sat 2 unfinished reports. The first was an incident document where she needed to record everything she could recall about discovering the Russian Rosaboron export aircraft in Darfur and the men on board, including names, potential witnesses, and other details. So far, she had only opened the template and entered information about her initial plan to enter Darfur under false credentials. Even that part felt strangely difficult to write. So much had happened since her days in Khartoum, quietly visiting NGO offices to find a way into the conflict zone, that it all seemed filed away in some distant corner of her memory. The second report was nearly complete, an account of the murder of 2 wounded, defenseless gunmen by an American known only as John Doe, who had arrived in Al-Fashir aboard that same Russian plane. She couldn't stop thinking about it, though she wasn't sure whether she was writing to purge the horror from her mind, or because she intended to actually file it and launch an investigation. Her duty as a prosecutor warred with her personal feelings about this stranger. He had helped her and insisted he wasn't evil, yet she worried he was someone balanced on a knife's edge, a man who needed to be stopped before he committed further violence. And then there was the breaking news about the Sudanese president being kidnapped during a major rebel clash on the country's east coast. Could Six have been involved? The timing matched, but Six didn't strike her as someone who could command a rebel force. He could hardly keep his own impulses in check. Her desk phone rang. "Ellen, there's a man on the line calling himself Six for you." "I'll take it. A beat, then." "Hello. 3 days are up. I thought you'd have tracked me down by now." "Where are you?" Ignoring her question, he replied. "We need to talk. This situation unfolding in Sudan, there's very little information getting out. I know there was a battle. The president is missing. It happened right when you hinted something would, so at first I wondered if you were somehow connected. I have Abood. He's right here with me." Her voice dropped, soft but intense. "Oh my God, wild, isn't it?" Ellen breathed nervously into the receiver. She glanced toward her office door, then stood abruptly to close it, nearly yanking the phone from her desk in the process. "What on earth? Who is this? What do you want? Why are you calling me?" Silence answered her at first, the only sound the frantic drumming of her own heart. "Do you want him?" "What?" "Aboud. He's yours, if you're interested." "Mine." "That's right, and for the record, I didn't kill any Chinese nationals. That's all over the news, I understand." "It is," she confirmed. "Wasn't me. I took Abood, but now I'm sitting here wondering what the hell to do with him." Ellen's voice was still little more than a breath. "Didn't you consider that ahead of time? Plans evolve, deals collapse. You know how it goes." "Sure," she said, though she had no real clue what he meant. "Listen, he's got intel, says Russia and China are gearing up for a proxy fight over Sudan, and he's the only one who can put a stop to it. There have been whispers about that. What's your take?" "Well, I'm not an authority on geopolitics. My lane is more the armaments trade. You're the closest thing to an expert I can reach on this phone right now. I'm asking what you think. I think President Abood is entirely correct." Court laid out what he'd discovered. She conceded she knew fragments of the story, but was visibly intrigued that Six's information came straight from the Sudanese president. "He claims a deal was being arranged for him to surrender to the ICC. She cleared her throat, her voice returning to its normal strength. "That's above my pay grade, Six. How about this, then? You go tell the higher-ups in your organization that if they can figure out a way to extract me and Abood from the Red Sea coast, they can have him. That should do wonders for your promotion prospects." Ellen stiffened. "I'm not in this for the money." "Fine. Give it all to charity. I don't care. I just want to keep this situation from boiling over." "That's your only motive?" "Yes. How can I possibly believe that? I was ordered to kill the bastard. Part of me would relish it. I think you, of all people, can understand that, but I'm not going to, because I believe he might actually prevent a war." Gentry pictured Ellen, likely still reeling from the horrors of Darfur. He knew trust was in short supply, and this call was probably just another bizarre episode her mind was struggling to categorize, so her prolonged hesitation didn't surprise him. Finally, she spoke again. "I'll go upstairs now and speak directly to the prosecutor. We'll arrange a way to retrieve Abood." "Excellent. Will you be accompanying him to The Hague?" Court let out a short, dry laugh. "And rob the International Criminal Court of another thrilling, pointless chase?" She chuckled then, a warm, husky sound that seemed to come from a place of genuine, unvarnished amusement. Court was certain he'd never heard her laugh like that before. Her reply was measured. "I have not initiated the process of drafting an indictment against you. Yet is the word you're looking for, isn't it?" Another pause. Gentry could hear the struggle in the spaces between her words. "There's a decent man in there, Six. I can see him peeking through the fractures in that armor of yours. Playing psychologist now? The bad news? It doesn't take a degree to see you're full of cracks." "You don't know me," she shifted tack. "I know you're not CIA. I made inquiries. My contacts say they have no assets in Darfur, like I said. But if you're not CIA, then who are you? It's irrelevant. It is absolutely relevant. Six. The ICC will not lift a finger if they don't know who they're dealing with. I'm a private contractor. A private client hired you to kidnap a president and deliver him to the ICC? Yeah. And then they told you to execute him. Right, again." She was silent for a long moment, perhaps wrestling with disbelief. "Who is this client?" "Can't say. You have to." Court knew this question was inevitable. He delivered the line with a deadpan earnestness, despite talking into a satellite phone. "All right. I've been contracted by private American citizens, mostly people from the arts and entertainment world." The idea, ironically, had been Oryx's. Arts and entertainment. So, are you telling me Hollywood celebrities are funding this operation? She asked, her tone skeptical. Well, yeah, I suppose that's the story, he admitted. And you expect me to believe that? He offered a faint smile. She was sharp, too sharp to buy his tale, yet also too pragmatic to refuse a president delivered right to her organization's doorstep. She would play along for now. "I'm sticking to it," he affirmed. "All right," she replied, the word heavy with concern, as if doubting she could sell this fiction to her superiors any better than he had to her. "I'll call you back. Are you secure for the moment?" Court let out a slow breath. "Yeah, Ellen, safe as can be. I'll make it quick." 47. The first light of dawn softened the dark waters of the Red Sea as Court guided the Skoda north along the coastal highway from Port Sudan toward Egypt. To his left, the rugged outlines of the Red Sea hills began to emerge. To his right, past Oryx's battered, expressionless profile, the blackness of night warmed into the pale hues of early morning. An hour earlier, he'd bypassed Port Sudan under the cover of darkness, and now the flat, empty road stretched ahead. He'd been anxious about military checkpoints, but none appeared. A few police vehicles had passed hours before, yet in his unassuming car he never felt truly exposed. The road curved inland briefly, veering toward the hills before bending north again. By 7 a.m., he turned off the highway onto a rough path of sand, dirt, and coral that wound back toward the water. Small towns dotted the landscape on either side, perched on rocky plateaus that sloped down to the sea. It had taken the ICC a full day to arrange the handoff, and Court wasn't given many details. All he knew was to take his captive to a Dutch-operated scuba resort near the Egyptian border and wait for an ICC team arriving from Greece. Ellen Walsh wouldn't be with them. A disappointment, though. He was glad to keep her out of harm's way. Court himself had no plans to leave with the ICC. Once Oryx was transferred by speedboat, helicopter, or SUV, he'd head the opposite direction. He figured he could borrow a small dive boat from the resort and go north until it ran out of fuel. Then maybe land and hitch a ride with some friendly Bedouins to cross the desert border at night. All while dealing with a raging infection in his back and no antibiotics or painkillers. He'd used the last of his antiseptic before they left their hideout the previous evening, and he'd tossed the narcotics into a ditch soon after, fighting the urge to take them. The constant pain, he told himself, would hone his edge, make him tougher for whatever came next, though mostly it just deepened his misery. He still carried the receiver tracking the Hannah's GPS coordinates. He'd carefully taken it apart with his multi-tool to ensure no hidden transmitter was sending his location back to Hightower. The device showed the CIA boat still southeast in international waters. Hightower hadn't contacted him in over a day, and the silence felt ominous. Zach could be anywhere. On the Hannah, back in the States, or maybe waiting just up the road with a rocket launcher. In Court's mind, Zach was a far greater threat than the GOES, the NSS, or even the ICC. The unpaved road continued north, but a driveway branched off toward the ocean and the resort ahead. The morning sun climbed quickly, painting the Red Sea horizon a brilliant orange. Gentry took in the view. A central lodge flanked by small, private bungalows right on the beach, all silhouetted against the light. Their path, however, was blocked by a heavy chain strung between two cement posts. It wasn't the most intimidating barrier, but their little black Skoda wasn't going to smash through it and keep running. With about 200 meters of low dunes and swaying brown seagrass between them and the water, they'd be walking the rest of the way. Court steered the car to the roadside. "Out," he commanded Abud. "I've never set foot here," the president stated, "but I know its reputation, a place of decadence. They found alcohol here once, years ago. The owners, some European pair, only got a fine and a seasonal closure." He sniffed, his nose still tender from earlier events. "Infidels." "Out," Court repeated, his tone leaving no room for debate. He exited the driver's side, circled the hood, and yanked open the passenger door. Grabbing Abud by his shirt front, he hauled the man to his feet. "When is the transport coming?" I don't know. How is it getting past the coastal patrols?" Court propelled him toward the bungalows. "I don't know. Where's the ship headed? Straight to a western port, or are we?" "I don't know." "Mr. Six," Abud said, a note of theatrical pity creeping into his voice. "You have no actual plan, do you? Listen, let me reach out to some of my long-standing contacts in the West. He can orchestrate an arrangement that satisfies all parties involved." "No, my friend, we are quite literally on the same side now. Surely you see that? The people I would call have done business with me for decades. Their loyalty is unquestionable." "That's precisely what worries me," Court muttered, his attention divided. He gave the president another shove up the sandy drive, past a low sign written in Arabic. His gaze, however, was fixed to the south, scanning the deep shadows of the rocky plateau that rose sharply about 600 meters inland. Sunlight glinted off the windows and tin roofs of a cluster of squat, square buildings there. He saw no movement, no sign of life at all, yet he felt utterly exposed. They had covered half the distance to the bungalows with surprisingly little further argument from Aboud. Then the president whirled around suddenly. Court's eyes snapped back from the southern vista to his captive. "I need a promise from you," Aboud began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "If we are still here tomorrow, it will be catastrophic for us both, especially for you. Unlike you, I still have friends in the world, people who are looking for me, who want to help me. If we linger for 24 hours, you can be certain someone will report us. A staff member, an owner, a passerby who noticed a car on this lonely beach road. Then they will come, and by they, I mean everyone. Friend and foe will descend upon this spot. I was a general long before I was president, and you have selected for us the most indefensible ground imaginable. Our backs to the ocean, our front to kilometers of open dunes. It is a deplorable, laughable place to make a stand. Shut up. And you don't even know when your help will arrive or what form it will take? One would think a professional could have chosen a location with slightly more tactical." "Shut up," Court barked, shoving him forward again, his anger boiling over principally because every word the man said was true. This whole operation was a mess, a one-man extraction in denied territory with no real support. Shoving Aboud again provided a petty momentary relief, a way to direct his simmering frustration away from his own poor choices. His phone rang. They had 70 meters to go. He answered it, desperately hoping it was Ellen with news good enough to cut through the gloom settling over him. "Hey there? What's going on, Court? How's everything with you?" Damn, it was Zach, and talking to Zach at that moment was the last thing Gentry needed for his mood. But Court considered maybe he could pick up some useful information from Sierra 1. If Zach was reaching out, it meant Zach wasn't currently creeping up on him from behind. "Life is absolutely fantastic, Hightower. Appreciate you checking in. 60 meters to go. Oh yeah, have you finally come to your senses and slit your boyfriend's throat yet?" "Absolutely. Why do I have a hard time believing that? Because trust is in pretty short supply these days. True, it's a real pity, isn't it? Listen, man, I just wanted to share some good news with you. Despite all your nonsense, I figure you could probably use a win." Aboud glanced back as he walked, trying to ask Court who was on the line, but Gentry just stiff-armed him forward to keep moving. "Good news, all right. I suppose I'll hear it. Thought you might? Here it is. Today, my friend, is your lucky day. 50 meters. Okay, I'll play along. Why exactly is today my lucky day, Zach?" There was a long silence. Court imagined he could hear the scratch of Zach's stubble against the microphone as he moved his mouthpiece. Finally, Sierra 1 replied, "Today is your lucky day because you are my secondary target, and I'm fairly certain I'll only have time for one shot." 40 met. What? Court froze in place. He snapped his head to the south toward the cluster of buildings roughly 700 meters away. A quick glint of light flashed from the shadowed roof of the tallest structure on the plateau. In under half a second, Gentry whipped his head back toward President Aboud, launched his body forward at the walking man, threw out both arms and let the satellite phone fall. At the exact same instant, he roared a single command. "Down!" President Bakri Ali Aboud's shoulders jerked up in surprise at the shout from behind. Then the right side of his neck appeared to tremble as if struck violently. The left side of his neck erupted, blood and tissue spraying toward the sand dunes north of the road, leaving Oryx nearly decapitated, except for some clinging skin and muscle. His head twisted on its axis and lolled backward as his body went slack and dropped straight down onto the sandy path. Court landed on top of him as blood poured out, knew the man was gone in another heartbeat, and then rolled off Abood to press himself flat against the ground. "No!" He yelled into the empty air, just as the crack of a sniper rifle echoed over the dunes, crashing into the president's body and hitting the earth, sent searing pain through his shoulder blade. Yet the overwhelming despair from losing the president, failing his mission, and missing his chance to halt the civil war and the coming invasion dominated his thoughts. Lying flat, he looked up toward the buildings. The sniper's rooftop position was hidden behind the crest of a dune just off the road, but Court knew Zach would relocate after taking that shot. If he managed to climb higher on the hill, he'd get a clear line of sight to Gentry's spot on the drive. So Court scrambled to his knees and lunged forward, snatching up the Thurea phone as he raced for the dunes. He dove into a shallow ditch beside the drive, rolled to his right, eastward, back toward the car, and flattened out once more. He drove a blood-soaked fist into the sand over and over in complete frustration. The morning heat clinging to his clothes while sticky sand and dust mixed with the smears of Abood's blood on his skin. "Beautiful," Zach's voice came through the phone in Court's hand. Gentry quickly lifted it to his ear. 690 meters, low light conditions, with an 8-mile-per-hour crosswind at half value. You have to admit that was a Sierra 6-level shot. Court pressed his forehead into the dirt and sand. All his exhaustion, his infection, everything seemed to drain the life from him right then. He trembled violently, choked sobs racking his body as Hightower's voice, tinny and triumphant, spilled from the speaker. "You're a fast one, I'll give you that. If that nasty back wound wasn't slowing you down, you probably could have jumped in front of my bullet and taken it for your buddy. Funny how things work, isn't it? Last Christmas you took out Nigeria's former president, and now I've just dropped the sitting leader of Sudan. Give us a few years. We might just tidy up this whole messed-up continent. Actually, forget I said that. You won't be around that long. That infection will finish you, or the army of Sudanese soldiers on your trail will, or, my personal favorite, I will." Court lay shaking, as if in the grip of a fierce chill, his body and mind teetering on the edge of collapse. His clothes were stiff with dried, rust-colored sand. He dragged in a ragged breath before speaking. "You had a clear shot. One opportunity to end me. You made your choice, Zach. It was the wrong one." A silence stretched over the line, and Court detected a flicker of unease from the other man. "Keep telling yourself that. Just rot in that ditch. I'll be long gone before you finish picking Abood's skull fragments out of your hair. And if by some miracle you crawl out of Sudan, just know Denny's already put me in charge of the team that's going to hunt you. Save the effort. Come find me now, I'll be right here." "I'd love to, but I think I'll skip the welcoming committee of local police coming to see the presidential confetti all over you. Don't worry, I won't be far. The team from the Hannah has already evacuated. It's just you and me now." Hightower let out a low chuckle. "Well, you, me, and roughly 500,000 members of the Sudanese armed forces. I'll go through every single one of them to reach you, Zach. 6, out." As Gentry moved to end the call, Hightower's voice cut back in. "One more thing, Court. Sierra 6 was one of us. You are not. Your call sign is Violator again. You're the enemy, in case you were wondering. 1, out." The line went dead. Court was devastatingly ill, stranded in a ditch, outnumbered, outgunned, and utterly outmaneuvered. He had failed. As the sun crested fully between the waterfront bungalows, he lay motionless in the sand. Then, moving with agonizing slowness, he pushed himself up to his knees and began a painful crawl toward the resort, keeping his head low in case Hightower was still watching through a scope from the plateau. The moon had vanished, leaving the Red Sea to mirror and magnify the light of countless stars, but it wasn't enough for Gentry to spot the Hannah. Squinting southeast, he followed the directional prompt on his GPS beacon locator. He was under a mile from the target, so he killed the engine of the small, rigid inflatable boat. His GPS placed him 4 miles offshore, the land now swallowed by the profound darkness. With the engine silent, an absolute nothingness enveloped him. Dark in every direction but upward, where an unreachable infinity of stars hung. The ocean was not calm. It rose and fell in a silent rhythm. No crashing waves this far out, just powerful swells that lifted the gray man and his boat several yards into the air before lowering them again. In the dark, the motion was felt more than seen, though an occasional glint off the water revealed the rolling hills and valleys of Black Sea, all shifting with the deep currents below. It had been an endless day. After reaching the dive resort, he'd found it deserted, save for the Dutch couple who owned it. The handful of other guests had all been hauled to Port Sudan for extended questioning by the NSS, a desperate dragnet for the president's kidnappers. In a small act of unexpected mercy, Court had managed to help the terrified owners secure their property before slipping away into the night, a fleeting moment of humanity in the relentless chaos. He aimed his Glock at the two elderly Europeans and secured them in the resort's dining area. Court was certain Sudanese forces would soon discover the president's body nearby, and these witnesses would be interrogated. If he had treated them as anything other than terrified hostages, their stories might have faltered under pressure, or hidden microphones could have picked up a stray word. So Gentry embraced the role of a deranged, blood-soaked fugitive completely, barking orders and seizing supplies without a hint of gratitude. He took their food, medical kits, a pickup truck, and a small, rigid inflatable boat with diving equipment. Driving the truck south for several miles, he hid in the tangled roots of a mangrove swamp until nightfall, then set out across the water toward the Hannah, guided by the blinking dot on his GPS. He assumed the remaining Whiskey Sierra operatives, aside from Zach, had already evacuated with the yacht's crew. Gentry hoped Hightower was still scouring the mainland for him, but he couldn't discount the possibility Zach had returned to the vessel. With that mini-submarine, the man could come and go as he pleased. Court's plan to cross the border by land was now a fantasy. The region would be sealed tight once the president's death was confirmed. His only path to escape Sudan was to commandeer the yacht and sail to safety, a daunting prospect for a man whose nautical experience was virtually non-existent. The ocean rolled gently beneath his small craft. The tracker showed the yacht was close, so he waited for a rising swell to lift him for a better view. There it was, a darker shape against the charcoal gray sea, perhaps a quarter-mile off. No running lights shone. Was it deserted? Gentry secured a mesh bag to his waist containing his Glock 19 with its last 7 rounds, a folding knife, and his satellite phone sealed in plastic. He shrugged into a buoyancy compensator with an attached air tank, then fitted his mask, snorkel, and fins. After a few testing breaths from the regulator, he slid silently into the warm, dark water. As he swam, he fought to focus on the mission and not the fiery agony in his left shoulder, a pain that flared with every stroke. His mind, however, drifted to a random fact he'd absorbed during his research. It had seemed trivial then, but out here in the open water, it felt monumentally significant. Nurse, white-tip, gray reef, hammerhead, the 4 shark species most common to the Red Sea. Fantastic. Just the cheerful thought he needed while alone in the ink-black ocean. He swam just below the surface, checking his wrist compass periodically to stay on course. After 10 minutes, he broke the surface silently, riding a wave crest for a better look. The yacht was right there, about 70 yards ahead. As he began to descend with the wave, something on the bow caught his eye. A name painted in light-colored script on the dark hull, Arabic script. What the hell? He'd never seen the Hannah, but he was absolutely certain it wasn't posing as an Arab vessel. Zach had specifically said they were pretending to be Australians. A cold knot of suspicion tightened in his gut. This wasn't the right boat. Gentry's dog paddle brought him nearer to the yacht, the dark water making it a struggle to see. At 40 yards, he could just distinguish the name on the bow. His Arabic was terrible, written or spoken, but he sounded out the letters. Fatima. The Fatima. This wasn't the Hannah. Yet the homing signal was pulsing from this very vessel, a clear sign someone had moved the transmitter, that someone could only be Zach Hightower. The realization hit Court like a physical blow. This whole thing reeked of a trap. He glanced behind him into the featureless night. The skiff he'd abandoned was long gone in the open water. Pressing on was his only option. He started to pull his mask down but froze. A shout pierced the quiet, followed instantly by the unmistakable crack of a gunshot. Court submerged on instinct, fearing he'd been seen. But the violence didn't stop. Underwater, the sounds were muffled but distinct. More gunfire, a rapid exchange. His trained ear picked out the deeper boom of a shotgun and the sharper reports of a handgun fired with controlled precision. Another scream cut through. He surfaced again, his body buoyant in the warm sea, and looked toward the yacht. Flashes of light sparked above it before the boat itself slid into view. The deck appeared empty. Another volley erupted, muzzle flashes flickering from the portholes below. The fight was clearly inside the 80-foot yacht's lower decks. A sudden silence fell, broken only by the sputter and growl of a small outboard motor kicking to life. A wooden skiff shot out from behind the Fatima's stern, a lone figure at the helm who opened the throttle wide and vanished into the darkness. What in the hell was that? Court's mind raced. Was Zack on board, ambushed by soldiers? He swam the remaining distance on the surface, eyes fixed on the yacht's silent superstructure. The only sound was the gentle slap of waves from the departed skiff against the fiberglass hull. He reached the stern ladder and was pulling himself up when a single, sharp pistol shot echoed from below. It was answered almost immediately by a heavier caliber handgun. Then silence returned. Court shed his fins and scuba gear, letting them sink away. He gripped the ladder and climbed with deliberate, silent care, rolling over the teak rail onto the deck. A fresh jolt of pain shot through his shoulder, but he ignored it, raising his waterlogged Glock. He moved cautiously toward the companionway. The first two bodies lay at the top of the stairs, men in combat gear, chests torn by bullets. They didn't look like Sudanese Navy, which wasn't a shock. The government was probably commandeering every available boat and civilian to search the coast. Next to them were wire-stocked Kalashnikovs. Court was tempted to grab one, but feared the noise. A trail of blood smeared the mahogany steps leading down. Pistol ready, he followed it into the darkness. Court stepped into the lower cabin, the carnage illuminated by the soft greenish glow of a wall-mounted aquarium. In the eerie light, he saw two more black men down and a white man lying on his back in the center of the floor, feet pointing toward the staircase. The man was unarmed, his chest a mess of blood, but he was breathing. Court flicked on the overhead lights, his weapon never wavering from the wounded figure. He called out, "Zack? You ever hear why they call it a sucking chest wound?" Hightower's voice was faint, and he didn't turn his head. Court gave a slow nod. "Because it sucks," Zack responded with a drowsy nod of his own. His right arm was wrapped in thick bandages from a gunshot 2 days prior. "What went down here?" Gentry asked. "Backup piece. You'd think I'd have learned after you nailed me with that Derringer back in '06. Court's eyes scanned the two men at the base of the stairs. Each had a shotgun nearby, but a small automatic pistol also lay beside one man's hand. Though the man looked thoroughly dead, Court put a round in the back of his neck for good measure before holstering his Glock. "Whose yacht is this?" "No idea. The Ghost has been commandeering every vessel they can find along the coast, dragging folks into Port Sudan, trying to get a lead on the president's kidnapping. I figured an empty yacht wouldn't get a second look from their goons. These guys shouldn't have been here, probably came back to loot the place. Just bad timing for everyone." Hightower paused, his breathing shallow. "What about the mini-sub?" "Scuttled it. Denny's orders. I was planning to take this boat down to Eritrea." Court studied his former team leader for a long moment. The air smelled of salt and copper. "I can patch you up, stabilize the wound. Get us both out of this." "No thanks. Have it your way. You'll bleed out without help. There's a Goss gunboat that'll be on us in minutes. The skiff pilot who dropped these clowns off is probably radioing it in right now." A sudden sharp laugh escaped Zack, more a gasp of pain than humor. "Hell of a thing, worrying about naval artillery when you're leaking on some rich guy's teak floor. Maybe they'll mistake the blood for a fancy new varnish. Then I need to move. I'll treat you. But first, I want answers. Give it a rest, Court. Why was I burned? Who issued the shoot on sight? What did I do? When that gunboat arrives, they aren't boarding. They're going to blast this pretentious tub into splinters. All that legendary gray man, stealth ninja nonsense won't mean a thing when their deck gun starts talking." Zack's tone shifted, the sarcasm bleeding into something colder, more resigned. "Thought you wanted me dead. It's not about what I want, it's the job. Hand me a pistol now, and I'll shoot you. Since that's off the table, take some professional advice and jump overboard. This fancy boat might hit 25 knots. A Sudanese patrol boat does 35. They'll run us down in a heartbeat." Court ignored the warning. The need for truth was a physical pressure in his chest. "Who burned me? Was it Matt Hanley?" Zack's eyes were glazed but flickered with irritation. "I don't know. Was it Lloyd?" Zack's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "Who the hell is Lloyd?" Court's shoulders slumped. Then he gave a slight shrug. That's what I said. Zach, listen to me. You're not gone yet. I can treat you. You can walk away from all of this. Just tell me who ordered the hit and why. Forget it. 6. I'm not walking and I'm not talking. What is wrong with you? I'm a good soldier, Court. My orders are to make you dead. Not to make you dead unless you save my life. Then call the whole thing off. Look, you're a decent guy. Part of me is pulling for you, I swear. But I won't lift a finger to help you. I can't. It's against my operational orders. You're out of your mind. Zach managed a pained smile. I just do my job. Wish more bastards in this world would do theirs. No offense, violator. Damn it, Zach, Court yelled, his voice thick with frustration. He stood over the man who had once been his handler, his mind racing. After a tense pause, he turned and sprinted up 2 flights to the ship's cockpit. Rummaging through a cabinet, he found a white first aid kit and was back kneeling beside Sierra 6 in under a minute. Zach slowly turned his head, his gaze unfocused. What the hell are you doing now? You know exactly what I'm doing. You're a world-class jerk, but I'm not just going to stand here and watch you bleed out. Gentry tore open Hightower's shirt, revealing the small, ugly wound just below his right nipple. Court knew the bullet had likely pierced the lung. His hands moved to Zach's back, searching for an exit wound. You patch me up and I swear I'll kill you, Zach rasped. No, you won't. Hightower stared up at the ceiling, his eyes heavy, and gave a slow, disbelieving shake of his head. You have the worst instincts about people, Court. Truly terrible. Don't I know it? 5 minutes later, Gentry had done what he could to stabilize the man. Finding no exit wound meant the bullet was still lodged inside. From a nearby shelf, Court grabbed a glossy magazine, folded its cover, and used duct tape from the kit to fashion a crude valve over the chest injury. It would let trapped air escape, but prevent more from rushing in. It was a temporary fix, nothing more. Leaving Zach on the floor, Court returned to the helm. He powered up the essential systems, engines, compass, wheel, autopilot, and ignored the rest. A quick dash to the deck confirmed the anchor was still secured. He figured a visual check was faster than deciphering which screen showed that information. He kept all lights off, aiming to slip toward international waters as quietly as an 80-foot luxury yacht could manage. He wasn't on a shipping lane yet, but he silently hoped any other vessels in the pitch-black night had their radar on, because his own knowledge of the sophisticated console was dangerously limited. Easing the throttle forward, he felt the boat surge ahead. At 20 knots, he engaged the autopilot and hurried back below. In the lower saloon, he found Hightower dragging himself sideways, halfway beneath a wall-mounted table. Following the wounded man's desperate gaze, Court spotted the titanium snub-nose revolver on the floor against the wall, just inches from Zach's fingertips. It was the same weapon pressed to his head back in Russia. Hightower's left arm crept slowly across the polished wood. Court didn't rush. He simply stepped over and kicked the pistol away, sending it skittering under a sofa. I don't think your heart was really in that attempt, Gentry remarked dryly. Zach nodded weakly, his eyes closing. My heart has other, more pressing issues right now. A sharp wince cut through his words. It's a tension pneumothorax. The air pressure in my chest is crushing it. If you can promise to stop trying to murder me for 60 seconds, I can fix that. No promises, Zach gritted out, but he painfully rolled onto his back, a cry escaping his lips. His breathing was shallow and ragged. Court swiftly flicked open his knife, located a spot between the second and third ribs on Hightower's right side, and punctured a small hole through skin and muscle. Zach cried out again, and immediately a faint whistling sound escaped as the trapped air released. Court then moved to a large saltwater aquarium in the corner, yanked out a length of rubber tubing and a filter, and returned to his reluctant patient. Court inserted the tube into the less severe of the 2 chest injuries, attached the filter to the open end, and placed it on the floor beside Zach's arm. Once we're clear of this mess, you and I are going to need enough antibiotics to stock a small hospital. Zach coughed weakly, a faint trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Get real, man. That patrol boat could show up any second. Where exactly are we supposed to go? Exhausted, aching, and feverish from the infection in his back, Court sank down next to Zach. He retrieved the satellite phone from his pack. Time to make a very unpleasant call. It took 3 attempts, but he finally connected with Sidorenko. Sid, it's Gray. The job's finished. So I see, it is all over the news. President Aboud is dead. There is much celebration in Moscow. They've recovered the body? Yes. Near a coastal resort about 60 miles north of Suakin. And interesting location, no? Court allowed himself a cautious breath of relief. Right. I'll fill in the details later. But we need to move the extraction timeline up. I have to get out of here now. Do you? Now? Yes. There's too much attention to lay low like we planned. Is that so? Sid's tone had lost all its earlier enthusiasm. Gentry felt a chill of apprehension. Yeah, I'm injured. Injured. Come on, Sid. Enough with the interrogation. Yes, I'm hurt. I need assistance.
I regret to inform you that your compensation package does not include medical coverage, Mr. Gray. Court fell silent, his jaw tightening. The Russian's voice grew colder. Aboud is dead. This is true. But I also know you did not kill him. He was shot by a sniper while you were attempting to protect him, to smuggle him out of the country for delivery to the International Criminal Court.
You used my operation to get close to the president, not to eliminate him, but to capture him for another client. Damn! Where are you getting this nonsense? Sid's reply erupted into a furious shout, his St. Petersburg accent thickening, the words nearly slurring together. You think I'm an idiot? Well, Cortland Gentry, Gray man, I am not. You can stay there and die for your betrayal. I'll find you, Sid. You just told me you cannot survive without my help, and now you threaten me? Ha! You were a formidable man, Gentry. That is why I found you useful. But you are not so formidable now, alone, wounded, afraid. Not so interesting either. I had a man with a problem. Soon there will be no man, and therefore no problem. Sid's laughter was the last thing Court heard before the line went dead. Damn it, Court muttered. He dropped the phone beside him and leaned back against the saloon wall, the infection draining the final dregs of his strength. He thought Hightower was out, but the injured man slowly turned his head. Eyes still closed, Zack asked. What did he say? The condensed version? Go to hell. A faint, pained smile touched Zack's parched lips. His voice was a whisper. Man, your employer is a real piece of work. Tell me about it. Let's be honest. No one's coming. I've been cut loose, and you're public enemy number one. We are, professionally speaking, completely screwed. You could always try swimming for it. That's about the only play left. Reaching up to a small shelf behind him, Court grabbed a plastic water bottle. The movement sent a jolt of white-hot pain through his back. He twisted the cap off, took a few gulps, and then poured a little over his head, the cool water a brief shock against his feverish skin. Absently, he tapped his fingers against the bottle, his legs stretched out on the gently rolling deck. A full minute of heavy silence passed between them. Court counted each second, the weight of their situation pressing down. For a moment, he thought he felt the boat's course shift slightly to starboard, but he dismissed it. The autopilot was engaged. I'm open to ideas, Sierra One, Gentry said, almost to himself. There was no answer. Zack had lost consciousness again, though his breathing was steadier now, with the chest tube relieving the pressure. He'd still probably bleed out without proper surgical care. With a weary sigh, Court reached for the first aid kit to see what kind of pain relievers it contained. Court considered whether the wealthy Arab owners of this luxurious yacht would even entertain the kind of indiscretions he was contemplating. A new idea flashed through his mind. Why not just go for it? He grabbed the satellite phone once more, resting his head against the polished teak of the cabin wall. With a press of his thumb, he dialed and waited. 1 ring, 2, then 5. He checked his watch. Finally, a crackle came through as the connection was made, the battery icon blinking a dire warning. A woman's voice answered, Cheltenham Security Services. Don't Fitzroy, please? May I ask who's calling? It's Court. Right away, sir. The hold was short. The phone was nearly dead. Maybe Zack had another satellite unit stashed somewhere, but Court was too exhausted to search. Sir Donald Fitzroy had been Court Gentry's handler before Gregor Sidorenko took over. They'd had a brutal falling out last December, and Court had sworn he'd never contact the English spymaster again, no matter how dire things got. But here he was, because desperate times, as they say, call for desperate measures. Fitzroy's gravelly voice came on the line. Hello, lad. How are you holding up? I've had better days, honestly. Sorry to hear it. What's the trouble? You keeping an eye on the news? A tense laugh. The only news that matters to someone like me is coming from the western coast of the Red Sea. Please don't tell me you're mixed up in that mess. Court let out a weary breath. I'm pretty much at the center of it. A pause. Then, good heavens, the whispers suggest CIA involvement. Are you back with them? Unofficially. How unofficial are we talking? Well, they're actively trying to kill me. That sounds less like a partnership and more like a declaration of war, wouldn't you say? It's complicated, yes. Without hesitation, the Englishman replied. How can I help? Just like that. I'm in deep, Don. You could name your price. I've got nothing to bargain with. We'll settle details later. You're a man of your word. Let's focus on getting you out. Court hesitated. Do you have any contacts in the region? I'll need to make calls. Nothing directly in my network, but I know people in Eritrea and Egypt perhaps by tomorrow afternoon. No, I can't wait that long. I need something faster. Don sounded momentarily stumped. Court's faint hope began to fade again. He closed his eyes, then opened them. I do have a boat. I'm making 20 knots toward international waters. A boat, that's a start. But the Sudanese Navy is on its way. I can't outrun them. Court relayed his approximate coordinates, which Fitzroy scribbled down. You'll need to evade them as best you can. If I had a target, a ship, another boat, even a buoy to cling to, I'd feel a lot better about this. Don responded. There should be a handheld FM distress beacon on board. Find it immediately. I'll ring a friend at Lloyd's of London who handles maritime insurance. He can get me a list of every vessel within 3 hours of your position. If I don't know the owner, I'll damn well find someone who does. Head due east from your location. Get as far into open sea as fast as you can. Once you're in international waters and clear of the Sudanese, activate that beacon. Understood. Thanks, Don. Save the thanks. You've got a navy to outrun. Court ended the call and hurried back to the cockpit to push the engines harder. He located the handheld FM distress radio in a cockpit compartment, tucked it into his hip bag, and returned to the helm. Slamming the throttles fully forward, he aimed the bow toward where the sun would soon rise in a blaze of burnt orange. He had less than an hour until daylight, and he could only hope he'd still be alive to see it. Abruptly, the cockpit was flooded with blinding light. Court instinctively ducked, spinning in a frantic circle to locate the source of the blinding light. He spotted it off the stern to starboard, a patrol boat spotlight glaring from barely 100 yards away. And instant later, the deafening roar of its twin heavy machine guns erupted, shredding the cockpit and sending splinters of mahogany, shards of glass, and fragments of bronze flying. Gentry threw himself flat against the deck near the helm, using the slick waxed teak to slither like a serpent toward the stairwell leading below. He plunged down the steps headfirst, his shoulders screaming in protest, but the terror of high-velocity rounds overriding all other concerns. On the main deck, he waited for a brief lull in the nearly continuous barrage and snatched up both rifles abandoned by the fallen men on the companionway. The weapons were antiquated and poorly cared for. Court understood that engaging the gunboat was a wildly reckless move, but doing nothing would allow it to close the distance at will, pin the helpless yacht in its spotlight, and methodically rake it with gunfire until the engines died and the vessel slipped beneath the dark waves. He wasn't about to give them that satisfaction. He crawled toward the bow, keeping low. The chattering heavy guns seemed focused on the helm, the waterline, and the stern, likely aiming to disable the controls and propellers to prevent escape, and to eliminate anyone hiding below. The bow, however, remained cloaked in the deep shadows cast by the upper saloon, and Gentry used this cover to advance. Flipping the rifle's selector to full auto, he lined up the iron sights on the brilliant spotlight and settled his finger inside the trigger guard. In that fleeting moment of focus before he fired, he registered an odd sensation. The deck beneath him wasn't driving forward cleanly. Instead, he felt a powerful, insistent pull dragging the 80-foot yacht to the right. He had no explanation, guessing the guns had already wrecked the steering. Pushing the thought aside, he squeezed the trigger. The spotlight exploded in a shower of sparks. Suddenly, the Fatima was plunged into darkness, while the gunboat across the water became the illuminated target, its cabin windows and deck lights starkly outlining the crew. Court emptied the remainder of the first AK's magazine on full auto toward the exposed figures, dropping two and sending the others scrambling for cover on the 100-foot craft. As his rifle clicked empty, he discarded it and sprinted for the port side. knowing the muzzle flashes had painted a target on his position. He barely made it back to the stairwell as the patrol boat's guns erupted anew, stitching a line of hot steel across the yacht. On the stairs, he saw the Fatima was now listing heavily to port, even as some unseen force continued to drag its bow stubbornly to starboard, a bizarre, contradictory death dance. Back in the lower saloon, now below the waterline and somewhat shielded from direct fire, he dropped to his hands and knees. He found Zack right where he'd left him, his bare torso swathed in makeshift bandages and glistening with sweat. His eyes were open, blinking slowly. "Fucking Navy," Zack muttered as Court crawled close. A sweeping burst from the machine guns tore through the space just above them, raining down splinters, glass, and salt spray. Moments later, the engines sputtered and died, leaving the Fatima adrift. Yet the gunfire persisted. Court had to shout to be heard over the din. "We're going up on deck. Don't forget the sunscreen," Zack replied, his voice dripping with a grim, sarcastic humor that cut through the panic. "We're sinking. We'll have to go over the port side. Maybe we can wait it out, send a distress call on the VHF when they leave. That's not going to work. We're miles from international waters. The Sudanese would just hear the call, turn around, and finish us off for good. I can't sink that Navy boat. I don't see another choice." Zack simply let his head fall back against the deck, a silent admission of their dire reality. The listing tilt of the floor grew more pronounced, and a cold rush of seawater began to pool around them, a final, undeniable argument. "Do what you need to, man. I'm not moving." The rattle of the machine guns ceased without warning. Court scanned the room. His forgotten water bottle had drifted across the polished floor to the left. Almost immediately, other loose objects started sliding on the glassy deck. "We've lost power," Court stated. "The engine room's flooding, so why did the shooting stop?" Zack remained silent. "Stay put." Court ascended the staircase on all fours. The yacht was going down with alarming speed, already tilting 10 degrees to port. On deck, he pressed himself flat, using the pronounced lean to stay hidden from the starboard side. He inched to the rail and risked a glance, searching for the gunboat. To his confusion, the naval vessel was retreating, putting distance between itself and the sinking yacht. His eyes shot to the sky, fearing an incoming airstrike that would explain the patrol boat's hasty departure, but the night was clear and full of stars. He was about to slide back when he saw it, clinging to the hull just below the waterline near his position. In the dark, it shimmered, a grotesque, wet growth on the side of the Fatima. It was secured by cables and suction cups, having been submerged until the yacht listed. It was cigar-shaped, pitch black, about 20 feet long, with an enclosed propeller at the back and a clear plastic canopy on top, a mini submarine. A slow, disbelieving smile spread across Court's face. "Zack, you unbelievable snake." Now he understood the violent starboard pull at high speed. Hightower had omitted this detail because his primary objective was to eliminate the Gray Man. Saving his own skin was merely a contingency plan. Court felt a grudging admiration for Sierra One's ruthless prioritization, even as it infuriated him. He looked back at the Sudanese boat. They must have spotted it too. They probably mistook it for a live torpedo and decided discretion was the better part of valor, lest their gunfire trigger an explosion. The Gray Man turned away, slid down the steeply angled deck to the companionway, and returned to the saloon. Zack hadn't moved. Would it have been so hard to mention the submarine? "I was hoping the lack of mention would be fatal for you. Are you going to tell me how to operate it? You've never driven a mini-sub? Who in the world has driven a mini-sub?" Zack just smiled. "I don't suppose there's a user's manual tucked in here somewhere." No reply. "I'm seriously tempted to just leave it attached, Zack." Silence. "I swear after I save your life, I'm going to end it myself." Court knelt, hauling Zack onto his injured shoulder. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Zack cried out as his bandaged arm was jostled, but Gentry offered no comfort. Court wrestled the small canopy shut. The stubborn mechanism and the lack of a proper interior grip suggested there was probably an automatic sealing button somewhere, but in the pitch black, he couldn't even see the control panel. Forcing it closed with his fingertips would have to suffice. He'd gotten Hightower inside entirely on his own, with zero help. By the time they'd struggled back on deck, the list was 25 degrees. Every ounce of strength in Court's good arm was spent dragging Zack to the rail and heaving him over the side. As they skidded together down the wet hull toward the sub, the satellite phone tumbled from Gentry's pocket and vanished into the sea. Court found an external latch, popped the canopy, and with immense effort shoved Hightower's dead weight into the rear reclining seat. He strapped him in like a toddler in a car seat, then squeezed down into the front position himself. Exhausted, he collapsed into the tight cockpit, taking a few moments to just breathe. Then he called back to his reluctant passenger. "All right, man, a little help here. What am I supposed to do?" "Wish I could, brother. My mission is to eliminate you." This is a pretty creative detour, I'll admit, but Zack's voice was thin and strained from the effort of moving, though his defiant tone hadn't faded. "Forget your mission, we're going for a drive." There was no answer from Hightower. Court went back to blindly searching the console. A deafening screech tore through the air, followed by a shell splashing down just 25 yards short of the sub. The little vessel shook violently, and foamy seawater slapped against the plexiglass canopy like a sudden squall had hit. "Looks like their coffee break is finished," Hightower muttered from the rear. "Damn it!" Court's fingers danced over every dial and switch he could find, but nothing felt like the right thing to flip, twist, or press. Part of him wanted to just activate everything and hope for the best. That moment might still come, but fear held him back. He truly had no clue what he was doing, only that the other option was to stay on a doomed yacht while a patrol boat's deck gun tried to blow them out of the water. His hands moved faster, searching for a main power switch, which he pictured as larger and more obvious than anything his fingertips had brushed against in the dark. Next, he felt along the walls beside him, past the vinyl armrests. On the left, his hand closed around a simple lever with a 3-inch ball grip extending horizontally from the wall. It was in the raised position. With no better ideas, he pulled it down. Instantly, the front of the sub detached from the cable linked to the suction cup on the yacht's hull. The nose pitched sharply toward the water, and Gentry was thrown forward into the controls. He'd forgotten to buckle his own seat harness, unlike Hightower behind him. A cry of pain escaped him. Gritting his teeth, he shoved himself back, felt above for another lever just behind the first, found it, and yanked it down. The rear cable released, and the tiny sub slid off the slanted side of the Fatima, dropping 5 feet nose first into the ink-black sea on impact. The craft bobbed level for a second, and Court used that precious moment to scramble back into his seat. It was a struggle, but he managed it, clicking the harness clasp just as he felt a heavy pull to his right. The water outside the bubble canopy was a murky, dark green, so Gentry waited for the sub to surface and give him some orientation. 5 seconds passed, then 10, and they were still submerged. The pull to the right had intensified, then seemed to stop, replaced by a disorienting sensation that the whole craft was beginning to roll. He pulled the small folding knife from his pocket, set it in his lap, and let it go. The knife shot upward, narrowly missing his chin and nose, before clattering against the plastic canopy and sliding forward. The reality hit him. They were upside down and they were sinking. "Zack! Zack!" Gentry's ears popped sharply, and a cold wave of panic threatened to overwhelm him. He was completely disoriented, sealed inside a dead machine in the dark depths. Hightower gave no reply. From above, he heard a shell strike the yacht. A 2-part explosion, the initial blast of the warhead followed unmistakably by the secondary detonation of fuel tanks. A shock wave rattled the bottom of the sub. Court could wait no longer. His hands shot out in front of him. His right index finger found a button. Any button, among dozens invisible in the dark, their colors and labels impossible to see. To hell with it. He pressed down. Nothing happened. His ears popped again, and a steady, pressing weight filled his skull. He had no clue how far down the ocean floor was, but he didn't want to keep sinking or slam into it, especially not with the canopy taking the brunt of the impact. His hand fumbled for another switch. He pressed it, then a third, a fourth. He wondered if he was dumping fuel, opening a cargo bay, or maybe even starting a self-destruct countdown. Court didn't know a single damn thing about submarines. He hit a 5th button, and instantly a warm, reddish glow filled the cockpit. His head was pounding, and a wave of nausea twisted from his gut all the way up his spine. In the new light, his eyes darted over dozens of options, searching for anything that looked like power. His finger hovered, then landed on a button marked HUD. He pushed it without a second thought. The laser-projected head-up display flickered to life, painting streams of data across the windshield in front of him. Speed and current depth ticked upward every second, an artificial horizon tilted slowly to the right, and a compass heading spun steadily around its dial. He had wanted a clear picture of his situation, and now he had it. Funny how, now that the onboard computer was cheerfully informing him he was spiraling down to his death, he realized he hadn't actually wanted that information at all. The throbbing in his skull intensified. He retched, spewing seawater and bitter bile. Some of it shot through his nostrils and, pulled by gravity, dripped into his stinging eyes. He wiped the burn away with a damp sleeve, gripped the joystick on his right, and tried to level the craft. It was utterly useless. He shoved the lever he assumed was the throttle with his left hand. Again, nothing. He stomped his bare feet down hard, kicking out for rudder pedals that simply weren't there. The submarine plunged past 60 feet. Court battled another surge of sickness and a fresh spike of raw panic. Then he stopped fiddling with the controls, letting his hands fall into his lap. "Zach, you awake?" Court's voice was eerily calm now, stripped of any panic or menace for the other man sharing this metal coffin. "Yeah. Just enjoying the scenic route, bro." Zach's voice was frighteningly faint. He'd probably be dead soon, Court realized, regardless of what happened to him. Still, Gentry knew Zach. That calm was a front. Zach Hightower didn't want to die any more than he did. "I can't get this bucket to respond." Gentry drew his Glock 19 and held it up in the crimson light for his passenger to see. "But I can get this to work just fine. Seriously, you're gonna shoot me? That's your big play?" "Pretty damn weak, man." Court ignored him. He said, "I've done training dives without oxygen at 130 feet. If I blow this hatch in the next minute, flood the sub, and make it to the surface, I figure I can find some wreckage from the yacht to hang on to. With a bit of luck, I should be back on shore by nightfall." "And then what?" "Then I get the hell out of Sudan." "Right. Like that's gonna happen." Court let a beat pass. Then he said, "I'm the goddamned gray man, remember? I'll find a way." Silence from the back now. "But that's a trip I can't bring you on. You get that, don't you, bro?" He echoed Sierra One's tone. Again, Zach gave no reply. Court took that as a positive sign. Hightower was never short on words. "So I live, and you die. Which means you screwed up. If you'd helped me with the sub, we both could have made it. You could have lived to try and kill me another day. Ultimate mission success through a temporary delay." Even a hard-ass like Denny Carmichael would call that a solid strategy for a good soldier. You just weren't sharp enough to recognize a good deal when it was staring you in the face. Still, nothing from behind. "I'm sure there's a proper way to pop this hatch, but the only control I know how to operate in this damn tub is the trigger on this gun. Wish I could leave the Glock for you to use before you drown, but I might need it once I'm on land." Zach stayed quiet. Court hoped he was thinking it over and hadn't just passed out. The pain in Gentry's head was a relentless, drilling agony. The pressure in his sinuses was immense, a sharp, burning agony from the acidic vomit that felt ready to rupture at any moment. "Passing 110 feet, he announced, forcing his lungs into a rapid, deep rhythm to expand their capacity. Between gasps, he managed, "It's been a real pleasure, Zach. Most days, I'll make sure Langley hears you went down with the ship." Another series of frantic breaths. He pressed the gun barrel against the plexiglass canopy, ducking his head away. A weak cough came from behind. "Damn it," Court thought. "He's not biting." "See you around," Gentry said, delaying another second, his finger finding the trigger as he drew in a final, deep lungful of cabin air. "This is it. Look down by your right knee. There's a dial marked BAL. Turn it fully left to neutralize the ballast. Right next to it, a square button labeled PROCON for propulsion control. Hit it now." Zach's voice was faint but urgent, the words tumbling out fast. Gentry lowered the weapon, located the dial, and twisted it, then found and pressed the button. Instantly, a loud metallic grinding filled his throbbing skull. A two-dimensional computer graphic of the submarine materialized on the heads-up display. It began as a simple cigar shape, but as the noise ceased, the image morphed, sprouting wings and tail fins until it resembled a sleek, single-engine fighter jet. Apply a little thrust, just a nudge. Court eased the throttle forward, feeling a subtle engine vibration and a gentle sense of forward motion. A HUD reading that had been at 0 began a slow climb, 5%, 10%, then 20% as he added more power. Now use the joystick to level us out. It's fly-by-wire. Pitch, yaw, roll. All controlled by the stick. Kind of like flying a plane. Zack coughed weakly. You crashed a plane once, right? It was a controlled crash landing, Court corrected. His emotional state had just executed a wild barrel roll, spiraling from the grim acceptance of certain death to a giddy, disbelieving euphoria at the sudden prospect of survival, all within the last half-minute. That was in Kiev, wasn't it? Tanzania, Zack. You were there, but then again in Kiev. You crashed there too, didn't you? No comment. He quickly stabilized their descent, then leveled the craft. A few seconds later, he had the compass locked on a due east heading. Headlights, Zack instructed from the rear. Where are they? Have you ever driven a car, you idiot? Same general area. Court reached to his left front and, sure enough, found a switch that felt familiar from countless vehicles. He flipped it on and let out a shocked yell. Holy hell! The sub was speeding along the sandy ocean floor, which was now terrifyingly close, no more than 10 feet below. Court's breathing hitched into a slight hyperventilation. He pulled back on the joystick and pushed the throttle to 40%. All right. Now a 4-position dial on your left around 11 o'clock. In the dim red cockpit lights, it was difficult to see, but Court's fingers closed around it. Turn it all the way. Oxygen scrubbers. We're currently breathing each other's recycled carbon dioxide. This will clean the air. Got it. After Zack's exhausted voice guided him through activating the O2 system and the sub's laser collision avoidance sensors, Court piloted eastward for another minute, getting a feel for the craft's handling. Once confident, he called back. How's my driving? You're terrible. You can't drive a car worth a damn. You can't fly a plane. You'll probably pilot this thing straight up a whale's backside any minute now. Court could hear the profound relief hidden beneath the injured man's gruff insults. 2 hours later, Court was confident they were deep into international waters. He could hear soft, pained moans and an occasional wheeze from behind. Zack babbled incoherently at one point. Gentry knew Hightower was still in grave danger. The wound or a subsequent infection could claim him even if they reached world-class medical help within hours. Sir Donald would have to pull off something spectacular to extract them. The irony of the situation was not lost on the gray man just a few months back. He'd pulled Sir Donald from the fire and sworn he'd never rely on the man again. Now, that very same portly night was his only shot at survival. The small sub broke the surface at 8:15 a.m., the morning sun blazing directly ahead, forcing Court to squint and navigate by sight as the bright light washed out his cockpit displays. He switched on the emergency beacon and waited, the vessel bobbing helplessly on the open water. A little past 10, a ship appeared on the horizon, a massive tanker that grew into a towering jet-black wall as it approached, its waterline looming over him like a downtown high-rise. For nearly 30 tense minutes, it maneuvered closer before a ladder was finally lowered. Court pushed open the canopy and shouted for assistance. 2 crewmen scrambled down, secured the injured Hightower in a rescue harness, and winched him 3 stories up to the deck railing. Climbing under his own power, Court felt every pull in his wounded shoulder. Halfway up, the ship's violent rise and fall combined with the blistering heat sent him retching over the side. As he neared the top, he leaned back to read the bold white letters on the hull, Laurent Group, Cherbourg. Just perfect, he muttered through gritted teeth. Laurent Group was the same corporate giant that had tried to have him eliminated the year before. Boarding one of their vessels voluntarily was the last thing he ever imagined doing, but when you're clinging to a ladder in the middle of the ocean, principles tend to get a little flexible. He hauled himself over the railing where a group of Indonesian crewmen pulled him aboard. Zack was already on a stretcher, whisked away into the ship's interior. Court collapsed on the deck, was hoisted up by his arms and legs, and half dragged into a cool, dim passageway within the superstructure. He managed to ask for morphine. A syringe appeared, and the world faded to black. He woke to find himself transferred again, this time to an elegant tall ship owned by a reclusive Welsh billionaire who, as fate would have it, was a friend of Sir Donald. Court immediately inquired about Hightower's condition, but the new crew had no information. 4 days later, they docked in Alexandria. Under cover of darkness, Court Gentry slipped ashore and vanished. The sailing ship's crew awoke the next morning to find him gone, with no trace left behind but an empty bunk. Of all the countries where his arms deliveries took him, Gennady Orlov, a senior pilot for ILO 76, had a clear favorite: Venezuela. It wasn't the political climate of Caracas, which had grown more austere in recent years, nor the country's famed natural beauty, as his tight turnaround schedule rarely allowed him to escape the smoggy capital. The singular appeal was a woman. This was unusual for a man of his appetites. In other ports of call, he maintained a roster. Bolivia offered 3 options, Cuba 7, though a few were, in his opinion, past their prime, and Vietnam nearly a dozen, though those encounters often involved transactional arrangements. None could hold his attention for long, but in Venezuela, there was only Tanya. He'd found her online, a common enough pursuit for a 44-year-old family man from Russia. For the past year and a half, his monthly cargo runs to Caracas, hauling everything from missile systems to warship components, came with a cherished perk. Waiting for him, almost every time, in a junior suite at the luxurious Gran Meliá Caracas, was 29-year-old Tanya Del Cid. She worked as a cashier at a Lexus dealership and had an arrangement with a friend, Maria, who was a concierge at the hotel. Their little system was a thing of beauty. While Tanya hosted her dashing pilot, Maria would borrow a convertible from the dealership lot for a night on the town. A perfect secret trade. 2 weeks after his flight to Sudan, Gennady said goodbye to his crew at Simón Bolívar Airport. They headed for a budget airport inn via shuttle, bracing against a late afternoon downpour. Gennady, however, slid into a taxi with urgent directions for the Gran Meliá. Half an hour later, his shoes still damp from the rain, he walked down the opulent 7th-floor hallway, his flight case rumbling behind him. A familiar cocktail of nerves and anticipation made him feel oddly youthful. He reached room 709 and found the door slightly ajar. Pausing only a moment, he pushed it open. A trail of rose petals spread across the sitting room, leading down the candlelit hall toward the bedroom. The soft, mournful notes of a Latin serenade by Maria Teresa Schatzin filled the air from the stereo. Gennady allowed himself a thin smile. This old routine again. He stepped inside, leaving his luggage by the door as he shut and locked it behind him. After kicking off his damp shoes and peeling away his soaked socks, he plucked a single white rose from an arrangement on the coffee table and followed the petal-strewn path. He paused at the bedroom door, taking in the scent of lavender candle wax, the cool crush of petals under his bare feet, and the faint, familiar perfume Tanya always wore. Pushing the door open, his eyes tracked the crimson trail all the way to the bed. Tanya sat there fully dressed. Her arms were bound tightly behind her back at the elbows, a pair of pantyhose stuffed in her mouth serving as a gag. Her eyes were wide with terror, red-rimmed, puffy, and streaming with tears. The distinct click of a pistol hammer being cocked sounded just behind Gennady's head. The rose fell from his hand. A voice spoke in clear English. "Hands up, walk backward down the hall." Slowly, Gennady Orlov complied. His panicked gaze locked with Tanya's. She tried to speak, but only a strained, muffled whimper and a spray of spit made it through the fabric back in the living room. The music was lowered. He waited several tense seconds for a command. When none came, he infused his voice with as much forced bravado as he could. "I'm turning around now, slowly." A man in a suit was seated in a leather chair, his back to the far wall, a folded raincoat beside him. His hands, now empty, rested calmly on his knees. To the man's left, the thunderstorm raged against the window. The external light, fractured by rivulets of rain on the glass, played across his features, giving his face a distorted, almost melting appearance in Orlov's vision. That face. Gennady knew it. It was the American assassin he had flown into Sudan, the source of so much recent trouble. The Russian fought to keep his nerves from showing. "Что to novava?" What's new? Nichivo? Nothing much? Что ty hochesh? What do you want for starters? The American replied. I want to speak English. Sit down. Gennady lowered himself onto the sofa opposite. He moved with deliberate caution, but the bearded man in the chair showed no immediate threat. He seemed leaner than he had in the Sudanese heat, his face appearing drawn and hollowed, though the rain-washed light made it hard to be sure. The pilot switched to English. All right, what is it you want? I want to have a conversation, the American said. You caused me significant problems after Al-Fashir. The American offered a slight shrug. And yet, here you are, still flying shipments for Rosaboron export. A CAC J? Why wouldn't I be? I did nothing wrong. Other than routinely violating international sanctions, you mean? Gennady relaxed a fraction, making a dismissive gesture as if batting away a fly. Politics. I am not involved in those decisions. I'm just a pilot. Another shrug from the American. We all have our specialties. Gennady swallowed, stopping himself from asking about the American's particular specialty. He knew precisely what it was and had no desire to invite that topic. Did you harm Tanya? Depends on your definition, the man said, his tone turning casually brutal.
I put a gun to her head. I tied her up. I scared the living daylights out of her.
Frankly, I scared the piss right out of her. So yes, I did something. He seemed to drift for a second, his gaze momentarily distant, before it snapped back to Gennady with sharp focus. She's a spook, by the way, he said it, as if commenting on the weather. What? Yeah, she's GIO. Gennady simply stared, uncomprehending. General Intelligence Office, the American elaborated, a hint of frustration in his sigh. Venezuelan intelligence. I found a wire on her. He dangled a tiny listening device, its antenna fine as a strand of wet spaghetti, before flicking it across the coffee table toward Orlov. Gennady caught it, examined it briefly, and set it down. You are lying. The American's expression didn't change. No, I kill. I'm not lying, Orlov accepted the statement. For a long moment. The American in the room faded from his mind. The urge to storm back to the bedroom and unleash his fury on the deceitful woman to make those restraints truly earn their keep was overwhelming. But this American, what was his game? You are employed by Gregor Sidorenko. The FSB informed me of this during my interrogation regarding your vanishing act. Are you here as my shield against Venezuelan intelligence? No. Then what is your purpose? Does your wife know about this particular affair? Gennady's gaze sharpened. Not this one? No. But she would comprehend. She understands I am a man desired by many women, particularly those whose services you purchase, the American retorted. The Russian exhaled, a gesture of weary resignation. I love my wife. Do I appear to care in the slightest about the state of your marriage? Then what is this about? I cannot say what the Venezuelans intend with the information they've extracted from you, the American continued, his tone shifting to one of cold, practical analysis. But you must ask yourself a simple question. In the heat of the moment with the captivating Tanya del Cid, did you ever utter a single word you would not want the FSB to hear? A complaint about home? A gripe about your duties? Anything at all that could cause you significant harm if it reached Russian state security? Gennady shrugged, a practiced motion. I'm merely a pilot, a patriot. I have said nothing that troubles me. You are absolutely certain. The Russian offered a slow, deliberate nod, a mask of confidence hiding a flicker of private doubt he refused to share. The American remained impassive. I require you to perform a service. I am prepared to compensate you handsomely. What do you want me to do? Something you are already proficient at. Speaking about what? Speaking about your flights into Darfur. About transporting an assassin from the Russian mafia on a mission for Russian state security. About the types and quantities of weapons you smuggled into the country, items that will never appear on any official manifest. Show the West Russia's crimes. Show the Sudanese people that the Russians orchestrated their leader's death. What would that accomplish? It would confirm what many already suspect. But it would apply pressure, force Russia out of the region, cripple their influence. It could potentially prevent a wider conflict. Why in the world would I agree to such insanity? The FSB would execute me. Not if they could not reach you. Gennady shook his head, dismissing the notion as pure madness. I have a family. They could reach them. My wife, my 3 children. 5 children, actually, the American corrected, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. It must be difficult to keep track. 3 with your wife, Marina, in central Moscow, a 6-year-old daughter with Mina, a factory worker in Thailand, and a 12-year-old son with Elmira, a flight attendant from Tunisia. Yes, Gennady admitted slowly, a cold fear seeping into his bones as he realized the depth of this man's knowledge. But my family in Moscow, even if the FSB couldn't find me, if I speak about Sudan, Sidorenko or his people would have them killed. A team from the International Criminal Court is in Moscow as we speak. You call your wife and explain. I will contact the team. Your family can be extracted from Russia and brought to safety within the hour. Gennady shook his head vehemently. Impossible. Leave now, American, and I will not report this, but do not. Your family will be safe if you accept. You will be a wealthy man, relocated to the West with a new identity and a comfortable life. But if you refuse, the American leaned forward. As his face moved from the window's rainy glow, it seemed to absorb the shadows, turning grim and featureless. You will have no life at all. You are threatening to kill me? The American shook his head almost sadly. I wish it were that simple. But we need you. You possess critical knowledge. We need you to help stop a war. Then what are you? You will speak to the ICC, the American stated, his words final and absolute, or I will take from you the thing you value most. Gennady Orlov's face went utterly blank. A profound, sickening weakness surged in his stomach, a visceral terror that threatened his very composure. The man sitting across from him was not just a threat. He was something far more calculating and ruthless, a predator who traded in souls, not just lives. The silence in the living room stretched for 30 seconds after the mention of his children. The American leaned back, his posture easing slightly. I don't think it will come to that, Gennady's threat. I will kill you, was met with a slow, dismissive shake of the head. No, you won't. The pilot's rage was total, yet it was perfectly matched by his primal fear of the man seated across from him. He was no assassin, he flew planes. The thought of his family, trapped in this impossible situation, finally broke him. He slumped on the sofa in the darkened room and wept quietly, his soft cries and the drumming rain the only sounds for a long while. The American operative waited without a word. 20 minutes later, Court stood crammed inside a phone booth on Avenida El Resero, a block from the Grand Meliá Hotel. A torrential downpour had soaked his raincoat, and his breath fogged the glass. Outside, a river of umbrellas flowed along the sidewalk as people hurried to cafes, concerts, and bars, their movement mimicking the floodwater rushing through the gutter. His operational discipline should have had him scanning the crowd for threats, but the drugs in his system sent his mind on useless detours. He fixated on the debris floating past, a crushed juice can that spiraled into a storm drain, a piece of newspaper disintegrating into pulp. He was searching for another bit of flotsam to follow when the voice in his ear snapped him back. This is Ellen Walsh. For a second, he'd forgotten the phone at his ear. He agreed, Court said, refocusing. I moved him to my room, 422. Didn't want to leave him with the girl. We'll collect his family immediately. We'll debrief him at the hotel tonight. You're here, in Caracas? Landed an hour ago. Court watched the miniature river in the street, choosing his words with care. Are you here for Gennady Orlov, or are you here for me? The pause was lengthy. For Orlov, I've decided to leave what happened on the road to Dira right there. You won't face charges. Thanks. 6. I'm worried about you. Whatever you said to get him to cooperate with the ICC, I doubt I'd approve. I don't approve of it either, but the ends justify the means. For your sake, I hope you believe that. I told you I was worried you'd become the very thing you despise. I'm okay, he said, the hollow tone convincing no one, least of all himself. Let's meet, the lobby. Orlov can wait with my team. One quick drink, you'll see I'm not here to arrest you, and I can check if those cracks I mentioned have gotten wider. A faint, weary smile touched Court's lips. It wasn't happiness, but a fleeting moment of respite. Please, she pressed. Give me 10 minutes. Need to make a call first. Great, you might not recognize me after a shower and clean clothes. He managed another small smile. I look about the same, I'm afraid. Her light laugh came through the line. See you in 10. She hung up. Court could read a voice. Ellen sounded relieved, almost cheerful. One drink couldn't hurt. He fed more coins into the phone and dialed a number from a damp scrap of paper in his pocket. When the line connected, he put the paper in his mouth and swallowed. Hey, Don, it's done. Sir Donald Fitzroy's voice came through. Did he buy the story about the woman being an intelligence officer? He did. Brilliant. Put the fear of the FSB in him then. Not a flicker. Guess he's clean. A pause. I see. So you used another method to secure his assistance. I did. Fitzroy's tone grew uncharacteristically grave. You don't sound pleased. I'm not. I told him I'd go after his children. Another long silence filled the line. Gentry sensed the man on the other end was sizing him up. Then came the words, "You stopped a shooting war, Court." Gentry stayed silent. Nobody wants to see how the sausage gets made, but everyone enjoys eating it. Threatening a man's family is filthy work. I'm familiar with it, but it's brutally effective, and it was necessary. Right, Court replied, the word hollow. He pressed his forehead against the phone booth's glass, watching the rainwater rush past as the downpour intensified. All he wanted was to end this call and find Ellen. His mind drifted to the idea of a couple of drinks. Maybe they could hail a cab, escape the hotel, and find a quiet local spot for dinner. Somewhere with no work for her and no burdens for him. That sounded perfect. He craved that escape. "I need a break," he muttered into the receiver, more to himself than to the caller. "You need more than a break, son. Listen closely. The entire world is hunting you." "Who?" Court pulled his head back from the glass. "Everyone. The Russians, the Americans, Sidorenko's crew. This isn't a part-time search. It's relentless. The CIA is casting a global net, willing to partner with anyone, pay any sum to locate you. Take my advice. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, run. Get up and move, and don't stop. Don't you dare tell me where they'll use me to get to you. Don't trust a soul. They are near, and they will find you if you don't vanish right now." "What about the ICC?" "The ICC. I've seen no indication they're after you." "I'd know. International bodies leak like sieves. No, they might be the only group not on your trail at the moment." Court glanced up through the rain-streaked plexiglass at the lights of the Grand Meliá Hotel down the street. "I get it," he said. Fitzroy kept talking, his words rapid and anxious. He sounded more like the hunted than Gentry did. "Forget every safe house. Don't touch your bank accounts. Write off any money not already in your pocket. They're pressuring the Swiss hard for your financial records. The Swiss will resist for a while. It's their nature. But they'll cave eventually, because that's also their nature. Do what you must for cash, but stay invisible. Run and keep running. Your only shot at survival is total, unwavering paranoia. Yeah." The gray man's head now swiveled, scanning the street. The fog in his mind seemed to burn away with a sudden surge of adrenaline. "In 6 months, 9 months, whenever you can. Don't call me, but find someone who knows me. Get a message through, and I'll reach out. If you want work, I'll have it. If you just need funds, I'll find a way to get something to you." "Thanks, Don. I've done nothing, Court. This doesn't settle what I owe you. Run now, go, and don't look back." "I mean it. I'm great if. Run, hang up and go. I'm gone," Court said, and he ended the call. He stepped from the booth and allowed himself one brief look toward the hotel's bright lights before turning away toward the shadows. He blended into the pedestrian traffic, disappearing into the evening flow like rainwater vanishing down a storm drain. The gray man gleams like a honed knife in a shadowed lane. David Stone, author of the New York Times bestseller The Scorpion Directive, captures the essence perfectly. Lee Child, the #1 New York Times bestselling author of Gone Tomorrow, calls it hard, fast, and unflinching. Everything a great thriller needs to be. The Chicago Sun-Times notes it's a high-octane ride with barely a pause across its 464 pages, praising Greeny's grasp of weapons and tactics, which injects the story with the gritty details action fans crave. For anyone seeking a relentless, furious pace, this book delivers. James Rollins, another New York Times best-selling author, describes the debut as a well-honed dagger, sharp, merciless, and deadly. He calls the gray man a Jason Bourne for a new era, an assassin rendered with terrifying realism. It strikes with the force of a point-blank shot, a debut that demands attention. The Memphis commercial appeal suggests taking Bourne, supercharging him, and you'd have Court Gentry, the novel's hero, a souped-up, efficient force that makes others seem tame, all delivered through crisp writing. Booklist observes that from the very start, the bullets fly and the bodies fall. Through it all, Gentry stands out as a protagonist with a compelling moral code, even as the villain's motives remain murky. While comparisons to Bourne are inevitable, the gray man carves his own path, and the ending leaves you wanting more. Publishers Weekly highlights the fast-paced, engaging debut, where the gray man's unbelievable survival skills have you rooting for him against teams of killers. Cinematic action drives a satisfying plot, with small humanizing details for Gentry contrasting sharply with the petty greed of his enemies. Prologue. Heavy, damp clouds press down on the Irish Sea, drifting sluggishly over the lone figure on the fishing boat's foredeck. A squadron of herring gulls had found the vessel miles out, and now, as it entered the harbor channel, their numbers swelled to a dozen, their white wings beating against the mist, their cries like frantic alarms for the Irish coast. But their warnings dissolved unheard into the thick air. The boat slipped into its berth just before 8. The assassin stepped onto the quay without a look back at the two crewmen. Not a word had passed between them since the 40-foot Lochin had collected him from a Lithuanian freighter in the lonely expanse of international waters. He had spent the voyage on deck, a silent sentinel in a black hooded coat that shielded him from the salt spray and the occasional curious glance from the father-son crew who obeyed their orders to stay in the wheelhouse. Their instructions were simple: collect the passenger, deliver him to Howth Harbor north of Dublin, take their generous payment, and forget everything. The man moved through the quiet village to the small train station, purchased a ticket for Connolly Station in Dublin's heart. With time to spare, he descended the steps into the dim, welcoming warmth of the basement pub. The scent of stale beer and old wood a stark contrast to the sea's sharp chill. Inside, the low hum of an early morning news broadcast provided a mundane backdrop, a strange comfort before the storm to come. The Bloody Scream pub was bustling with fishermen from the harbor, the long, narrow space crowded with men devouring plates of eggs, sausage, and baked beans, each washing it down with pints of dark, foamy Guinness. The assassin blended into the unfamiliar scene, using gruff gestures to mask his accent as he ordered the same meal. He finished his food and beer quickly before heading out to catch his train. A short while later, he was walking through Dublin, his thick brown beard and a blue watch cap pulled low over his ears, a scarf wrapped tightly at his neck. His gloved hands were buried in the pockets of his dark peacoat against the biting cold, a small canvas bag swinging from his shoulder with each step. He moved south from the station, then turned right along the River Liffey as a cold rain began to fall. The assassin kept walking, eager to be done with this task. He hadn't enjoyed the sea voyage, and he didn't like the growing morning crowds as he approached O'Connell Street. But there was a man in Dublin who, according to a wealthy and influential decision-maker, needed to disappear, and court gentry was here to make that happen. The manhunter knelt in the bow of the canoe, studying the riverbank as it came into view around the bend. The dense green rainforest gradually gave way to a simple village of packed earth, wood, and rusted metal roofs built along the water's edge. "This is the place?" he called back to the local guide, steering the outboard motor. His Portuguese had only improved out of sheer necessity over the past few months. "Yes, sir, this is it." The manhunter nodded, his hand moving toward the radio between his knees. But he stopped himself. He had to be sure. 7 months. 7 months since the summons reached him in Amsterdam. A frantic meeting with his employer, a flight across the Atlantic to Caracas, then a rushed journey to Lima, and always pushing south. Further and further south until both he and his quarry seemed to reach the edge of the world, only for the trail to loop back north. He had been on the target's trail, more or less, this entire time, the longest pursuit of his entire career, and it would end here. One way or another, the hunt for Cortland gentry would end here. Just outside Quito, the manhunter had come close. He'd even called in the specialized operatives, but they found no target. A rookie mistake. A false alarm like that could make them hesitant next time. He wouldn't make that call again without certainty. He picked up the trail in northern Chile, caught a whisper of movement further down the coast, then lost the scent completely in Punta Arenas, until Rio, and a stroke of pure luck. A Danish jiu-jitsu student visiting the embassy to report a lost passport had seen an Interpol notice. Later, at a dojo in the favelas, he trained with another foreign student. Nothing unusual, but the Dane was observant. The man's fighting style had a hard, brutal efficiency he tried to conceal. It reminded the Dane of that wanted poster. The face wasn't an exact match, but something felt off, a certain sharpness in the man's gaze, a subtle awareness that he was being watched from the corner of the eye. The Dane felt uneasy enough to report it. The manhunter got the alert and arrived on a private jet within hours. The suspect missed his class that day and the next. The manhunter enlisted local help, flooding the favelas with men carrying photos and cash. It was dangerous work. Several of his team were threatened or assaulted in the lawless streets. One even robbed and stabbed in the arm. The canvassing finally yielded results. A tip came in, a whispered address passed along. The hunter decided to check it out himself. He wasn't some young operative. His last time handling a weapon had been decades prior during his service with the Royal Netherlands Army. to avoid another fruitless mission with his team. He posted 3 armed men a block away and proceeded alone. The neighborhood was a grim spectacle of decay, the building foul, the third-floor hallway reeking and dark. His hands trembled as he used a borrowed key and slipped inside, a dormitory room. A figure exploded into motion from a top bunk, and for a heartbeat, the hunter's entire life flickered before him. Then a backpack was slung, and the blur was through the window, dropping 2 full stories to the alley below. The hunter rushed to the ledge, watching his target land, roll across a rooftop, and then, with impossible grace, leap across a gap to the next building before vanishing to the street. His men below saw nothing. The quarry was gone, the only evidence a lingering warmth on a ragged blanket left in the bunk. That was 10 weeks ago. Then, a call came from Fonte Boa, a remote settlement far to the north on the Amazon. The hunter had compiled exhaustive lists of professions where his target might seek work, hundreds of possibilities from welding to foreign military service. Marine salvage was on that list, noted for matching the man's diving skills and sheer nerve. A small, isolated operation along a tributary had reportedly hired a foreign white man who simply walked up out of the jungle, an undeniably strange event. So the hunter flew to Fonte Boa, showed a photograph to a supply boatman, and got a confirmation. Now he was here. His finger traced the radio on the seat between his knees. One call would summon 2 heavy helicopters loaded with gunmen. Their assault was meticulously planned with satellite imagery and diagrams back in his hotel room. One call would shatter the pristine jungle with gunfire and finally end the 7-month pursuit. But certainty was required first. A howler monkey crashed from a riverside tree into the water, then scrambled back into the dense foliage. The launch slowed, bumping against the worn rubber tires lashed to the dock. The local boatman, an indigenous man from a riverside tribe, moved to kill the outboard motor. "No," the hunter said. "Leave it running. I will only be a moment." "Waste fuel, sir," the boatman replied. "I can start it again quickly." I said, "Leave it running." The white man climbed onto the muddy bank and started up the path toward a man lounging by a shack on stilts. He would get his verification, and then he would be well clear before the fireworks began. He carried an antique Whibley revolver in a shoulder holster, but that was largely for appearance among what he considered the jungle's rough inhabitants. Killing wasn't his trade. He would use the radio, and his job would be complete. He could return upriver to the relative comfort of his Fonte Boa hotel to await the results. Near the dock, 10-year-old Morrow sat in the shade, waiting for his father to return with the morning's fish. He usually helped with the nets, but today he had stayed behind to assist his uncle. He had just arrived at the waterfront when the canoe with the pale stranger appeared. Morrow watched the man climb the hill, speak to the village drunkard, show him a paper from his pocket, and hand over some money. Morrow stood up slowly, a cold knot forming in his stomach. The white man nodded, turned back toward the canoe, and raised a radio to his mouth. Without another thought, young Morrow turned and slipped onto a narrow trail leading away from the docks, away from his home. Beneath the shadowy shelter of the jungle canopy, the boy took off, his toughened bare feet carrying him as fast as they could. 2 court gentry gave a tug on his airline, gaining a little more slack before turning his attention back to the sunken wreck before him. With a gloved hand, he felt his way forward to the massive iron wheelhouse of the steamboat. Down here, 30 feet under the warm, muddy surface, the late morning visibility was barely a foot, about as good as it was going to get. After finding his position, he angled his helmet light, raised his cutting torch, and narrowed the flame to a sharp, glowing point. He was just about to touch the white-hot fire to the metal when 3 firm pulls on his line jerked him off target. "Damn," he muttered, the word echoing inside his brass helmet. 3 tugs meant surface now, and that meant a frustrating 10-minute descent back through the algae and oily film to find this spot again. But he didn't hesitate. Surface immediately wasn't a suggestion. It could be a gear issue, which was risky, or it could mean crocs, snakes, or a pack of piranhas had been spotted near his dive site, which was a whole different level of trouble. He broke the surface 4 minutes later. With his heavy gear and weights, treading water was impossible, so he hauled himself along the line toward the bank. Once the water was waist-deep, he wiped green slime from his helmet's faceplate, but only after unlatching and lifting off the heavy headgear could he see clearly through the thick reeds and riverside grass. His 2 co-workers, Tiago and Davi, stood above him, Both were seasoned salvage divers, but neither was suited up today, with only one compressor line working. They were splitting shifts. One man on the bottom, two on watch for whatever might want to take a bite. What's going on? Cort called up, his Portuguese functional, if not as smooth as his Spanish. One of the men jerked a thumb across a small, lagoon-like bulge off the main river. There, on the trail leading to the dock, stood young Mauro. The boy wore a faded red and black Barcelona jersey with the name of a Bulgarian player who hadn't seen a field since the 90s, and he was, as always, barefoot. Cort had never once seen the dark-skinned kid in shoes. He was surprised to be called up just for the boy, and he offered a wave and a smile. But the smile vanished instantly. The kid's eyes were wide, his whole body tense. Something was wrong. Cort slogged through the marshy bank lining the lagoon, mud sucking at his feet. He climbed up to the young Brazilian and led him a few yards down the trail before asking, "What's up? You told me to come if I ever saw a white man." Yes, I did. Cort felt his own muscles tighten. An old man alone. At the dock. Did he talk to anyone? Yeah. He asked Amato something, showed him a paper, gave him some money. Then he talked into his radio. His radio? Gentry's eyes left the boy, fixing on the trail back to the dock, a kilometer away through dense rainforest. His hands were already working, peeling off his old, torn wetsuit down to his underwear. Thiago shouted something from behind, probably saying it wasn't lunchtime, but Gentry ignored him. Where is he now? He left, got back in a boat and went upriver. Cort nodded, speaking to himself in English. The hunter? Qual? What? Good. You did really good, Mauro, thank you. Sure, Jim. Seconds later, Cort was on his knees by his gear on the far side of the lagoon. The boy stood over him, watching as he unzipped his large duffel bag. A sudden heavy rain began to patter on the broad leaves above, the forest holding its breath alongside them. He pulled a compact black 12-gauge shotgun with a wooden pistol grip from the bag, fishing out a thick wallet stuffed with Brazilian currency. He extended it toward the boy. This is yours. Keep some, give the rest to your mother. Mauro accepted it, his expression a mix of shock and bewilderment. You're going. Yeah, kid, my time's up. Gentry moved with a frantic energy, pulling on stained brown trousers and a grimy cream-colored long-sleeved shirt. What about the dog? He wasn't mine, just a camp follower. He's loyal. You look after him and he'll look after you, understand? Cort began tying worn sneakers onto his damp feet. Mauro nodded, though none of this made sense to him. In his village, people didn't just vanish. They didn't make snap decisions, hand over their wallets to children, or upend their lives, because some foolish old man paddled into view. His uncle had a point. Gringos were utterly insane. Where are you going? He asked the peculiar American. Not sure. Cort cut himself off. He tilted his head, listening, as he hauled a small loaded backpack from the duffel and fastened it securely. Mauro heard it too. Helicopter, the boy whispered. Cort shook his head, hefting the pump-action shotgun. 2 helicopters. Get home, kid. Round up your brothers and sisters and stay inside. Things are about to get very noisy around here. Then, for one final startling moment, the gringo smiled. It was a broad, genuine grin. He ruffled the boy's thick black hair, gave a silent wave to his 2 coworkers, and then he was gone, sprinting into the dense green. 2 helicopters burst from the glare of the sun, skimming the treetops. Their thumping rotor wash flattened the vegetation below as they flew in tight formation. They were Bell 212's civilian variants of the legendary twin Huey, a rugged Canadian-made workhorse that had become synonymous with American jungle operations decades prior. No aircraft in history felt more natural racing over a rainforest canopy than the Huey. These birds belonged to the Colombian police, but had been loaned, crews and all, to the AUC, a nominally right-wing paramilitary group that occasionally clashed with Colombia's leftist rebel factions. The police believed the unit was headed for mountain operations against the FARC. In reality, the AUC was on a paid contract, operating far over the border in the Amazon basin. The pilots wouldn't report the diversion. The compensation was too generous. Every man aboard wore green jungle fatigues and a bush hat. Each cradled a hefty HKG-3 battle rifle with extra magazines, grenades, a radio, and a machete strapped across his chest and belt. In the lead aircraft, the commander screamed over the roar of the Pratt & Whitney engine to the 9 soldiers packed around him. 1 minute. You see him, you shoot. You shoot him, you make sure he's dead. They don't need him breathing. He then corrected himself, shouting even louder. They don't want him breathing. A roared chorus of "Si, comandante" nearly drowned out the engine. He relayed the same brutal order via radio to the second helicopter. Moments later, the aircraft split. The commander's helicopter banked sharply left, its nose dipping toward a slender, winding river that curved southward. Court moved with a predator's certainty through the speckled morning light, filtering through the canopy. His ears tracking the rotor sounds, the unified thrum soon fractured into 2 distinct rhythms as the helicopters separated. One set down behind him, likely in the boggy clearing near the old dive site. The other continued its hunt, a persistent, angry hornet searching for its target. Gentry understood that the men would be slowed by the thick mud, sinking up to their knees, giving him a brief window to escape. The second aircraft, however, swept past his location to the left, flying even lower than the canopy, likely tracing the river's surface. It was clearly deploying troops to cut off his route. Any advantage from the difficult terrain vanished in that moment. A sudden, sharp memory flashed through his mind. A childhood lesson about patience, about waiting for the right opening. He almost laughed at the bitter irony. There was no waiting now, only the immediate, pressing need to move. The extra time he'd counted on was gone.